Chapter 1. Spring has arrived, heralding the season of procreation for all living things. The warm sunlight bathed Fang Xun'an, gently rousing him from his slumber. Ah, what a refreshing sleep! After yawning, Fang Xun'an instinctively stretched his waist. He smacked his lips and rubbed his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Why had his hands turned green? Fang Xun'an shook his head and hastily brought his hands before his eyes. Yet, instead of the well-tanned arms he had honed over the years, he was confronted with two tender branches adorned with several green leaves. Instinctively raising his hand, he observed that the tender branches mirrored his movements. Feeling an odd sensation atop his head, he directed his gaze upwards. A pink flower bud came into view, captivating his attention. I must still be dreaming. I should just go back to sleep. After a few awkward chuckles, Fang Xun'an closed his eyes once more. However, the distant sound of an animal's call jolted him back to reality. Upon hearing the bleating, Fang Xun'an quickly opened his eyes. Before him appeared a large flock of sheep slowly emerging over the horizon. They bleated merrily as they frolicked toward the patch of grass where Fang Xun'an stood. I can't believe this. A classic curse, entirely out of place in this world, escaped Fang Xun'an's lips. Is this a joke? I haven't even accepted the notion that I'm a flower and now a swarm of sheep is coming for me. For the moment, Fang Xun'an set aside the bewilderment of transforming into a flower, for he was facing perhaps the greatest crisis of his life. The flock of sheep was clearly heading towards him. If he remained rooted to the spot, he would undoubtedly become a chocolate bean. Fang Xun'an attempted to flee, but his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, utterly immovable. Hey, this can't be happening. Gazing at the approaching sheep, he felt a surge of panic rising within him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Although his feet were anchored in the soil, his hands were still free. Thus, Fang Xun'an hastily extended his tender branches and began to dig fervently at the earth beneath him. However, due to the fragility and slenderness of the branches, his efforts were painfully slow. After toiling for what felt like an eternity, he still hadn't unearthed his roots. Watching the impending sheep, his heart raced in trepidation. I don't want to die. As the flock loomed closer, Fang Xun'an's entire being seized with urgency. He dug frantically, his delicate body writhing in desperation, while his buried roots twisted restlessly. At last, through sheer determination, his feet finally broke free from the soil. But in that moment, a sheep had already extended its greedy maw towards him. Fang Xun'an felt the shadow overhead and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed away. Strangely enough, his escape resembled that of a Pokemon, reminiscent of a Mewtwo fleeing with an awkward grace. The sheep, gazing at the peculiar flower fleeing in such a manner, was momentarily filled with confusion. Did it really just let slip a meal within reach? As for why such a bizarre situation unfolded, none could say. After all, he was merely a charming little sheep. Seeing Fang Xun'an flee, the sheep paused for a brief moment before lowering its head to resume grazing. Fang Xun'an ran for what felt like ages until he could no longer muster the strength, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping heavily, he begrudgingly accepted the reality of his transformation into a flower. After all, many beings that traversed worlds were of various forms. As long as he didn't turn into sheep dung, he could reconcile with it. While I can accept being a flower, to start off with a life-or-death crisis is quite overwhelming. Just as he voiced this thought, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A deep voice resonated in his mind. The trial of life and death has been passed. The being has been confirmed as a part of this world. Next, the corresponding cultivation method shall be bestowed. The voice arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Fang Xun'an little time to react before it vanished. Scratching the flower bud atop his head, he pondered, what was that about? You nearly startled me into a stupor. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed a glowing white book materializing in his mind. This must be the cultivation method the voice mentioned. Driven by curiosity, Fang Xun'an directed his attention to the book. The cover of the book, radiating a pearly light, bore the title, World Flower Cultivation Manual. Fang Xun'an stared at the 8 characters in silence for a moment. At first glance, The name resembled that of a cheap self-help book one might find at a roadside stall. He scrutinized it for a while before resigning himself. Well, having this is better than not after all. One cannot be too picky with new player benefits. He gently turned to the first page, and a blinding white light flooded his mind. Ah, my 24K pure titanium alloy eyes. Fang Xun'an was taken aback, covering his eyes and collapsing to the ground. However, after a lengthy wait, the sharp pain he anticipated never arrived. It dawned on him. Of course, the brightness in my mind has nothing to do with my eyes. He refocused his attention on his mind. The blinding light had vanished, leaving only the open book floating silently in his consciousness. Fang Xun'an rushed over to see what it contained. To his surprise, the open page was entirely blank, a mere sheet of white paper. Fang Xun'an frowned, gazing at the blank page, and declared, "I want a refund. This does not meet my expectations." At that moment, a flurry of information suddenly flooded his mind. The abrupt influx startled Fang Xun'an, but as he perused the contents, a smile spread across his face. Ah, so this is where the real information lies. Upon reviewing, he discovered that the book not only contained a basic cultivation method, but also included an additional technique called hardened snaring floral fragrance. It seems I have a path to restore my human form. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to attempt the cultivation method. After all, it was his first genuine foray into the world of cultivation. Just as he was about to begin practicing, an intense wave of hunger and fatigue washed over him. Fang Xun'an quickly propped himself up and began assessing his physical condition. Oh no, I got so caught up in studying this technique that I completely forgot I'm no longer human. Indeed, Fang Xun'an was merely a flower devoid of any significant cultivation. He could not survive long without the soil. Moreover, his previous flight had drained his energy, leaving him both parched and deprived of nutrients. Realizing his urgent need for sustenance, Fang Xun'an swiftly dug a small hole and buried himself within it. However, the hole was too small, causing his roots to constrict and bunch together. Consequently, the absorption of water and nutrient from the soil was minimal. With such scant resources, he could not satisfy his current needs. This won't do. If I don't perish at the jaws of those sheep, I might just die from my own negligence. Feeling the deterioration of his condition, Fang Xun'an became increasingly anxious. He needed to locate a water source quickly, otherwise he risked wilting away right there. Fang Xun'an turned his head, scanning the surroundings, which were devoid of any water sources, merely filled with grass and trees. As the sun gradually ascended, the once comforting warmth now felt like a relentless burden pressing upon him. But he sensed the moisture within his body dissipating drop by drop, anxiously exclaiming, "No, remaining here will only lead to a slow demise." Having uttered those words, he cast his gaze toward the nearby slope, swallowed hard, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "It seems I have no choice but to take a gamble." With that, he swiftly extracted his legs from the pit and raced down the incline. In his current predicament, the only hope of finding water lay in the lower terrain. Fang Xun'an continued to sprint towards the lower ground, and with the sun beating down upon him, he could distinctly feel the moisture within his body evaporating rapidly. After nearly half an hour of running, he calculated that at this rate, it would not be long before he transformed into a withered wildflower, nameless and forgotten in this forest. "Water, water, please reveal yourself." Fang Xun'an looked down at the path beneath him, closing his eyes as he let out a final cry. Suddenly, as he burst forth from a thicket, a vast lake came into view. His heart leapt with joy at the sight of the lake, and he hurriedly jumped in. With a splash, Fang Xun'an floated serenely on the surface of the water, a contented expression gracing his face as he remarked, "Indeed, a gambler reaps rewards in the end." Once he had regained his strength, he emerged from the water. Upon returning to solid ground, his first action was to dig a deep hole and bury his roots. Then, he began to cultivate according to the techniques stored in his mind. During the process of his cultivation, Fang Xun'an could distinctly feel a surge of energy rapidly entering his body. At this rate of absorption, I seem to be quite the prodigy in cultivation, he thought to himself, brimming with excitement. It appeared that even as a nameless wildflower, he remained the king among flowers. Thus, Fang Xun'an took root beside the lake, lost in the world of cultivation. However, he had forgotten one crucial fact. When a location boasts a plentiful water source, it inevitably attracts wildlife seeking to quench their thirst. Sure enough, not long after Fang Xun'an began cultivating, a massive brown bear emerged. It ambled leisurely to the lakeside, lapping up the water. Yet, a casual glance upwards revealed Fang Xun'an, diligently cultivating at the water's edge. Upon spotting Fang Xun'an, the bear's eyes brightened, and it immediately bounded over. It halted before Fang Xun'an, scrutinizing him closely. "Wow, look at this flower. It is so beautiful. Why don't we take him?" The bear's interest grew with each glance. Having grown weary of meat for days, this splendid little flower could be a delightful change to its diet. After all, a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables is the healthiest approach. Deeply engrossed in his cultivation, Fang Xun'an was suddenly jolted awake by a surge of unease. He shivered and quickly opened his eyes. Before he could utter a word, he saw a foul-smelling maw lunging towards him. "Damn!" With that exclamation, Fang Xun'an immediately took off running. The bear, having bitten into thin air, was momentarily puzzled, and then focused intently on the scene. There stood the flower it had set its sights on, astonishingly using its roots as legs, sprinting across the grass with remarkable speed. "What on earth is this? Flowers can run now?" The bear was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed its pursuit. Nothing that caught its eye would escape its grasp. The chase continued for quite some time, until Fang Xun'an found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff. He glanced back at the precipice, although a river flowed below. Jumping from such a height would likely equate to a fatal fall. Turning back, he saw the bear closing in, and despair filled his heart. "Even without this cliff, I have been running for so long that my body can hardly endure." The bear, observing Fang Xun'an trapped with nowhere to flee, could not help but smirk with satisfaction. "Come on, run." As the bear drew nearer, Fang Xun'an glanced at the cliff behind him, hesitated for a brief moment, then gritted his teeth and leaped. "To hell with it, I refuse to become bear droppings." The bear, witnessing Fang Xun'an jump off the cliff, was left dumbfounded. This flower would rather leap to its death than let me have my way. Such fierce spirit. Meanwhile, as Fang Xun'an plummeted, he felt the rushing wind beside him and stared blankly at the sky. At this very moment, he seemed to behold the scene of that day, running beneath the setting sun, a poignant reminder of his lost youth. As he felt himself nearing the water surface, he could only express his profound sorrow and indignation. Exclaiming, "I, Fang Xun'an, have come to this place with great difficulty, only to meet such a tragic fate. How I despise this." With a splash, Fang Xun'an landed upon the water. Yet, contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain, he felt as if he had merely been gently nudged by some unseen force. It was utterly painless. Upon glancing at his body and discovering no significant injuries, he finally realized that he was no longer human. As a delicate green flower, it was quite normal to fall upon the water's surface without harm. Had he known earlier, he would not have donned such a heroic facade, appearing rather foolish. After muttering to himself, Fang Xun'an quietly lay upon the water surface, drifting along with the river. Time passed, and he found himself floating for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to slumber upon the water. When he awoke, he discovered that night had fully enveloped the sky, and he was now lying on a patch of grass. Rubbing his non-existent eyes, he rose to his feet. "Where on earth am I?" He surveyed his surroundings, only to find everything shrouded in a thick mist, rendering it impossible to discern this mysterious place. The atmosphere seemed saturated with moisture. However, it was getting late, so he decided to make do for the night. With that, Fang Xun'an settled into a nearby thicket. He looked at the tall weeds encircling him and nodded in satisfaction. "Surely, I will not be easily discovered here." Thus, he resumed his cultivation in the blink of an eye. 5 days had elapsed. Fang Xun'an concluded that he was indeed a prodigy in cultivation, for in just a few days he had already broken through to the first realm. Yet he began to question his sense of direction. Trapped in this forest for 5 days, he had been wandering in circles, unable to escape. What sort of place is this? Why am I stuck in this vicinity? After much circling, he found himself once more beneath the marked tree. Having lost count of how many times he had returned to this spot, this shouldn't be. I have always had a good sense of direction, he muttered, stroking the bud atop his head. This predicament was not due to his failings, but rather the forest's peculiar nature. Known as the Lost Forest in the Void Continent, it was perpetually cloaked in mist. Once a being entered, they could not leave unless the fog dissipated. Unfortunately, Fang Xun'an had unwittingly stumbled into this lost forest during his previous drift. As Fang Xun'an sat in a state of despair, contemplating his escape, he suddenly noticed that the mist within the forest was gradually dissipating. Last, the fog is clearing. He looked up to see sunlight filtering through the dense leaves, casting a warm glow upon the grass below, which lifted his spirits considerably. Quickly, he found a relatively open area to settle in and bask in the sun, having gone several days without sunlight. His leaves had begun to yellow. Fang Xun'an reveled in the warmth, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Lost Forest, the leaders of the 7 major sects, upon noticing the dispersing mist, turned to their disciples and proclaimed, "Now that the fog of the Lost Forest is lifted, regardless of whether you manage to obtain a companion spirit, you must return within 7 days. Understood? Understood," the disciples replied in unison. Subsequently, they mounted their magical artifacts and ventured into the Lost Forest. As each leader observed their disciples entering, they promptly retrieved chairs, tables, lounge chairs, peanuts, and other assorted items from their spatial bags. They then gathered together, munching on peanuts while engaging in conversation. "Old Chu, your new disciples from the Sun Tian sect seem rather promising," remarked the leader of the Qi Tian demon sect, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Chu Xian. Chu Xian, sensing the implications of that grin, recalled a troubling incident and promptly threw a peanut at him. "Shen Yingguai, you scoundrel, do not set your sights on my sect disciples. I have yet to settle the score for the last disciple who intended to join my sect but was intercepted by you." Shen Yingguai not only caught the peanut with his mouth, but also raised an eyebrow at him with a cheeky expression. Chu Xian's anger flared, but finding himself powerless to retaliate, he could only sulk in silence. At that moment, Jiang Xingfeng, the leader of the Ying Tian sect, interjected. "Enough, Shun, stop harassing the honest Chu Xian. I recall that Brother Gu's precious daughter is among this batch of new disciples. Why not try your luck with her?" Hearing this, Gu Yintian glared fiercely at Shen Yingguai, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You dare!" Shen Yingguai hastily waved his hands in denial. "Do not listen to that old fool Jiang Xingfeng. I lack the audacity for such things." Gu Yintian huffed in response. "If any fool dares to touch my daughter, I shall uproot him." At that moment, basking in the sunlight, Fang Xun'an inexplicably sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. "I am literally under the sun. How could I catch a cold? It seems this forest humidity is too intense. I must find a way out soon." With that thought, he resumed his wandering through the forest. 3 days later, Fang Xun'an found himself sprinting through the forest with great urgency. Glancing back, he saw a purple leopard, crackling with electricity, hot on his heels. Fang Xun'an lamented, "Goodness, I've truly gotten myself into trouble this time. Let us rewind time to an hour prior." Fang Xun'an was merrily meandering through the forest. Having dispelled the disorientation that had plagued him, he felt it would not be long before he could find his way out. Suddenly, he heard a beastly roar nearby. A curious little flower. Fang Xun'an eagerly rushed towards the sound, for what could be more captivating than witnessing a spectacle? However, what lay before him was utterly shocking. Not far off, a purple leopard was atop a golden leopard. Engaged in a rather compromising act, Fang Xun'an trembled with rage, his body cold with sweat despite the heat of the day. What is wrong with this society? Why must the female leopard be subjugated by the male? Cannot she be the one on top? When will the female leopard rise? Fang Xun'an could not abide this blatant oppression of females, especially in broad daylight. He leaped forward, shouting at the purple male leopard, "You beast! I can see at a glance you're not human. Why don't you lie down and let your mate take the lead?" The purple leopard cast a sidelong glance at Fang Xun'an, only to dismiss him upon realizing he was merely a flower. Resuming its activities, infuriated by the leopard's blatant disregard, Fang Xun'an declared, "What? Do you look down upon me, this beloved little flower? Allow me to teach you that only the worthy may possess beauty. With that, he grinned mischievously, eager to test a new technique he had only recently mastered. I wonder if it will work. As he spoke, Fang Xun'an activated a technique known as Mihua fragrance. Instantly, a faint yet alluring scent began to emanate from the flower bud atop his head. Fang Xun'an deftly guided this floral aroma, allowing it to waft silently into the nostrils of a golden leopard nearby. The golden leopard, which had been blissfully enjoying its repose with closed eyes, suddenly snapped them open upon catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance. Casting a disdainful glance at the purple leopard sprawled upon it, it swatted the creature away and began to search for the source of the captivating scent. The purple leopard, poised to unleash its energy, found itself abruptly knocked aside in a befuddled state. It watched helplessly as its mate scampered over to the flower it had just seen, affectionately nudging the flower bud with its head. The vibrant green of the flower appeared dazzling under the sun's rays, seemingly reflecting its verdant glow onto the purple leopard's head. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, unfazed by the unfolding chaos, stood with arms crossed in a posture of disdain, declaring, "Brother, your mate is quite lovely, but in the next moment, she shall be mine." The purple leopard, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in disbelief, seethed. "What is this? Stealing my mate right in front of me with such arrogance? You must be courting death." With a fierce roar, it lunged toward the audacious flower. Despite a lifetime of not consuming anything plant-based, today it was determined to crush that flower into pulp, confronted by the aggressively advancing leopard. Fang Xun'an remained unperturbed that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He mused. How could he possibly place himself in danger merely to test the potency of his technique? Just as the purple leopard charged, the golden leopard unexpectedly leaped forward to block Fang Xun'an's path. Seeing its mate in the way, the purple leopard screeched to a halt. The golden leopard not only stood protectively before Fang Xun'an, but also bared its teeth menacingly at the purple one, as if to signal that any further advance would be met with aggression. The purple leopard gazed in disbelief at the scene before it, realizing that its mate had developed animosity toward it for the sake of a stranger. Its worldview shattered. It felt as though no woman in this world could be trusted. Like a fish out of water, it plopped down despondently. Have I gone too far? Fang Xun'an pondered, gazing at the despondent leopard. Unsure of how to proceed, that moment, the pink glow in the golden leopard's eyes suddenly vanished. Upon regaining consciousness, it discovered that its mate, who had been resting on its back, was now seated before it in a state of despair, while a peculiar flower loomed behind it. Rushing over, the golden leopard inquired what had transpired. Fang Xun'an, noticing the golden leopard's return to awareness, inwardly panicked. Hadn't the technique's description indicated that it was only effective on beings without intelligence? Why had the effect worn off so swiftly? Observing the two leopards engage in an emotional exchange, he realized that even a fool would understand that his best option was to flee. Thus, Fang Xun'an cautiously retreated while keeping an eye on the two leopards. The purple leopard, now enlightened, recognized that it had been the flower that had ensnared its mate. As it turned to confront Fang Xun'an, their eyes locked in a moment of intense understanding. Fang Xun'an, with a sincere expression, said, Brother, everything that just happened was merely a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" "How? I believe you not at all," the purple leopard roared, charging toward Fang Xun'an, crackling with electricity in response. Fang Xun'an immediately turned and fled without a backward glance. Let us return to the present. Fang Xun'an and the purple leopard had been enacting this chase for over half an hour. Glancing back at the relentless pursuer, he shouted in exasperation, "Brother, please, let's keep the peace. We can negotiate." Yet the only reply he received was the purple leopard's furious growls. Fang Xun'an realized he must devise an escape plan quickly. Otherwise, he might perish from dehydration before ever being caught by the leopard. However, the purple leopard remained steadfastly on his tail, leaving him no respite. As his strength began to wane, the specter of death loomed ever nearer. Fang Xun'an vowed that if given another chance, he would never again act so recklessly. Just when he felt cornered, a dark sword energy descended from the heavens, striking the purple leopard with a pained yelp. It stumbled back. Fang Xun'an halted and looked up, Eager to see who had saved his life, a girl clad in azure descended gracefully, landing between Fang Xun'an and the purple leopard. She took a step back, positioning herself protectively in front of him, and pointed a black sword at the purple leopard, saying, "Little kitty, if you don't leave now, I'll make sure to strip you of all your fur." The leopard, having recognized the girl as a formidable opponent, glared at Fang Xun'an before reluctantly retreating, vowing, "I, Old Purple, will remember this grudge and repay it in kind." Fang Xun'an, witnessing the departure of the purple leopard, immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed deeply to the girl. "Thank you, divine sister, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I offer myself in service." Unfortunately, the girl could not hear his words. After driving off the leopard, she turned and squatted in front of him, arms wrapped around her knees. Upon catching sight of her face, Fang Xun'an was momentarily mesmerized. Forgetting even the basic functions of photosynthesis, the girl's bright, expressive eyes blinked at him, making him feel bashful about continuing their gaze. When she noticed that he remained unresponsive, she reached out a delicate finger to poke the flower bud atop his head. "Hey, little one, I saw the whole scene where you teased the purple thunder leopard. You must possess considerable intelligence, so there's no need to play dumb with me." Fang Xun'an snapped out of his reverie and hastily clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude. The girl, smiling brightly, replied, "Oh, that was just a trivial matter. You needn't thank me." Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an felt tears welling up his eyes. What a wonderful girl! Not only was she eager to assist flowers, but she also sought no reward. He was astonished to find a successor of altruism in this world. However, before he could fully process his admiration, the girl suddenly shifted her tone. "But if you insist on thanking me, it wouldn't be too much to ask if you became my companion spirit." Confused by her words, Fang Xun'an stammered, "Sister, I never said I felt the need to thank you. And what exactly is a companion spirit?" The girl, surprised by his bewilderment at the term, exclaimed, "No way. You little flower don't even know what a companion spirit is." Little Flower was a rather absurd moniker that clashed with his proud demeanor, and Fang Xun'an silently scoffed at it. He then nodded earnestly at the girl. Seeing his sincerity, she began to explain, "A companion spirit, as the name suggests, is a being destined to accompany each other throughout their lives. If you become my companion spirit, you will be with me for eternity." Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an was immediately taken aback. His expression transformed into one of alarm. What is this so-called companion spirit? Is this not merely a legendary beast pet? Absolutely not. He promptly waved his hand to the girl, signaling his refusal. "How could I, Fang Xun'an, who has lived a life of freedom and indulgence, ever be bound to another, no matter how beautiful they may be?" The girl, noticing Fang Xun'an's unexpected rejection, felt her smile shift into something more ominous. "Oh, are you quite certain you won't come with me?" Fang Xun'an, upon hearing her words, nodded resolutely. Becoming a companion spirit was utterly out of the question, impossible for an entire lifetime. Yet, she continued, "If you refuse, I shall take you back to feed the sheep." Upon reflection, the idea of being a companion spirit didn't seem so terrible after all. It would provide sustenance and shelter, and he could live alongside a beautiful girl. This was indeed a dream come true for any man. Thus, Fang Xun'an resolved to accept the role of her companion spirit. Seeing the girl's devilish grin, he patted his chest and nodded in agreement. "What? Someone dares to call me cowardly. You simply do not understand. This is simply following the path of my heart." Upon hearing Fang Xun'an's assent, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Really? You agree? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Xintong. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." With that, she extended her hand toward Fang Xun'an. Reluctantly, he took her hand in a brief shake. Just then, an unexpected event occurred, but a surge of green energy erupted from within Fang Xun'an, diving into Gu Xintong's body, while simultaneously a black energy emanated from her being and entered his. Alarmed, Fang Xun'an quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "What is happening?" To his astonishment, Gu Xintong seemed to hear his exclamation, responding, "This is a bond of will. It allows me to hear your thoughts. It also signifies that we are now officially each other's companion spirits." Fang Xun'an, bewildered, replied, "What? companion spirits. Isn't that supposed to be a one-sided affair? Gu Xintong laughed lightly and flicked the bud atop his head, saying, "Little flower, what are you talking about? Companion spirits cannot be unilateral. The era of merely collecting beast pets has long since passed. Upon becoming each other's companion spirits, both parties must support one another's growth." Upon comprehending the true meaning of this bond, Fang Xun'an grumbled, "So, after all this, being a companion spirit means this. If you had explained it sooner, I would have readily agreed without the need for threats involving sheep dung." Seeing Fang Xun'an blame her, Gu Xintong seized him playfully, her expression mischievous as she said, "Are you implying it's my fault?" Fang Xun'an's instincts as a straightforward man urged him to tread carefully. If he mismanaged his response, his life could very well be in jeopardy. Thus, he grinned and said, "How could I ever blame you? This is clearly my own folly." I hesitated to respond immediately simply because I am as foolish as a pig. Yu Xintong huffed lightly. "I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next, I shall toss you into a cesspit to absorb your nutrients." With that, she produced a beast containment pouch from her waist, gesturing for Fang Xun'an to enter. "Hurry, let us return to the sect." Fang Xun'an gazed at the intricately embroidered pouch, shaking his head vehemently. "In no way. I will not enter, even if it costs me my life." Refusing to enter the beast pouch was the last vestige of his stubbornness. Gu Xintong, seeing his resolute demeanor, reluctantly stowed the pouch away. "Suit yourself, but little flower, you had better hold on tight. I have a name. I am Fang Xun'an. Do not call me little flower." "All right, little flower, no problem." "Little flower." Ew. After Fang Xun'an's incessant insistence, Gu Xintong ultimately relinquished the moniker Little Flower, opting instead to refer to him as Xun'an or Little'nin. Though Little'nin was hardly an improvement, it was certainly preferable to Little Flower. Fang Xun'an could only accept this with resignation. Following the establishment of their bond, Gu Xintong prepared to escort him back to the sect's residence. Throughout their journey, her spirits were evidently high, as she flew while humming a cheerful tune. It was astonishing that she had found her companion spirit within just 3 days. Yu Xintong felt elated, knowing that many who ventured into the lost forest never found their destined companion spirit. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an perched upon Gu Xintong's shoulder, absorbing the energy she transmitted while gazing down at the scenery below. This energy felt like a refreshing spring, revitalizing his body and alleviating his worries about dehydration. Fang Xun'an silently expressed his gratitude. Previously, he had to pause frequently to replenish his moisture, hindering his ability to roam freely. Now, with Gu Xintong as a mobile spring, he could finally explore the world at ease. "Xintong, how much longer until we arrive?" Fang Xun'an inquired. Looking up, they had previously discussed flying aboard a vessel, yet after 3 to 4 hours, he had yet to catch a glimpse of 1.0. "Didn't I say?" "We are almost there," Gu Xintong replied impatiently. Fang Xun'an couldn't help but roll his eyes, retorting, "You said the same 2 hours ago. Are you sure you aren't lost?" Gu Xintong shot him a glare. "What, Little'nin, are you doubting me?" Fang Xun'an quickly waved his hands. No, I would never entertain such a notion." Yu Xintong huffed softly, quickening her pace. Fang Xun'an released a breath of relief. Being bound to this fierce girl might make future days rather challenging. Alas, life was not easy, and he sighed. After more than an hour had passed, Fang Xun'an finally spotted the flying vessels of the 7 great sects. "Wow," he exclaimed, marveling at the sight of the ships, his voice betraying his excitement. "This is enormous." Indeed, 7 vessels hovered in the air, each as large as an aircraft carrier, a sight that would surely astonish any modern-day observer. Yu Xintong called out to one of the ships. "Father, I'm back." She then landed on the deck of a black vessel. Upon seeing her return, several disciples on the ship rose to greet her. "Yu Shimi, you're back," they exclaimed. "Did you find your companion's spirits so soon?" Gu Xintong nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "Has anyone seen where my father went?" The disciples pointed toward a nearby white vessel, saying, "The sect leader went to play chess with sect leader Jiang of the Yingtian sect." Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, muttered irritably, "This guy truly is a terrible chess player." With that, she set off toward the Yingtian sect's vessel. The remaining disciples, watching Gu Xintong depart, couldn't help but marvel as expected of the sect leader's daughter. Just 3 days have passed, and she has already found her companion spirit. Indeed, Gu Shimi is beautiful and talented. I wonder which man is worthy of her. I heard that Zhao Feng, the prodigy from the Shuntian sect, seems to be pursuing Gu Shimi. The other disciples scoffed at this notion. Please, someone like Zhao Feng hardly deserves Gu Shimi. If the sect leader were to find out, he would likely deal with Zhao Feng most harshly. Upon arriving at the Yingtian sect's vessel, Gu Xintong found her father, Gu Yintian, staring intently at the chessboard, a look of deep concentration on his face. Opposite him, Jiangxing Feng toyed with his chess pieces. A grin plastered across his face. Enough, Gu. Just admit defeat. You cannot hope to win against me. The onlooking sect leaders chimed in. Indeed, Gu, just concede already. Indeed, let us accept this outcome this time and return again in the future. Alas, it is regrettable that I had staked 5 exquisite spirit stones on the hope that Brother Gu would emerge victorious this time. Upon hearing this, Gu Yintian impatiently waved his hand, dismissing them with the words, "Step aside. Do not disturb my concentration." The other sect leaders chuckled and responded, all right, we shall take our leave." With that, they dispersed, each finding a small stool to sit on and engage in conversation. Observing this, Gu Xintong approached her father and reproachfully remarked, "Father, you are well aware that you cannot possibly win against Uncle Jiang. Why do you insist on subjecting yourself to such humiliation?" Upon noticing his beloved daughter's arrival, Gu Yintian immediately waved his hand toward Jiang Xingfeng, declaring, "No more games. My dear Tongtong has returned, and who would continue to play chess with this old fellow?" With that, he promptly took Gu Xintong and headed back to their sect's flying vessel. The other 6 sect leaders burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "It seems Brother Gu's affection for his daughter is a flaw he cannot amend." "Ah, indeed." Upon their return, Gu Yintian sat beside Gu Xintong and inquired, "Tongtong, you have returned rather early. Have you found your companion spirit?" Gu Xintong turned to glance at Fang Xun'an, who was resting on her shoulder, and replied, "Behold, this is the companion spirit I have found." Gu Yintian scrutinized Fang Xun'an for a considerable time before frowning and saying, "Are you certain this is your companion spirit? This little one seems rather dim-witted." Indeed, Fang Xun'an was still in a state of shock from seeing the flying vessel. Appearing rather dazed, Gu Xintong, noticing this, playfully slapped his flower bud. Fang Xun'an was instantly jolted awake, looking bewildered as he exclaimed, "Huh, who just hit me?" Gu Yintian, amused by his animated reaction, chuckled. "Well, he does seem surprisingly clever." Gu Xintong, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, I thought this fellow possessed exceptional intelligence, which is why I chose him as my companion spirit." Fang Xun'an, looking at the large face before him, expressed his disdain. "Sister Xintong, who is this person? He looks rather unremarkable." Gu Xintong, hearing this, gave him another playful smack on his flower bud, retorting, "How can you speak like that? This is my father." Fang Xun'an received yet another slap and, in pain, covered his little flower bud. Upon realizing that this seemingly unimpressive individual was Gu Xintong's father, he quickly extended a hand and said, "Ah, so you're my father-in-law. I truly apologize for my rudeness earlier." Gu Yintian, finding it rather amusing that this nameless little flower, possessing only a single realm of cultivation, was not afraid of him and wished to shake his hand, felt even more entertained. He extended his hand in return, grasping Fang Xun'an's small, tender branch, and remarked, "Oh, this fellow does seem to possess a fair amount of intelligence." Upon hearing Fang Xun'an's earlier words, Gu Xintong seized him, vigorously flicking his flower bud while menacingly saying, "You little rascal, what did you just say?" This time, Gu Xintong flicked him with great force, causing Fang Xun'an to squirm and cry out in distress. It is worth noting that with only a single realm of cultivation, he was utterly incapable of escaping her grip. He could only use his hands to weakly shield his flower bud, pleading loudly, "Ah, Sister Xintong, please stop, or my little flower bud will fall off. Woe is me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me." After delivering one final forceful flick, Gu Xintong placed him back on her shoulder, saying, "I shall let you off this time, but should you speak so indiscreetly again, I will toss you into a cesspit." Fang Xun'an, cradling his flower bud, slumped helplessly against her shoulder, tears streaming down his cheeks. I vow, I shall never be so mischievous again. Meanwhile, Gulian, observing his daughter's vigorous reprimand of Fang Xun'an, curiously asked, Tong Tong, what did this little one do to provoke such anger? Gu Xintong, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, could only respond, if you had heard what little Inen just said, you would be even angrier than I am. Gulian, puzzled by his daughter's statement, asked, what do you mean that I would be angrier? He then cast a glance at Fang Xun'an, who was still covering his flower bud on Gu Xintong's shoulder. What could such a little flower possibly say to incite my anger? Could it be that he harbors designs on my daughter? The mere thought brought a chuckle to Gulian. What a jest! After all, he was merely a flower at the first realm of cultivation. No matter how intelligent he was, he could hardly comprehend human aesthetics, let alone entertain notions of courting his daughter. Unbeknownst to Gu Xintong, her father was lost in such musings as she and Fang Xun'an explored the flying vessel. She quickly realized that returning early was not particularly advantageous, as most of her fellow disciples who had entered the Lost Forest with her had yet to return. Moreover, Gu Xintong was not one to remain idle, especially with her close friends absent. Thus, after a short while, she began to feel a sense of restlessness. Little Inen, it seems rather dull on the flying vessel. Shall we venture outside for a bit? Gu Xintong whispered to Fang Xun'an. Fang Xun'an, perplexed, replied, dull? I do not feel that way at all. I find a flying vessel exceedingly interesting. I do not wish to leave. Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, expressed her joy by exclaiming, Indeed, little Inen, you too find it boring, do you not? Fang Xun'an protested. I clearly said I do not. Before he could finish, Gu Xintong turned and shouted to her father, who was not far away. Father, little Inen thinks the flying vessel is too dull. He wishes to go out for a stroll. Gulian, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded. It is only natural for little wildflowers to feel a bit out of place after just leaving the forest. Since that is the case, take him out for a walk, but remember to return promptly. Gu Xintong, thrilled by her father's consent, exclaimed, I knew father would be the best for me. With that, she mounted her flying sword and soared into the distance. Gulian called after her retreating figure, Tong Tong, be careful on your journey. If you encounter someone you cannot defeat, remember to shout my name. Gu Xintong waved back, replying, understood, and departed in a chosen direction. Watching his daughter disappear from view, Gulian rolled up his sleeves and, with renewed vigor, charged back toward the flying vessel of Engtian's sect, muttering, Old dog Jiang, let's see if I cannot defeat you thoroughly this time. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an found himself inexplicably whisked away by Gu Xintong, wearing a hat of discomfort. Along the way, he stood on Gu Xintong's shoulder, hands on his hips, and asked, I say, your father dotes on you so. If you wish to leave, he would surely not stop you. Why then do you insist on using me as an excuse? Gu Xintong, grinning, replied, Oh, I must maintain the image of a good daughter in front of my father, so I can only use you as my pretext. With that, she delivered another playful smack to Fang Xun'an's flower bud, adding, And what do you mean by our father? Are you feeling particularly cheeky? Ouch! Fang Xun'an yelped as he received yet another slap. Defensively cradling his flower bud and lamenting, But I am already your flower. What is wrong with calling him that? Gu Xintong pondered this for a moment and realized he had a point. Although she could find no words to counter him, she still poked Fang Xun'an's little flower bud and retorted, I do not care. You cannot call my father that. Oh, if I cannot call him that now, does that not imply I may do so in the future? Fang Xun'an thought to himself, feeling quite pleased, though he merely replied, Very well, I shall call him the sect leader. That should suffice. Gu Xintong, hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more appropriate, I could see this moment. Fang Xun'an suddenly recalled how he had been whisked away by her, yet now he found himself utterly oblivious to their destination. Sister Xintong, where are we headed? He inquired. Raising his gaze, we're on our way to the Dragon Ridge beside the Lost Forest. Gu Xintong replied excitedly, her voice brimming with anticipation. Why father mentioned that place is abundant with rare treasures. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an felt a surge of excitement at the realization that their quest was for treasures, prompting him to urge, Hurry, let us move quickly. In response, Gu Xintong turned to him and said, Then you better hold on tight. No sooner had she spoken than her flying sword accelerated, transforming her into a streak of black that tore through the sky, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. Fang Xun'an quickly wrapped his arms around Gu Xintong's neck to prevent himself from falling. Under such rapid velocity, they soon arrived at the Dragon Ridge. Once Gu Xintong landed, Fang Xun'an slowly released his grip, shaking his head in disbelief as he remarked, "You're far too fast." Gu Xintong, observing Fang Xun'an struggling to maintain his balance on her shoulder, replied with an air of disdain, "You asked me to speed up, and now you complain about the pace. What a delicate flower you are. So hard to please." At her words, Fang Xun'an found himself at a loss for a response, fearing that speaking might lead to another reprimand. Hence, he deemed silence as the wisest option. Noticing his reticence, Gu Xintong let out a soft huff and began to wander aimlessly around. Fang Xun'an followed her for quite some time, yet they encountered nothing of interest. Although he was acutely aware that his next question might land him in trouble, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Xintong, you're not just wandering aimlessly, are you?" As expected upon hearing this, Gu Xintong raised her hand and delivered a light thump to his head, retorting, "What do you know? My luck has always been exceptional. Just wandering around is bound to yield something." Rubbing his head, Fang Xun'an muttered under his breath, "With your method of searching, finding anything would be a miracle." However, he had forgotten that he was perched on Gu Xintong's shoulder, and even his quiet murmur was heard. Consequently, he received another gentle thump to the head. "If you dare to question me again, I'll leave you in a pile of dung." Gu Xintong threatened fiercely. Under the weight of her formidable presence, Fang Xun'an could only cower, shielding his head in submission. Didn't we agree to be partners? Why do I always end up getting hit? Fang Xun'an lamented internally, recalling the days when he was pursued by a giant bear. Though he had been in dire straits then, he had still enjoyed his freedom. How unlike now, where he found himself. Lost in thought, he glanced at Gu Xintong's exquisite visage, then lowered his head in silence. How fortunate he was to be accompanied by such a beautiful maiden. Unbeknownst to Gu Xintong, Fang Xun'an's mindset had shifted several times in the brief span. Meanwhile, she continued to scan her surroundings, hoping to stumble upon something valuable. As she wandered, she unwittingly approached a magnificent waterfall. Fang Xun'an stood in awe before the towering cascade, his heart racing at the sight. It was his first encounter with such a colossal waterfall. Gu Xintong, however, appeared unfazed, as if this sight was a commonplace occurrence for her. She gazed at the waterfall, shaking her head in disappointment. Sigh, this shouldn't be. Why haven't we encountered any treasures yet? Fang Xun'an silently mused. With your method of searching, finding anything would indeed be a ghost story. Just as Gu Xintong turned to leave, the tranquil pool at the base of the waterfall began to churn violently. Alarmed, Fang Xun'an tugged at Gu Xintong's hair and fixed his gaze on the agitated waters. "What's wrong?" she asked, noticing his tugging. Before Fang Xun'an could articulate his concerns, a massive shadow surged from the depths, charging towards them. Faced with the oncoming threat, he quickly summoned his mind flower's fragrance. Yet the activation of this technique required time, leaving him unable to ensnare the creature immediately. Gu Xintong, having spotted the creature herself, realized it was about to collide with her. With a slight smirk, she instantly activated her shadow technique. In an instant, both she and Fang Xun'an transformed into a wisp of black mist, disappearing from their previous location. Moments later, they reappeared on a nearby tree, where Gu Xintong, unperturbed, grinned at the creature below. "See, my luck is impeccable. We've encountered a rare Baishui crocodile." The Baishui crocodile, having missed its target, swiftly turned to face Gu Xintong, baring its jagged teeth. Gu Xintong chuckled, "Oh, this treasure seems quite fierce." She then turned to Fang Xun'an, who was still channeling his technique, and asked, "Little one, are you almost ready? Why is it taking you so long to activate your technique?" Fang Xun'an, without lifting his head, replied, "If I'm slow, you should be pleased." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Now he could only hope that Gu Xintong hadn't grasped the implication of his words. Otherwise, he would be in for another beating. Yet true to her nature as a little demoness, Gu Xintong immediately understood his remark and retorted angrily, "Oh, so you dare to tease me now and then? Clearly, The lesson I taught you was insufficient. Seeing her poised to strike, Fang Xun'an quickly interjected, "Wait, don't act just yet. I'm almost ready." Gu Xintong shot him a cold glance, but decided to spare him for the moment, relieved to be temporarily out of danger. Fang Xun'an guided the fragrant essence towards the Bai Shui crocodile, knowing he had to perform well or face dire consequences. The Bai Shui crocodile caught the scent of his flower fragrance. Its originally orange-yellow eyes transformed into a vivid pink. T eagerly approached the tree, where Fang Xun'an perched, its mouth agape, tail wagging with excitement. Fang Xun'an observed the enthralled Bai Shui crocodile and let out a breath of relief. "It seems my performance is satisfactory." Looking up at Gu Xintong, he cautiously inquired, "Sister Xintong, don't you think I did quite well?" Gu Xintong, gazing at the entranced creature below, was taken aback. It was one thing for a mid-level golden pattern thunder leopard to fall under Fang Xun'an's enchantment. It was quite another for a creature at the early stage of the third realm to succumb so easily. Intrigued, she scrutinized the nameless flower resting upon her shoulder for a while. Fang Xun'an, feeling her gaze, asked nervously, "Sister Xintong, why are you staring at me?" "I'm pondering what kind of wildflower you truly are," Gu Xintong replied. In exasperation, Fang Xun'an waved his hand, saying, "Honestly, I have no idea what kind of wildflower I am." He then urged, "Sister Xintong, hurry down and deal with that crocodile. My flower fragrance won't last forever." Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong, filled with curiosity, leaped down from the tree. She positioned her black sword against the Bai Shui crocodile's neck, but hesitated to strike. Fang Xun'an, noting her reluctance, grew increasingly anxious. "Sister, that creature is about to wake up? What are you waiting for?" Gu Xintong, perplexed, replied, "Why should I kill it if it poses no threat?" Fang Xun'an stared at her in disbelief. "If you don't kill it, are you waiting for it to kill you?" At this moment, the pink hue in the eyes of the azure crocodile gradually faded away. Fang Xun'an, seeing that it had awakened, could only utter in a voice filled with despair, "It's over." However, contrary to expectations, once the azure crocodile regained consciousness and felt the cold steel of a long sword pressed against its neck, it did not retaliate. Instead, it slumped its entire body and reluctantly crawled towards the pond. Gu Xintong, witnessing this, sheathed her sword and followed closely behind the azure crocodile. This scene left Fang Xun'an in a state of bewilderment. "What are you doing? Logically, shouldn't this be a fight to the death? Why has the conflict suddenly ceased?" As he observed the crocodile leading the way, a sense of unease washed over him. Something must be amiss. There must be an issue in that place. That moment, Gu Xintong, noticing Fang Xun'an lost in thought, inquired Xiaonan, "What made you consider slaying this azure crocodile?" Fang Xun'an, filled with confusion, looked up and replied, "Isn't it quite common to kill for treasure and to slay beasts for their elixirs?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong couldn't help but frown. "Xiaonan, how could you entertain such dark thoughts? As long as there is no deep-seated hatred between us, we would not resort to lethal measures. Furthermore, if the disparity in strength does not exceed 2 major realms, one can challenge the other. The victor may select a few of the finest items from the loser's collection, and challenges can only occur once a month." After sharing this, she couldn't resist scrutinizing Fang Xun'an further, saying, "What you mentioned was prohibited long ago, over 1,000 years back. You wouldn't happen to be a creature from that era, would you?" Fang Xun'an, upon hearing this, could only chuckle awkwardly. How could that possibly be? He hadn't anticipated that the rules of this world were so peculiar, realizing that his prior knowledge had led him astray. Sensing Gu Xintong's intent to continue her interrogation, he hastily shifted the topic. "Sister Xintong, look, that crocodile has entered the pond." As soon as he said this, Gu Xintong's attention indeed diverted from the previous question. She saw the azure crocodile plunge into the water and immediately produced a blue orb. The moment the orb appeared, it emanated a glow, enveloping her entirely. Subsequently, Gu Xintong leapt into the pond, and the water could not penetrate the luminous barrier surrounding her. Fang Xun'an was taken aback, despite the pond's seemingly modest size. It was remarkably deep. Gu Xintong followed the azure crocodile for quite some time before reaching the bottom of the pond. There, the crocodile parted some water weeds, revealing a small white flower hidden within. Upon seeing the little white flower, Gu Xintong instantly recognized it. This place also has the ghostly pond white orchid. Speaking thus, she swam closer to observe the flower meticulously. Once she confirmed that it was indeed the ghostly pond white orchid, she cautiously extracted it from the mud. "What splendid luck!" Gu Xintong exclaimed as she gazed at the ghostly pond white orchid in her hands. Fang Xun'an, having never encountered such a thing, inquired, "Is this item truly precious?" Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, shot him a disdainful glance. "I increasingly suspect that you are a creature from ancient times, not even knowing the ghostly pond white orchid." She stored the orchid in her spatial pouch. She added, "This flower is a third-tier water-type celestial herb, perfect for the refinement of my black abyss demon shadow." After saying this, she affectionately patted the azure crocodile's head, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for guarding this ghostly pond white orchid for me." The azure crocodile shook its head vigorously, dislodging her hand. It had guarded this orchid for so long, intending to consume it during its future breakthrough to the fourth tier. Now, having blurted out its intentions, it urged Gu Xintong to leave quickly, lest it become frustrated by the sight of her taking its precious find. Observing its displeasure, Gu Xintong refrained from provoking it further and exited the enchanted pond. Once ashore, she seized Fang Xun'an by the shoulder, fixing him with a mischievous gaze. "Now, let us address that matter from earlier when you teased me." Fang Xun'an, caught at her grasp, exclaimed in terror, "No way. Sister, you remember that?" Gu Xintong hummed a little tune, sauntering along the outer ridge of the Dilong Mountain. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an rubbed his budding flower, sitting obediently on her shoulder, muttering, "Surely you don't think you'll find more good things just by happenstance." Gu Xintong, having just acquired a ghostly pond white orchid, was in high spirits, too lazy to argue over trivialities. Noticing her indifference, Fang Xun'an pouted, skeptical that Gu Xintong could encounter any more treasure. Perhaps the previous ghostly pond white orchid had exhausted her luck, leaving her bereft of fortune for days to come. At this juncture, Gu Xintong perched on a large rock, swinging her long legs, grumbling, "What is going on? Why has my good fortune vanished so suddenly?" Fang Xun'an, settled on her shoulder, remarked with an air of knowing, "I told you, with your method of searching, it's impossible to find anything worthwhile. Luck is entirely unreliable." Hearing this, Gu Xintong promptly seized Fang Xun'an, poking at his budding flower with her delicate fingers, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You've siphoned off all my luck. How is that even possible?" Fang Xun'an retorted, though Gu Xintong continued to poke. Causing no pain, he crossed his arms, expressing his discontent. "This isn't something I can be blamed for. If anything, it's more accurate to say that just encountering me has squandered all your luck." Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, spat in disdain, "Pa, you think you have the right to waste all my luck?" After that, she returned Fang Xun'an to her shoulder and stretched lazily. "The time is ripe. We should head back." Then, she pulled out the ghostly pond white orchid, pouting at it. "After wandering here for 3 or 4 days, this is the only treasure I've found." Fang Xun'an, comfortably reclining on her shoulder, casually remarked, "Be content with what you have." Gu Xintong huffed in discontent. Seizing the moment when Fang Xun'an was distracted, she quickly activated her black abyss demon shadow and shot forward at high speed. Fang Xun'an nearly lost his balance from the sudden acceleration, but thankfully grasped Gu Xintong's shoulder just in time to avoid being flung off. "Hey, you didn't just accelerate to get rid of me and find a new companion spirit, did you?" he protested, clinging to her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong feigned surprise. "Oh, you've seen through my plan. I'll have to be more discreet next time." After several hours of flight, Fang Xun'an finally spotted the flying vessel of his sect. Gu Xintong shouted upon her return, "Father, I'm back." Gu Yintian, who had been in a state of melancholy due to his daughter's absence, perked up immediately upon hearing her voice. "Oh my. Tong Tong, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have gone out searching for you." Gu Xintong, grinning, replied, "It seems I returned just in time." The nearby vessels belonging to the 7 major sects had dwindled to 4. The Shuntian sect and Changtian sect had already departed after their disciples returned. The remaining sects had yet to gather all their members, hence they lingered. After conversing with her father for a while, Gu Xintong dashed off to chat with her 2 close friends. "Xintong, is this your companion spirit? Lin Lihua gazed at the nameless little flower perched upon Gu Xintong's shoulder, unable to resist the impulse to poke at its bud. Fang Xun'an, witnessing this, swiftly intervened to shoo away the woman's intrusive hand. Woman, I, Fang Xun'an, am unwaveringly loyal. You, a poor wretch of ill repute, cannot simply touch me at will. After his hand struck hers, Lin Lihua quickly withdrew her fingers. Chuckling, this little one is quite fierce, isn't it? Indeed, more so than you. Fang Xun'an secretly muttered to himself. I could see that moment. Another beautiful older sister standing beside Lin Lihua spoke up. Xintong, what kind of flower is your companion spirit? Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, could only shake her head and respond. Jifeng, if even your universal spirit does not know, then I certainly cannot be expected to. The young woman named Jifeng bent down, stroking her chin while staring intently at Fang Xun'an. What kind of flower are you, then? I have never seen one like you before. Fang Xun'an felt uncomfortable under her gaze, but, too shy to speak up, tugged gently at Gu Xintong's hair, signaling her to say something. Understanding his cue, Gu Xintong quickly shifted the topic. Enough about me. Have you all found your own companion spirits during this outing? Jifeng, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiry about Fang Xun'an's nature. She opened her beast pouch and pulled out a seemingly ordinary black creature, declaring, this here, a mid-stage of the first realm midnight phantom. If my companion's spirit, as she spoke, she affectionately stroked the creature, which nestled into her embrace, emitting a contented purr. Fang Xun'an glanced at the creature lying in the expansive bosom of Jifeng, then turned to look at Gu Xintong beside him, suddenly feeling as if the bud atop his head had transformed into a lemon. How enviable! Why must his companion's spirit endure harsh treatment, while hers could rest comfortably? Alas, the injustice of fate! Upon seeing the midnight phantom, Lin Lihua exclaimed and lunged forward, eager to pet its head. The creature responded with a threatening growl, baring its large mouth. Jifeng swiftly smacked its head, admonishing, Zifeng, behave. After receiving the reprimand, the creature named Zifeng settled down, allowing Lin Lihua to stroke its head. Wow, it's so well behaved. Lin Lihua marveled as she caressed it. Gu Xintong joined in as well, observing this. Fang Xun'an scoffed, woman, you truly are fickle. After saying this, he leapt down from Gu Xintong's shoulder and began to pet Zifeng. This is delightful. However, Zifeng soon grew displeased with Fang Xun'an standing atop it, feeling it was one thing for its companion spirit's friend to pet it, but quite another for this nameless little flower to do so. It raised a paw and swatted Fang Xun'an away. Startled, he jumped down and returned to Gu Xintong's shoulder, glaring at Zifeng with indignation, silently vowing, you wretched creature, once I grow stronger, I shall pluck every last hair from you. At that moment, Gu Xintong, who had been petting Zifeng, suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Lihua, Lihua, what is your companion spirit? I still have no idea. Jifeng nodded in agreement. Yes, Lihua, do show us your companion spirit. All right, I shall show you, Lin Lihua replied, ceasing her petting. She opened her beast pouch and called out, come out, Adai. However, there was no response from within the pouch. Holding it aloft, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. As her friend stared, a flush crept onto Lin Lihua's cheeks. She hastily reached into the pouch, feeling around. Oh dear, foolish Adai. What are you doing? Gu Xintong and Jifeng, seeing her struggle, could only watch as she fumbled. After a short while, Lin Lihua seemed to grasp something, pulling with all her might and calling out, Adai, come out quickly. At long last, after her persistent efforts, the creature known as Adai finally emerged. Fang Xun'an stared in disbelief at the towering crimson-furred wolf. Its menacing teeth bared, he could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. You named this beast Adai. Gu Xintong and Jifeng shared his sentiment, their lips also twitching at the sight of the ferocious crimson wolf. Jifeng shook her head at the creature and remarked to Lin Lihua, I think I understand why your companion spirit is reluctant to appear. Lin Lihua, confused, immediately inquired, oh, why is that? Jifeng did not divulge the reason right away, but asked, first, tell me how it reacted when you named it. Lin Lihua pondered for a moment before recounting, I accidentally stumbled upon it in an intimate moment with another crimson wolf, upon noticing me. It charged at me without hesitation. Luckily, I managed to subdue it, and then it chose to be my companion spirit, to which I agreed. When I named it Adai, it seemed quite pleased. After howling at me a few times, it promptly retreated into the beast pouch. After listening to the entire tale, Jifeng felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Covering her forehead with one hand, she sighed. Did you not realize that it was howling in protest against the name you bestowed? Lin Lihua gasped in disbelief. Are you saying that Adai cannot accept this name, which is why it refuses to come out? She then gently patted the crimson wolf's head and whispered, Adai, do you truly dislike this name? Adai promptly turned its head away, displaying an unwillingness to engage. Oh dear Ji Yushintong, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. Lihua, you truly are a genius at naming. Fang Xun'an, equally speechless, could hardly comprehend why this girl had chosen such a name for a creature that looked so formidable. To be honest, if he were in its position, he would prefer to remain hidden within the beast pouch rather than face the world. He also found it curious that Lin Lihua had formed a bond of will with the wolf. How could she not understand its sentiments? As was his custom, Fang Xun'an asked for clarification. After hearing his question, Gu Xintong explained, not all spirit beasts possess the high intelligence you do at the first realm. While the Crimson Wolf clan is known for their combat prowess, their cognitive abilities are not particularly advanced. Thus, even when they are companions, effective communication is challenging in the early stages. This also means that despite their later formidable power, they cannot take on human form. Fang Xun'an nodded thoughtfully in response. Meanwhile, Jifeng, observing Adai sulking in protest, could only advise Lin Lihua to consider renaming the Crimson Wolf. To her surprise, Lin Lihua immediately refused. No, I will call it Adai. Her stubbornness left Gu Xintong and Jifeng perplexed. The Crimson Wolf had clearly expressed its disdain for the name Adai, so why wouldn't Lin Lihua choose another? Lin Lihua clung to Adai's fearsome head, shaking her head resolutely. I don't care. I will call it Adai. Seeing her unwavering determination, Jifeng ceased her attempts to persuade her, recognizing that this was Lin Lihua's companion spirit. And it was better not to interfere. That moment, all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect had returned. Thus, Gu Liantian summoned the flying vessel, preparing to return to the sect. The three women, accompanied by their companion spirits, made their way to the deck of the vessel. Fang Xun'an sat upon Gu Xintong's shoulder, relishing the breeze while admiring the magnificent scenery below. Silently reflecting, it appears that my life is just beginning. Ah, at long last, we are back. Gu Xintong reclined languidly across a grand bed, blissfully closing her eyes. Fang Xun'an observed his companion, who had revealed his true nature the moment they returned home, and disdainfully pursed his lips. He had thought that this fellow was hurrying towards something of great importance after bidding farewell to Jifeng and others. But it turned out he was merely longing for the comfort of his large, soft bed. Noticing Gu Xintong gradually drifting into slumber, he began to explore the room. How splendidly spacious this room is, befitting the daughter of the sect leader, as Fang Xun'an marveled at the surroundings. He noted the exquisitely carved windows and the evidently natural wooden floor. After a lengthy monologue of trivialities, he felt a sense of ennui and sought refuge in the garden outside, finding a spot to settle down and cultivate. Despite his recent escapades with Gu Xintong, he had not neglected his training. That it seemed that before long, he would break through to the late stage of the second realm. Sensing his burgeoning strength, Fang Xun'an nodded in satisfaction. In this world, all cultivators could only form a bond with companions of equal or lesser realms when they reached the second realm, and surpassing that threshold would render such a bond impossible. Thus, Gu Xintong was merely at the mid-stage of the second realm. Observing his proximity to this stage, Fang Xun'an could hardly contain his excitement. Humph, Gu Xintong, I shall allow you a few more days of pride. Once my strength exceeds yours, just wait and see how I will thrash you. With this thought, he was once again filled with vigor and resumed his intense training. Come on, Fang Xun'an. Dawn is just around the corner. The following day, Fang Xun'an beheld Gu Xintong, who had effortlessly ascended to the late stage of the second realm, and fell into contemplation. This is not right. Something is amiss. How could you possibly break through a minor realm simply by sleeping? He shouted impulsively. Ji Yushintong, just awakened, yawned and replied in a tone of casual certainty. Isn't that obvious? My father instructed me long ago to suppress my realm in the early stages to establish a solid foundation. After all this time in the mid-second realm, a breakthrough was inevitable. Hearing this, Fang Xun'an could only lower his head, covering his face, and murmured sorrowfully, "It seems I must strive even harder." After Gu Xintong finished her morning routine, she hoisted him onto her shoulder and declared, "Let us go. We can set aside cultivation for now and grab something to eat." The mention of food instantly lifted Fang Xun'an's spirits. After all, having spent so much time in this world, he had yet to savor its culinary delights. The thought of soon indulging in the exotic cuisine filled him with anticipation, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. "Ha ha ha, delectable food. Here I come. Xiaonan, why aren't you eating?" Gu Xintong asked while chewing on her noodles, her words slightly garbled. Fang Xun'an sat before a plate filled with a mound of black soil, remaining silent. After swallowing her mouth full, Gu Xintong noticed his lack of movement and pushed the plate closer, saying, "Don't be shy. This is the most fertile black spirit soil I toiled to acquire. You must try it and see if it suits your palate." Fang Xun'an fought the urge to overturn the plate, turning to her with a forced smile and replied, "I don't eat soil. I want the noodles in your bowl." Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong immediately cradled her bowl protectively, exclaiming, "Xiaonan, what are you thinking? You are just a flower without a mouth. How could you eat noodles?" At that moment, Fang Xun'an could no longer contain himself. He dumped the black soil onto the ground and shouted, "I don't care. Whoever wants to eat this can have it. I'm going for something more flavorful." More flavorful? Gu Xintong pondered for a moment before clapping her hands in realization. "I've got it." "What is it?" Fang Xun'an inquired eagerly, sensing she had an idea. "Wait until I finish this bowl of noodles, and I'll take you to eat something even tastier," Gu Xintong proclaimed, thumping her chest with determination. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Fang Xun'an nodded, saying, "All right, I believe you. Rest assured, it will be plenty delicious." With that, Gu Xintong resumed her enthusiastic slurping of noodles. Fang Xun'an watched her devour her meal with fervor, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. What a wonderful girl! She was so eager to finish quickly so that he could eat. "Gu Xintong, you are truly the best companion spirit. Xiaonan, don't you think this is more flavorful?" Gu Xintong called out to him from a distance. However, as Fang Xun'an gazed at the pile of cow dung before him, anger began to simmer within. Meanwhile, Gu Xintong, still hidden away, stoked the flames of his ire further. "Don't be shy. This is where the sect raises its beef cattle, that if you like it, it can be your dining hall from now on." At this point, Fang Xun'an could no longer restrain himself. He leaped onto Gu Xintong and began to smack her neck playfully, shouting in fury, "Aw, you actually made me eat dung. Go away. Get lost." Yet being merely a flower of the first realm, his strikes were harmless without the use of spiritual power. The tender leaves brushed against Gu Xintong's neck, causing her to struggle to contain her laughter, which ultimately burst forth. "Ha ha. Oh, you crack me up. Xiaonan, perhaps I should call you Adai." Gu Xintong laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Fang Xun'an, witnessing her uncontrolled mirth, felt utterly aggrieved. How could I have been so moved just moments ago, only to discover you are such a person? "Sigh, whatever, it's fine. I'm tired and don't wish to love anymore." He slumped against her shoulder, feeling utterly drained at Gu Xintong. Noticing his despondent demeanor, stifled her laughter and gently poked him, asking, "Are you upset?" Fang Xun'an swatted her hand away, turning his face in discontent. "Isn't that obvious? I was filled with anticipation for something delightful, only to find a heap of cow dung. How could I not be angry?" Seeing that he genuinely seemed upset, Gu Xintong could only comfort him gently. "I'm sorry, Xiaonan. I promise there won't be a next time. Please forgive me this once." Fang Xun'an remained unresponsive. "Am I asking for an apology?" "No. I want something delicious." Gu Xintong, noticing his continued silence, pondered for a moment before proposing, "How about this? Once I grow stronger, I'll take you to find delicious food that you can eat." Fang Xun'an regarded her with skepticism. "Is that for real?" Seeing that he was wavering, Gu Xintong pressed on, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise." She extended her pinky towards him. Fang Xun'an stared at her for a long while before slowly reaching out to entwine his pinky with hers. "You better not trick me this time." I promise I won't deceive you. Once they reconciled, Gu Xintong took him on a tour of the sect. Along the way, Fang Xun'an observed that most of the sect disciples had their companion spirits by their side. And these spirits came in all forms: pigs, sheep, and more. Whatever one could imagine, it was all present. Having been curious about the peculiar relationship between companion spirits and humans, Fang Xun'an seized the opportunity to ask, "Sister Xintong, why do our spirit beasts have such a good relationship with your human race?" "Oh, you're asking about that." Gu Xintong began to explain as they walked. "It's not just humans and beasts. 1,000 years ago, the righteous and demonic paths were at odds with each other. It wasn't until a powerful external race suddenly appeared and launched an assault on our continent. At that time, both the human and beast races, as well as the righteous and demonic factions, were fighting their own battles, leading to a series of defeats against the foreign invaders. As the mainland teetered on the brink of falling into the hands of foreign invaders. It was the Beast clan that first cast aside their prejudices and began to fight alongside the human race. Subsequently, both the righteous and the demonic factions also laid down their differences and embarked on a collaborative effort, ultimately uniting the entire continent's strength to vanquish the foreign threat. After the war concluded, concessions were made among humans, beasts, the righteous, and the demonic, resulting in the harmonious coexistence we witness today. Upon hearing this account, Fang Xun'an began to grasp the situation, yet he harbored one lingering question. How did such a formidable foreign race come into existence? Gu Xintong, upon hearing his query, responded with a hint of exasperation. "How would I know? My father said they appeared out of nowhere and immediately launched an attack." This revelation only deepened Fang Xun'an's confusion. How could a race attack others without provocation? Noticing his intent to inquire further, Gu Xintong swiftly interjected, "Enough with these ancient tales. Come, let me take you to play with Jifeng and the others." Recognizing Gu Xintong's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Fang Xun'an decided to let it go, knowing he would have ample opportunities to inquire later. After flying for a while, Gu Xintong finally halted before a quaint courtyard nestled within a mountain peak. She flung open the gate and called out to those inside. "Li Hua, Jifeng, I've come to play." As Fang Xun'an followed her inside, he observed Jifeng crouched in a garden, seemingly tending to the soil. Upon noticing Gu Xintong's arrival, she greeted her warmly. "Xintong, you're here. Come help me plant these herbs." "Absolutely," Gu Xintong exclaimed, rushing over to assist with the planting. Once they had finished, Gu Xintong noticed Lin Lihua was absent and inquired, "Why isn't Lihua here to help you? Is she not home?" Jifeng chuckled in response. Lihua thought Adaya's smell was too overpowering, so she took him down to the river for a bath. Just as she spoke, Adai trotted in, a drenched Lin Lihua in his mouth. Upon seeing them, Lin Lihua wearily raised her hand to greet them. "Sister Xintong, Sister Jifeng, good morning." The two girls hurriedly rescued her from Adaya's grasp and led her back inside. I could see this moment. Fang Xun'an leapt down from Gu Xintong's shoulder and approached Adai. He scrutinized the creature, exclaiming, "What a sturdy little fellow you are, Adai." Feeling the gaze upon him, looked around, and upon spotting a nearby flower, dismissed Fang Xun'an and shook off the droplets clinging to his fur. Seeing that Adai seemed indifferent to his presence, Fang Xun'an was struck with a bold idea. He climbed up Adai's fur and carefully observed the creature's reaction to Adai, seemingly oblivious to Fang Xun'an atop his head, shook off the water and yawned before lying down to rest. Noting Adai's lack of response, Fang Xun'an felt a rush of excitement, declaring, "Aha! I've decided, from this day forth, you shall be my trusty steed number 2. Meanwhile, Gu Xintong and the others had helped Lin Lihua change into a clean outfit. As Jifeng dried her hair, she asked, "Lihua, weren't you supposed to give Adai a bath? How come it looks like Adai gave you one instead?" Lin Lihua, recalling the incident, pouted in annoyance. "I took Adai to the river, but he absolutely refused to get into the water. I had no choice but to stand in the water and coax him. Who would have thought a large fish would ambush me and pull me in?" At this point, a smile spread across her face. Fortunately, Adai was nearby. As soon as he saw me being dragged under, he rushed to rescue me. After defeating the fish, I even managed to take a few of its prize scales. She then produced several shimmering blue scales from her spatial pouch, exclaiming, "Look, aren't they beautiful?" Jifeng, seeing Lin Lihua's cheerful demeanor despite her predicament, playfully tapped her forehead. You look a mess, and yet you're smiling. Ouch! Lin Lihua yelped, covering her forehead. With a sulky expression, she grumbled, You're just jealous that a dye would save me, while Zifeng wouldn't tea. Jifeng, upon hearing this, playfully tapped her forehead again, retorting, I would tea put myself in danger, so naturally, Zifeng wouldn't tea save me. Gu Xintong, standing nearby, picked up one of the scales from Lin Lihua's hand, marveling, Sister Jifeng. What kind of fish does this scale belong to? It's truly stunning. After examining it closely, Jifeng exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this the frost scale of the frost moon fish? What? No way. Gu Xintong was incredulous, asking Sister Jifeng, Are you sure? Frost moon fish don't inhabit our sect-s waters. Jifeng shook her head, assuring her, I'm certain. This is indeed a frost scale of the frost moon fish. However, they typically dwell in icy lakes far from our sect. I can't fathom why one would appear here. Turning to Lin Lihua, who was still rubbing her forehead, she inquired, Lihua, where did you encounter the frost moon fish? Down at the cold pool at the foot of the mountain. Right next to the Xuanyu grass you planted, Lin Lihua replied. After hearing this, Jifeng returned the frost scale to her and suggested to Gu Xintong, Xintong, should we go take a look? Sure, Gu Xintong nodded eagerly. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Lihua stood up, exclaiming, I want to go too. Jifeng glanced at her and nodded. All right, then I guess the three girls stepped outside. They discovered Fang Xun'an sprawled atop a dye, basking in the sun. Gu Xintong frowned upon seeing this. She quickly approached and lifted Fang Xun'an up. Enjoying his sunbathing, Fang Xun'an was taken aback by the interruption, staring at Gu Xintong with discontent. What are you doing? You're ruining my sunbathing. Gu Xintong glanced at him and then at the resting Adai, asking, When did you and Adai become such good friends? Fang Xun'an, seizing the opportunity, eagerly jumped down from Gu Xintong's grasp and approached Adai. Clearing his throat, Ahem, allow me to introduce my new friend and trusty steed. After his declaration, he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, silently relieved that he had managed to redirect the conversation. Ji Xintong, perplexed, queried, New friend? What kind of strange way of making friends is that? Oh, you wouldn't understand. This is the unique way of friendship among our grass-type spirit beasts. Fang Xun'an hastily concocted a rationale to appease her skepticism. Gu Xintong nodded thoughtfully. So you have this peculiar way of making friend. I suppose I still have much to learn about you. Fang Xun'an felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that she seemed to accept his explanation. However, he failed to notice Jifeng, who, having overheard their conversation, wore a knowing smile. Lin Lihua, noticing Jifeng's sudden amusement, asked with curiosity, Sister Jifeng, what is so funny? Jifeng shook her head with a smile. Nothing, just hurry and bring your Adai. Let us prepare to head out. Okay. Lin Lihua dashed over to Adai, affectionately patting its head. Adai, we're getting ready to go out together, as the languid Adai listened. He first yawned before gradually rising to his feet. Lin Lihua chuckled at the sight, promptly seating herself upon Adai's back, then beckoning the two behind her. Hurry up, Jifeng called out to the ceiling. And Zifeng promptly leaped down into her embrace. Yawning once more before resuming his slumber, Ji Xintong, observing the accompanying spirits of the two, jabbed Fang Xun'an's forehead with considerable force, remarking, Look at their spirit companions. Whether they can be ridden or petted, yet you still expect me to carry you. It's utterly embarrassing to this. Fang Xun'an replied nonchalantly, I am but a little flower. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it is you. Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, realized there was a semblance of truth in his words. Of course, whether it was true or not was one matter. Whether it was worth discussing was another. After delivering a playful thump to his head, she felt a bit relieved that it seemed that Little Lin's purpose was merely to serve as her emotional outlet. Subsequently, the group set off towards the cold pool where the frost moon fish had been discovered. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Lihua leaped off Adai's back, pointing at the tranquil waters before them. This is the spot. It was here that I was ambushed by that frost moon fish. Jifeng gently set Zifeng down, retrieving a chunk of what appeared to be meat from her spatial pouch and tossing it into the lake. After washing her hands in the water, she declared, The meat of this Huanyo flower is the frost moon fish's favorite. All we need to do now is patiently await its appearance. However, scarcely had she uttered these words when the surface of the water began to ripple violently. Observing this, Gu Xintong turned to Fang Xun'an, saying, "Little Linen, be ready at all times." Fang Xun'an promptly activated his powers, responding, "I know what to do without you telling me." Jifeng and Lin Lihua, along with their spirit companions, vigilantly watched the cold pool. Suddenly, a nearly 5-meter-long blue fish seized the piece of Huanyo meat and leapt from the water. Its scales, akin to ice crystals, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The Jiyu Xintong, captivated by the beautiful frost moon fish, urged, "Quick, and in. I said I don't need your reminders," Fang Xun'an retorted, guiding the floral scent toward the fish. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, the frost moon fish, as if entranced, swiftly swam towards Fang Xun'an. Just as it was about to collide with the shore, it leapt again, splashing down before Fang Xun'an. It gazed at him, who stood on Gu Xintong's shoulder, thrashing about on the ground. Jiyu Xintong hastily raised her hand to shield herself from the splashes of water. Observing the fish, which seemed willing to sacrifice its life just to get a glimpse of Fang Xun'an, she couldn't help but shake her head. "And with your abilities, not practicing seduction techniques is a sheer waste." In response, Fang Xun'an shot back, "Stop dreaming." Meanwhile, Jifeng swiftly employed the mountain-moving technique to dig a pit large enough to accommodate the frost moon fish, then filled it with water from the cold pool. Lin Lihua dashed over and kicked the frost moon fish into the pit, muttering, "That'll teach you to ambush me." Once all was set, Jifeng crouched beside the water pit to observe the frost moon fish closely. Lin Lihua and Gu Xintong joined her, feigning deep scrutiny. Fang Xun'an, witnessing this, scoffed, "Humph." Women T then leapt down from Gu Xintong's shoulder, intending to seek out his secondary mount. I could see that moment. The frost moon fish began to thrash about wildly as it noticed Fang Xun'an's departure. It seemed determined to follow him wherever he went. Jiyu Xintong, seeing this, promptly grabbed Fang Xun'an back, saying, "Don't wander off." Afterward, she held him above the frost moon fish's head, which obediently remained in the pit. Staring up at Fang Xun'an, Fang Xun'an silently glared at Gu Xintong, then began to struggle fiercely. "Ah, let me go. You are my spirit companion. You cannot restrict my freedom." Gu Xintong, thoroughly exasperated by his antics, delivered another affectionate thump to his head. Instantly, Fang Xun'an fell silent, complying with her grasp. Jiyu Xintong, observing his sudden quietness, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Are you masochistic? Why must you endure some hardship before you listen?" Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an's inner voice urged him to remain calm and composed, reminding himself that patience was essential for greater plans. With his current cultivation level too low, he was no match for her. Just as King Gojian of Yu had endured hardships in silence, 3,000 Yu soldiers could consume Wu. Fang Xun'an was a genius in cultivation. If he bore the humiliation now, one day his prowess would surpass hers. And at that time, he would become the master. When that day came, he would return every single thump he had received. After a while, Jifeng gradually stood up and said, "All right, let's release it." Lin Lihua complied and tossed the fish back into the cold pool. "Did you discern anything?" Gu Xintong inquired. Jifeng nodded. This frost moon fish indeed swam over from the ice lake waters. Moreover, judging by the luster of its scales, it has been away from the ice lake for quite some time. Upon hearing Jifeng's explanation, Gu Xintong pressed further. "Did the frost moon fish arrive here due to some disturbance in the ice lake?" Jifeng shook her head. "I'm not sure. After all, our current strength is still too low to ascertain such matters." Seizing the opportunity during their conversation, Fang Xun'an once again darted away from Gu Xintong. "That wretched woman only knows how to bully me. Just wait until I deal with you later," he muttered, wandering around the cold pool. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a small corner of the lake where something was shimmering. "Oh, it seems like something good," Fang Xun'an thought, sprinting toward the glimmering object. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the sparkling items were merely some silver-white grass. What kind of grass is this that it reflects light? After pondering, Fang Xun'an approached and poked one of the silver grasses. However, as his fingers brushed against the leaves, a surge of silvery spiritual energy erupted from the plant, swiftly entering Fang Xun'an's body. This energy flowed effortlessly into his mind, where it was absorbed by the World Flower Cultivation Manual. Startled, Fang Xun'an quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" The World Flower Cultivation Manual, which had been largely inactive, suddenly began to flip its pages after absorbing the silvery energy. Gradually, the second page of the book turned over. Having experienced this once before, Fang Xun'an instinctively closed his eyes upon witnessing the page turn. Indeed, the book emitted a beam of white light that filled his mind. As the light slowly dissipated, Fang Xun'an discovered that he had acquired a new technique. The water moon mirror flowered. I merely touched it. How did I gain a technique? Despite being filled with questions, Fang Xun'an diligently reviewed the newly acquired technique. Upon comprehending its essence, he became exhilarated. Wow, this is actually a life-saving technique. According to the technique's description, once activated, it allows the user to transform into a phantom when attacked, thus rendering them immune to a great deal of damage. Immune to damage, this technique's effect truly is extraordinary. Fang Xun'an marveled. As he gradually emerged from a state of excitement, a grave realization dawned upon him. Why had merely touching an unremarkable-looking piece of grass granted him a technique? This matter is of utmost significance. Fang Xun'an believes that only by clarifying the recent situation can he truly comprehend the purpose of the manual on cultivating the world flower. With this thought in mind, he reached out to touch the silvery little grass once more. However, this time, nothing occurred. Observing this, Fang Xun'an could not help but scratch the flower bud and proceeded to touch all the silvery little grasses in that area. Yet, the book in his mind remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow at the sight of the silvery grass, Fang Xun'an remarked, "It seems this type of grass can only activate the manual once that moment." He suddenly felt as though someone had lifted him. He quickly turned his head to find Gu Xintong looking at him with an expression of exasperation. While pulling Fang Xun'an back, she admonished, "Xun'an, why do you always insist on running around? Given your current weak strength, what would happen if you encountered a formidable herbivorous spirit beast? You would be finished." Fang Xun'an, however, appeared not to heed her words, still preoccupied with pondering the reasons behind the earlier incident. After a lengthy lecture, Gu Xintong noticed that Fang Xun'an did not retort, which struck her as somewhat odd. She looked down to see him dazedly caught in her grasp. Seemingly lost in thought, frowning, Gu Xintong raised her hand and gave his flower bud a sharp flick. Ouch! At last, this action roused Fang Xun'an from his reverie. Clutching his flower bud, he exclaimed, "Sister Xintong, why did you hit me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong coldly snorted, "Humph! Who told you not to listen to me properly?" With no other option, Fang Xun'an could only helplessly rub his flower bud. Just then, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly pointed at the patch of silvery grass. Asking Sister Xintong, "Do you know what that grass is? Which one?" Gu Xintong followed his finger's direction and, upon seeing the silvery grass, replied, "Oh, that is called Sun Yu Chao. Its tips point toward the moon at night. Hence its name. That all?" Fang Xun'an was somewhat incredulous after hearing Gu Xintong's description. This was the grass that could activate his manual on cultivating the world flower. How could it be so ordinary? Gu Xintong nodded affirmatively. Yes, just that. This revelation left Fang Xun'an in a quandary. It shouldn't be so ordinary. If the grass were so commonplace, it would be challenging to ascertain the activation condition for the book in his mind. While he pondered this dilemma, Gu Xintong seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, by the way, it is said that this grass represents the moon." After stating this, Gu Xintong couldn't help but chuckle. However, legends are just that, legends. There was a person who, upon hearing the tale, attempted to use it for alchemy. Yet, as soon as it was thrown into the furnace, it exploded. Since then, no one has taken that legend seriously. Upon hearing this story, Fang Xun'an instantly became excited. "This is it." Gu Xintong, puzzled by his enthusiasm, asked Xun'an, "What are you so excited about?" Instead of answering her, he pressed on, "Sister Xintong, do you know of any other similar legends?" Gu Xintong fell into thought. "Let me think for a moment. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time." Fang Xun'an nodded. However, after a considerable delay, Gu Xintong had yet to recall a similar legend and finally shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I just can't remember." Seeing her inability to recall, Fang Xun'an's expression fell. "I see. Then let's leave it for now." Gu Xintong, noticing his disappointment, stifled a smile and, changing her tone to a teasing one, said, "But At her words, Fang Xun'an's hope reignited, and he urged, "But what? Please tell me." Gu Xintong found his eagerness amusing and laughed. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. Although I don't know, Sister Jifeng specializes in this. She must know some similar legends. Similar legends to Sun Yu Chao? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jifeng inquired, slightly perplexed by Gu Xintong's question. It's Sunan who wants to know. I'm merely the messenger, Gu Xintong replied. That's Sunan. Jifeng's gaze shifted to Fang Xun'an, who was looking at her with eager anticipation. That is it you who wishes to know? She asked. Fang Xun'an nodded vigorously, causing the flower bud atop his head to bob. Jifeng smiled and said, very well. I shall share a few with you. Jiu Xintong and Lin Lihua gathered around Jifeng, adopting a posture of attentive listeners. Jifeng, cradling the child in her arms, began, aside from Sun Yu Chao, which symbolizes the moon. There are several similar legends on the continent. For instance, the scorching sun's heart flower, the eternal tree symbolizing the earth, and the calming wave vine representing the ocean. After a brief pause, Jifeng continued. There are also legends concerning the sky and even life and death, but I can't recall those tales. After sharing this, she turned to Fang Xun'an and asked, is this sufficient? Fang Xun'an, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. That's more than enough. Though Jifeng was unsure of the exact nature of his enthusiasm, his apparent satisfaction was unmistakable. Thus, Jifeng stood and addressed Lin Lihua. Since there are no further questions, let us report to the sect about the frost moon fish. Gu Xintong nodded in agreement. After all, it was the first time in many years that the frost moon fish had displayed such abnormal behavior, making it necessary to inform the sect. After Jifeng and Lin Lihua departed, Gu Xintong turned to the still exuberant Fang Xun'an and asked, now can you tell me what you were asking about those strange legends? Fang Xun'an leaned closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, if I'm not mistaken. I can absorb special spiritual energy from these plants, thereby acquiring a powerful new technique. The Jiu Xintong was momentarily taken aback before pointing at the patch of Sun Yu Chao and exclaiming, then, Sunan, didn't you just gain a technique from that Sun Yu Chao? Fang Xun'an nodded proudly in affirmation to AT that moment. Gu Xintong seized him playfully and asked with curiosity, so, did you obtain any technique from the Sun Yu Chao? That hurts. Be gentler. Fang Xun'an squirmed in her grasp before explaining the technique to her. Upon learning about the water-moon mirror flower technique's effects, Gu Xintong's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, what? You mean the technique from Sun Yu Chao can grant you immunity to damage? Seeing her incredulous expression, Fang Xun'an felt a surge of pride. Who would have thought that my technique would astonish even you? The little princess of the heavenly demon sect? This only deepened Fang Xun'an's curiosity about the manual on cultivating the world flower in his mind. What an extraordinary book it must be, capable of eliciting such surprise from Gu Xintong. Moreover, why was it intertwined with those peculiar legends? At that moment, Fang Xun'an recalled the cryptic phrase that had appeared in his mind upon his arrival in this world. The trial of life and death has been passed. The being has been confirmed as a world entity. Whose words were those, and what did the term world entity signify? Fang Xun'an mumbled softly to himself. The only thing he could connect to the concept of a world entity was his manual on cultivating the world flower. Could it be that he truly was an extraordinary specimen? Gu Xintong, having overheard Fang Xun'an mumbling, turned her attention to him. However, due to the faintness of the sound, it was not clearly heard, so I inquired. Xiaonan, what were you just muttering to yourself? I was contemplating whether my cultivation technique is particularly formidable. Fang Xun'an, not wishing to divulge his little secrets just yet, concocted a casual excuse to deflect the question. Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Immunity to damage. If this technique isn't considered strong, then what could possibly be deemed powerful? Oh, Fang Xun'an nodded as if struck by a sudden realization. He then asked, Sister Xintong, do you know where to find those legendary flowers and plants that Sister Jifeng mentioned? Gu Xintong pondered for a moment before replying. As for what Sister Jifeng spoke of, I only know that the burning heart flower can be found in the valley of Gathering Yang, but acquiring it may involve a bit of trouble. The eternal tree and the calm wave vine are much harder to locate. They are exceedingly rare materials. Point one is situated in the eternal forest, while the other lies in the abyss of silence, neither of which are places accessible to ordinary individuals. Fang Xun'an was not surprised by this outcome. As these were indeed legendary plants, if they were easily found, they would not be worthy of their legendary status. However, he was curious as to why, while other legendary plants were so formidable, the Sunyu grass seemed to be an exception. Of course, he secretly hoped that all other legendary plants were as underwhelming as the Sunyu grass, thus sparing him the effort of searching for them. Now that he had learned about the whereabouts of other legendary plants, Fang Xun'an naturally began to entertain thoughts of pursuing them. He playfully poked Gu Xintong's cheek and tentatively suggested, "Sister Xintong, shall we go in search of that burning heart flower?" After posing the question, he looked at Gu Xintong with eager anticipation. To his surprise, she readily agreed. "Sure, let us set off in a few days." "You agreed?" Fang Xun'an asked incredulously. Yu Xintong found his reaction rather odd. "Why wouldn't I agree? You are my companion spirit. If your strength increases, it would be immensely beneficial for me." Fang Xun'an was ecstatic and hurriedly urged her. "That's wonderful. Let us hurry back and prepare." "Ah, don't rush. We have plenty of time," Gu Xintong replied as she began to prepare to head home. Quick, quick, quick! A month later, why haven't we arrived at the Valley of Gathering Yang yet?" Fang Xun'an lamented. Slumped against Gu Xintong's shoulder, he truly admired her. For over a month, apart from resting at night, she had been flying on her sword. During this time, he had been cultivating on her shoulder, and his strength had already progressed to the initial stage of the second realm. Could it be that the stronger one becomes, the longer one can endure? Fang Xun'an felt as though he had stumbled upon a new discovery, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed that beyond seeking revenge on Gu Xintong, he had acquired yet another compelling reason to diligently cultivate. "Have you asked that question 100 times already? Didn't I say we'd arrive soon?" Gu Xintong replied with an expression of impatience. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I've asked how many times, and you've said that exact phrase just as many. You expect me to believe you now?" "Trust me, we are truly about to arrive," Gu Xintong asserted, and upon saying this, she urged her flying sword to accelerate. The dark shadow of the black abyss beneath her transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a series of Fang Xun'an's anguished cries. Gu Xintong, slow down." Before long, as they flew at such a rapid pace, Fang Xun'an noticed the surroundings beginning to change. The air felt increasingly scorching, and the trees below started to thin out, many of them devoid of leaves. "Sister Xintong, are we nearing our destination?" Fang Xun'an inquired. "Yes, I just mentioned that we would be arriving shortly," Gu Xintong responded nonchalantly. "You've repeated that phrase countless times. How am I to discern which instance is genuine?" Fang Xun'an thought to himself, quietly dismissing her words. After nearly another hour, Gu Xintong finally came to a halt. The environment around them had changed dramatically. The once moist soil had vanished, replaced by red sand, and various flowers and trees had become increasingly sparse, with low shrubs dominating the landscape. In such a sweltering environment, Fang Xun'an felt as though his very moisture was being evaporated, and he could only languish against Gu Xintong's shoulder. Noticing his discomfort, Gu Xintong retrieved a blue pendant from her spatial bag and adorned it around her neck. As she donned the pendant, a chill emanated from it, enveloping her in a refreshing aura that dispelled the oppressive heat. How delightful! Fang Xun'an exclaimed, feeling invigorated by the coolness. He gazed curiously at the pendant adorning Gu Xintong's neck and asked, "Sister Xintong, is that pendant some kind of treasure?" Gu Xintong glanced at the pendant and replied, "This is a heart-calming talisman given to me by my father, said to stabilize one's mind during cultivation. However, I've always treated it as a cooling tool. It's fortunate to have this. Otherwise, I fear I would have dried out." Then, Fang Xun'an turned to survey the surrounding crimson landscape and scratched his head. "In this ghastly place, where do we even begin our search?" Gu Xintong, unperturbed, replied, "No need to fret. We can head directly to the territory of Elder Qilong. Elder Qilong. Who is that? Sounds like a formidable character. Can we even contend with it?" Fang Xun'an asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Gu Xintong, hearing this, responded with a touch of exasperation, "Don't worry. Although Elder Qilong is a 7th realm great demon, he is quite amiable. Moreover, Most of the burning heart flowers in the valley of Gathering Yang are cultivated by him. We merely need to trade for them with his favorite, the waters of Phora. With that, she set off in a particular direction. Yet after several hours of walking, Fang Xun'an still had not encountered the so-called Elder Qi Long. Unable to contain himself, he asked Sister Shintong, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Still quite a distance to go," Gu Shintong replied. "Since it's so far, why don't we just fly over?" Fang Xun'an questioned, puzzled that Gu Shintong shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Do you think I wouldn't want to? If I could fly, I would have done so long ago instead of trudging along here." Fang Xun'an looked up at the sky, confused. "Why can't we fly? Is the valley of Gathering Yang a no-fly zone?" Gu Shintong cautiously surveyed the surroundings and quietly explained, "This brings us to a tale related to Elder Qi Long. It is said that when he was not particularly powerful, he fell in love with a crimson soul bird, even going so far as to sever ties with his family for her. However, the crimson soul bird had no love for him. She merely sought to steal his dragon pearl for her own transformation. Later, she ambushed Elder Qi Long during his breakthrough to the sixth realm, and witnessing the frenzied expression of the bird drove him to despair. It was at that moment that Elder Qi Long comprehended his own domain from the tumultuous clouds above, a domain wherein no creature other than himself could soar through the skies. However, due to the emotional turmoil he faced, this domain remained uncontrollable, perpetually open to us. So, Gu Shintong continued after a slight pause, pointing towards the sky. To prevent disrupting the lives of other beings, Elder Qi Long has chosen to reside in the valley of Gathering Yang, thus rendering it a no-fly zone. Fang Xun'an found himself reflecting deeply after hearing the tale recounted by the esteemed Elder Qi Long. Alas, what a pity! I fear that Elder Qi Long may never believe in love again after that experience. He mused. Gu Shintong nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, that red soul bird could not possibly soar within the power of Elder Qi Long. Yet he merely reclaimed his dragon pearl and subsequently released it. Ever since, Elder Qi Long has lived here in solitary dragonhood." "What became of the red soul bird?" Fang Xun'an inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the fate of that nefarious creature. "Ah, her." Gu Shintong pondered for a moment before speaking. It is said that she was found by her enemies from years past and was devoured whole. Upon learning of this outcome, Fang Xun'an exhaled a sigh of relief. What a gratifying turn of events! If she cannot fly, she must be content with trudging along on foot. After walking for a while, Gu Shintong seemed to have a sudden epiphany, halting abruptly to exclaim, "How could I be so foolish? Father did give me a sandboat." "What sandboat?" Fang Xun'an began, but before he could finish, Gu Shintong retrieved a wooden vessel from her spatial pouch and cast it onto the ground. She then leaped aboard the boat, placing several spirit stones into the grooves at the bow, and deftly maneuvered the sandboat into motion. The vessel glided across the ground with the same swiftness as a boat upon water, creating little sound as it sped along. Reclining within the sandboat, Gu Shintong sighed contentedly. "Ah, this is much more comfortable. You should have produced this sooner instead of making us walk for a stretch." Fang Xun'an grumbled on the side. "If you had this, why not think of it earlier?" Gu Shintong playfully swatted him on the forehead, retorting, "Do you think I wanted to? It's just that Father has given me so many items. And since I rarely come here, it slipped my mind." Having spent considerable time together, Fang Xun'an had grown accustomed to such playful banter. He adjusted his position and comfortably laid his head on Gu Shintong's abdomen. She shot him a disapproving glance and tossed him aside, saying, "You're covered in dirt and lying on me. Go away." Fang Xun'an protested indignantly. "We've been together this whole time. If I'm dirty, you can't be all that clean either." Gu Shintong chuckled lightly and dismissed him. "Can you really compare? My attire has been enhanced with a dust-clearing array by my father, making it far cleaner than yours. Do you think having an illustrious father grants you the license to act as you please?" Fang Xun'an lamented, eyes brimming with mock despair. Gu Shintong shrugged with a grin. "Apologies, but having an illustrious father indeed allows for a bit of indulgence. Traveling by sandboat was incomparably faster than trudging on foot." Fang Xun'an felt as though this vessel rivaled the speed of high-speed trains from his previous life. Were it not for the protective array etched into the sandboat, he feared he might have been swept away by the wind. After 3 or 4 hours, Gu Shintong finally brought the sandboat to a halt. announcing, "We have arrived." Fang Xun'an surveyed the surroundings, noting that apart from the numerous towering crimson mountains, only some red shrubs adorn the landscape. In this place, there are no dragons, not even a snake in sight. "Where is the elder Qi Long you spoke of?" he questioned, perplexed that Gu Xintong cast him a sidelong glance and shouted towards the crimson mountains. "Elder Qi Long! Elder Qi Long!" Her voice echoed in the mountains, but the surroundings remained unchanged. Just as Fang Xun'an was about to voice his skepticism, an unexpected event unfolded. The ground beneath Gu Xintong trembled, causing the leaves of the shrubs to cascade down in a flurry. Roar! Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, an immense red five-clawed dragon emerged slowly from behind the mountains, stretching far beyond Fang Xun'an's line of sight. The dragon hovered in mid-air, its magnificent head resembling a complex work of art, with long whiskers dancing in the wind, and its robust body winding towards the horizon, its scarlet scales gleaming like rubies under the sunlight. Fang Xun'an stood in awe before the colossal red dragon, enveloped in a profound sense of wonder. A dragon. This was a true dragon. As a native of China in his previous life, he held an inexplicable reverence for dragons. Though he had listened to Gu Xintong's stories about Elder Qi Long throughout the journey, he believed himself psychologically prepared. Yet upon witnessing the dragon firsthand, he was inevitably overwhelmed. He surmised that should such a creature appear within China's borders, it would surely drive the populace into a frenzy. Fang Xun'an yearned to capture this scene with a camera, but alas, he had none. Upon noticing Gu Xintong, the elder Qi Long surged towards her in an instant. In a flash, the entire dragon transformed into a radiant red light, materializing as a middle-aged man before Gu Xintong. Elder Qi Long looked at Gu Xintong and boisterously laughed. "Xintong, what brings you here to visit your Uncle Qi Long?" "Hee, I simply missed you, Uncle Qi Long." Gu Xintong replied with a bright smile. "Huh, Uncle Qi Long missed you too," he exclaimed. With a gesture, the ground behind him erupted in a flurry of sand and stones. Soon a quaint little courtyard made of sand and stone emerged. "Xintong, let us go inside to chat. It is rather warm outside." Elder Qi Long invited. Gu Xintong nodded and followed him inside. Seated at a table, Elder Qi Long poured a cup of tea for Gu Xintong, inquiring, "How is your father, Lian Tian, faring these days?" Gu Xintong accepted the cup and replied, aside from constantly losing to Uncle Jiang in chess and becoming a bit reclusive, "Everything else is well." Elder Qi Long burst into laughter. That fellow Gu Lian Tian has endured being bested by Uncle Jiang for so long, yet has not given up." Fang Xun'an observed the middle-aged man with red hair and eyes, struggling to reconcile him with the majestic dragon they had just encountered. After a brief exchange between Gu Xintong and Elder Qi Long, he asked, "Xintong, did you come to find me for a specific reason?" Gu Xintong proceeded to explain her purpose for the visit. However, upon hearing her request, Elder Qi Long's expression turned troubled. You are seeking the Joie Xian flower, aren't you?" Seeing his apparent hesitation, Gu Xintong asked, "Is there a problem, Uncle Qi Long?" "Not exactly." Elder Qi Long shook his head. "It's just that your timing is unfortunate. All of the Joie Xian flowers I cultivated recently were taken by a mysterious organization 3 months ago." "What?" Gu Xintong exclaimed, momentarily incredulous that any organization could procure all of Elder Qi Long's Joie Xian flowers. It was common knowledge that one needed Shui Hui to exchange for Joie Xian flowers, and Shui Hui was a rare and precious medicinal herb. The sheer quantity required to trade for all the Joie Xian flowers was unfathomable. The Gu Xintong struggled to conceive of any organization, aside from the 7 great sects, that possessed such wealth. "Uncle Qi Long, do you know what organization it was?" she inquired urgently. Elder Qi Long contemplated for a moment before responding, "I do not know the name of the organization. They were all cloaked in black robes, making it impossible to discern their identities. Moreover, I found their aura to be quite unsettling, so I refrained from engaging with them extensively during the exchange." Gu Xintong felt disheartened by the lack of resolution. "I see. Then I apologize for troubling you. Uncle Qi Long, do not be disheartened. Xintong, that I am currently cultivating a new batch of Joie Xian flowers. After waiting a few decades, they should be ready for harvest." Elder Qi Long reassured her upon noticing her melancholy demeanor. "What? Decades to mature?" Fang Xun'an exclaimed in shock. The thought of waiting decades to obtain the Xun'an flower's techniques left him feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, Elder Qilong noticed the little flower perched on Gu Xintong's shoulder. He pointed at Fang Xun'an and inquired, "Xintong, is this your companion spirit?" Upon mentioning this, Gu Xintong suddenly recalled something and inquired, Uncle Qilong, you have always been well-versed in these flowers and plants. Could you assist me in identifying the variety of this spirit flower?" "Xintong, I actually do not know what type of companion spirit you possess." Qilong replied, somewhat astonished. "Well, let's not just talk about me. Even he himself doesn't know what kind he is." Gu Xintong shot a glance at Fang Xun'an and elucidated. This revelation piqued Qilong's interest. "Hey, how intriguing. There exists a flower that does not even know its own variety." He hastily approached Fang Xun'an, bending down to examine him closely. Under Qilong's scrutinizing gaze, Fang Xun'an stood rigidly on Gu Xintong's shoulder, too frightened to move. After all, the creature before him was no mere middle-aged man with dyed hair, but a true dragon. At that moment, Fang Xun'an felt an overwhelming pressure. After a brief period of observation, Qilong gradually straightened up and remarked, "This is quite peculiar." Seeing this, Gu Xintong quickly asked, "What is it, Uncle Qilong? Have you discerned what kind of spirit little Inen is?" Qilong shook his head, furrowing his brow. "Xintong, I apologize, but I truly cannot determine what variety of spirit flower your companion is." He then bent down once more to scrutinize Fang Xun'an, adding, "I never imagined there could be a spirit plant I am unfamiliar with." Qilong's sudden bending startled Fang Xun'an, who promptly hid behind Gu Xintong's neck, using her long, dark hair as a shield. Qilong, noticing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Xintong, your companion seems rather timid." Gu Xintong, witnessing Fang Xun'an's behavior, could only respond with a helpless expression. This fellow usually exhibits quite a bit of courage. I wonder why he has suddenly become so timid. Since you are all here, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed." Qilong said, stroking his chin. "How about this? I will take you to my medicinal garden, and if you find anything you fancy, feel free to barter with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong's face lit up with delight. "Really?" Qilong smiled and nodded. "Of course, I would not deceive you." Gu Xintong then pulled Fang Xun'an from behind her, her face brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Did you hear that, little Inen? Uncle Qilong is taking us to his medicinal garden." Qilong's medicinal garden, one of the 6 divine medicinal gardens in the Gukong continent. It is said that this garden was originally a land of supreme yang, later nurtured by Qilong's dragon blood and nourished with dragon pearls, transforming it into a divine medicinal garden over time. Many claim that nearly all fire-type spirit plants can be found here, making it a place that drives every fire practitioner mad with desire. For ages, numerous fire practitioners have sought to challenge Qilong. Yet, aside from a method of barter, no one has ever managed to pluck a spirit plant from this garden. Conversely, Qilong has profited immensely from these relentless challenges. Gu Xintong had long wished to catch a glimpse of this place, but had never found the opportunity. Who would have known that today her wish would unexpectedly come true? Fang Xun'an, unaware of the significance of Qilong's medicinal garden, dared not speak. "Very well. I shall take you there now," Qilong declared, waving his hand to dissolve the sandy stone house. He then transformed back into his true form, gently grasping Gu Xintong with his dragon claw and soaring into the distance. Fang Xun'an gazed at the robust dragon claw before him, silently thinking, "I suppose this counts as riding a dragon carriage." Before long, Qilong set Gu Xintong down and reverted to human form. "This is my medicinal garden. Feel free to browse." Qilong gestured toward a patch of land ahead. "Wow!" Gu Xintong exclaimed, marveling at the variety of herbs before her. "Uncle Qilong, you have cultivated an astonishing number of medicinal plants." Qilong, hearing this, humbly waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing much." Yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. Flame sungrass, lava ancient tree, zhu fruit. Surely all the fire-type spirit plants cannot be found here. The precious spirit plants before them, if taken out individually, would all be treasures in high demand. Yet now, they appeared as common as weeds along the roadside. Although Fang Xun'an did not recognize these spirit plants, he could tell at a glance that they were not cheap. Gu Xintong, despite her extensive knowledge, was seeing such a sight for the first time and could not help but touch and gaze at everything. Uncle Qilong, the quality of your spirit plants is simply remarkable. Gu Xintong exclaimed after a cursory observation. Upon hearing this, Qilong beamed with joy. After all, this medicinal garden was his pride and joy. Since I have nothing better to do, I can only tend to these spirit plants. Qilong chuckled. Gu Xintong carefully selected among the plants in the garden, fearful of damaging any of them. Fang Xun'an, meanwhile, jumped down from Gu Xintong's shoulder, eager to explore the garden himself. Gu Xintong did not impede him, but merely cautioned. Little Anin, be careful not to harm the spirit plants. Fang Xun'an turned to her and pointed at a spirit plant beside him, saying, Are you sure it's me that will harm them and not the other way around? Gu Xintong regarded the robust spirit plant beside Fang Xun'an, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, Well, just be cautious. Ignoring her, Fang Xun'an began to wander about. He approached a tall spirit plant, gazing up at its colossal flower resembling molten lava, and could not resist reaching up to touch the bud atop his head, mumbling, It's been so long, and still just a bud. When will I ever bloom? He looked down at his delicate leaves, and then back at the imposing lava bloom before him, feeling increasingly dejected. Why is there such a vast difference, even though we are both flowers? Fang Xun'an kicked a small clod of earth in frustration. At that moment, he glanced at the crimson soil beneath his feet and suddenly realized, since this medicinal garden is so extraordinary, why not try planting myself here? Without hesitation, he found a relatively open spot and slowly sank his roots into the garden. This sensation, it's absolutely delightful. The instant he established his roots, he felt an unmistakable difference from the outside world. A surge of scorching spiritual energy was absorbed through his roots, filling his body from the ground up. Fang Xun'an could distinctly feel the traces of this fiery spiritual energy flowing through his veins, a sensation that left him yearning for more. Now I understand why the flowers and plants here grow so robustly that in this place, even a wild weed could become the king of weeds. Just as Fang Xun'an was lost in this pleasurable feeling, Gu Xintong had finished selecting her spirit plant. The flame of delight was precisely the medicinal ingredient her father had been searching for to concoct the heart-melting pill, making it a perfect birthday gift for him. Gu Xintong thought gleefully as she walked toward Qilong. Qilong observed the little flower that burned continuously in her hand and remarked, You have quite the eye. This flame of delight ranks among the best in my medicinal garden. Gu Xintong retrieved a black vine from her spatial pouch and offered, Uncle Qilong, may I exchange this black abyss shadow vine for it? Qilong happily accepted it, saying, Of course, this black abyss shadow vine is a premium spirit plant unique to your heavenly demon sect. After completing the exchange, both parties were exceedingly satisfied. Once the transaction was finalized, Gu Xintong turned to Qilong and said, Uncle Qilong, we shall take our leave now. Very well, I shall see you off, Qilong replied. The Scarlet Dragon spoke. At that moment, Gu Xintong suddenly remembered that Fang Xun'an, that rascal, had vanished without a trace. She glanced around, but could not spot Fang Xun'an anywhere. Why does this little one always enjoy wandering off? Gu Xintong muttered with a furrowed brow, then turned to the Scarlet Dragon and said, Uncle Scarlet Dragon, could you assist me in locating where little Anin is hiding right now? The Scarlet Dragon patted his chest and replied, A trivial matter. Leave it to your uncle, Scarlet Dragon. With that, he expanded his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire medicinal herb garden. However, after scanning the area, the Scarlet Dragon frowned. How peculiar! Uncle Scarlet Dragon, what is the matter? Gu Xintong asked anxiously. It's strange. I cannot sense the presence of your companion's spirit. The Scarlet Dragon stated, having searched thoroughly yet found no trace of Fang Xun'an. Gu Xintong's heart sank, and with a hint of urgency, she exclaimed, How could this be? Although little Anin can be mischievous, he wouldn't just go missing like this. Has gotten into any trouble, has he? Calm down, Xintong, the Scarlet Dragon reassured her. Nothing untoward could happen in my presence. Allow me to search once more. He then released his divine sense again, meticulously exploring the herb garden. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Why has an unfamiliar spirit plant suddenly appeared in my herb garden? The Scarlet Dragon remarked, puzzled. This herb garden was a treasure of the Scarlet Dragon. and he was intimately familiar with all the spirit plants within it. Yet now he discovered a species he had never encountered before. Logically, someone like the scarlet dragon, who dealt with fire element spirit plants daily, should not come across an unfamiliar variety. However, the aura of this fire element spirit plant was entirely foreign, as if it were a completely new breed. Seeing the scarlet dragon's furrowed brow, Gu Xintong assumed something had happened to Fang Xun'an and quickly inquired, "Uncle Scarlet Dragon, have you found Little One? Is he all right?" The scarlet dragon shook his head and said, "I still cannot detect his presence." But suddenly the scarlet dragon recalled that he had never seen Xintong's companion spirit either. Now, with an unknown spirit plant suddenly in his herb garden, could it be? The scarlet dragon felt he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. He retracted his divine sense and addressed Gu Xintong. "Let us go. I believe I know where your little one is now." "Really?" Gu Xintong exclaimed in delight, promptly following the scarlet dragon in a particular direction. At that moment, Fang Xun'an remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired. He was still immersed in that wondrous sensation, feeling his body gradually filled with warm spiritual energy, believing he had reached a state of fulfillment. Unbeknownst to him, as he absorbed this energy, his body began to undergo a transformation. Although his form remained slender, the vibrant green hue had faded. The veins in his leaves and stems had turned a deep orange red, and upon closer inspection, one might notice an energy gently coursing within. Even the base of the pink bud atop his head had taken on a faint orange tint, bestowing the flower with an air of nobility and elegance, just as Fang Xun'an was reveling in this experience. The scarlet dragon and Gu Xintong arrived before him. Gu Xintong stared at Fang Xun'an, momentarily incredulous. "Is this truly my little one? How has he suddenly become so beautiful?" The scarlet dragon gazed at the figure radiating the essence of fire element spirit plants. Utterly astonished, this little creature had previously been an unnamed wildflower, and now it had transformed into a fire element spirit plant. What a remarkable transformation! The scarlet dragon could immediately tell that Fang Xun'an was absorbing the spiritual energy from the herb garden like the other spirit plants. However, he never anticipated that this little one would even alter its own species while doing so. Such a fantastical occurrence was beyond his belief unless witnessed firsthand. Gu Xintong approached slowly, and as she drew near, she heard the peculiar sounds emanating from Fang Xun'an. Her face contorted in confusion as she reached out to poke the bud atop his head, saying, "Little one? Little one?" Yet, Fang Xun'an showed no response. Frustrated by his silence, she pouted and slapped him, exclaiming, "Fang Xun'an!" Startled by the sudden slap, Fang Xun'an nearly lost his composure. He quickly collected himself and, upon seeing Gu Xintong squatting before him, shouted, "Why did you slap me out of nowhere? Are you trying to scare me to death so you can find another companion spirit?" Gu Xintong delivered another slap, asserting, "You hide in this place without telling me, causing me to search for you endlessly. And now you dare to shout at me." Realizing he was in the wrong, Fang Xun'an hunched his shoulders and silently accepted his scolding. After venting her frustration, Gu Xintong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Little one, what did you do to become like this?" "Ah, have I changed?" Fang Xun'an replied, perplexed that Gu Xintong retrieved a mirror from her spatial pouch and held it up to him, saying, "Here, take a look for yourself." Fang Xun'an gazed at the mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief. He tentatively touched the reflection, murmuring, "Is this really me? Is there any doubt?" Gu Xintong retorted, exasperated, as he beheld his transformed self in the mirror. Tears of joy welled up in Fang Xun'an's eyes. At last, "I am no longer that frightfully green wildflower. Look at these leaves, how exquisite. Observe this sturdy stem. Behold this vibrant bud," with a mirror in hand. He leaped from the soil and laughed heartily. "From now on, if anyone dares to call me a wildflower, I shall slap them into oblivion." However, the moment Fang Xun'an jumped out of the herb garden, his body visibly reverted back to that of the frightfully green wildflower. Gu Xintong, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. "Huh, little one, take a look at yourself now." Fang Xun'an sneered at her. "You should look at yourself first. You hardly resemble a princess of the demonic sect." After saying this, he instinctively glanced at the mirror. When that dazzling shade of green met his eyes, Fang Xun'an froze in shock. No, it cannot be. He trembled as he touched himself, and upon confirming he wasn't hallucinating, he felt that life had suddenly lost its meaning. The mirror slipped from his grasp as he slumped to the ground. Despair etched across his face. Ha ha ha. This is all a lie, just an illusion, right? It's all an illusion. Ha ha. I'm not crazy. I don't need medication. Seeing this, Gu Xintong thought to herself, oh no, little Linen seems to have malfunctioned. The Scarlet Dragon observed quietly. Having noticed something amiss, as Fang Xun'an reverted to his original form, he could distinctly feel the fire element's spiritual energy within Fang Xun'an converging towards the bud atop his head. The Scarlet Dragon quickly deduced that the bud's connection to Fang Xun'an's transformation into a fire element spirit plant was significant. Turning to comfort Gu Xintong, the Scarlet Dragon advised, Xintong, have your companion spirit carefully sense its own body, particularly the position of the bud. There may be a surprise in store. Gu Xintong glanced back at the Scarlet Dragon. Though uncertain of his reasoning, she complied. Little Linen, Uncle Scarlet Dragon wants you to sense your physical condition, especially the bud atop your head. In a state of despondency, Fang Xun'an slowly raised his head to look at her. After a sigh, he followed her instructions. Gu Xintong had emphasized the bud's position. After all, thus, Fang Xun'an's first point of introspection was precisely this. In that instant, he suddenly perceived the transformation of the bud within him. He could distinctly sense the emergence of a crimson crystal nestled within his flower bud. It flickered with a radiant glow, exuding an aura that was almost identical to the red spiritual energy he had just absorbed. Where could this phenomenon have originated? Fang Xun'an was engulfed in confusion. For previously, there had been nothing within his bud. However, he swiftly connected the appearance of this red crystal with the recently absorbed spiritual energy. After all, no matter how he examined it, the two seemed inextricably linked. Observing Fang Xun'an's prolonged silence, Gu Xintong reached out and nudged him, inquiring, Xiao Linen, what's the matter? Have you discovered something? Coming back to himself, Fang Xun'an recounted the emergence of the red crystal within his bud to her. Upon hearing Gu Xintong's account, the Qi Long could not help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. A red crystal has appeared in the bud. Indeed, Gu Xintong nodded eagerly, her gaze fixed on him, hoping her knowledgeable Uncle Qi Long might possess some insight. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Long advised Fang Xun'an, try to make contact with that red crystal using your spiritual power. Yet, rather than immediately following his directive, Fang Xun'an turned to Gu Xintong for confirmation. Upon seeing her nod, he cautiously began to guide his spiritual energy towards the red crystal. Seeing this, Qi Long could not suppress a chuckle, teasing, this little fellow seems to doubt my words. Does he think I would harm a budding flower of the second realm? Meanwhile, Gu Xintong felt quite pleased, thinking, although Xiaonan often likes to argue with me, it appears he still trusts me quite a bit. At that moment, Fang Xun'an remained oblivious to Gu Xintong's internal musings that he was meticulously directing his spiritual energy towards the crystal, uncertain of the potential consequences that he silently prayed that this entity was indeed a fortuitous one. The instant his spiritual energy made contact with the red crystal, it was swiftly absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, a torrent of searing spiritual energy erupted from the crystal, rapidly filling Fang Xun'an's body. The wood-type energy he had previously wielded transformed into this fervent fire-type energy. Gu Xintong, who was observing quietly, noticed a flash of red light emanating from the bud atop Fang Xun'an's head, and he subsequently transformed into a more regal version of himself. Xiaonan, you have become even more handsome, Gu Xintong exclaimed in astonishment. What? Fang Xun'an hurriedly picked up a mirror from the ground to inspect his reflection. Seeing that he had reverted to his previous striking appearance, excitement surged through him. Causing him to tremble, he tossed the mirror aside and laughed heartily. The dashing me has returned. At that moment, the manual titled The Cultivation Handbook of Worldly Flowers in his mind slowly turned to a new page. Not again, Fang Xun'an thought, hastily closing his eyes, yet the anticipated blinding light did not arrive. A feint? He pondered, glancing at the newly opened page. This page differed significantly from the previous ones, for it was now filled with text. Scrawled in a haphazard manner were the words, "Universal Formula for Fire-type Techniques." The writing was so abstract that it took Fang Xun'an quite a while to decipher it. Surely, this must be akin to a doctor's handwriting. He could not help but comment. Then, as per usual, an enigmatic technique flooded his mind without warning. After reading through it, Fang Xun'an felt a tinge of confusion. "What on earth is this?" Gu Xintong, observing Fang Xun'an's sudden trance, inquired, "Is something wrong again?" Her question jolted Fang Xun'an back to reality. He looked at Gu Xintong, a conflicted expression on his face, and replied, "I just acquired another technique." "Really? What technique is it?" Gu Xintong asked, her face alight with curiosity. Fang Xun'an hesitated before confessing, "I'm not certain of its name, but it appears to be a fire-type technique." "But," Gu Xintong urged, sensing his reluctance, "but what? Please do tell," with no other option. Fang Xun'an divulged, "However, if I activate this technique, I will spontaneously combust." Spontaneously combust? Is it the kind of self-ignition I imagine? Gu Xintong inquired tentatively. Fang Xun'an hesitated before nodding. Huffed. Unable to contain herself, Gu Xintong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, a flower that ignites itself. Xiaonan, how could you possess such a peculiar technique?" Witnessing Gu Xintong's delight, Fang Xun'an felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation. The previous two techniques had been so formidable, yet this one seemed utterly lacking. Qilong glanced at the disheartened Fang Xun'an and then at the mirthful Gu Xintong. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Xintong, what is you in such high spirits?" While still laughing, Gu Xintong recounted the situation to him. Upon hearing it, Qilong's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are you telling me that your companion spirit has suddenly acquired a technique that causes it to self-combust?" "Indeed," Gu Xintong affirmed. A grin spread across her face. Qilong regarded the dejected Fang Xun'an and, after a moment's thought, declared, "Since you are now a fire-type spirit plant, it should be quite difficult for ordinary flames to harm you." Fang Xun'an's spirits lifted at this revelation. "Oh, you mean to say that this natural effect would not actually cause me any harm?" Qilong nodded, though he did not fully comprehend Fang Xun'an's words. He could surmise the gist. Emboldened by Qilong's words, Fang Xun'an felt compelled to experiment with the self-ignition technique. After all, if his esteemed elder had said so, it likely posed minimal danger. Gu Xintong chimed in. "Xiaonan, just give it a try. After all, Uncle Qilong is here. If anything goes awry, he can save you." With this encouragement, Fang Xun'an could no longer suppress his desire to test the technique. "All right, I shall try today," he declared with determination. Consequently, Fang Xun'an began to channel the self-ignition technique, while Qilong and Gu Xintong stood by, their eyes fixed on him intently as he activated the technique. The crimson veins on his body became even more vibrant, as if they were on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, the red veins ignited, engulfing Fang Xun'an entirely in a blaze of crimson flames. Gu Xintong felt a tremor of concern. Such a fierce fire. Will Xiaonan be all right? Qilong, sensing her anxiety, gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. He is perfectly safe now." Gu Xintong nodded. Although she spoke with confidence, her apprehension lingered as she watched Fang Xun'an enveloped in flames. Although engulfed in fire, Fang Xun'an felt no harm. Instead, he experienced a comforting warmth enveloping him. Soon, the flames began to subside, leaving only a few flickering embers on his body. Observing Fang Xun'an gradually regaining his composure, Gu Xintong hurriedly asked, "Xiaonan, how do you feel?" Fang Xun'an, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Xintong, I truly feel fine." Gu Xintong tentatively reached out to touch the remaining embers on him and found they posed no threat. "Uncle Qilong, what is happening here?" She turned her head and inquired. The red dragon also approached, extending his hand to touch the flames. However, he could distinctly perceive the temperature of the flames, which was even higher than that of ordinary fire. The red dragon slowly withdrew his hand and remarked, "How peculiar! Although the temperature of these flames cannot harm me, logically, it should not be something you can endure. Why is it that you have touched them without any reaction?" The red dragon felt that the number of problems he had encountered since breaking through to the seventh realm paled in comparison to the one he faced today. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Fang Xun'an beside him, silently wondering, What kind of extraordinary spirit plant is this fellow? It's quite uncanny, upon realizing that the flames on his body posed no threat to Gu Xintong. Fang Xun'an immediately leaped on her shoulder and said, "Sister Xintong, let me show you the effects of this technique." With that, he raised his left hand, and several red thorns suddenly sprouted from the ground. Burning brightly, they twisted and writhed under Fang Xun'an's command. Gu Xintong observed the vines and reached out to touch them. This time, the flames on the thorns finally prompted her to retract her hand. She quickly blew on it and exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "I touched the flames on Little Linen before without any issue, so why can these flames harm me?" "I have no idea," Fang Xun'an replied, equally baffled. "Humph, you can't even understand your own technique. What use are you?" Gu Xintong retorted angrily at that moment. The red dragon, who had been observing silently, spoke up. "I believe the reason the source fire on that little creature does not harm you is that there exists a symbiotic relationship between you. As for me, lacking such a bond, I would be affected. However, the flames on the thorns are no longer part of the source fire, thus they can indeed harm you." After saying this, he gestured to Fang Xun'an. "Quickly retract those thorns before you damage the spirit plants in my medicinal garden." Fang Xun'an complied and obediently withdrew them. Not long after he retracted the thorns, the flames on his body began to dissipate, and the crimson veins faded to darkness. Ultimately vanishing, he reverted to his previous verdant appearance. Upon transforming back, Fang Xun'an remained calm and immediately sensed the position of the red crystal within the flower bud. He observed that the crystal was no longer the vibrant red it once was, but had transformed into a transparent crystal. After careful examination, he discovered that this transparent crystal was absorbing the fire-attributed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Judging by the rate of absorption, it would likely take about a week for it to revert to its previous crimson state, so I can only transform once a week. Fang Xun'an lamented he had thought he could change at will, only to find that this ability had both a duration and a cool-down period. Nevertheless, he consoled himself that being able to revert was still a positive aspect. Subsequently, he shared these developments with Gu Xintong. Upon learning that he could indeed revert, she let out a slight sigh of relief. "It seems I still have the chance to see that dashing Little Linen." She then turned to bid farewell to the Red Dragon. "Uncle Red Dragon, since Little Linen's issue has been resolved, we shall take our leave." The Red Dragon smiled and pointed in a direction, saying, "Very well, you may safely depart by following this path. I must tend to the cultivation of the heartburn flower, so I shan't accompany you further." "All right, Uncle Red Dragon, I will return to visit you when I have the time," Gu Xintong replied, before taking out the sandboat and sailing in the direction indicated by the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon stood in place, watching Gu Xintong's departing figure, murmuring, "I wonder what kind of symbiotic spirit Xintong possesses. It certainly feels far from being an ordinary spirit plant." Gu Xintong lay on the sandboat, her face brimming with excitement as she spoke to Fang Xun'an. "This trip has been incredibly rewarding. Although we couldn't obtain the heartburn flower, not only did we acquire the joy of flames, but your strength and charm have also greatly increased." Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an felt a twinge of discomfort. "What on earth is this joy of flames you speak of? Why not call it the sorrow of frost instead? And did you have any prior grievances with my charm?" Gu Xintong forced a smile, silently gazing at Fang Xun'an, asking, "Do you truly believe you look appealing at this moment?" Fang Xun'an glanced down at his verdant self and mustered the courage to respond. "What do you know? Green represents health." Gu Xintong, witnessing his shamelessness, could only roll her eyes in exasperation, saying, "Fine, whatever you say." With that, she accelerated the sandboat, causing Fang Xun'an to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "Sister Xintong, why are you driving so fast? We're not in a hurry," Fang Xun'an exclaimed as he got back on his feet. "Mind your own business." Gu Xintong shot him a fierce glare. "Well, there it is. A little moodiness," Fang Xun'an thought to himself, so he wisely refrained from provoking Gu Xintong, knowing it would only lead to another headache. Soon, the sandboat had left the gathering sun realm. After flying for a while, Gu Xintong found a picturesque spot by a clear stream and decided to stop. "I've been on the move for days. I'm utterly exhausted," she said, lying flat on the grass and pointing to a large lake not far away. "Little Linen, go catch some fish. But didn't you say that humans and spirit beasts have made peace? Why must I still catch fish?" Fang Xun'an questioned in confusion. Gu Xintong now both amused and irritated, sat up and poked Fang Xun'an's flower bud repeatedly, saying, "Are you foolish? How can we survive without meat? Moreover, not all living beings are spirit beasts. Even if they become spirit beasts, very few awaken intelligence. You simply need to catch them." "Oh," Fang Xun'an said, finally understanding he had previously thought that the meat Gu Xintong and the others consumed was illicitly obtained. It turned out there was this rule. "All right, leave it to me. Just wait and see," he declared confidently. Thumping his chest, Gu Xintong shot him a final glare, then lay back down. Fang Xun'an dashed to the edge of the lake, gazing into its unfathomable depths. Feeling a moment of hesitation, how on earth does one catch fish in such deep water? However, having already made the promise, he feared being ridiculed by Gu Xintong if he failed as a man. How could he not fulfill a woman's request? With determination, Fang Xun'an devised a plan. He hesitated for just a moment before leaping into the lake. Indeed, he intended to use himself as bait for fishing. Floating motionless on the surface, he quietly awaited a bite. Humph, back in my original world, I was a master angler. I never returned empty-handed. However, as time ticked away, Fang Xun'an floated for what felt like an eternity without a single fish biting. He furrowed his non-existent brow, muttering, "This shouldn't be happening. How could I not attract fish with such a delectable form? Had he truly become so unattractive that even fish would shy away?" This prompted Fang Xun'an to question his physique and appearance. "Forget it. Since I've already waited this long, I might as well wait a little longer. If no fish bites soon, I will indeed leave," he finally decided, resolving to wait another half an hour. After enduring more than 10 minutes, he finally sensed some movement beneath him in the lake. Finally, a bite. If nothing else comes soon, I might cramp up just lying here. He hastily suppressed the excitement within, beginning to secretly invoke the enchanting fragrance of the mind-bewitching flower. "Greetings, everyone. I am merely an ordinary carp. Since the moment of my birth, I have resided in this lake, diligently exercising each day to maintain my health and ensure the quality of my flesh. My companions often remark upon my normalcy. Today, while I was exercising in the lake, a flower suddenly appeared on the water's surface. Startled, I quickly took cover. After observing for more than an hour, I realized that this little flower seemed to have been tossed here by someone. Although it appeared somewhat unappealing, it was rather plump, and I believed it would taste delightful. However, my inherent caution prevented me from approaching immediately. Instead, I continued to observe for a while longer. Once I confirmed that it was merely an ordinary flower, I prepared to eliminate it to purify the lake's environment. After all, the lake is my home, and cleanliness is a collective responsibility. My dear friends, do you think I'm justified in my actions?" As the large carp drew nearer, Fang Xun'an had made all the necessary preparations, now merely waiting for it to take the bait. Upon slowly approaching him, the carp gently brushed its lips against Fang Xun'an. Such a cautious little creature. Fang Xun'an silently mused like a tea that moment. He had already activated the mind-bewitching flower's fragrance. Should this carp dare to bite, it would surely fall under his spell. Now, all that remained was to patiently wait. After a moment of tentative exploration, the carp, having confirmed that Fang Xun'an posed no threat, opened its mouth and clamped down on him. Now, in the instant it bit down, Fang Xun'an swiftly directed the floating floral fragrance toward the large carp. Upon catching a whiff of the alluring scent, the carp immediately succumbed to an infatuation with Fang Xun'an. Its last fleeting thought was, "How despicable, you treacherous outsider." Seeing the large carp ensnared, Fang Xun'an burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, little one, dare you play with me? Do you not know that I am an old fishing master?" However, he soon realized something was amiss. Indeed, the carp had been enchanted, yet still refused to let go. This was perplexing. Why did it continue to hold on so tightly? Fang Xun'an, puzzled, scratched his floral bud. Noticing the carp's steadfast grip, he resolved to dispatch it directly, just as he was gathering several wooden spikes around himself to deal with the large carp. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The carp, still clenching Fang Xun'an, suddenly dove beneath the lake's surface. Bubbles arose as the fish surprisingly dragged itself into the water, a scenario Fang Xun'an had never anticipated. Once he regained his composure, he quickly pried the carp's mouth open, exerting tremendous effort to free himself. Why is this fish so strong? He muttered upon escaping the carp's grasp. Yet, upon realizing he had fled, the large carp swiftly turned and lunged at him once more as it approached with its gaping mouth. Fang Xun'an cursed. Gulp, gurgle, gurgle. Damn you, you're coming again. He hastily dodged and swam toward the surface. The now enchanted carp, unwilling to let Fang Xun'an escape, pursued him with fervor. Being just a tiny flower, Fang Xun'an could not outrun the large carp in the water. As he glanced back at the rapidly approaching creature, memories of being chased by that purple leopard flooded his mind, instilling a sense of despair. Why can't I control this reckless heart of mine? Just as the carp's mouth was about to close around him, he vanished like a reflection in the water. The carp snapped at empty space, quickly scanning its surroundings for Fang Xun'an. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, observing the massive carp above him, silently noted, "Indeed, the most dangerous place is often the safest." Just as he was about to be bitten, he employed the technique of water-moon mirror flower, a skill he had only just begun to master. While evading the large mouth, he swam toward the lake's bottom, intending to hide there for a while until the carp regained its senses before resurfacing. Now, Fang Xun'an clearly recognized that although he possessed two exceptionally powerful techniques, he severely lacked offensive capabilities. The only technique with any offensive potential had an extremely long cooldown period, leaving him, for a considerable time, as nothing more than a harmless little flower. It seemed imperative that he acquire some offensive techniques once he returned home. Fang Xun'an reached the lake's bottom, concealing himself among a mass of aquatic plants. Watching the various peculiar fish swim overhead, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, none of these fish have a taste for flowers. Right? Fang Xun'an silently prayed for his safety. Once he deemed enough time had passed, he cautiously emerged from the foliage, swiftly swimming toward the surface. He hoped nothing unexpected would occur along the way. Casting a glance around, the tranquil yet profound waters of the lake triggered his fear of the deep sea. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling presence lurking beneath the surface. Should he linger in these waters for a while? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. After all, returning to the shore was paramount. He dreaded the notion of an unseen tentacle or claw reaching out from the depths. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, his journey proved to be fraught with tension, yet ultimately uneventful. Upon climbing ashore, Fang Xun'an spat contemptuously at the lake behind him. "You wretched thing, just wait. When I become successful, you'll see how I deal with you." Having vented his frustrations, he recalled the task at hand. Not having caught any fish would make his return rather difficult to explain. Fang Xun'an pondered, disheartened. He had confidently asserted that he would handle it. Yet he had returned empty-handed. After much internal conflict, he finally resolved to return with nothing. What can she do to me? Upon his return, Gu Xintong had already been waiting for him. Upon seeing Fang Xun'an return empty-handed, her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Xiaohanan, why do you come back like this? Where's my fish?" Fang Xun'an crossed his arms defiantly and replied, "I have none," since he was going to face punishment regardless. He might as well put on a brave front first. Indeed, Gu Xintong seized him, playfully flicking his forehead, saying, "You've grown bold, returning without fish and still speaking so arrogantly." Unable to resist her grip, Fang Xun'an could only shrug helplessly, saying, "Most of my techniques lack offensive power. Even if I saw a fish, I wouldn't be able to catch it." "Humph, what a useless glutton I've raised," Gu Xintong huffed in displeasure, releasing him back onto the ground. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an immediately bristled, exclaiming, "Hey, you can't say that. What do you mean I've made you a glutton? Now, tell me honestly, after all this time together, have I ever eaten even a grain of your rice?" After pondering for a moment, Gu Xintong realized he might have a point. "You may actually be right," she admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. Noticing her tone soften, Fang Xun'an felt emboldened, saying, "Do you have any idea how painful it is to watch you eat while I can only stand by? So don't forget your promise to me. Once you grow strong enough, you'll find some delicious food that I can enjoy too." Gu Xintong patted her chest and confidently replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely keep my word." At that moment, Fang Xun'an's gaze inadvertently wandered to her chest, muttering softly, "I never noticed before, but it seems rather impressive. Did you just say something?" Gu Xintong suddenly asked, sensing she might have caught a hint of his words, but was unsure. "No, you must have misheard." Fang Xun'an quickly waved his hands in denial. Observing Fang Xun'an's anxiousness, Gu Xintong became even more convinced that he had indeed said something about her. That's not true. You must have been speaking ill of me. Faced with her relentless questioning, Fang Xun'an hurriedly explained, I would never dare to speak poorly of you. Really? Gu Xintong still regarded him with skepticism. Absolutely. Just look at my sincere eyes, Fang Xun'an replied, striving to present a demeanor of utmost sincerity. Upon witnessing this, Gu Xintong expressed her disdain, saying, Enough! Where did you get those eyes? She then retrieved the abyssal shadow and beckoned to Fang Xun'an. Let us go. We need to prepare to return to the sect. Fang Xun'an, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a crisis, secretly sighed in relief and responded, I'm coming, after their return to the sect. Gu Xintong did not head to her room immediately but sought out her father, Gu Yintian. Upon seeing his daughter return, Gu Yintian was overjoyed. Xintong, you are finally back. Did you manage to exchange the heartburn flower from Uncle Qilong? Gu Xintong shook her head. We arrived too late. Uncle Qilong mentioned a peculiar organization that had taken all the heartburn flowers months ago. What? Gu Yintian exclaimed in astonishment. You mean to say that besides our 7 sects, there exists another power capable of acquiring all of Uncle Qilong's heartburn flowers? Yes, Gu Xintong nodded. If such a power exists, we would surely have known about it, Gu Yintian mused, suddenly falling silent as a thought struck him. Noticing her father's abrupt silence, Gu Xintong inquired, Father, do you perhaps know what this organization is? Gu Yintian glanced at his daughter before smiling. Rest assured, I have a rough idea of what this organization might be. You should return now. I need to have a game of chess with Uncle Jiang. Gu Xintong, still somewhat doubtful, nodded and replied, All right. Once his daughter departed, Gu Yintian took out a jade token and crushed it before rising to leave the sect. Within the Qitian demon sect, Shen Yanwei was preparing a meal for his partner that a few days prior. He had wagered with Chu Xiun on whether the next person to enter would step in with their left or right foot, resulting in him losing all his spirit stones for the month. Now he had no choice but to put on a good show in front of his partner, hoping to earn some pocket money. At that moment, he pulled out a jade token from his waist and frowned at the cracked character for pressure inscribed upon it. Why is Gu Yintian summoning us at this time? He called out to a nearby house, Xiaofeng. I have urgent business and must step out. You enjoy your meal. A voice from within replied. All right, take care. Shen Yanwei transformed into a streak of gray light and vanished into the sky. In the Qingtian sect, a middle-aged man sat amidst an array of peculiar components, seemingly engrossed in research. What on earth is wrong with this spirit vehicle? Why does it keep exploding? Zhao Zeline pondered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Suddenly, he too produced a jade token from his waist, frowning as he said, Why is Gu Leoj summoning us all of a sudden? Then, glancing at his wrecked spirit vehicle, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perfect! I can go ask a few of my old friends to see what's wrong with my spirit vehicle. He retrieved a long, thick wooden stick from a spatial bag and sat down on it. Bat 5, let us go, he declared as soon as he spoke. The tail end of the stick erupted with spiritual energy, vanishing into the air at an incredible speed. The 4 sects of the Qitian demon sect, Yingtian sect, Shuntian sect, and Huitian sect also gradually received the message from Gu Yintian. The leaders of these sects left their respective domains, flying toward a remote mountain. The leaders of the 7 great sects ultimately gathered in front of a dilapidated wooden house. Upon entering, Shen Yanwei immediately spotted Gu Yintian seated in a chair, that he found a seat for himself, and exclaimed, Why did you suddenly call us here? Don't you know I was cooking for Xiaofeng? Before Gu Yintian could respond, a boisterous voice came from outside. Shen Dog, did you lose all your money betting against that Chu Xiun fellow, and now you're reduced to doing housework for pocket change? A muscular man, his upper body adorned with thick iron chains, strode into the room. That you're talking nonsense, Shen Yanwei retorted. Old Gu, look at this guy. He's just embarrassed and furious, Feng Bushing teased as he took a seat. Shen Yanwei shot him a glare, thinking, damn it, if I could take you on, I would have slapped you already. Before long, the other leaders of the sects arrived. Ji Laudi, what is the purpose of this gathering of the 7 sects? Inquired Gu Huacheng, the leader of the Huitian sect. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Gu Yintian's expression turned grave as he addressed the 6 sect leaders. They may have returned. They have returned, Shen Yinwei's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Gu Yintian confirmed with a N-O-D-A-T this. The seven individuals fell into a profound silence. Clearly, there was a weighty topic, one that none wished to revisit. Finally, Jiang Xingfeng of the Yingtian sect broke the silence. Asking Gu Laodi, "Where did you get this information?" The other five turned their gazes toward Gu Yintian, awaiting his response. Gu Yintian surveyed the group before slowly stating, "This information was inferred from my daughter." "You mean Xintong? She shouldn't be aware that they're still in this world, right?" Jiang Xingfeng questioned, puzzled. "Xintong indeed does not know they are still here," Gu Yintian replied. "However, according to her, when she went to the Gathering Yang realm to exchange for heartburn flowers with Uncle Qilong, all the heartburn flowers have been taken by a mysterious organization." Upon hearing this, Feng Bushing sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What? You mean there's an organization that took all the heartburn flowers?" Zhao Zilin hurriedly pressed him down, saying, "Feng Gu, don't be so agitated. Sit down first." Feng Bushing plopped back in his seat, his face flushed as he said, "If this organization is not one of our seven sects, then it's almost certain it's those guys. How can I not be agitated? This is also one of the reasons I called everyone here, to determine whether this organization was secretly formed by any of us." Gu Yintian stated, "It's not mine." Feng Busheng slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Nor mine." Jiang Xingfeng added, "Not mine either. Neither is it mine." After some declarations, it became clear that this mysterious organization did not belong to any of the seven sects. Chu Xiyun sighed deeply, remarking, "It seems they truly cannot be restrained any longer." "What, are you scared?" Feng Bushing shot him a glance. "Nonsense. How could I be afraid of them? If the former sect leaders could drive those guys back home, so can I." Chu Xiyun retorted, glaring back. Feng Bushing chuckled. "Well then, let us see who can slay more of them when the time comes." "You brat, let us see." Jiang Xingfeng quickly intervened, saying, all right, enough of your bickering. We should discuss how to track them down." The two exchanged one last glare before following the lead. However, locating them would not be easy. Right now, all we know is that they possess a significant amount of heartburn flowers. Beyond that, we know nothing. Shen Yinwei remarked. Gu Liantian glanced at him and replied, "Why the panic? Although they are in the shadows, we seven sects also have our own secret organizations." "Exactly. As long as we exercise sufficient patience, they will inevitably reveal their true nature," Zhao Zilin concurred. "All right, I'll return and immediately notify my department to prepare." Having finished his cryptic remarks, Shen Yingwei rose and made his way outside. "Old Gue, why are you running off so quickly? Let us continue our conversation for a while." Feng Busheng, noticing his intent to leave, seized him by the arm. Shen Yingwei swiftly swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "You 1,000-year-old bachelor, let go of me. I still need to return home to prepare dinner for my wife." "What? Do you look down on bachelors?" Feng Busheng shot back, his eyes glaring like a bull. He despised being labeled a 1,000-year bachelor, a title that had led him into many fights. It was only after his strength had soared that such taunts had diminished. Yet today, hearing that once familiar title again stirred up old grievances long buried. "Damn it, do you think I want to be a bachelor? It's just that the women I fancy can't match my strength, forcing me into this solitary life. I, Feng Busheng, yearn for sweet love too." Unaware of these feelings, Shen Yingwei, seeing Feng Busheng's unwillingness to release him, transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from sight. "It's not that I look down on bachelors. It's you I disdain," he shouted as he made his escape. Feng Busheng, infuriated, bellowed, "You coward! If you have the guts, don't run." With that, he transformed into a flash of crimson light and pursued him. Gu Huacheng, observing the departing duo, couldn't he help but shake his head. Despite having become a sect leader, why are they still so willful? Gu Yintian approached him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Brother Huacheng, don't forget that both of them belong to the demon sect. Isn't the essence of the demon sect to act according to one's whims?" With a hearty laugh, he too transformed into a streak of black light and vanished into the horizon. Jiang Xingfeng, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. This guy, he called us here, and yet flees so swiftly. Truly disappointing. Indeed, absolutely. Chu Xiyun and Zhao Zilin echoed in agreement. Quite so. Gu watching nodded, then turned to survey the surroundings, realizing that the two were nowhere to be found. Damn it. Once again it falls upon me to clean up the mess, he exclaimed in frustration, before skillfully returning everything to its original state and erasing all traces of their presence. The small wooden cabin soon reverted to its previous appearance. Even the most skilled practitioners would find it impossible to discern that anyone had ever been there. After casting one last glance at the cabin, Gu Huacheng departed as well. Within a room, 7 individuals exuding an eerie aura sat in a circle. The apparent leader spoke, after thousands of years of lurking. We have finally awaited the formation of this world as treasures. Now is the time to act. I have longed for this day. One of the members cackled ominously. The leader merely glanced at him before addressing another. Gone, are your heart-burning flowers prepared? The man shot him a sidelong glance, responding in a sarcastic tone. Hua, do you think I need you to instruct me on my tasks? With a cold scoff, Hua addressed the assembly. Our actions are bound to attract the attention of the natives of this world, so we must complete our first task without drawing their notice. Understood? One individual, rising and pounding the table, shouted, Damn it. What is there to fear? I've endured long enough. If they dare approach, I'll fight them to the death. Hua frowned at him and commanded to sit down, to glare to Hua, holding his gaze for a moment before huffing and returning to his seat. Hua then stood, hands resting on the table as he spoke to the group. While we once matched them in strength, we no longer possess the world as treasures to bolster us. And this world, as spiritual energy, does not fully accommodate our techniques. Should we encounter them, it would likely spell our doom. Thus, he paused, surveying the others. If anyone wishes to perish, do inform me now, and I shall grant that wish. The remaining 6 members fell silent. Noticing their lack of response, Hua sneered. Since no one is expressing their intent to die, I expect you to complete your tasks before meeting your demise. Understood? The others could only nod in agreement. Seeing them acquiesce, Hua slowly straightened up, saying, If there are no objections, hasten back and prepare for your tasks. The grand performance is about to commence. Once the others had departed, Hua stepped outside. With a wave of his hand, he restored everything to its original position and erased all traces of their presence before vanishing from sight. New Tong, is that Fire Cauldron Peak? Fang Xun'an inquired, gazing at the barren mountain ahead. Though he had been part of the Yaishan demon sect for several months, most of his time was spent accompanying Gu Xintong outside, leaving him unfamiliar with the inner workings of the sect. Oh, you still have the gall to ask. If it weren't for taking you to find the heart-burning flower, I would have already come here to temper my black abyss demon shadow. Gu Xintong replied, rather irked. Previously, she had intended to return and utilize the white orchid from the ghostly pool to refine her black abyss demon shadow. However, upon learning that Fang Xun'an could gain techniques from legendary plants, she completely forgot about her plans, delaying the matter for several months until now. Fang Xun'an silently grumbled, Can this be blamed on me? Upon reaching Fire Cauldron Peak, Gu Xintong entered a grand hall. The interior was sparsely decorated, filled instead with an array of weapons. Numerous disciples of the demon sect were selecting their weapons, while others emerged from a door, each brandishing a weapon and grinning widely. Upon spotting Gu Xintong, some greeted her, while others walked past as if they had not seen her. New Tong, aren't you the sect leader's daughter? Why do some of them not greet you? Fang Xun'an asked, puzzled. Why should they greet me, just because I'm the sect leader's daughter? Gu Xintong countered it, right. Why is that? Fang Xun'an pondered, realizing that greeting Gu Xintong would not earn him any promotion, while failing to do so would not incur any punishment either. If mere failure to greet the sect leader's daughter warranted punishment, the sect would be doomed. Seeing Fang Xun'an at a loss for words, Gu Xintong couldn't help but laugh. Xun'an, think about it. What sect are we in? The Yaishan demon sect, a demon sect. As disciples of a demon sect, we value freedom above all, if even greetings are mandated. Then what is the point of being a disciple of the demon sect? After contemplating, Fang Xun'an realized the truth in her words. Gu Xintong then stepped into a room, where a dark-skinned man with a bald head was vigorously swinging a large iron hammer, striking a formidable sword before him. Uncle Lin, I've come to ask for your help in refining my weapon, Gu Xintong called out to him. Lin Taiju, upon seeing her, set down his hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow with a smile. Enchanting, you've come to have Uncle Li help you refine the Black Abyss Demon Shadow. Haven, T.U. Fang Xun'an, observing the amiable expression on the bald man's face, thought to himself, what a pity, a face like that surely lacks the finesse for a hook punch. Gu Enchanting affirmed, drawing out her Black Abyss Demon Shadow and handing it over. Lin Taiju, admiring the pitch-black blade, exclaimed, truly a masterpiece from Master Mu Gue. It's simply perfect. He then inquired, Enchanting, have you brought all the materials? Yes, they're all here. With that, Gu Enchanting produced several materials from her spatial bag, including the white orchid from the ghostly pool. Lin Taiju examined the flower for a moment and asked, Enchanting, when did you acquire this white orchid from the ghostly pool? Although Gu Xintong did not comprehend why he suddenly posed this question, she answered honestly, I found it at the Delong Ridge while accompanying my father to the Lost Forest. Yes, there's something wrong with the ghostly white orchid, Uncle Lin. Lin Taiju shook his head and set down the flower. Your ghostly white orchid not only has no issues, but its quality is exceptional. Recently, I've noticed that many disciples who come to me for weapon refinement have brought forth materials of astonishing quality. Upon inquiring, I discovered that these materials were all found in the past few months. Gu Xintong, upon hearing this, expressed her uncertainty. Could this be merely a coincidence? Lin Taiju promptly dismissed her conjecture, stating, it is not a coincidence. Initially, I shared your thoughts when I discovered this phenomenon. However, after questioning the group at Muding Peak, it became evident that they too had noticed this situation. How could that be possible? Gu Xintong exclaimed. Lin Taiju continued, I believe something significant must have transpired in these past few months, resulting in the enhanced quality of various spiritual plants and minerals. After considering this hypothesis, Gu Xintong found it somewhat incredulous. Does such a thing truly exist? Hard to say. No one can ascertain such matters, Lin Taiju replied. While he also felt this situation was unlikely, the evidence lay plainly before him. Suddenly, he tapped his bald head and said, never mind. I shall mention this to the sect leader later. He then turned to Gu Xintong. Xintong, please submit your contribution points. Once I finish refining the remaining 2 weapons, I shall begin working on yours. Upon hearing this, Gu Xintong approached a large jade plate. She retrieved a jade token inscribed with the character pressed from her waist and placed it atop the plate. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the plate coalesced into a line of text. 500 contribution points have been deducted. Remaining points, 3,700. After reading the inscription, Gu Xintong mumbled, it's down to 3,007 already. It seems I must undertake a few tasks to earn some contribution points. After bidding farewell to Lin Taiju, she exited the Grand Hall. Upon leaving the Muding Peak, Gu Xintong made her way directly to the courtyard of Jifeng and her companions. Sister Jifeng, she called out as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within the courtyard, Jifeng and Lin Lihua were crouched together, seemingly oblivious to her presence as they continued their tasks. What could they be so engrossed in? Gu Xintong wondered. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an entered and spotted the sunbathing Edai, rushing over to shower affection on his second mount. After months of using his first mount, he felt a bit distant from the second one and sought to make amends. Gu Xintong quietly approached Jifeng and Lin Lihua, wanting to discover what they were up to. Just as she drew near, both Jifeng and Lin Lihua suddenly turned around and shouted at her. Gu Xintong was startled and stumbled back a few steps, losing her balance and landing on the ground. Seeing her reaction, Jifeng and Lin Lihua could not help but burst into laughter. Regaining her composure, Gu Xintong glared at the two of them, who were laughing so hard they could barely stand, and pounced towards them. You two rascals, daring to bully the sect leader's daughter. Just wait until I get my revenge. The two mischief makers, witnessing Gu Xintong charge at them, immediately attempted to flee. However, Gu Xintong, being at the peak of the second realm, easily caught up with them as they were merely in the late stages of the second realm. Shortly thereafter, she returned, each of them captured under her arms. Lin Lihua, caught on the left, began to plead for mercy. Oh no, Sister Xintong, I was wrong. Please spare me. Gu Xintong shot her a fierce glare, declaring, now you realize your mistake? I'm telling you, it's too late. Seeing her pleas go unanswered, Lin Lihua tugged at her companion. Sister Jifeng, You should beg for mercy too. Perhaps Sister Xintong will let us go for your sake. Jifeng turned to Lin Lihua, who wore an expectant expression, and sighed in resignation. Don't even think about it. Today we cannot escape that. Oh no. Before Lin Lihua could finish her sentence, both were unceremoniously tossed onto the grass. Jifeng lay quietly, adopting a posture of surrender, while Lin Lihua curled up, arms crossed, gazing at Gu Xintong with feigned terror. What do you intend to do? Gu Xintong grinned mischievously, lunging towards them. Of course, I'm going to have some fun with you. She pinned Lin Lihua down, pulling Jifeng closer with one hand, while the other began to tickle Lin Lihua mercilessly. Ha ha, stop. I'm sorry. Lin Lihua squirmed beneath her, desperately begging for mercy. Yet Gu Xintong continued until Lin Lihua was breathless from laughter. Lin Lihua lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am not clean anymore. Nearby, Fang Xun'an observed the scene from atop A Dai's head. He looked at the prone Lin Lihua and mused. It seems she has been thoroughly played by Sister Xintong. Then he turned his gaze to the final victim. At that moment, Gu Xintong leaned over Jifeng, whispering in her ear, Sister Jifeng, I'm coming for you. Jifeng, feeling a ticklish sensation, quickly shook her head and replied, I know, just finish up quickly. I still need to water my medicinal garden. Gu Xintong chuckled, swaying atop Jifeng. Feeling the pressure from her chest, she let out a laugh reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Fang Xun'an, watching this unfold, swallowed hard. This is quite interesting. He stealthily descended from A Dai and cautiously approached, eventually hiding among the medicinal plants, disguised as a herb, to admire the scene. After a few moments, Gu Xintong straightened up and announced, I am starting. She reached for the two sources of pressure. However, the sources were far too substantial for her small hands to grasp, and the soft fabric of Jifeng's attire slipped through her fingers. Fang Xun'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this fabric is enormous and so soft. Gu Xintong, assessing the size and texture of what she held against her own, exclaimed in dissatisfaction, Sister Jifeng, this is utterly unfair. Jifeng, hearing this, playfully slapped her rear, saying, All right, it's done. Hurry up and get off me. I have things to do. Fang Xun'an, witnessing Gu Xintong receive this playful smack, felt a surge of excitement inside. This is exactly what I've always wanted to do, but never dared. I must train hard so that one day I can experience it myself. After giving one last squeeze, Gu Xintong finally climbed off Jifeng, stating, You thought you could scare me. You only brought this upon yourselves. Jifeng stood, straightening her clothes, and remarked, You wouldn't understand the thrill of teasing the sect leader's daughter. She then turned to pull Lin Lihua up from the ground. Get up. Come with me to gather herbs. As Lin Lihua stood and dusted herself off, she leaned toward Gu Xintong and asked, So what do you think, Sister Xintong? Gu Xintong glanced down at herself, then back at her, shaking her head. Sister Jifeng's is simply outrageous. I feel it's even larger than last time. Really? Lin Lihua's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Xintong, noticing her skepticism, pouted towards Jifeng's retreating figure. If you don't believe me, go try it out for yourself. Hurry, while Sister Jifeng is still unmarried. If you hesitate, the opportunity may be lost. After hearing these words, Lin Lihua was evidently stirred. Initially, she had intended to refuse, but Gu Xintong's mention of Jifeng's sister's unexpected growth piqued her curiosity. Although she was tempted to venture forth, her instinct for self-preservation held her back. Observing her biting her lip, torn between desire and hesitation, Gu Xintong, exasperated, remarked, Are you foolish? Who said you must go right now? You two live together every day. Aren't there plenty of opportunities? Wait until Jifeng's sister falls asleep tonight, and then you can act freely. Upon hearing this, Lin Lihua's eyes brightened. Oh, right. Subsequently, the two exchanged mischievous glances and smirked. Jifeng, noticing the two lingering at the back, furrowed her brow and called out, What are you two up to? Come over here. Oh, coming. After responding, they hurriedly joined her. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an was hiding in the medicinal herb garden, reminiscing about the earlier scene. When he inadvertently glanced up, he was startled to find Gu Xintong and the others approaching his direction, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. Oh no. If they discover me lurking here, won't I be dragged out to feed the pigs? In his haste, Fang Xun'an had forgotten to leave himself an escape route. Now, as he saw them nearing, he felt as if every leaf on him was beginning to burn with anxiety. At that moment, he noticed a nearly withered herb beside him. His gaze shifted between himself and the herb several times before a plan struck him. Fang Xun'an glanced at the leaf on one of his arms and muttered, "Apologies, my friend. I promise to bury you properly later." He then tore off that leaf. "Ouch, that hurts." Fang Xun'an stifled his voice to avoid alerting Gu Xintong. The pain felt akin to tugging at a hangnail, as it was an excruciating backward tear. Although little blood was shed, the discomfort was surprisingly intense. He then squatted beside the wilting herb, pretentiously applying the leaf's juice onto it. When Jifeng arrived at the herb garden, she spotted a pink bud swaying among the various medicinal plants. Recognizing it as Fang Xun'an, she called back to her companions, "Xintong, isn't that your companion spirit?" "Ah, where is he?" Gu Xintong hurriedly ran over with Lin Lihua. Jifeng pointed at the pink bud. "Look, Jiu Xintong immediately recognized that the pink creature must be Fang Xun'an. What is Xiao'an doing here? She wondered, hadn't he gone to play with the dye as soon as he entered? Why was he here now? After parting some herbs, Gu Xintong saw Fang Xun'an squatting in front of a nearly withered herb, seemingly engrossed in some task. She poked him and asked Xiao'an, "What are you doing here?" Startled, Fang Xun'an feigned being frightened. He patted his chest and, upon realizing it was Gu Xintong, replied irritably, "Why do you walk so silently?" "You scared me." Gu Xintong lifted him up, glanced at the wilting herb, then back at Fang Xun'an, puzzled. "What are you doing so intently? You didn't even notice me come over." Fang Xun'an raised the leaf in his hand and replied, "I'm treating that herb." Upon seeing the leaf, Gu Xintong quickly asked, "Xiao'an, why did you lose a leaf? Are you lacking nutrients? Let me take you to the cow shed to replenish." Fang Xun'an, realizing she was genuinely about to take him away, hurriedly stopped her. No, I'm not lacking nutrients. I accidentally dropped this leaf while playing with the dye." Gu Xintong eyed him suspiciously and inquired, Really? Fang Xun'an nodded vigorously. Only then did Gu Xintong slowly set him down. "If your leaf fell, why are you here?" "To bury it, of course," Fang Xun'an replied matter-of-factly. "Bury it?" Gu Xintong's face was filled with confusion. Is it customary for plant-type spirits to bury their severed limbs? Lin Lihua immediately shook her head. "I wouldn't know." It was absurd. She hadn't even figured out her own companion spirit's habits, let alone these. That Jiu Xintong had no expectations of Lin Lihua's knowledge, as the most knowledgeable about spirit plants present was Jifeng. Fang Xun'an was acutely aware of this, and could only hope that Jifeng's understanding of plant-type spirits was not as profound as her knowledge of spirit plants. Otherwise, he might be in peril. Jifeng glanced at Fang Xun'an, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips before she said, "I do recall that plant-type spirits have such a custom." "Really?" Fang Xun'an stared at her in disbelief. Was she actually covering for him? But why would she do that? They weren't close, so why would she defend him? The thought perplexed Fang Xun'an. Seeing that Jifeng, the most knowledgeable about spirit plants, had affirmed it, Gu Xintong nodded in acceptance. "I didn't expect plant-type spirits to actually have such a peculiar habit." "Indeed," Fang Xun'an replied, his voice wide at that moment. He noticed Jifeng subtly extending 2 fingers toward him. Point 2. "What does that mean?" Fang Xun'an was utterly baffled. "Sister, please don't be cryptic. Just say what you mean directly." Jifeng paid no mind to whether he understood, retracting her hand. This left Fang Xun'an, who had a bit of OCD, feeling quite troubled. "Sister, you're making it hard for me to sleep tonight." Meanwhile, Gu Xintong, oblivious to Jifeng's subtle gestures, pointed at the wilting herb and asked, "Your leaf fell. What does that have to do with saving it?" As Gu Xintong's relentless questioning resumed, Fang Xun'an forced himself to disregard Jifeng's earlier gesture. After all, overcoming the immediate challenge was of utmost importance. That he promptly recited the excuse he had prepared. "I intended to bury my leaf here, but then I noticed this herb was wilting. I thought, being a second-tier spirit, my leaf should be nutrient-rich. So I squeezed out some juice to see if I could revive it. Jiu Xintong, upon hearing this, slapped him on the bud. "Xiao'an, are you foolish? Do you realize this purple mint is a tier 3 herb? Why would you think you, a mere second-tier weakling, could save it with your leaf?" "Oh, so this herb is tier 3. Fang Xun'an felt a bit embarrassed. He had intended to use his own leaf to save it, only to find that the herb was of a higher level than himself, the Jiu Xintong. Seeing this, couldn't help but facepalm. How did I end up with such a foolish companion spirit? I truly don't understand what I saw in you. Fang Xun'an chuckled awkwardly, sensing that he was no longer in danger. His confidence grew. You say I'm just a second-tier weakling, as if you're not one too. What did you say? Gu Xintong bent down, reaching for him. Fang Xun'an dodged and scrambled away, shouting, I was going to bury my leaf. Watching Fang Xun'an flee in disarray, Gu Xintong scoffed, you can escape once. But not forever. Let us see where you run to next. Meanwhile, Jifeng, who had been observing quietly, remarked, Xintong, your companion spirit is quite clever. His communication with you flows so smoothly. Yu Xintong rolled her eyes and shook her head, saying, Come on, Xiaonan may seem clever, but aside from constantly opposing me, he knows very little. Many of his ideas are just outdated thoughts from a millennium ago. When I first encountered him, he was utterly oblivious to the existence of spirit companions. At times, I even questioned whether he was merely a slumbering spirit plant that had lain dormant for a millennium. After hearing this, Jifeng found herself ensnared in contemplation, a spirit beast whose thoughts lingered a millennium in the past. Unaware of the existence of spirit companions. Observing her pensive demeanor, Gu Xintong approached and whispered in her ear, What are you pondering, Jifeng? Are you waiting for me to help you gauge the extent of your pressure? Feeling the warm breath against her ear, Jifeng swiftly swatted at her, exclaiming, Are you trying to annoy me? Gu Xintong, having anticipated this reaction, deftly dodged and replied with a grin, Missed me. Jifeng shot her a glare and then pointed to a small tree. Instructing, You and Li Hua help me pluck some tender anlin leaves. I will gather some others. Understood. Gu Xintong exclaimed, and she and Lin Li Hua merrily hopped off to collect anlin leaves. Jifeng glanced at Fang Xun'an, who was hiding at the edge of the medicinal garden, burying his own leaves, and a smile crept onto her lips before she proceeded to gather the most crucial herbs. Meanwhile, not far away, Fang Xun'an, after digging a small pit at the garden's edge, placed his sacrificed leaf within. Gazing at the still vibrant leaf, he spoke with unwavering determination, Fear not, my brother. I shall ensure your sacrifice is not in vain. I will strive to cultivate my strength until I surpass that woman, Gu Xintong. When the time comes, I will reclaim what is yours and deliver it right back to her. After saying this, he wiped away non-existent tears and added, Rest easy. He then covered the leaf with soil. Once he had completed this task, Fang Xun'an heaved a heavy sigh and walked over to Adai. Leaning against him, he gazed at his own hand, now lacking a leaf, and lamented, Sigh, I wonder when this leaf will grow back. Turning to Adai, he inquired, Adai, what do you think? Adai merely lifted his head to glance at Fang Xun'an before resuming his slumber. After Gu Xintong and the others had gathered the herbs, they returned to their room. Noting that Adai was still asleep and had not spoken to him, Fang Xun'an felt somewhat bored. Thus, he trailed behind Gu Xintong and the others into the room. Upon seeing him, Gu Xintong scooped him up and placed him on her shoulder, asking, Weren't you playing with Adai? Why did you follow us? Adai is too dull. He doesn't even talk, so it's not fun. Fang Xun'an replied, if you're the clever one. Gu Xintong retorted. They entered a room filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs, where a large alchemical furnace stood in the center. Sister Xintong, are you going to concoct pills? Fang Xun'an inquired. As Gu Xintong handed the herbs to Jifeng, she replied, Isn't that obvious? There's a massive alchemical furnace right here. Can't you tell? Upon realizing they were indeed going to concoct pills, Fang Xun'an's excitement surged, and he leaned closer to ask, What are we practicing? How do we do it? Who will do it? Faced with this barrage of questions, Gu Xintong pushed away the flower bud that was pressed against her cheek, saying, Oh, it's Sister Jifeng preparing the Gu Yuan pill to help us break through to the third realm. Fang Xun'an was momentarily perplexed. Sister Xintong, shouldn't you, as the daughter of the sect leader, be able to take these pills freely? Gu Xintong sighed helplessly and gave him another light smack on his flower bud. Though I'm the sect leader's daughter, I'm also a disciple of the sect. Thus, I must set a good example and not recklessly violate the sect's rules. Fang Xun'an covered his flower bud, muttering, Aren't you supposed to do as you please as a disciple of the demonic sect? Now you're talking about following the rules. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xintong delivered another slap to his flower bud, saying, "We can act freely without breaking the rules." "Then where did that black vine you exchanged with Senior Qilong for Yanji you come from?" Fang Xun'an challenged, his neck straining. "That black vine, capable of trading for Yanji Yu, must be no ordinary spirit plant. If you were merely an ordinary disciple, you certainly couldn't have obtained it. Yet, you casually took it out without a second thought, and you dare say Father didn't give you a backdoor?" Gu Xintong remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, causing Fang Xun'an to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. His survival instinct kicked in. Run. Now, immediately. If he continued to explain himself, he would only meet a more terrible fate. Following his instincts, he turned and prepared to flee. However, just as he jumped down from Gu Xintong's shoulder, a delicate hand intercepted him mid-air. Fang Xun'an stared at Gu Xintong's beaming face, a cold sweat breaking out over him. He swallowed hard and managed a forced laugh. "Huh. I was just joking earlier." Trying to lighten the mood, "Oh, you believe me?" Gu Xintong maintained her cheerful demeanor and replied, "What do you think?" Realizing he might truly be trapped, Fang Xun'an hesitated momentarily before saying, "Well, before you take action, I have a small suggestion." "Speak." That he pointed to the large stick in Gu Xintong's hand, saying, "Could you perhaps put that stick down and just use your hands?" Gu Xintong smiled and tossed the stick aside, saying, "As you wish." Fang Xun'an sighed with relief, thinking he might escape this predicament after all. Gu Xintong then handed him over to Lin Lihua, saying, "Lihua, please hold him for me, and remember to keep the flower bud exposed." Lin Lihua firmly grasped Fang Xun'an, lifting him before her and asking, "Is this okay?" Gu Xintong nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, just like that. Step back a bit. I don't want to hit you." Oh, Lin Lihua obediently stepped back 2 paces, holding Fang Xun'an in front of her. As Fang Xun'an faced the darkly smiling Gu Xintong, he uttered what he thought might be his last words. "Why do you need a cannon to hit me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xintong aimed for his flower bud and unleashed a flurry of slaps, exclaiming, "You rascal! Why are you so argumentative?" Amidst the tempest of her strikes, Fang Xun'an managed to protest. "This isn't arguing. This is being pragmatic. Pragmatic? Today, I shall show you what it means to be impenetrable." Gu Xintong growled fiercely. Her strikes grew increasingly swift, the afterimages of her hands coalescing into a sphere that completely enveloped Fang Xun'an. Witnessing this scene, Lin Lihua and Jifeng exchanged glances, unable to suppress their headshakes. What on earth did Xintong's spirit companion do to provoke her to such fury? I would like to know as well. They had no intention of intervening, instead opting to observe the unfolding drama. Gu Xintong continued her onslaught for several minutes, only ceasing when her hands grew weary. Breathing heavily, she pointed at Fang Xun'an and declared, "Let us see if you dare to argue with me again." At that moment, Fang Xun'an lay limp in Lin Lihua's grasp, his body twitching sporadically. He trembled as he lifted a hand, weakly saying, "I will never dare again." With that, his hand fell listlessly. Jifeng approached and poked the nearly incapacitated Fang Xun'an in surprise. This little fellow has endured so much from Xintong, and yet seems to have sustained no injuries at all. Lin Lihua, cradling him in her hands, examined him closely. Indeed, he shows no signs of harm whatsoever. No way. Gu Xintong found this hard to believe, yet their expressions suggested they were not deceiving her. Little Linen is merely a second-realm spirit beast. How could he possibly have escaped unscathed after all that? Really, you should come see for yourself. Lin Lihua beckoned. Gu Xintong, still skeptical, approached and examined Fang Xun'an. To her astonishment, not only was he not missing any leaves, but he had not even suffered a scratch. Aside from being somewhat soft, he was indistinguishable from before. How could this be possible? Gu Xintong meticulously examined Fang Xun'an, hoping to ascertain whether he had sustained any internal injuries. To her surprise, she discovered no signs of harm whatsoever. Once she confirmed that Fang Xun'an was indeed unscathed, she returned the healing ointment she had just retrieved. It is worth noting that Gu Xintong had applied a significant amount of force during their encounter, intending to instill a sense of caution in him and prevent his incessant defiance. Following the altercation, she promptly prepared the finest healing salve, wishing to avoid leaving any scars on Fang Xun'an. However, much to her astonishment, this fellow emerged from the encounter entirely unscathed. Ji Feng could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Xintong, is your little and truly just an unknown wildflower of the second realm? I am unsure, Gu Xintong admitted, her own confidence wavering. She began to ponder if Fang Xun'an had concealed his true cultivation level to lower her guard, possibly seeking to retaliate later. If Fang Xun'an were privy to her current thoughts, he would likely exclaim, "How did you know I was thinking that?" At this moment, he began to stir, groaning, "Ouch, that hurts. Sister Xintong, couldn't you have been a bit gentler? What if you broke me?" Upon noticing his awakening, Gu Xintong immediately asked, "Little Linen, please check if you are injured." Fang Xun'an replied incredulously, "Seriously? You actually managed to hurt me?" He quickly assessed his own body, and after completing his examination, he let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, you had me so worried. I thought I was genuinely injured." "You really aren't hurt?" Gu Xintong inquired once more. Fang Xun'an looked at her, puzzled, and said, "Are you disappointed that I'm unscathed? Why are you so cruel?" "Not at all. I was merely concerned for your well-being." Gu Xintong responded with a smile, "That if you genuinely cared about me, you would help me massage my flower bud. I feel like it's ask you." Fang Xun'an said, while rubbing his flower bud. Gu Xintong was immediately perplexed. How could that be? I was quite even-handed in my approach. I certainly wouldn't strike twice in the same direction. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That's something a person should say? Although Gu Xintong claimed otherwise, she still assisted Fang Xun'an in massaging his flower bud. Meanwhile, Ji Feng, having witnessed the unfolding drama, began concocting a cultivation-enhancing elixir. The flicker of black flame ignited in her palm, which she then cast into the alchemical furnace. As the temperature within the furnace gradually rose, she tossed in the amlin leaves that Gu Xintong and Fang Xun'an had gathered. Fang Xun'an rested against Gu Xintong's palm, observing the swirling black flames within the furnace with curiosity. "Sister Xintong, what kind of fire is that black flame from Sister Ji Feng?" Gu Xintong, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for her earlier harshness, softened her tone slightly. "That black flame is the innate body source fire that Sister Ji Feng possesses. That it has the ability to burn the soul, so we affectionately refer to it as soul flame." Body source fire? This was yet another concept entirely foreign to Fang Xun'an. Gu Xintong anticipated his confusion and elaborated. Body source fire is a unique flame inherent to an individual from birth, akin to a special physique, and those who possess it are exceedingly rare. So, Sister Ji Feng is truly gifted, Fang Xun'an exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is noteworthy that no two individuals possess the same body source fire in this world. And Sister Ji Feng's soul flame is exceptionally powerful. Upon learning about the existence of soul flame, Fang Xun'an recalled how Ji Feng had previously extricated him from a predicament. Soul flame, burning the soul. He couldn't shake the feeling that this soul flame must possess abilities beyond mere burning. Perhaps it could sense the soul, which would explain how she had so effortlessly followed his lead in conversation. Fang Xun'an believed he had uncovered the truth. Ji Feng had discerned his innermost thoughts through her soul flame, and, charmed by his endearing demeanor, chose to assist him. It had to be so, he thought to himself, feeling quite the genius for this realization. Fortunately, Gu Xintong remained oblivious to his musings. Otherwise, she would surely have found him insufferable that moment. She continued, "Moreover, it's not just Sister Ji Feng who is exceptional. Li Hua is no ordinary person either. Fang Xun'an glanced at Lin Li Hua, who was squatting beside Ji Feng, her face alight with excitement as she watched the alchemical process, aside from being a bit adorable. "I don't see anything particularly remarkable about her." Ji Xintong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Li Hua and whispered, "Li Hua's backstory is rather tragic. My father was the one who discovered her. He recounted that when he found Li Hua at the tender age of 3, her village had been slaughtered by a group from the True Cultivation Society. She sat in the blood-soaked ground, cradling a small, bloodied puppy, while the True Cultivation Society members prepared to strike her down. My father, upon witnessing this, rushed in to save her, dispatching most of the assailants, just as he was about to deal with the last few. A black creature emerged from within Li Hua, devouring them all. A black creature? What was that?" Fang Xun'an asked, perplexed. Gu Xintong replied, "My father described that black creature as a nightmare, a rare amalgamation of negative energy. He had only encountered it twice in his life. Nightmares come in various forms, including those born of anger, sorrow, and pain. The stronger a person's negative emotions, the more formidable the nightmare that Li Hua's was a despair nightmare. The rarest and most terrifying of them all. Even at such a young age, her nightmare could consume cultivators of the third realm and even attack my father. Thankfully, he was skilled enough to subdue it, after which it returned to Li Hua's body. Subsequently, my father brought Li Hua home to play with me. Yet Li Hua seems oblivious to her past, always wearing a cheerful expression. Yes, she recounted this tale. Her tone grew somber. However, none of us truly know what lies behind her smile. All we can do is accompany her, ensuring she remains happy. Upon learning of Lin Li Hua's extraordinary circumstances, Fang Xun'an fell silent. He had not anticipated that the perpetually cheerful Lin Li Hua harbored such a tragic history, leaving him at a loss on how to approach her. After all, the sorrows of one person can never be fully understood by another. He could not simply advise her to be more open-hearted or forgiving. Point 1. Cannot counsel generosity without having endured hardship. Ji Yuxintong noticed his inner turmoil and playfully said, "Oh, there's no need to be so conflicted. Just treat her as you normally would. But please, avoid mentioning this matter in her presence. I fear it might evoke painful memories." Fang Xun'an shot her an exasperated look. "Do you think I would be so thoughtless?" All right, I know you're the most considerate," Gu Xintong replied, placing him back on her shoulder as she headed towards Ji Feng. She leaned against Lin Li Hua and asked Sister Ji Feng, "How much longer?" "Not long now," Ji Feng declared as she tossed in the last main ingredient into the furnace and increased the flames. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace. Even Fang Xun'an recognized that the elixir was nearing completion. He fixated on the furnace, determined not to miss a single detail. As this was his first time witnessing the alchemical process, Ji Feng clapped her hands, and the lid of the furnace flew open, revealing 5 earthy yellow pills enveloped in soul flame that floated into her hands. "Sister Ji Feng, how did it turn out?" Both Gu Xintong and Lin Li Hua eagerly inquired. Ji Feng examined the pills closely for a moment before nodding with a smile. "No impurities. The quality is exceptional. Yay!" Gu Xintong and Lin Li Hua immediately embraced one another in excitement. Fang Xun'an, unable to maintain his balance, tumbled from her shoulder and landed unceremoniously on the ground. He shot Gu Xintong a resentful glare and muttered, "If you're not going to pay me any attention, I'll go seek out Sister Ji Feng instead." Thus, he rubbed his backside while sprinting towards Ji Feng. Upon seeing him approach, Ji Feng, with a beaming smile, extended her hand toward him, and Fang Xun'an promptly leaped on her palm. Ji Feng gently brought him closer to her lips and softly remarked, "Remember, you still owe me 2 favors." Fang Xun'an looked at her in bewilderment, exclaiming, "What? When did I ever owe you 2 favors?" It was unclear whether Ji Feng understood, but she merely gazed at him with a smile. Yet Fang Xun'an was convinced she had comprehended. Ji Feng then placed him on her shoulder and tossed a solid essence pill to Gu Xintong. "Xintong, you're about to break through to the third realm, so I'll give you this solid essence pill for now." Ji Yuxintong accepted the pill and stowed it in her spatial pouch, grinning as she said, "Thank you, Ji Feng Jia." Lin Li Hua, noticing that they had received theirs while she had not, quickly inquired, "What about me?" "Ji Feng Jia, don't forget me." Ji Feng, hearing this, lightly tapped her head, saying, "You are still in the late stage of the second realm. I will give it to you when you reach the pinnacle of the second realm." Lin Li Hua pouted, muttering, "Aren't you at the same realm as me?" Ji Feng gazed at her with mischief in her eyes. Upon noticing this, Lin Li Hua immediately hid behind Gu Xintong, sticking her tongue out at her. Ji Feng could only shake her head with a smile at that moment. Gu Xintong discovered Fang Xun'an perched on Ji Feng's shoulder. Arranging his flower bud, she approached him, staring curiously, and asked, "When did you get here?" "None of your business," Fang Xun'an retorted. Ji Yuxintong crossed her arms and warned, "Just don't disturb Ji Feng Jia." "I won't. He is quite well behaved." Ji Feng chuckled. Lin Li Hua then dashed out from behind Gu Xintong, reaching out to touch the flower bud atop Fang Xun'an's head, exclaiming, "Wow, your flower bud feels so soft and comfortable." Fang Xun'an was taken aback, wondering, what kind of nonsense is this? It was Lin Li Hua's first realization that a flower could possess such a delightful texture. Compared to her own deity, it was like heaven and earth. although Daidi's fur was thick. It was coarse and lacked any silkiness, even carrying a peculiar scent. As for Jifeng's Zifeng, while it felt nice to the touch, it still paled in comparison to Fang Xun'an's flower bud. Lin Lihua couldn't articulate the difference. But she sensed something was lacking. The only regret was that the flower bud was somewhat small, making it less satisfying to play with. Seeing Lin Lihua's expression of enjoyment, Jifeng curiously reached out to touch it as well. Ah, the texture is truly delightful. Once she began, she couldn't stop, and the two women each took half of the flower bud, blissfully indulging in it. Fang Xun'an, expressionless, watched these two as they toyed with his flower bud. Damn it, I am a flower, a mere second-realm blossom. I am fierce, what do you take me for? His mind trembled. This was something he had never anticipated. Once my strength increases, I shall trouble Jifeng Jia to move her hands slightly to the left. Ah, that would be so satisfying. Ultimately, Fang Xun'an succumbed to the hands of these two women. He had not expected their techniques to be so skilled. It was evident they had practiced often Daji Yushintong. Seeing Jifeng and Lin Lihua so engrossed, couldn't help but wonder, is it really that enjoyable to play with Xiaoan's flower bud? Lin Lihua, astonished, exclaimed, Isn't Xiaoan in your companion spirit? How could you not know how wonderful his flower bud feels? Gu Xintong replied, slightly embarrassed. While I usually just hit his flower bud, I don't touch it like you do. Fang Xun'an interjected. Do you hear what they're saying? Xintong, you are truly wasteful. How can you hit such a delightful flower bud? Jifeng chastised. Fang Xun'an nodded in agreement while looking at Gu Xintong. Did you hear that? Others appreciate my worth, yet you remain oblivious. This flower bud should be harvested, preserved with cultivation techniques, and then one can enjoy playing with it daily. Jifeng said with a cheerful smile. Fang Xun'an slowly raised his head, discovering Jifeng gazing at him with a broad smile. His heart raced. He quickly yanked his flower bud from the hands of the two women and leaped off Jifeng's shoulder. Hastily returning to Gu Xintong's side, he noticed Jifeng was still smiling at him and couldn't help but shiver, thinking, my goodness, this woman is terrifying. While he might endure a few hits next to Gu Xintong, at least he wouldn't lose any limbs. Being near that woman, however, was something Fang Xun'an dared not contemplate further. Upon Gu Xintong's return, she too reached out to touch the flower bud and discovered its delightful texture was indeed remarkable. So, my previous approach was all wrong. She concluded that she should refrain from hitting Xiaoan so much. If she couldn't resist, she would at least avoid striking the flower bud to preserve its feel. Xiaoan, you're truly strange. You can't be damaged and feel so pleasant to the touch, Gu Xintong remarked while caressing the flower. Fang Xun'an crossed his arms and proudly declared, silly sister. It's not too late for you to realize my worth. Gu Xintong then noticed the missing leaf on his arm and furrowed her brow. Wait a minute, despite my strong hits, you're completely fine. Yet how did you lose your leaf while playing with Daidi? Damn, Fang Xun'an panicked. How could he possibly know? When he had previously pulled the leaf, it had come off easily, and he had no idea how he suddenly became so resilient. Gu Xintong noticed his evasive demeanor and turned his face to meet her gaze, asking, Why aren't you looking me in the eye? Fang Xun'an stammered, feeling a sense of urgency, if he didn't come up with a suitable excuse. He feared he might land in trouble. Daji Yushintong, seeing his flustered expression, playfully tugged at his flower bud, saying, You little rascal, dare you deceive me? Fang Xun'an closed his eyes, bracing for impact, yet after a few playful tugs. She stopped. Puzzled, he lifted his head to find Gu Xintong looking at him with an annoyed expression, saying, I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next, you're done for. She then waved goodbye to Jifeng and Lin Lihua, saying, Lihua, Jifeng Jia, I'm heading home now. Jifeng merely nodded, while Lin Lihua waved enthusiastically, Goodbye, Xintong Jia. After Gu Xintong left, Lin Lihua cast a furtive glance at Jifeng's chest, excitedly thinking, Tonight I will personally find out just how much pressure Jifeng Jia can handle. Meanwhile, Jifeng remained blissfully unaware. Upon returning home, Gu Xintong tossed Fang Xun'an on her bed, stating, I'm going to take a shower. Make sure to guard the door. With that, she slipped into a neighboring room. Who would want to watch you shower? Fang Xun'an grumbled at the door. He sat on the bed and began to cultivate, as he still had a considerable distance to cover to achieve his dreams. When Gu Xintong emerged after a shower, her hair draped over her shoulders, she spotted Fang Xun'an meditating on her pillow. With a resigned sigh, she approached him to remove him from her pillow, but suddenly had a brilliant idea. Grinning mischievously, she tiptoed over, then leaped onto him, pinning him beneath her hair. Fang Xun'an hurriedly pushed aside the hair that covered him and poked his head out. He glared at Gu Xintong, who was laughing heartily, and protested, "What are you doing? Don't you know I'm cultivating?" Gu Xintong shot him a glance and pushed it back down. "Let me out. I want to cultivate," he yelled, repeatedly tapping Gu Xintong, who found his gentle nudges rather pleasant, causing her to squint her eyes and murmur, "Shout and in, a little higher, please." Fang Xun'an thought, what the hell? Did she think her high cultivation made her superior? He wouldn't submit so easily. He writhed beneath Gu Xintong, attempting to extricate himself. Gu Xintong had just finished her bath, clad in lightweight, breathable attire, allowing her to distinctly perceive the movements of Fang Xun'an beneath her. Unable to suppress a squirm, she remarked, "Xun'an, please stay still. This tickles." Fang Xun'an, however, paid her no heed and continued his endeavor to escape for training. Gu Xintong, exasperated by his antics, lifted herself slightly before forcefully pressing down again, with a resounding slap. Fang Xun'an instantly complied. Gu Xintong huffed, "I told you not to move, yet you insist on doing so. You require a little hardship to behave?" At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind her. "Even if I perish beneath you, I shall still cry out with a decayed voice that I yearn to train." "What did you say? I can't hear you." Gu Xintong feigned loudly that I said, "Even if I..." Fang Xun'an barely began before she interrupted. "I am tired. Let us turn off the lights and sleep." With that, she extinguished several lights in the room and closed her eyes. Observing the ensuing tranquility, Fang Xun'an resigned himself to surrendering his struggle. "Fine, I won T-train today. After several months of restless nights, I might as well take a break." Thus, both Gu Xintong and the subdued Fang Xun'an gradually drifted into slumber. Gu Xintong, you lazy sister, get up quickly. Early the next morning, Gu Xintong was awakened by Fang Xun'an's booming voice. Yawning, she slowly opened her eyes, her face a portrait of dissatisfaction as she grumbled, "What is all this noise about so early? Can't a person get some sleep?" Beneath her, Fang Xun'an's irate voice retorted, "Sleep? You're suffocating me. Get off me already." It then dawned on Gu Xintong that she had fallen asleep atop Xun'an the previous night. She hastily rose and turned to look at him. Yes, she did. The flower bud atop Fang Xun'an's head, which had been flattened through the night, returned to its original form with a pop. Ah, trapped beneath the covers. Fang Xun'an struggled to stand. However, having been pinned for a whole night, his body was not only weak, but also stiff. Puffed. Gu Xintong couldn't help but laugh at his comical predicament. Fang Xun'an shot her a glare, indignantly exclaiming, "You dare laugh? Don't you realize this is all you're doing? Help me out now." I'm coming. Gu Xintong, still smiling, pulled him up from the bed. Once upright, Fang Xun'an quickly stretched his limbs, complaining, "You nearly crushed me to death last night." "Not true. I'm quite light, you know," Gu Xintong replied, tossing him out of the room. "I need to change clothes. Guard the door for me." Sitting at the entrance, Fang Xun'an muttered, "We've already slept together. What is there to be embarrassed about while changing?" After Gu Xintong changed, she took Fang Xun'an to Huading Peak. "Has your dark abyss demon shadow reached its peak already?" Fang Xun'an inquired on their way. Gu Xintong replied with an air of assurance. "It merely needed to break through to the 3rd tier. It's not particularly difficult. With Uncle Lin's prowess, a few hours will suffice." Before long, they arrived at Huading Peak. Upon seeing Gu Xintong, Lin Taiju greeted her with his characteristic goofy smile. "Ah, Xintong is here." He then produced a black sword from his side, saying, "Your dark abyss demon shadow has attained the 3rd tier. See if you're satisfied." Gu Xintong accepted it, examining it closely, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "I'm satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Lin." Hearing her praise, Lin Taiju chuckled with delight. After bidding him farewell, Gu Xintong prepared to share the good news with Jifeng and the others. While she was inspecting the sword, Fang Xun'an had also sneaked a glance that he felt that the sword seemed no different after its advancement. Perhaps just a shade darker. Scratching his head, he shook it. "I don't understand." Arriving at the entrance of Jifeng's courtyard, Gu Xintong pushed open the gate and called out, "Li Hua, Jifeng, my dark abyss demon shadow, has leveled up." However, upon entering, she found Lin Lihua standing at the door with a pitiful expression, while Ah Dai lay obediently beside her. Immediately, Gu Xintong rushed over, asking Lihua, "What is wrong? Why are you standing at the door and not going inside?" With a pout, Lin Lihua hugged her tightly, sobbing, "Sister Xintong, Jifeng hit me last night and kicked me out without giving me any food." Ugh. Gu Xintong quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, comforting her. There, don't be upset. Tell me what you did to make Jifeng so angry." Lin Lihua randomly wiped her face and replied, "I just did what you told me to do yesterday." "Why I said yesterday?" Gu Xintong queried, puzzled. "Didn't you ask me to test Jifeng's stress level last night?" Lin Lihua retorted, It seems I did," Gu Xintong recalled, realizing there was indeed such a thing at that moment. She had mentioned that Jifeng's stress appeared to have increased, prompting Lin Lihua to doubt her, but still wanting to test it herself, albeit hesitantly. Thus she had suggested this idea. Who would have thought that Lin Lihua, the little fool, would actually go and try it last night? "Did you manage to test it?" Gu Xintong inquired. Lin Lihua nodded eagerly. "How did it feel? Is it even greater?" Gu Xintong asked with curiosity. At that moment, Fang Xun'an, perched on her shoulder, perked up his ears, not wanting to miss any of this conversation. When it came to this topic, Lin Lihua's eyes brightened, and she ceased her tears, her face brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Jifeng's stress really has increased. It's so soft and comfortable. It feels even better than your Sunan's flower bud." Fang Xun'an thought to himself, "What the hell? Even lying down, I'm caught in the crossfire. What expression should I wear? Regret? Regret that my touch doesn't measure up? Or pride? Pride that my touch can be compared to someone else's stress?" He was at a loss for how to express his feelings. It was all quite sudden that Gu Xintong, hearing this, was equally excited as she said, "See, I wasn't lying. Jifeng's stress is truly immense. We must help her relieve it." Lin Lihua nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Just as the two reached a consensus, a cold voice came from inside the house. "Xintong, so this is all you're doing?" Fang Xun'an sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly jumped off Gu Xintong's shoulder, hiding beneath Ah Dai's thick fur. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Lihua promptly stood straight, lowering her head in silence. Gu Xintong, momentarily stunned, stiffly turned around to find Jifeng standing behind her, arms crossed and glaring coldly. "Good morning, Jifeng," Gu Xintong greeted awkwardly. Minutes later, both Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua stood obediently side by side, their gazes fixed on their toes. Jifeng had moved a table nearby and was calmly enjoying her breakfast in front of them. The fragrant aroma of noodles mingled with the scent of meat wafted through the air, intentionally drawing the attention of the two standing in punishment. Having rushed to Huading Peak early in the morning to collect her dark abyss demon shadow, Gu Xintong had not had the chance to eat. Lin Lihua, having been kicked out early in the morning, had also missed breakfast. The two little foodies couldn't help but swallow as they caught the tantalizing scent. Why does today's noodles smell even more delicious than usual? They discreetly lifted their heads, cautiously gazing at the breakfasting Jifeng, unable to suppress their salivation. It was impossible for Jifeng to overlook the subtle antics of these two, and that was precisely the outcome she desired. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Jifeng's mouth as she deftly picked a large piece of meat from her bowl and tossed it to the eagerly watching Adai beside her. Adai caught the morsel in his mouth and, with a few enthusiastic chews, swallowed it down. The sight was tantalizingly cruel, almost unbearably so. Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua exclaimed inwardly, lamenting that even Adai had something to eat while they were left empty-handed. Their mouths watered profusely, and the agony of being able to see and smell but not partake was utterly torturous. They would have preferred a few playful smacks from Jifeng than endure this torment. Upon witnessing their expressions, Jifeng's lips curled into a satisfied grin. "You two little rascals, let's see if you dare to plot against me again." However, they overlooked one individual. Fang Xun'an. At that moment, he stood not far away, his face etched with indignation as he gazed at Jifeng, internally shouting, "Why am I, an innocent little flower, being punished for their misdeeds?" He felt profoundly wronged, having done nothing yet receiving such a harsh penalty. Suddenly, a phrase flickered through his mind. Was this the legendary principle of collective punishment? With that thought, he cast a resentful glare at Gu Xintong. It's all your fault, you wretched woman, dragging me into this unwarranted predicament. Because of today's incident, Fang Xun'an vowed that once he grew stronger, he would ensure to give Gu Xintong a well-deserved smack on her backside. Otherwise, the grievance he felt today would be impossible to erase. After Jifeng finished her bowl of noodles, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua were on the verge of dehydration from drooling. She stood up, wiped her mouth, and said to the two, "There's one last piece of meat in the bowl. You may have it." Instantly, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua's eyes lit up, and they rushed to the table. Ji Xintong looked at the final piece of meat in the bowl and chuckled. "Sister Jifeng, do you think you can stir discord between me and Li Hua with just this piece of meat?" Hanavi Lin Lihua nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. The bond between Xintong and me is not so easily severed." Gu Xintong retrieved her black abyss demon shadow from her spatial pouch, gesturing toward the piece of meat, proclaiming, "Let me split it with a strike." "Yes, split it," Lin Lihua chimed in, casting a defiant glance at Jifeng, who merely smiled faintly, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. "Don't underestimate us, Sister Jifeng," Gu Xintong shouted, her black abyss demon shadow slicing through the air, dividing the piece of meat into two. She then picked up the two halves and handed one to Lin Lihua, saying, "Here, this piece is for you." Lin Lihua took the half, scrutinizing it before glancing at Gu Xintong's piece, suddenly frowning. "Wait a minute." Gu Xintong froze mid-bite, asking, "What's the matter?" Lin Lihua leaned closer, pointing at the piece in Gu Xintong's hand, exclaiming, "It's unfair. Your piece is bigger than mine." "No way," Gu Xintong protested, puzzled. Lin Lihua pointed at a protruding part of the meat, insisting, "Look, there's an extra piece here." Gu Xintong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Does that even count?" "Of course. Hurry and give me a bit," Lin Lihua demanded. "That doesn't count," Gu Xintong retorted indignantly. "It does. It doesn't." The two engaged in a futile argument that escalated into a physical tussle. Ji Xintong pinched Lin Lihua's cheek fiercely, declaring, "I said it doesn't count." Lin Lihua retaliated by grabbing the soft flesh at Gu Xintong's waist, asserting, "I say it does." Nearby, Jifeng leaned against a die, watching the spectacle with a smile. Everything unfolded according to her design. She knew these two would inevitably squabble over the meat. She had intentionally left that piece with slight imperfections, ensuring that Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua would bicker over it. This was precisely the outcome Jifeng had anticipated. Fang Xun'an, perched atop a die's head, shivered upon catching sight of Jifeng's smirk. This woman was truly terrifying. As if everything was unfolding according to her plans, he resolved to avoid provoking Sister Jifeng in the future, lest he find himself unaware of how he met his demise. As Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua's quarrel intensified, Jifeng leisurely approached the table. She picked up her chopsticks and, with a leisurely pace, devoured the two pieces of meat. Fang Xun'an could scarcely bear to watch. "This is a heartless act, truly ruthless." The two combatants, upon realizing that their last morsel had vanished, were left in shock. "My meat!" they cried out in despair, instantly releasing each other and lunging toward the bowl. Jifeng lifted the bowl and offered it to a dai, who sniffed it, then extended his tongue to lick up every last drop of broth. The heartless act had extinguished any remaining hope for Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua. All of it consumed by a dai, Lin Lihua shouted, leaping onto a dai. She grasped his ear, shaking it repeatedly. "Why did you do this? Why didn't you leave me a little bit?" Hidai simply licked his nose, ignoring his dim-witted companion, and resumed his rest. Fang Xun'an hopped down from Adai's head, smirking at the despondent Gu Xintong, slumped on the ground. "Silly sister, you too?" Gu Xintong slowly lowered her head, meeting Fang Xun'an's face, which was plastered with schadenfreude. With a dramatic gasp, she pulled Fang Xun'an into her embrace, lamenting, "Little Linen, I'm so miserable." In an instant, the courtyard was filled with wails of despair. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all sat contentedly in her chair, watching the chaos unfold. Before long, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua emerged from their sorrow, gathering once more. Gu Xintong produced her sect's jade token, saying, "I realized yesterday, while upgrading my Black Abyss Demon Shadow, that my contribution points are running a bit low. Lin Lihua, nonchalantly, replied, "Oh, that's nothing. My contribution points have long been depleted, and I've been relying on Sister Jifeng to support me." Upon hearing this, Jifeng playfully swatted at her. "How can you say that? You squander your contribution points on the most ridiculous things. I have no idea how you spend them so quickly." Lin Lihua pouted, defending herself. "I didn't buy anything strange. Those were all useful tools." Jifeng, incensed by her words, poked Lin Lihua's forehead while chastising. "Tell me, what use is your so-called floor cleaning and laundry device? It washes clothes and mops the floor simultaneously, and you ruin one of my garments. You know." Lin Lihua shrank back, mumbling, "But it does clean the floors quite well." Jifeng was left speechless by her retort. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an was taken aback, pondering, "What is this? Isn't this a cultivation world? How? Is there a washing machine? Is this a revolution in the realm of cultivation? Are cultivators on the brink of entering the technological era?" Gu Xintong, exasperated, added, "Lihua, stop buying every novel gadget you see." Realizing that even Gu Xintong was not on her side, Lin Lihua resigned herself to a scolding. After cooling off, Jifeng asserted, "Once Xintong breaks through to the third realm, we'll take on some missions to earn contribution points that Black Abyss Demon Shadow has also advanced, so it's a perfect opportunity to test it out." Gu Xintong wholeheartedly agreed. "As for you." Jifeng turned to Lin Lihua. "If you can't reach the peak of the second realm by then, you'll have to stay behind and mind the house." "Don't!" Lin Lihua cried out in distress. Perhaps the responsibility of staying behind to guard the house truly frightened her, prompting her to train diligently in the past few days, even breaking through to the pinnacle of the second realm before the monsoon. Jifeng was initially quite pleased with this development. After all, it was a good thing for the girl to enhance her strength. However, Lin Lihua's subsequent boastfulness about her breakthrough infuriated Jifeng. Consequently, that day, Lin Lihua went without a single grain of rice. A week after Lin Lihua's breakthrough, Gu Xintong and Jifeng also achieved their own advancements. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, who had just barely reached the mid-stage of the second realm, was left in a state of despair. "Weren't I supposed to be the prodigy of cultivation? Why is it that all of you are advancing faster than I am?" To his knowledge, only Jifeng's companion, Zifeng, had a lower cultivation level than his. Even Adai had already reached the later stage of the second realm. It was evident. "I am nothing but a failure," Fang Xun'an lamented, Jiu Xintong, while tenderly stroking his budding spirit. "Consoled him. I know, don't be sad." After casting a cold glance at her, Fang Xun'an slapped her lightly, exclaiming, "What do you know?" With that, he leapt off Gu Xintong's shoulder and ran off, leaving her bewildered. Gu Xintong hurriedly called after him, "Xun'an, don't wander too far. Remember to come home." "I've run away again." Fang Xun'an shouted back without looking. Jiu Xintong could only shake her head in resignation. Why has Xun'an been like this lately? "I'll just go find Jifeng and the others." With that, she took off, leaving Fang Xun'an behind. Fang Xun'an kicked a small stone at his feet, grumbling, "I refuse to accept this as a traverser. Why is it that everyone around me is cultivating faster? At this rate, who knows when I will achieve my dreams?" In recent weeks, Gu Xintong had kindly brought him various offensive techniques for plant-based spirit beasts. Upon examining these techniques, Fang Xun'an felt they were too simplistic, far beneath the level of the techniques in his mind. Just as he thought he could easily master these skills, an unexpected occurrence arose. The cultivation manual for the world flower in his mind exhibited a strong aversion to these techniques. It seemed to convey a singular message. "I am the main consort. You little side pieces, be gone." This left Fang Xun'an utterly perplexed. He had never anticipated that a technique could exhibit jealousy. The world flower manual was quite clear. "Darling, choose wisely. Do you want these wild things? Or do you want me?" Upon grasping its meaning, Fang Xun'an chuckled. "Do you think I would choose just one of you? Nonsense. As a mature adult, I would of course choose them all." However, the main consort's stance was resolute. "You, ungrateful wretch, dare to establish a harem before me? Not a chance. I tell you, today you must make a choice. If you have them, you cannot have me. If you have me, you cannot have them." What could Fang Xun'an do but choose the main consort and forsake the side pieces? Thus, apart from the self-igniting technique, he still possessed no offensive skills. My life is so difficult. I am tormented physically by Gu Xintong and mentally by my own techniques. Fang Xun'an sighed. He believed there could hardly be any traversers worse off than himself. If he were to join a group for traversers, he would surely be showcased as a cautionary tale. Sitting atop a cliff, he gazed skyward and sighed. Alas, life is arduous. The flower laments. Just as he wallowed in despair, he suddenly sensed movement behind him, accompanied by a somewhat familiar aura. Gu Xintong. This was his first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. He had spent so long with her that he was intimately acquainted with her presence. The aura behind him, though familiar, was clearly not hers. Turning to look, he beheld a sleek black cat approaching gracefully before it settled beside him. Zifeng, what are you doing here? Fang Xun'an pondered countless possibilities, yet this was the last he expected. Zifeng, as Ji Feng's companion spirit, rarely made an appearance. While Lin Lihua often had a Dai by her side, Ji Feng seemed to be perpetually alone, and Zifeng seldom appeared near her, despite frequently accompanying Gu Xintong to find them. He had rarely seen Zifeng in the courtyard. Yet now, the elusive Zifeng had inexplicably manifested before him. Given his infrequent encounters with Zifeng, Fang Xun'an was unsure of its temperament and thus hesitated to act overly familiar. Hello, Fang Xun'an tentatively ventured. Zifeng, sitting next to him, appeared to ignore his words, yawning widely. Zifeng, can you understand me? Fang Xun'an inquired again. This time, Zifeng responded by turning its head toward him and gently picking him up with its mouth. What is this about? Fang Xun'an felt the gentle grip. Realizing that Zifeng was not applying any pressure, and given their acquaintance, he did not feel alarmed, merely puzzled. Like a kitten carrying its young, Zifeng leapt off the cliff with Fang Xun'an in tow. Initially unperturbed, Fang Xun'an was suddenly seized by panic as he cried out, Zifeng, don't do anything reckless. Even if you feel despondent, don't drag me along. After leaping off the cliff, Zifeng astonishingly flipped and clung to the rock face, nimbly hopping from one protruding stone to another. Fang Xun'an watched in horror, glancing down into the abyss below, terrified that Zifeng might slip and that he would meet his end alongside it. Yet Zifeng remained unperturbed, continuing its agile dance along the cliff. After several minutes of this exhilarating but terrifying escapade, Zifeng finally halted before a small cave. What is this? Fang Xun'an gazed in astonishment at the cave, which was only slightly taller than Zifeng. He could hardly believe such a small cavern existed on this cliff. It seemed that only Zifeng knew of its presence. No ordinary person would venture here without reason. Fang Xun'an's heart raced with excitement at the sight of the cave. Following the usual narrative, he anticipated some fortuitous encounter. Perhaps he would discover rare treasures within, allowing him to absorb their essence, dramatically enhancing his power and fulfilling his ambitions. He envisioned capturing Gu Xintong and exacting his dreams. However, amidst his daydreaming, a serious realization struck him. Given the description of rare treasures, Wouldn't Ti, with my second realm cultivation, also qualify as one? Could it be that a bold thought emerged? What if he could pluck off one of his own leaves to absorb its essence, thereby boosting his cultivation? Others might rely on combat to cultivate, but I can consume myself and still grow stronger. That is what I call a true marvel. However, upon contemplating this, he glanced down at his hand, which was missing a leaf. The spot where the leaf had been absent had begun to sprout tender new growths. Yet, considering the slow rate at which this small bud had developed over the past few days, it would likely take several months for it to fully recover. If he were to act upon his earlier thoughts, he feared that before a single leaf could fully flourish, he would have consumed himself entirely. Alas, it seemed that relying on the glitches of this world to become stronger was not a viable option in that moment. Fang Xun'an couldn't help but lament the loss of this shortcut to power. Zifeng, on the other hand, carried Fang Xun'an as it leisurely ventured into the cave. As they delved deeper, the light within the cave grew increasingly dim, ultimately enveloping them in darkness. Zifeng, being a creature of the midnight shadow, possessed exceptional night vision, making this dark environment a source of comfort rather than concern. In stark contrast, Fang Xun'an lacked such abilities and found himself utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Zifeng, where are we headed? Fang Xun'an inquired. Zifeng ignored him and continued on its way. Undeterred, of course, Fang Xun'an had not truly expected a response. He merely wished to utter a few words to alleviate his fear in the oppressive darkness. After an indeterminate period of time, Fang Xun'an suddenly noticed a faint glow emerging within the cave. What is this? He wondered, curiosity piqued as he observed the rocky walls, which were adorned with diminutive plants, each topped with small bulbs emanating a soft blue luminescence. Fascinated by these glowing flora, he yearned to approach and examine them closely. However, Zifeng continued its unhurried advance. Zifeng, can you slow down a bit? Fang Xun'an had abandoned any hope of meaningful communication, and if even a dog might struggle to understand him, how much more so a flower? At that moment, his foremost desire was to ascertain Zifeng's destination. As they ventured further, the number of bioluminescent grasses multiplied, casting a gentle blue glow throughout the cavern, rendering the scene quite enchanting. Fang Xun'an glanced at his own body and realized that he too was suffused with a layer of luminescence. The sole exception was Zifeng, who remained entirely black, as if all the surrounding glow was absorbed by its dark fur. Perhaps this was the essence of pure darkness, Fang Xun'an mused. Suddenly, they encountered a sheer cliff within the cave, and the sight that lay below left Fang Xun'an profoundly astonished. The chasm revealed an expansive clearing, no longer confined as before. This vast space was adorned with an array of glowing plants, each significantly larger than the diminutive grasses on the cave walls. Their radiance illuminated the entire area, creating a dreamlike and mesmerizing atmosphere. Struck speechless, Fang Xun'an was reminded of similar scenes he had witnessed in films of his past life. Now vividly materializing before his eyes, he turned to Zifeng, who still held him in its grasp, and tentatively asked, Zifeng, is this the place you intended to bring me? To Fang Xun'an's surprise, Zifeng glanced at him for the first time, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had only asked out of instinct, not expecting any reaction, yet Zifeng had indeed acknowledged him. This revelation implied that Zifeng had been listening to his words all along, merely choosing to disregard them. Fang Xun'an reflected on the inconsequential chatter he had engaged in during their journey. Zifeng must now perceive him as rather foolish. After this fleeting acknowledgement, Zifeng leaped gracefully to land atop a massive, glowing mushroom, continuing its journey by bounding from one bioluminescent plant to another at last. Fang Xun'an was enlightened by the peculiar forms of the glowing plants that surrounded him, prompting him to question whether they were extraterrestrial species. He was also curious about the origins of these luminous plants, given that the cave had initially appeared unremarkable. After traversing the radiant expanse for some time, Zifeng finally set him down beneath a colossal glowing tree, pinning him gently beneath its paw. Just as Fang Xun'an had thought he was free, he found himself once again confined beneath Zifeng's grasp. Naturally, with his cultivation, he could easily escape Zifeng's hold, but he saw no need to do so, wishing instead to see what Zifeng intended to accomplish in this place. Zifeng began to dig a sizable hole in the ground with its claws, and then proceeded to bury Fang Xun'an within it. After completing this task, Zifeng lay beside him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Fang Xun'an, now utterly perplexed, stared back and queried, "What are you doing? Planting flowers? You, a mere creature, are attempting to cultivate flowers?" He had initially assumed Zifeng sought to lead him to some rare treasure, only to find himself being treated as the treasure instead. Yet, he had to admit, the sensation of being grounded felt surprisingly pleasant. Fang Xun'an had lost track of how long it had been since he had last felt this comfortable. Ever since he became Gu Xintong's companion spirit, he no longer needed to remain in the earth to sustain his life and had seldom returned to the ground. The last time he had reconnected with the soil was in the medicinal garden of the elder Qilong, which had been several months prior. Now that he was here, he decided to relish the experience. Meanwhile, Zifeng remained fixated on him, seemingly anticipating a particular occurrence. Fang Xun'an, indifferent to Zifeng's watchful eye, embraced the nourishing embrace of the earth. Time passed slowly, and under the earth's nurturing influence, Fang Xun'an soon drifted into slumber, while Zifeng continued to watch over him. Eventually, Zifeng appeared to have witnessed the moment it had been waiting for. Its eyes brimming with excitement, that instant, Fang Xun'an slept soundly, wholly unaware that under the earth's gentle care, a faint luminescence was beginning to manifest upon his body. The manual for cultivating the world flower within him quietly turned to its first page, where a soft glow began to materialize. Fang Xun'an's body, akin to the surrounding plants, started to radiate light, yet he remained oblivious, lost in his dreams. Upon noticing the changes in Fang Xun'an, Zifeng could no longer contain its excitement and began to circle around him, occasionally pausing to inspect the budding flower. Although Zifeng moved silently, Fang Xun'an eventually stirred from his slumber. After yawning and smacking his lips, he found himself even more bewildered upon seeing Zifeng darting around him. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Zifeng, stop spinning. If you keep this up, I might just get dizzy." This time, Zifeng seemed to genuinely comprehend his words, halting its movements to sit beside him, its gaze still fixed intently upon him. Fang Xun'an exchanged glances with Zifeng for a moment, feeling perplexed. "Zifeng, why are you staring at me so intently? Is there something on me?" As he spoke, he lowered his gaze. In that instant, a radiant green light nearly blinded him. Fang Xun'an gazed at his own body, now radiating green luminescence, and his mind was flooded with questions. He looked up at Zifeng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, I've turned green." Fang Xun'an found it puzzling that he had transformed into this bizarre state after merely taking a nap. He suspected that the source of this transformation lay with the land itself. After all, the last time he had sprouted was when he had ventured into the elder Qi Long's medicinal garden. Thus, this place could not be ordinary. That he believed the abundance of glowing plants was intrinsically linked to this very soil. Observing his body aglow with green light, he felt increasingly dissatisfied. Why was it that while the surrounding bioluminescent plants emitted a blue glow, he had turned green? Did this signify something? Upon contemplating this, Fang Xun'an hastily shook his head and chuckled, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd." Based on his previous transformation experience, he surmised that within his bud should lie a crystal responsible for controlling this state. As long as he expended the spiritual energy contained in the crystal, he would be able to revert to his original form. He truly did not wish to roam about radiating a green glow. Thus, he skillfully employed a method to inspect his bud, only to discover that aside from solitary red crystal, there was nothing else within. Fang Xun'an was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "It seems I encountered an issue with the method of inspection. Let me restart." However, upon inspecting the bud once more, he found only the lone red crystal again. At this point, Fang Xun'an began to feel anxious. If there were no crystals storing the corresponding spiritual energy, did that not imply that he would remain in this state of emitting green light indefinitely? In such a condition, not only would Gu Xintong be put off, but Fang Xun'an himself would be thoroughly dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Zifeng, who had been silently waiting nearby, suddenly twitched its nose, and its eyes brightened as if it had finally encountered the object of its desire. It leaned in close to Fang Xun'an's bud, sniffing vigorously, and then its gaze grew dreamy. In an instant, it pounced on Fang Xun'an, its paws clutching the bud as it licked it incessantly. Fang Xun'an was startled by Zifeng's actions, initially fearing it intended to consume his bud. However, upon witnessing Zifeng's blissful expression as it licked his bud, he was reminded of a certain mint plant. Zifeng's reaction mirrored that of a cat after encountering catnip, with dazed eyes and an entranced demeanor, entirely caught in a state of excitement. After indulging for a few moments, Zifeng stood unsteadily, yet stumbled and rolled on the ground shortly thereafter. Fang Xun'an could hardly believe that the usually aloof Zifeng had transformed into such a silly creature after its exposure to mint. At that moment, he suddenly realized a very serious issue. Wait a minute, how did I become mint? Could it be that my true nature is that of mint plant? Yet upon glancing at the bud atop his head, he promptly dismissed this notion. What sort of mint could possess a bud as large as mine, and pink to boot? Nevertheless, the only source of solace he found was that, at least, the bud on his head was not emitting a green luminescence. While the pink hue was hardly an improvement, it was certainly preferable to having a mass of green atop his head. Suddenly, Fang Xun'an slapped his forehead, recalling that he had a book in his mind. Perhaps it could provide the answers he sought. He promptly located the World Flower Cultivation Manual in his mind, discovering that it had somehow flipped to the first page. This page, though devoid of text, radiated a pure white glow. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that my physical state influences this book? With a hint of curiosity, Fang Xun'an gently touched the glowing page. In that instant, a torrent of information surged forth, filling his mind. Observing this, Fang Xun'an quickly composed himself and began to read through the information. After finishing, he suddenly understood. So it is an evolution of my mesmerizing floral fragrance technique, resulting in an additional branch technique. However, this branch technique struck Fang Xun'an as rather unorthodox. It was named Irresistible Mint. Moreover, the most frustrating aspect was that it was a passive technique. This meant that whenever Fang Xun'an activated mesmerizing floral fragrance, this technique would automatically trigger as well. Consequently, the fragrance would be laced with mint, and Fang Xun'an would transform into a luminescent mint sprite. According to the description, once he activated this technique, any animal that encountered him would be unable to resist its allure. As long as this green skin was not permanent, he could accept it. Fang Xun'an thought with relief. He then turned to look at Zifeng, who was still rolling on the ground, feeling perplexed from Zifeng's earlier behavior. It seemed to have known I would become mint here. But how could this little cat know something even Fang Xun'an himself was unaware of? At that moment, Zifeng had regained its composure from the excitement of the mint. It stood up, shook its head, and gracefully approached Fang Xun'an. No way. Not again. Fang Xun'an exclaimed, hastily dispelling his mint state, watching as the frightening green glow gradually faded, along with the minty essence. Zifeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the enticing scent it had sensed earlier had vanished completely. It circled around Fang Xun'an, sniffing at his bud, confirming that the alluring aroma had indeed disappeared. While Zifeng's intellect was not particularly sharp, it was perceptive enough to deduce that the little flower was the cause of this. Thus, Zifeng placed a paw upon Fang Xun'an, gazing down at him with an expression that seemed to say, I suggest you transform back quickly so I can have a few more sniffs, or else you shall face the consequences. Feeling the soft paw resting on him, Fang Xun'an was tempted to pinch the fluffy pads, but upon meeting Zifeng's haughty gaze, he sensed he had awakened some peculiar inclination. He quickly dismissed this thought and urged Zifeng, let us not indulge right now. Shall we return home? Once we're back, I'll let you have your fill. Zifeng appeared to comprehend his words, pondering for a moment before scratching 2 lines into the ground with its paw. Seeing this, Fang Xun'an eagerly nodded. All right, 2 times it is. Now let us head home. Zifeng, upon receiving his agreement, released its paw and gently picked him up with its mouth. As Fang Xun'an was carried, he turned to Zifeng and proposed, Zifeng, let's negotiate. Once we return, I'll allow you another chance to indulge, if you let me sit on your back, all right? Zifeng ignored him entirely. Simply rising and heading home 2 times, Fang Xun'an shouted, as Zifeng began to run faster 3 times. He called out, receiving a cold glance from Zifeng 4 times. He pushed, noticing a flicker of uncertainty in Zifeng's eyes. 5 times, he pressed, observing a clear hesitation. You may indulge as you wish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Xun'an found himself atop Zifeng's back, and he couldn't help but sigh. What a delightful little creature. How did it succumb to such trivial matters? Meow. Zifeng emitted a low growl of warning. You wretched creature, having taken advantage, still dare to mock me. Do you believe I want to leave you here? Fang Xun'an hastily apologized. My dear Lady Zifeng, I am truly sorry. I shall punish myself. With that, he began to slap his own face. Only then did Zifeng calm down, continuing on its way. Fang Xun'an finally exhaled in relief. Resting on Zifeng's back and secretly stroking its fur, he had to admit, the feel of Zifeng was infinitely superior to that of a dye. Though there was some disparity compared to his own bud, it was still irresistibly endearing. Zifeng must have activated its technique, as its speed was remarkably swift. Yet it was silent, and Fang Xun'an, seated on its back, remained steady. At this point, Fang Xun'an began to fantasize about Zifeng's form. Not only was it fast and smooth, but it also allowed for an enjoyable experience. This was truly the ideal steed. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. I must devise a way to make Zifeng my third mount. Zifeng was clearly not a spirit beast like a dye that could be ridden casually. Gaining its allegiance would require something to appeal to it. However, it seemed he had nothing at hand that could sway Zifeng. The only bargaining chip he had was the opportunity to ride it this time. Fang Xun'an found himself in a quandary. He certainly did not wish to relinquish such a remarkable steed so easily, yet the difficulty of winning it over was formidable. That moment, inspiration struck him. If Zifeng could not be persuaded here, perhaps he could approach Zifeng for assistance. In that case, if he could broker a deal with Zifeng, wouldn't Zifeng still become his mount? Fang Xun'an found this plan to be quite promising. However, it was fraught with a significant dilemma. The only thing that could currently sway Sister Monsoon was the bud atop his head. Yet it was highly likely that Sister Monsoon would demand to sever his bud in exchange. He believed that if his bud were to be cut, it would essentially be lost forever. Moreover, he inexplicably owed Sister Monsoon 2 favors. For various reasons, Fang Xun'an reluctantly decided to abandon the plan. Upon returning to the courtyard with Zifeng, he discovered Sister Monsoon and her companions seated together, seemingly engaged in serious discussion. "Why are you back so early today?" Sister Monsoon exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yushintong, on the other hand, appeared puzzled. How did little Inen end up returning with Zifeng? As their respective spirit companions, both Sister Monsoon and Gu Shintong had sensed the return of the two. However, Sister Monsoon was taken aback to find Fang Xun'an riding on Zifeng's back. It was important to note that Zifeng was no ordinary feline. As a midnight phantom, it possessed an exceptionally proud demeanor. Aside from its trio of companions, no one else dared to approach it. Furthermore, Fang Xun'an typically had little interaction with Zifeng, so it was perplexing how Zifeng had allowed him to ride on its back. This conundrum left Sister Monsoon utterly bewildered. Ji Yushintong, equally astonished, remarked, "Didn't little Inen run away from home? How did he suddenly end up with Sister Monsoon Zifeng?" Previously, she had experienced a similar inexplicable connection with a dai. Could it be that little Inen possessed some innate affinity for spirit beasts? Approaching Fang Xun'an, who was still perched on Zifeng's back, Gu Shintong lifted him up and inquired, "Little Inen, weren't you supposed to be running away from home? Why are you suddenly with Zifeng?" Fang Xun'an, with a look of resignation, replied, "It wasn't me who sought out Zifeng. Rather, Zifeng came to me first." Ji Yushintong playfully tapped his bud, exclaiming, "Oh, little Inen, you've learned to lie. How could that proud little lady Zifeng possibly approach you?" Fang Xun'an quickly shielded his bud, indignantly retorting, "I'm not lying. Zifeng indeed approached me first. You keep saying that." Gu Shintong continued to tease him, eliciting cries of protest from Fang Xun'an. "Wretched woman, how could you doubt me?" he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Gu Shintong playfully intensified her teasing. "You dare call me a bad woman, little Inen? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." "Ah, that hurts," Fang Xun'an cried out, struggling in her grasp. Yet, given that Gu Shintong was already at the pinnacle of the second realm, and Fang Xun'an was now merely at the initial stage of the third realm, escape was futile. That moment, a lyric resonated within Fang Xun'an's mind. "I long to escape, yet I cannot." Meanwhile, Sister Monsoon had picked up Zifeng and was gently stroking its head, asking Zifeng, "What did you seek out Xun'an for?" "Meow." Zifeng, comfortably nestled in her arms, purred contentedly. Upon hearing Zifeng's response, Sister Monsoon was taken aback. "You mean you sought him out to take him to that place?" Gu Shintong halted her playful banter, bewildered. "Sister Monsoon, what are you talking about? What place?" Sister Monsoon cast a calm glance at her before turning her attention back to the now subdued Fang Xun'an, stating, "Xun'an was right. Zifeng indeed sought him out first." "Ah!" Gu Shintong hastily cradled Fang Xun'an in her arms, tenderly massaging his bud. "Little Inen, I'm so sorry. I genuinely didn't expect Zifeng to approach you. Are you all right?" Fang Xun'an trembled as he pointed a finger at her, declaring, "Gu Shintong, I hate you." "Oh dear, I'm truly sorry," Gu Shintong responded, contemplating, "How about you take a few taps on my head instead?" Instantly, Fang Xun'an felt a surge of energy. His aches dissipated as he sprang up, pointing at her with renewed vigor. "You said it. No take-backs." Gu Shintong, momentarily taken aback by his sudden burst of energy, nodded dazedly. "Uh-huh." Seeing her agreement, Fang Xun'an leaped on her head. That moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in joy. Finally, the oppressed little flower had risen. He extended his hand towards Gu Shintong's forehead, and several leaves began to curl. "Here goes," he silently shouted, summoning all his strength to deliver a playful tap on Gu Xintong's head. Smack! A leaf gently landed on her forehead. Feeling the impact, Gu Xintong wondered, is this what Little Anin's playful taps feel like? Why isn't it too intense? Of course, her quick reflexes led her to realize, judging by Little Anin's earlier demeanor, he must have exerted all his strength that if she didn't react, he would surely hold a grudge. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, swiftly removing the leaf from her forehead, complaining, "That hurts. Little Anin, you're too forceful." It must be said that Gu Xintong's acting was impeccable. Her slightly furrowed brows and mildly accusatory tone were simply masterful. Even Lin Lihua and Sister Monsoon, who were spectating, were momentarily fooled, believing Fang Xun'an's playful tap had truly caused her pain. However, upon witnessing Gu Xintong's reaction, Fang Xun'an felt a surge of exhilaration. "Daha! You're having a taste of your own medicine today." He playfully tapped her forehead once more, and Gu Xintong responded in kind. To enhance the illusion and prevent any suspicion from Fang Xun'an, Gu Xintong discreetly used her spiritual energy to redden the spot where he had tapped her. This seamless performance, combined with Gu Xintong's vivid expressions and the perfectly timed blush, immersed Fang Xun'an in an experience of delightful revenge. Just as he reveled in the thrill of retribution, Sister Monsoon finally discerned the ruse, realizing the entire scene was orchestrated by Gu Xintong to entertain Fang Xun'an. She chuckled. "I never expected Xintong's acting skills to be so exceptional. She had me fooled as well." After observing Gu Xintong's reaction, Lin Lihua was contemplating ways to keep Fang Xun'an away from her head when she heard Sister Monsoon's words. Turning to Sister Monsoon, she asked uncertainly, "Sister Monsoon, are you saying that Xintong's reactions were all an act?" Sister Monsoon nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Lin Lihua then scrutinized Gu Xintong, who was still feigning distress. After a thorough inspection, she found no cracks in the facade. Scratching her head in confusion, she queried, "Sister Monsoon, how did you figure it out? I can't see any signs of acting." Sister Monsoon chuckled softly. "Believe me, I nearly missed it myself. If Xintong hadn't used her energy to redden the spot where he tapped, I would have been completely deceived that Xintong really that cunning." Lin Lihua gasped. Sister Monsoon quickly placed a finger over Lin Lihua's mouth, cautioning, "Keep your voice down. Don't let Xun'an hear you. Xintong did this to allow him to vent. Otherwise, he would carry this grudge indefinitely." Upon understanding the reasoning behind it, Lin Lihua nodded vigorously. Sister Monsoon then relaxed her grip, returning to her role as a spectator. After delivering a multitude of taps, Fang Xun'an finally exhausted his energy and slumped onto Gu Xintong's head. Noticing he had ceased his antics, Gu Xintong gently lifted him down. Observing the comfortably resting Fang Xun'an in her hands, she asked, "Feeling better?" "Much better," Fang Xun'an replied, a blissful expression adorning his face. "Have you forgiven me?" Gu Xintong inquired. Fang Xun'an nodded. "I have." Little did he expect that his small dream would be realized so swiftly. The sensation was utterly delightful. The only regret lingered in the fact that his strength still felt somewhat inadequate, as he had run out of energy after only a few dozen taps. Clearly, his training could not afford a pause. Now, he was left with grand aspirations and ultimate dreams. Though these ambitions appeared distant at present, he firmly believed that with relentless effort, they would ultimately come to fruition. Fang Xun'an had initially felt disheartened, as the cultivation of those around him surged while he lagged behind, rendering his dreams seemingly unattainable. However, Gu Xintong's unexpected actions fortuitously restored the wavering confidence that Fang Xun'an had begun to lose. Now, he believed that as long as he persevered and continued to strive, his aspirations could indeed be fulfilled. Thus, he resolved to maintain his training without the slightest pause. Otherwise, should the opportunity to realize his dreams present itself, he would find himself unable to act against Gu Xintong due to his lack of strength, leading to an awkward predicament. After Gu Xintong concluded her performance, Ji Feng approached her. Noticing her presence, Gu Xintong discreetly winked at her. Ji Feng, witnessing this, chuckled and shook her head in amusement. Meanwhile, the kitten Zifeng, nestled in Ji Feng's arms, became displeased upon spotting Fang Xun'an cradled in Gu Xintong's hands. Mewing in protest, surprised, Ji Feng remarked. Are you saying that Sunan still has something he promised you that remains unfulfilled? Zifeng let out a confirming meow and promptly leapt from her embrace, circling around Gu Xintong while persistently calling out to Fang Xun'an. Gu Xintong prodded Fang Xun'an's flowerbud, saying, Little Linen, Zifeng has been calling for you down below. Did you promise it's something that you haven't done yet? Fang Xun'an climbed up from her grasp, stretching his limbs, and called out to Zifeng, Hold on, I'll be down shortly. Zifeng impatiently meowed back. Recognizing the urgency, Fang Xun'an wasted no time and jumped down to land before Zifeng, that he instructed Gu Xintong. Please step back a bit and give us some space. Though puzzled, Gu Xintong complied, retreating a few steps alongside Ji Feng and Lin Lihua. Seizing the moment, Lin Lihua leaned in and whispered to her, Sister Xintong, you were truly magnificent just now. You should learn more of this. It will be quite beneficial when dealing with companion spirits in the future. Gu Xintong replied sagely, as if speaking from experience. Indeed, Lin Lihua nodded emphatically, having always held Gu Xintong's words in high regard. One space was cleared for Fang Xun'an and Zifeng. The onlookers gazed curiously, eager to discover what spectacle would unfold. Are you ready? Fang Xun'an inquired of Zifeng. Meowing impatiently, Zifeng urged him to hurry. Fang Xun'an activated the enchanting floral fragrance, unleashing an irresistible minty aura that enveloped him, causing a soft, ethereal glow to emanate from his form. Instantly, Zifeng felt an irresistible allure emanating from him, dashing forward to tackle Fang Xun'an to the ground. With fervor, Zifeng began to sniff and lick at his flowerbud, while Fang Xun'an endured the sensation quietly. The gentle caress of Zifeng's tongue, roughened by tiny barbs, elicited a tingling sensation, which Fang Xun'an found surprisingly pleasant. Thus, as the kitten reveled in the minty essence, could it be that the mint also delighted in the kitten's presence? Was this the fabled mutual enjoyment? Remarkably, Zifeng, despite being merely a companion spirit, became somewhat intoxicated after just a few licks, letting out a soft, contented meow before releasing its grip on Fang Xun'an's flowerbud to roll playfully on the ground. Gu Xintong and the others watched in disbelief as Zifeng, once aloof and proud, transformed into such a playful state. Sister Ji Feng, is this truly your kitten? Gu Xintong asked, her expression frozen in disbelief. It should be, Ji Feng replied, observing Zifeng's wildly swaying tail, a tinge of jealousy creeping in as she noted how Zifeng had never exhibited such enthusiasm upon her arrival. Fang Xun'an, seizing the opportunity while Zifeng was in this euphoric state, stealthily approached to pet Ji Xintong. Noticing this, swiftly dashed forward, seizing Fang Xun'an by the neck and lifting him. Little Inin, why are you suddenly glowing? And why has Zifeng changed like this? She scrutinized Fang Xun'an. Feeling something was amiss, particularly with the inexplicable glow, Fang Xun'an squirmed a bit, complaining, Sister Xintong, could you be a little gentler? Gu Xintong crouched down, releasing him back to the ground, her gaze fixed on him. Hoping to extract an explanation to that moment, Ji Feng recalled Zifeng's earlier remark about taking Fang Xun'an to a cave filled with luminescent plants. She crouched down, inquiring, Xun'an, did Zifeng bring you to a cave where the plants emit a glow? Fang Xun'an froze momentarily, then, astonished, asked Ji Feng, how did you know? Gu Xintong looked up at Ji Feng, her eyes wide. Sister Ji Feng, you knew about this? Upon receiving the answer she sought, Ji Feng stood up. Surprised, I didn't expect Zifeng truly took you there. Ji Xintong lunged forward, grasping Ji Feng's arm. Sister Ji Feng, please tell me what happened. Ji Feng glanced at Zifeng, who was being mercilessly played with by Lin Lihua, and shook her head, explaining, there's a cave on a cliff in our sect, and within it lies a peculiar luminescent mint patch. Luminescent mint patch. What is that? Gu Xintong exclaimed, having never encountered the term before. Ji Feng poked her forehead playfully, exasperated. Clearly, you weren't paying attention during Elder Wang's lectures. How could you not know about the luminescent mint patch? Gu Xintong recoiled slightly, muttering, Elder Wang's classes are dreadfully dull. Only you, Sister Ji Feng, can manage to listen attentively. Simultaneously, she attempted to drag Lin Lihua into the conversation. Lihua, don't you think Elder Wang's lectures are particularly tedious? without looking up while playing with Zifeng. Lin Lihua chimed in, absolutely, Elder Wang's classes are incredibly boring. I always end up sleeping during them. See, even Lihua agrees, Gu Xintong remarked, her head held high. You two are impossible, Ji Feng sighed, continuing, the luminescent mint patch is a rather ordinary peculiar soil. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that all plants here gradually transform into glowing mint. Zifeng discovered this place shortly after arriving at the sect and initially indulged in the mint there, returning home late each day. However, as its cultivation improved, the ordinary mint could no longer satisfy it. When it came to find me, I jokingly suggested you could try planting Xintong's companion spirit there. That level of mint would surely satisfy you. At this point, Ji Feng glanced at the glowing Fang Xun'an, unable to suppress her laughter. To my surprise, Zifeng took my words seriously and actually planted Xun'an there. Even more astonishingly, it seems Xun'an has truly transformed into luminescent mint. Wait, are you implying that I've become this way because of your antics? Fang Xun'an, glowing green, gazed at Ji Feng in disbelief. Puffed. Ji Feng couldn't contain her laughter any longer. Oh dear, I can't believe it. UVE actually turned into luminescent mint. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Gu Xintong's focus was clearly misaligned with Ji Feng's as she pondered the implications of the revelations. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she grasped Fang Xun'an's hand. Exclaiming excitedly, little one, doesn't this mean you've acquired a distinct identity? You are no longer just a nameless wildflower. Huh. Fang Xun'an stared at her, utterly bewildered. Sister, what kind of logic is that? However, upon further reflection, he realized that she might actually be onto something. Perhaps he had indeed transformed from an anonymous wildflower into a radiant mint plant. Fang Xun'an, after a moment of contemplation, concluded that it would be best for her to remain a nameless wildflower. The notion of becoming a luminescent mint seemed peculiar at best. At least the title of a nameless wildflower carried an air of mystery. Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xintong's unconventional thought process. However, she soon placed a hand on Gu Xintong's shoulder and, with a face full of regret, remarked, Xintong, I fear you may be disappointed. Sister Ji Feng, what do you mean by that? Gu Xintong inquired. Ji Feng glanced at the glow-in-the-dark mint in her hand and smiled. Have you forgotten Elder Wang's words? While the land of glow-in-the-dark mint can endow its flora with the attributes of luminescent mint, it does not alter the original species of the plants. Sister Ji Feng, are you suggesting? Gu Xintong hesitated, shaking the nameless wildflower in her hand. That although Xun'an has acquired the attributes of glow-in-the-dark mint, it remains an unidentified wildflower. Ji Feng nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Oh, how disappointing, Gu Xintong exclaimed, looking at Fang Xun'an with dissatisfaction. I thought you finally had a proper species, yet it remains unchanged. Upon learning this outcome, Fang Xun'an felt a sense of relief. At she had not transformed into that glow-in-the-dark mint. That would have been utterly embarrassing. Think that a dignified transmigrator could turn into a glowing mint. If other transmigrators found out, she would surely be subjected to public humiliation. Meanwhile, Zifeng, who had been whimsically toyed with by Lin Lihua, finally emerged from her excitement. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that Lin Lihua had taken advantage of her dazed state to pose her in various bizarre shapes. Meow. Zifeng angrily cried out at Lin Lihua before leaping into Ji Feng's embrace. Sulking in solitude, a proud and aloof cat, she could not believe she had been manipulated into such ridiculous poses. All her carefully crafted image was shattered in an instant. Zifeng concluded that while mint might be delightful, one should not indulge excessively. After this lesson, she resolved to consume mint only in solitude to avoid being caught, and played with again. As Ji Feng gently petted her head, she softly reassured. There, don't be upset. It's merely a few odd poses Lin Lihua had you strike. It's no grave matter. Meow, meow, meow. Zifeng protested, expressing her discontent, but soon fell silent. That simply won't do, Ji Feng chuckled. Gu Xintong, noticing Zifeng's sullen demeanor, curiously asked, Sister Ji Feng, what is wrong with Zifeng? Shouldn't a cat that has consumed mint be in high spirits? Why does it seem rather irked? Ji Feng, still comforting Zifeng, gestured towards Lin Lihua. Well, it's all because of her. Having just approached, Lin Lihua, looking bewildered, pointed at herself. What do you mean, because of me? Zifeng, upon seeing her, immediately raised her head and shouted, meow. Jifeng promptly pressed Zifeng's head back down. Reassuring, all right, I said not to be upset. I can help you punish her later. Meow. Zifeng murmured softly. Yes, I promise. Jifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Lin Lihua, unable to comprehend Zifeng's words, became even more perplexed by the one-sided conversation. Sister Jifeng, what exactly are you saying to Zifeng? She asked. Puzzled Jifeng, with a hint of irritation, responded, It's because of you. Because of me? I haven't done anything. Lin Lihua exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. Jifeng elaborated. Yes, because you took advantage of Zifeng's dazed state and posed her in all sorts of embarrassing shapes. This has left Zifeng feeling that her aloof image has been completely tarnished, and she's quite upset about it. Ah, is that really the case? Lin Lihua gasped, her eyes widening. She had not realized Zifeng was so concerned about her image. Leaning closer to Zifeng, she apologized. Zifeng, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it, as she reached out to pat her. Zifeng, seeing the audacious gesture, swiftly swatted her hand away. Meow. Do not touch me. Lin Lihua quickly withdrew her hand. Pouting, You're so stingy. Enough. Don't provoke her any further. Jifeng interjected before turning to Gu Xintong. Xintong, it's getting late. You should head home now. We depart tomorrow. All right, Gu Xintong nodded. After bidding farewell to Jifeng and the others, she took Fang Xun'an home. Along the way, Fang Xun'an curiously asked, Sister Xintong, where are we headed tomorrow? We're going on a mission. The sect contribution points are a bit lacking, so we need to undertake some tasks to earn more. Gu Xintong explained, as so you spent the entire afternoon discussing this? Fang Xun'an inquired. Why else? Gu Xintong replied matter-of-factly, I just wanted to know what our task entails. Fang Xun'an remarked. This task isn't particularly difficult. We need to eliminate a stronghold of the True Cultivation Society in Xingyue City. True Cultivation Society, that name sounds familiar, Fang Xun'an muttered, suddenly recalling that this organization was responsible for the destruction of Lin Lihua's village. By the way, I forgot to ask, what exactly is the True Cultivation Society? From your previous description, it doesn't seem like a benevolent group. Since they had time on their journey, Gu Xintong was willing to share. The True Cultivation Society emerged after driving away the foreign tribes. At that time, a fragile peace existed among the righteous and demonic factions, as well as between humans and beasts, with unnecessary bloodshed largely prohibited. Consequently, acts of murder and plunder became increasingly rare. However, as peace lingered, some cultivators grew restless, believing that such a tranquil method of cultivation was not true cultivation. They argued that a genuine cultivator should thrive amidst conflict and slaughter, viewing those who flourished in peace as mere empty vessels devoid of combat prowess. Thus, this group of discontented cultivators formed the True Cultivation Society, claiming that only they were the true cultivators, while all others were impostors. Members of the True Cultivation Society believed that cultivators should endure battles. Initially, they simply bullied other cultivators, seizing their resources to provoke them into retaliating. However, this method proved inefficient, and the True Cultivation Society members began to degenerate into ruthless cultivators who would stop at nothing for power. They destroyed Li Hua's village to use the souls of the unjustly slain to forge a powerful artifact. Upon learning about the origins of the True Cultivation Society, Fang Xun'an felt that these individuals must be mentally unhinged. Why not pursue the path of longevity peacefully, without resorting to killing and plundering? It seemed nonsensical to force oneself to exist in an environment fraught with peril. Fang Xun'an likened them to the foolish warmongers of her past life, who, after enjoying a stable life, had lost sight of the preciousness of peace. Gu Xintong wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Indeed, why not cultivate in tranquility? Why must it be a cycle of violence, leaving no one to collect the pieces afterward? Just thinking about how millennia-old cultivators endured such turmoil filled her with sympathy. Exactly, Fang Xun'an nodded vigorously. Yes, she did. The pink luminescence emanating from her flower bud danced across Gu Xintong's face. She playfully smacked Fang Xun'an's flower bud, saying, Could you please cancel out this glow-in-the-dark mint state? It's utterly hideous. Ugly woman, I'm merely illuminating your path. Fang Xun'an expressed his dissatisfaction and subsequently ceased the operation of his cultivation technique. Gu Xintong immediately regarded him with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? We are in the sky. What need do we have for a guide?" Fang Xun'an was momentarily taken aback. And then, with an air of defiance, retorted, "I am merely signaling to other cultivators, so they are aware that we are present here to prevent any unfortunate collisions." The following day, Gu Xintong, bright and early, brought Fang Xun'an to the entrance of their sect, where a few of their companions had arranged to meet. "Sister Xintong, why are you up so early?" "It's not as if we are in a rush," Fang Xun'an said, rubbing his eyes. After a night of arduous cultivation, he had been looking forward to a moment's respite, only to be roused prematurely by Gu Xintong. Jifeng and the others are already waiting," Gu Xintong exclaimed, hastening her pace. Upon their arrival, they found Jifeng and the others had indeed been waiting for a while. Lin Lihua, upon spotting them, waved her hand and called out, "Sister Xintong, hurry up! We have been waiting for you. You all arrived quite early," Gu Xintong remarked. "Blamed Sister Jifeng. She yanked me from my bed before dawn." Lin Lihua complained, "If I hadn't called for you, you would have slept until noon." Jifeng chided, playfully tapping her on the head. Once the group had gathered, they proceeded to register with the disciples at the entrance. The area was bustling with disciples coming and going, many from the demonic sect registering their exits. Fang Xun'an observed the throng and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Xintong, does the demonic sect have so many disciples departing each day?" "Not at all," Gu Xintong replied without a moment's hesitation. "Recently, there has been a surge in departing disciples due to the impending Seven Sects Grand Competition. Everyone is eager to venture out and enhance their skills." "The Seven Sects Grand Competition? Is that a martial arts event organized by your seven major sects?" Fang Xun'an asked. Gu Xintong, surprised by his knowledge, regarded him with newfound respect. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to figure it out. I thought I would have to elaborate for you." Fang Xun'an placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "I am not a fool. Such matters are easily deduced." All right, you are not a fool. You are merely an ancient relic from millennium ago." "Hey, silence! It is our turn." Gu Xintong and her companions approached the registering disciple, presenting their sect tokens. "Senior brother, please assist us with our registration. We are heading to Xingyue City to undertake a mission." Upon recognizing Gu Xintong, the registering disciple greeted her warmly. "Sister Xintong, you are off to handle the true cultivator's mission, I presume." "Indeed, I have reached the third tier and can certainly manage them," Gu Xintong declared confidently. After completing their registration, the disciple returned their sect tokens with a smile, saying, "Then I wish Sister Xintong a triumphant return." "Thank you, senior brother." With that, Gu Xintong and her companions departed the sect. Unlike Gu Xintong's sword technique, Jifeng soared through the air, buoyed by the wind. Lin Lihua, the young girl, astonishingly produced a large cleaver, nearly her height, and sat upon its broad blade as it flew. Fang Xun'an was nearly petrified upon witnessing Lin Lihua's peculiar weapon. "Are you serious? Why are you wielding such an odd weapon?" Among the trio, only Lin Lihua's weapon was too cumbersome to be carried at all times. Fang Xun'an and Zifeng remained beside their respective spirit companions. Recalling their previous encounter, Fang Xun'an felt compelled to ascertain how long it would take to reach Xingyue City this time. Rest assured, Xingyue City is not far. This time, it will only take 2 weeks to arrive. Gu Xintong reassured him, gently patting his bloom to ease his anxiety. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an finally relaxed. Inside an inn in Xingyue City, a group sat together, the atmosphere rather grave. Their leader spoke, "I have heard that a batch of buyers wishes to procure a significant quantity of Qiyu Long Interdan. Is this true?" "Yes, boss," one individual replied. "They are currently awaiting our response. Should we proceed with this transaction?" The speaker hesitated, for the buyers sought a staggering 3 boxes of Interdan. Those bold enough to request such a quantity were either reckless or part of a formidable organization. He was uncertain if their own team could manage it. The leader smirked, "Of course we shall." After waiting so long, it would be foolish to let this opportunity slip away. "Share the specifics," the individual continued. "The transaction is tentatively scheduled for 2 weeks from now. They will contact us with the exact time and location once confirmed." The little one demonstrates caution, the leader chuckled, then pointed at one of the seated members, saying, "All right, Diao Zhong, ensure you prepare the goods. I shall personally lead the team to meet them." Diao Zhong grinned wickedly and clasped his hands in salute, replying, "Rest assured, boss. This time, we will undoubtedly make a substantial profit." In another and within Xingyue City, a group sat solemnly together. "I have heard that our requested goods are obtainable," their leader inquired. "Indeed, they claim they can supply as much as we need," one member responded. This individual harbored concerns. Organizations capable of providing such a quantity of Qiyulong Inner Dan would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. The leader laughed. "Oh, they certainly speak boldly. I just wonder if they can afford our spirit stones. Ensure to bring them along. We are about to conduct business." Understood. Within a modest dwelling in Xingyue City, a group sat together, the mood oppressive. A seemingly ordinary cultivator smiled and said, "According to intelligence from our scouts, 2 groups are preparing to trade a substantial quantity of Qiyulong Inner Dan in 2 weeks. What are your thoughts?" One individual, polishing his sword, replied, "What else can we do? We shall seize it. We desire both spirit stones and Qiyulong Inner Dan." Instead of responding to him, the first speaker turned to the others and asked, "What do you all think?" The others exchanged glances and, with smiles, replied, "Of course we shall seize it. We are legitimate cultivators, and we must acquire anything that can enhance our strength." In the depths of a great mountain, a figure cloaked in an eerie aura extracted an inner Dan from a recently slain Qiyulong. Counting the inner dawn within his spatial pouch, he frowned, realizing he was still far from the required quantity for his organization. This is quite unrealistic. Gathering so many inner dawn in such a short span of time is a daunting task. The thought of the punishment he would face for failing the mission sent a shiver down his spine. Such retribution was beyond human endurance, with Qiyulong being rare and requiring both stealth and skill to hunt. Completing the task seemed nearly impossible. As he lamented his predicament, one of his subordinates rushed over. Excitement etched across his face. "Captain, I have good news." The captain frowned, scrutinizing him. "If this news does not satisfy me, you know the consequences." The subordinate swallowed hard and cautiously replied, "Captain, it pertains to the Qiyulong Inner Dan." The captain's brow finally relaxed. "Speak, I have received word that someone is preparing 3 boxes of Qiyulong Inner Dan for trade." As soon as the words left the subordinate's mouth, the captain seized him by the collar, eyes wide with intensity. "Is this true?" "Absolutely. The trade is set for Xingyue City in 2 weeks." The subordinate quickly nodded. Upon hearing this, the captain burst into laughter, releasing his hold. "What a fortuitous gift that has landed in our laps." He pointed at the messenger, declaring, "If this information proves accurate, I shall petition the organization for a reward of a piece of chaotic evil essence." The subordinate's eyes widened with excitement. Trembling with joy, he bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain, thank you." The 3 boxes of Qiyulong's inner elixir had yet to make an appearance, yet they were already being eyed by 4 different organizations. It was inevitable that Star Moon City would soon fall into chaos. At this moment, Gu Xintong and Fang Xun'an were lost in thought, staring at a white mushroom. Fang Xun'an poked it and inquired, "Sister Xintong, do you think this mushroom is edible?" Gu Xintong shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I've never seen this kind before," seeing that the two had been lingering there for quite a while. Ji Feng couldn't help but approach to see what was going on. "What are you two up to?" she asked. Upon spotting her, Gu Xintong immediately stood up and pointed at the white mushroom, asking Sister Feng just in time, "Can you take a look and tell me if this mushroom is edible?" Ji Feng followed her finger to the mushroom towering beside Fang Xun'an, which was as tall as he was. After examining it, she promptly plucked it from the ground. "This is definitely a delicious mushroom." "Xintong, you didn't recognize it? Is this mushroom edible?" Gu Xintong asked, her brow furrowed. In confusion, "Of course," Ji Feng replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Gu Xintong gazed at the pure white mushroom in Ji Feng's hand and questioned, "How can something that looks like this possibly be edible? What is it called?" "It's called the delicious mushroom." Gu Xintong? Fang Xun'an? What a ridiculous name. Sister Feng, are you certain this mushroom is safe to eat? Gu Xintong scrutinized the pristine white fungus, unable to believe it could be edible. "Of course it is. And not only that, it's incredibly delicious," Ji Feng asserted. Upon hearing that it was actually tasty, Gu Xintong's eyes widened in excitement. "Really? Incredibly delicious?" Ji Feng nodded. Indeed, Gu Xintong immediately grabbed Fang Xun'an and raced deeper into the forest. Sister Feng, wait here. There are plenty more in the woods. I'm taking Xiaonan with me to gather them. Seeing this, Ji Feng couldn't help but smile. The plan was working. She had specifically emphasized that the delicious mushroom was exceptionally tasty, knowing full well that Gu Xintong would be eager to collect them all. When the time came, she would simply let Li Hua cook, allowing herself to enjoy the fruits of their labor. With her scheme unfolding successfully, Ji Feng felt quite pleased, humming a little tune as she went off in search of Lin Li Hua. Meanwhile, Gu Xintong and Fang Xun'an began their mushroom hunt in the forest. In their eyes, any mushroom was fair game, regardless of its color. They planned to present all their finds to Sister Feng, who would surely discern which ones were inedible. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that they had wandered deeper into the woods than intended. After collecting a substantial number of mushrooms, Fang Xun'an suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. I can't eat any of these things. Why am I working so hard to gather mushrooms? She thought. While everyone else enjoys a feast, I'll just be watching from the sidelines. That's just self-inflicted misery. Having come to this realization, Fang Xun'an tossed the mushroom she had collected to Gu Xintong and declared, I am done. Gu Xintong caught the mushrooms, puzzled. Why? There's still so many around. Fang Xun'an crossed her arms, looking dissatisfied. There's so many mushrooms around, but what does it matter to me? I can't eat any. After contemplating this, Gu Xintong understood a flower. Xiaonan would only be able to admire the mushrooms without partaking. This meant that when it was time to eat, there would be one less competitor for food. Moreover, she had just benefited from Xiaonan's labor. With this new perspective, Gu Xintong realized that Fang Xun'an was the perfect little resource collector. She felt she had discovered yet another utility for her companion. Now, Xiaonan could not only illuminate the way, but also gather ingredients. She was indeed a perfect tool. Fortunately, Fang Xun'an remained unaware of Gu Xintong's current thoughts. Otherwise, she might have been furious enough to snap her own butt in half. I consider you my partner, and yet you view me as a mere tool? With Fang Xun'an having declared her strike, Gu Xintong began counting the mushrooms in her spatial bag, finding enough to sustain their group for several days. She nodded in satisfaction. Although they could still gather many more, it was no longer necessary. She patted her spatial bag and said to Fang Xun'an, Xiaonan, let us head back. Fang Xun'an eagerly returned to her shoulder. Just as they prepared to leave, they suddenly realized a critical issue. Where were they? The evening had set in, dimming the surroundings, and following a recent rain, a layer of mist enveloped the forest, rendering them unable to recognize the way back. Fang Xun'an slapped Gu Xintong's face and complained, This is all your fault. You were too busy picking mushrooms, and now we're lost. Gu Xintong removed the leaves that had clung to her face and looked at Fang Xun'an with a bemused expression. Lost on the ground? Can't I just fly? Fang Xun'an paused, then scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. Well, I suppose that's true. You silly thing. Gu Xintong summoned the Black Abyss Phantom, carrying Fang Xun'an as they soared above the trees and mist. Once airborne, she scanned the area and spotted a small flicker of fire not far off. Over there, Gu Xintong immediately flew toward the source of the light. However, upon arriving, she discovered that the fire was not tended by Ji Feng and the others, but rather by a group of red-haired monkeys gathered around, roasting something to eat. As Gu Xintong observed them, the monkeys turned their gaze toward her, both parties momentarily stunned by the unexpected encounter. Gu Xintong wondered, where have those two, Ji Feng and Lin Li Hua, gone? The red-haired monkeys pondered, where did this dressed, upright creature come from? Realizing she had gone to the wrong place, Gu Xintong waved her hand dismissively at the monkeys. My apologies for the interruption. Please continue. With that, she prepared to take to the skies again in search of Ji Feng and the others. However, the monkeys quickly regained their composure. An upright creature, a moving food source. Their ancestors had always warned them to charge an upright creature without hesitation. Although they often lost, a single victory would grant them a feast. For red-haired monkeys, the essence of life was to eat. Thus, one by one, they brandished their skewers and chattered excitedly as they charged toward Gu Xintong, Ji Xintong. Seeing these mere second-stage monkeys, exchanged a glance with Fang Xun'an. Go ahead, it's all yours. Fang Xun'an shot her a glance, then plopped down on her shoulder, saying, Why is it always me? I'm not doing it this time. You handle it. With a sigh, Gu Xintong conceded, fine, I'll do it myself. With that, she snapped her fingers, and the ground around her became engulfed in a swirling black mist, spreading several hundred meters in radius. As the monkeys stepped onto the ground, black claws erupted from below, ensnaring their limbs and heads, binding them firmly in place, no matter how they struggled. Then, with a flick of her finger, a sharp black spike sprouted before each monkey, pressing against their throats. Realizing they had no chance of escape, the monkeys each lowered their heads in surrender. Observing this, Gu Xintong waved her hand, dispersing the dark mist from the ground as if she had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Fang Xun'an, however, was taken aback. She had anticipated Gu Xintong's strength, but she never expected her to be this formidable. With just a snap of her fingers and a simple gesture, she had subdued a group of second-stage monkeys. Knowing she was only in the mid-second stage herself, this meant Gu Xintong could effortlessly eliminate a whole crowd like her. In that moment, Fang Xun'an felt that with Gu Xintong's prowess, merely not being killed was a significant favor. After the red-haired monkeys acknowledged their defeat, they called out a few times before leading the way. Gu Xintong remarked, I was about to leave, yet you all insisted on finding me. Fang Xun'an wholeheartedly agreed with her statement, deeming this group of red-haired monkeys to be nothing more than a bunch of iron-headed children. However, he felt that these monkeys likely possessed nothing of value. The red-haired monkeys led Gu Xintong to the base of a massive tree, where they skillfully climbed up and retrieved their long-preserved treasures. Gu Xintong surveyed the assortment of fruits and stones scattered around her, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, one could not expect anything worthwhile from these red monkeys. Yet, having come this far, she resolved to at least take a few items before departing. Among the gathered objects, Gu Xintong could only select from what was available, akin to choosing a general from troop of dwarfs. Alas, these were all items of little use to her. After a lengthy selection process, she finally picked a few appetizing fruits and remarked, well, I suppose these will do. Although these fruits served no purpose beyond being palatable, they were certainly preferable to the inedible and useless ones. Just as Gu Xintong prepared to leave, she suddenly crouched down again. Observing her halted movement, Fang Xun'an inquired, aren't we leaving yet? We've already delayed for so long. Sister Jifeng and the others must be worried. Wait a moment. I believe I have discovered something valuable. Gu Xintong signaled for him to be patient. She moved aside a peculiar stone, revealing several golden tendrils that instantly caught her eye. Picking up the tendrils for a closer inspection, she gasped, aren't these the tendrils of the Qiyulong? Fang Xun'an, perplexed, asked Qiyulong, what is that? Gu Xintong explained, twisting the golden tendrils in her hands. The Qiyulong is an exceedingly rare extreme yang spirit beast. Due to its unique properties, it is often hunted by both spirit beasts and cultivators, making it incredibly scarce now. How could these red monkeys possibly possess the tendrils of a Qiyulong? Holding the tendrils, she turned to the monkeys and queried, where did you acquire this? G. The monkeys gestured animatedly while chattering away. Fang Xun'an felt a headache coming on, pondering what could possibly be gleaned from their babble. After observing their antics, Gu Xintong had a sudden realization, exclaiming, oh, so you saw a golden dead fish while drinking at the riverbank, and you ate it, leaving behind only this tendril that you couldn't bite through. Right? G. The monkeys nodded vigorously. Fang Xun'an looked between the monkeys and Gu Xintong, utterly baffled. How were they managing to communicate so seamlessly? I'll take these tendrils, thank you very much, after stowing the items away. Gu Xintong patted the monkeys on their heads before soaring away on her sword. Fang Xun'an, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Sister Xintong, what use do you have for these tendrils? Are you planning to make soup with them? Gu Xintong gazed at him in astonishment. How did you know? Fang Xun'an replied, wait, you really intend to use them for soup? What flavor could these tendrils possibly impart? If one desired fish soup, it would be far simpler to catch a fish, wouldn't it? Gu Xintong shook her head. You've never been exposed to the world, have you? The essence of flavor from the Qiyulong resides entirely within its tendrils. Add one while simmering the soup. And the taste, it's truly unmatched. Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an couldn't help but recall the fish soup he had once savored in his previous life. The steaming, milky white broth, adorned with green scallions, was a dish he could consume in large quantities alongside rice. However, he was abruptly reminded of his current predicament. All the exotic delicacies of this realm were merely a feast for the eyes, but he couldn't even indulge in the anticipation of tasting them, which was a torment beyond measure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could tear open his own mouth in frustration. Yet, for the sake of his own existence, such thoughts were best left unspoken. Fang Xun'an felt that living as a delicate flower was far too difficult and could tea that moment. Gu Xintong spotted a campfire and promptly flew over. As she approached, she noticed Jifeng and Lin Lihua glancing in her direction. Lin Lihua, sensing her presence first, tugged at Jifeng's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister Jifeng, Sister Xintong is back." "I'm back," Gu Xintong declared upon landing. Jifeng approached and playfully scolded her. "Where have you been? You've taken so long to return." Lin Lihua chimed in, "Yes, Sister Xintong, if you hadn't come back soon, Sister Jifeng, and I would have gone looking for you." Gu Xintong embraced Jifeng, burying her head in her chest and whining, "Oh, Sister Jifeng, I was wrong. It was just a minor mishap. I promise it won't happen again." Fang Xun'an watched the scene with a shake of his head, thinking, is it really that exaggerated? Jifeng quickly pushed Gu Xintong away, stating, "All right, I forgive you, but remember this for the future." "Thank you, Sister Jifeng," Gu Xintong exclaimed, attempting to leap at her once more. Jifeng sidestepped, leaving her to stumble. "Enough of that. Quickly show us the mushrooms you collected. Lihua and I are starving." Gu Xintong then presented all the mushrooms she had just gathered, saying, "Here they are, Sister Jifeng. Take a look." Lin Lihua, astonished at the mountain of mushrooms before her, exclaimed, "Wow, so many, Sister Xintong. You actually collected this many." Gu Xintong proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "Of course, you should know who I am." Fang Xun'an, perched on her shoulder, felt indignant, smacking her lightly. "Have you lost your mind? At least half of these were gathered by me." Gu Xintong smiled sweetly, brushing aside the leaves on her face. "Xiaohanan, since you can't eat them, why not let me have them all? Get lost." Fang Xun'an retorted, "This isn't the same thing. My inability to eat has nothing to do with you pilfering my credit." It was as if Gu Xintong had not heard him, as she turned to Jifeng, saying, "Sister Jifeng, let's sort through which mushrooms are edible." "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Fang Xun'an shouted in discontent. Jifeng chuckled, glancing at him. "All right." After the three sorted out the inedible mushrooms, Lin Lihua took some of the delicious ones to prepare a soup. As a devoted foodie, whenever she found herself without food that suited her palate, she would take it upon herself to cook. While her initial attempts left her less than satisfied, over time, she had developed commendable culinary skills. Thus, during their joint missions, Lin Lihua became the little chef among the trio. Before long, the aroma of Lin Lihua's mushroom soup wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff, Gu Xintong couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." She then produced a tendril from the chiyulong, offering it to Lin Lihua. "Add this in and give it a try." "What is this?" Jifeng asked, unable to recognize the short tendril at first. However, upon receiving it, Lin Lihua instantly recognized it, the tendril of the chiyulong. "Sister Xintong, where did you get this?" The mention of the chiyulong astonished Jifeng as well. Such an exceptionally rare extreme yang spirit beast had tendrils that, when exchanged for contribution points within the sect, would require a considerable amount. Jifeng could hardly believe that Gu Xintong would trade contribution points for such an item. It was something only Lin Lihua, the foodie, would dare to do. The origin of this is quite ordinary. "It's my recent spoils of war." "Hurry and put it in," Gu Xintong urged. "Not so fast. This needs some processing first." Lin Lihua spoke as she drew out her imposing blade, measuring 1.80 meters in length. With a swift stroke, she severed the tentacle cleanly in two. Subsequently, she procured a silver needle and deftly extracted a fiery red thread from within the tentacle. If this toxic thread were not removed, consuming it might lead to dire consequences, such as a bout of diarrhea. Once Lin Lihua had articulated her thoughts, she discarded the tentacle of the red fish dragon into the mushroom soup. It must be said that when it comes to culinary matters, Lihua exhibits no lack of diligence. Seeing that this concoction required further simmering, Gu Xintong began recounting the events that had just transpired to Jifeng and the others. Did the red fish dragon's corpse come from the riverside as you mentioned? Jifeng inquired. Indeed, Gu Xintong replied, pointing in a particular direction. That river lies in that direction, which I spotted alongside Xiao Anan while we were navigating through the skies. It seems likely that poachers are involved. Aside from this possibility, Jifeng could think of no other explanation. Due to the red fish dragon's unique attributes, it has always been highly sought after by fire-affiliated cultivators, particularly its inner dan, which serves as an exceptional cultivation aid for them. However, with the current prohibition against unnecessary killings, the species has become exceedingly rare, driving its price to astronomical heights. Consequently, many individuals have set their sights on the red fish dragon, resorting to clandestine hunting and engaging in covert transactions behind the backs of the 7 major sections. Even some spirit beasts have targeted them, trading their inner dan for cultivation materials. Thus, the survival of the red fish dragon has become increasingly precarious, as not only cultivators seek their demise, but spirit beasts do as well. Although the 4 righteous halls of the 7 major sects have been actively apprehending those who poach the red fish dragon, the allure of this temptation continues to draw many individuals into risky endeavors. The combination of rampant poaching and the presence of natural predators has resulted in the already rare red fish dragon becoming nearly invisible. Upon learning of the dire situation facing the red fish dragon, Fang Xun'an could not help but mourn for them. This group is truly unfortunate. Cultivators wish to slay them, and spirit beasts do too. This situation reeks of betrayal. Gu Xintong toyed with a few tentacles in her hands, chuckling. It seems these poachers are rather inept. They discarded the red fish dragon after extracting the inner dan. Let us remain vigilant during our journey. Perhaps we might uncover the traces of these poachers. Reporting them to the sect would earn us a nice contribution point. Jifeng considered these poachers as mere walking contribution points, if their cultivation levels were not particularly high. She even contemplated capturing them directly, thus ensuring an even greater accumulation of contribution points. After all, who would refuse an abundance of contribution points? Jifeng's eagerness for contribution points stemmed from the fact that she was responsible for her family's expenses. Lin Lihua, once she acquired contribution points, squandered them recklessly, often exhausting her share within a single day, only to find herself destitute thereafter. Had she invested her contribution points wisely, Jifeng would have said nothing. But Lihua's penchant for curious trinkets and useless items infuriated her. Eventually, Jifeng insisted that Lin Lihua entrust her contribution points to her, handling all necessary cultivation materials and items on her behalf. Consequently, Lin Lihua no longer concerned herself with contribution points, knowing they would not end up in her possession. As Gu Xintong continued her conversation, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. She nudged Lin Lihua with her elbow. "Lihua, is your soup ready?" Prompted by her reminder, Lin Lihua exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot." She hurried over to retrieve the clay pot from the fire. Gu Xintong, seeing the rich mushroom soup, wasted no time in serving herself a bowl. "Ah, it smells divine." Lihua's culinary skills have truly improved. After savoring a sip, she extolled its virtues. Once again, she picked up a mushroom, and upon biting into it, the flavorful broth burst forth, mingling with the delicate texture of the mushroom, causing Gu Xintong to squint in sheer delight. Indeed, it is exceptionally good. Jifeng also expressed satisfaction with the pot of mushroom soup. Lin Lihua clearly relished their praise, cheerfully serving bowls to Adai and Jifeng as well. However, while everyone indulged in this delectable feast, an outsider quietly observed the scene. Fang Xun'an watched, wide-eyed, as the others enjoyed their meal, internally lamenting, "Gu Xintong, eat if you must, but please refrain from making such peculiar sounds. Jifeng, aren't you supposed to be a mature older sister? Why are you imitating her? Lin Lihua, your slurping is far too loud. And you, Dai, please don't smack your lips while eating." At that moment, the only source of solace for Fang Xun'an was Jifeng. Although a bowl of mushroom soup sat before it, Jifeng remained patiently seated, not tasting a single drop. Witnessing this, Fang Xun'an felt a pang of emotion. "I never expected that the one who understands me best would be Jifeng." He scampered over, tapping Jifeng's paw. "Jifeng, I know you don't fancy these vegetarian dishes. Let me take care of it." As he spoke, he prepared to pour the soup over his head, intending to experience the flavor through his very being. However, Zifeng promptly swatted him away. Meow. Who said I don't like it? I'm merely waiting for it to cool down. Don't you know I'm a tongue? I can't handle hot food. When Fang Xun'an realized that even Zifeng had rejected him, he sank deeper into despondency. He had hoped to find a kindred spirit, only to discover that Zifeng was a traitor. Just then, while in a state of gloom, an idea struck him. He dashed back to Zifeng's side and whispered excitedly in its ear, sharing some secret plan. That Zifeng's eyes lit up, and it obediently followed him into the thicket, embarking on a clandestine exchange. Within the woods, a flicker of light danced, and soon Fang Xun'an emerged, invigorated and exclaiming, I must say the glow mint skin is truly irresistible to the little ones. Indeed, Fang Xun'an had just donned the glow mint skin, allowing Zifeng to indulge in a few delightful sips in the thicket. As it happened before, Zifeng, after only a few sips, was rolling around in sheer delight. I could see this moment. Fang Xun'an seized the opportunity to make his move. He rushed over to the bowl of mushroom soup designated for Zifeng, his face brimming with excitement. My precious, you're now mine. With a splash, he leaped into the bowl. After floating for a moment, he stood up quietly. Alas, it still lacks flavor. Just as he felt disheartened and prepared to leave, an enticing aroma of mushroom soup, intermingled with a hint of fish, wafted through the air. Is this the scent of mushroom soup? Fang Xun'an exclaimed in disbelief. But wait, I clearly have no mouth. Where is this delightful aroma coming from? As he pondered this perplexity, he noticed the roots submerged in the broth. Could it be? At that moment, realization dawned upon him. It was his roots that had absorbed the soup, allowing him to experience its flavor. Having unraveled this mystery, Fang Xun'an trembled with excitement as he gazed at his flower roots. Finally, I no longer have to subsist on dirt. After unlocking this unique ability, he felt as though the world had transformed into a place of wonder, brimming with hope that he never expected that the substances absorbed by his roots would allow him to savor their taste. This revelation meant that his sense of taste had not been lost. The exhilaration of reclaiming something once thought lost filled Fang Xun'an with elation. From now on, as long as he transformed food into a paste or mush, he could root himself within it to absorb the flavors. Wasn't that akin to eating? The gateway to a new world has now swung open. Yet, in this moment, Fang Xun'an merely wishes to seize the opportunity to quietly savor this bowl of mushroom soup, longing to regain a semblance of his former self. Alas, many things do not unfold as perfectly as one might hope. At this juncture, the monsoon has already emerged from its minty euphoric state. It senses that its mushroom soup must have cooled by now and prepares to indulge in the culinary delight. However, when Zifeng emerges from the woods, it can hardly believe its eyes. What does it see? Fang Xun'an, that rascal, is actually soaking his feet in its dinner. You dare to presume that being my pampered mint allows you to act with impunity. Meow. Quickly remove your stinky feet from my dinner, or prepare to face dire consequences. Zifeng bellows in anger and leaps toward its meal. Lost in the world of culinary ecstasy, Fang Xun'an is startled awake by Zifeng's fierce meow. How could Zifeng finish so quickly? He hastily turns around only to find a dark figure lunging toward him. Upon seeing this, Fang Xun'an instinctively prepares to flee, but he is a moment too late. Zifeng swiftly pins him to the ground and begins to rain down meow punches onto the blossom atop his head. Not far off, Zifeng, who has been observing the scene, chuckles to herself, being Zifeng's companion spirit. She had noticed them the moment Zifeng followed Fang Xun'an into the thicket. After Fang Xun'an had ensnared Zifeng with his charms, she became curious about his intentions. What Zifeng did not anticipate was that Fang Xun'an had set his sights on Zifeng's bowl of mushroom soup, which struck her as amusing. It seemed he had been utterly tempted. Even if he could not savor the flavor, he sought solace in bathing with the mushroom soup. However, Zifeng knew that Zifeng was rather particular about its food. Should anyone tamper with its meal, a swift reprisal was inevitable. Of course. Do not ask me how I know this. I simply do. When Zifeng eventually emerged, it confirmed Zifeng's suspicions as it captured Fang Xun'an and exacted its revenge. At that moment, Zifeng had no intention of intervening. Firstly, to allow Zifeng to vent its frustrations. Secondly, she found the idea of Fang Xun'an's clever antics leading to his discovery and subsequent retaliation quite intriguing. Jifeng thought this sort of spectacle was becoming a source of her amusement. Yet, she could not quite fathom why she found such matters entertaining. Perhaps it was the sheer delight of witnessing Fang Xun'an, that endearing fool, engaging in what he believed were clever schemes, creating a delightful contrast. In any case, she was quite pleased to observe Fang Xun'an in this predicament. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, perhaps accustomed to being struck by Gu Xintong's blossom, felt no pain when Zifeng's meow punches landed upon him. Rather, he found Zifeng's paw pads rather comforting. After all, he had endured blows from a peak second realm being. How could this mere fledgling in the early stages of the second realm pose a threat to him? Naturally, while Fang Xun'an felt quite comfortable, he could not allow it to show on his face. Otherwise, Zifeng might extend its claws upon realizing that its punches were merely providing him a massage. At that point, Fang Xun'an feared he might be disfigured. Thus, as he endured the blows, he cooperatively twisted his body, pretending to shield the targeted areas, while emitting sounds of surrender. Zifeng, oblivious to any inconsistencies, genuinely believed its retaliation was effective. Teaching this oblivious wildflower a lesson that in reality, it was not a retaliation but rather a service rendered. Though Jifeng, who had been silently enjoying the spectacle, sensed something amiss, she could not shake the feeling that this scene seemed familiar. Finally, she recalled that it bore an uncanny resemblance to the time Fang Xun'an retaliated against Gu Xintong. Just look at Fang Xun'an's movements. They were almost identical to Gu Xintong's. Poor Zifeng remained unaware, diligently punishing Fang Xun'an while he put on a spirited performance. Fang Xun'an thought to himself, with this acting talent, should he enter the entertainment industry, the little golden statuette would be his alone. As Jifeng could no longer bear to watch, she felt compelled to rescue her innocent companion's spirit from being deceived by Fang Xun'an, that cunning rascal. She approached, scooped Zifeng into her arms, and gently stroked its head, saying, "Zifeng, allow me to assist you, shall I? Go find Li Hua in exchange for another bowl of soup." Under Jifeng's soothing words, Zifeng's ire gradually subsided. After giving Fang Xun'an one last glare, it carried its bowl away to seek Lin Li Hua. Jifeng then lifted Fang Xun'an and delivered a firm smack to his blossom. "You little rascal, you dare to bully my Zifeng." The force of her blow rivaled that of Gu Xintong's. Instantly bringing Fang Xun'an back to reality, he cried out in pain, clutching his blossom and exclaiming, "I wasn't bullying it at all. I can't understand what you're saying. I'll have Xintong teach you a lesson." As Jifeng spoke, she led him toward Gu Xintong. "Hey, what are you pretending for? I know you can understand me." "Hey," Fang Xun'an protested, squirming in her grasp. Smack! Fang Xun'an found himself unceremoniously tossed into Gu Xintong's lap, where she was dining. Gu Xintong looked up from her bowl and, upon seeing Fang Xun'an, asked, "Sister Jifeng, what is going on? Serve him a bowl of soup, will you? Just as a gesture. Otherwise, it would be quite pitiful if we have food while your companion's spirit goes without." Jifeng replied. Gu Xintong pondered for a moment, agreeing that if even the dog has something to eat, it would be truly lamentable for little Enin to go without. "Huh. When did I become a dog? I'm a wolf. The kind that used to eat people, ferocious and ruthless." Fang Xun'an protested. Gu Xintong instructed Lin Li Hua to ladle a bowl of soup and place it before Fang Xun'an. He gazed at the steaming bowl of mushroom soup and, with a joyful exclamation of woohoo, leapt in. Watching his excitement, Gu Xintong found it perplexing. "Little Enin, why are you so thrilled about something you can't eat?" Fang Xun'an, lounging over the bowl's edge as if in a hot spring, cast her a disdainful glance. "Times have changed. I, Fang Xun'an, can eat now." "What did you say?" Gu Xintong exclaimed, taken aback, swiftly fishing him out of the bowl. "You can eat now," before he could even taste it. She had lifted him away, and he hurriedly patted her fingers, saying, "Put me down. I haven't eaten anything in ages. Let me eat while I talk to you, all right?" Gu Xintong nodded. "All right," as she returned him to the bowl. Fang Xun'an let out a satisfied "ah bliss," once more luxuriating in the mushroom soup. He leaned over the bowl and explained to Gu Xintong, "Here's the thing." After hearing Fang Xun'an's explanation, Gu Xintong suddenly understood. "So, what you mean is I no longer need to specially find those things for you. You can eat them yourself?" Fang Xun'an paused for a moment and replied, More or less. Jiu Shintong let out a long sigh of relief, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted, rendering her considerably lighter. Previously, she had been preoccupied with how to ensure Fang Xun'an could eat, which had slightly hindered her cultivation speed. Now, she no longer had to worry about that, and a significant weight had been lifted from her heart. As for Fang Xun'an, the subject of this newfound freedom, he was even more elated. Finally, he could join in when they were feasting, indulging in the mushroom soup. Fang Xun'an envisioned a delightful future. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed his mind. The substances absorbed by his flower roots meant he could taste whatever they encountered, and since the absorption was automatic, it could not be halted at will. Did this not imply that if he were to be planted in cow dung? Ugh! Fang Xun'an nearly retched at the thought. Who could withstand such a scenario? He was no Adai, lacking any interest in such matters. Adai, feeling somewhat offended, Fang Xun'an concluded that it would be wise to refrain from running about aimlessly in the future. After all, should he inadvertently step into a pile of dog excrement, it would be rather unfortunate. Ugh! No, this line of thought must cease immediately. He hurriedly dismissed such fantasies, fearing that if he continued, the delightful mushroom soup would lose its flavor, that he couldn't fathom why such thoughts invaded his mind during mealtime. Gradually, he realized that using his floral roots to eat had its drawbacks, particularly the slow pace at which he consumed his food. The soup had grown cold, and he had barely finished half of it. It seemed that savoring the taste thoroughly was no longer an option, he sighed. Nonetheless, he considered it acceptable. At least he could still appreciate the flavors, unlike before when he merely watched others eat with envy. Once everyone had their fill, they prepared to rest briefly before continuing their journey. Fang Xun'an clambered out of his bowl, eagerly making his way to Gu Xintong's side for a nap. However, as he approached, she kicked him away, stating, "First, clean the soup off yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about coming over." Fine, I'll go," Fang Xun'an retorted, rubbing his backside and muttering indignantly before seeking a place to wash up. Weeks later, Xingyue City lay nestled between the Yaishan demon sect and the Ying Tian sect, rendering it a relatively prosperous locale, as many disciples' families resided there. Jiu Shintong and her companions found themselves strolling through the bustling market area. The streets were teeming with a myriad of shops selling trinkets, food, medicinal herbs, and an eclectic assortment of goods. Cultivators often discovered items of interest here, haggling with stall owners to save a few spirit stones. If not for the distinct aura they exuded that marked their identities as cultivators, one might easily mistake them for ordinary townsfolk. Many cultivators also brought their accompanying spirits along, filling the air not only with the sounds of vendors, but also with the calls of various spiritual beasts. This scene was a first for Fang Xun'an, who was struck by the vibrant atmosphere of human life, infused with a sense of harmony between humanity and nature. Due to his size, Adai remained with Lin Lihua, while Zifeng, disliking crowded spaces, chose to stay hidden. Thus, Fang Xun'an was the sole accompanying spirit present. Jiu Shintong and her friends, however, were stirred by their innate shopping instincts. Hand in hand, they flitted from stall to stall, chattering animatedly about their potential purchases. Fang Xun'an, on the other hand, found little interest in the spectacle. Even when encountering items he had never seen before, he merely glanced at them, remaining unaffected by their allure. In his view, shopping should involve a clear objective. Enter the market, locate the desired item, make the purchase, and leave without hesitation or pause, completely unfazed by the surrounding distractions. The notion of comparing prices was entirely irrelevant to him. He recalled that in the past, his shopping expeditions rarely exceeded half an hour. More often than not, it was a straightforward process. Enter, find a suitable garment, pay, and depart. Unlike Gu Xintong and her friends, who could deliberate for half an hour over a single hairpin. Since their arrival in Xingyue City a few days prior, Gu Xintong and her companions had indulged in feasting and entertainment, and their mission seemed forgotten. Not even a trace of the true cultivation society had been observed. As he watched Gu Xintong agonize over whether to choose a peach blossom or pear blossom hairpin, Fang Xun'an couldn't help but interject, "Aren't we here to complete a mission?" While selecting her hairpin, Gu Xintong casually replied, "Yes, we are indeed here to execute a task." She lifted the peach blossom hairpin before Fang Xun'an, inquiring, "What do you think of this one?" After examining it closely, he nodded. It's decent, though it appears to be of lesser craftsmanship than the pear blossom hairpin. Is that so? Then I shall opt for the pear blossom hairpin. After completing her purchase, they proceeded to the next stall. Noticing her intent to continue shopping, Fang Xun'an hastily asked, "When will I go to find the true cultivation society?" "Oh, you are quite bothersome," Gu Xintong exclaimed, impatiently handing him off to Jifeng. She then dragged Li Hua towards a food stall, saying, "Jifeng, please explain our plans to Xiaonan while Li Hua and I hunt for some tasty treats to bring back for you." Jifeng could only shake her head in resignation. She flicked Fang Xun'an lightly with her fingers, saying, "Who told you to be so verbose? Now New Tong has abandoned me with Li Hua." Fang Xun'an dared not retort, obediently perching on her shoulder. Jifeng led him into an inn, selecting a prominent table to sit at. A waiter promptly approached, asking, "Esteemed cultivator, what would you like to order?" "Let us start with a pot of clear wine and a plate of sauce beef." Jifeng replied, "Very well, please wait a moment." When their orders arrived, Jifeng poured herself a small cup of clear wine and savored it alongside the beef, nodding in satisfaction. Fang Xun'an sat at the table, filled with resentment. After taking a sip of wine, Jifeng glanced at him and remarked, "Why do you stare at me like that? You cannot eat any of this. So you are deliberately eating these in front of me to tempt me. Is that it? How cruel!" Fang Xun'an shouted indignantly. Jifeng took a sip of her wine, her tone unfazed. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Ew. Fang Xun'an pointed at her, utterly at a loss for words in response to Jifeng's poor acting, and begrudgingly withdrew his hand. Jifeng smiled slightly, then picked up another piece of beef, nodding in approval as she said, "The beef here is quite delightful. We should let New Tong and the others try it later." Just as Fang Xun'an was fuming over Jifeng's antics, he noticed the wine cup on the table. An idea sparked in his mind. He dashed over, dipped his hand into Jifeng's cup, and wrote on the table, "Now, do you understand?" With a triumphant expression, he looked at her. "What excuses do you have left now?" Jifeng stared at the cup of wine that Fang Xun'an had touched, her lips twitching slightly. She then silently poured out the wine and filled the cup anew. Observing her lack of reaction, Fang Xun'an dipped his hand into the freshly filled cup and wrote, "Don't think you can escape by remaining silent. I want to eat too." Jifeng inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and poured herself another cup of fresh wine. When Fang Xun'an attempted to dip his hand again to write, Jifeng finally lost her patience, flinging a piece of beef at him and shouting angrily, "Do you have any idea how expensive this wine is?" Having poured 2 cups already, Jifeng was nearly distraught. As a meticulous guardian of finances, her primary concern was money, and all of it came from her own pocket. Fang Xun'an had already wasted 2 cups of wine, and now it appeared he was about to waste a third. This was simply intolerable for Jifeng. Fang Xun'an, meanwhile, climbed onto the table, brushed off the piece of beef, and declared, "Not bad, not bad. This is precisely what I wanted." He tore the beef into small pieces, dropping them into the wine cup, and then used his spiritual energy to mash them into a beef paste. Jifeng was utterly perplexed by his actions. Even if he ground the beef to powder, he wouldn't be able to eat it. What was the point? Fang Xun'an gazed at the cup of beef paste, eagerly leaping in and submerging his floral roots within. At this point, Jifeng began to grasp some of his intentions. It seemed that when he spoke of eating, he meant using his floral roots rather than his mouth. However, after quite some time, he could only faintly detect a hint of beef flavor. This was not right. This was not the script I envisioned. Fang Xun'an felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Earlier, when consuming the mushroom soup, everything had gone well. Why was it failing now? He stared contemplatively at the bland beef paste beneath him. Wait, bland beef paste, dry and tasteless. Fang Xun'an felt he had discerned the root of the problem. His flower root could not ingest the meat. It was meant for absorbing water. Yet, where would this desiccated beef paste find the moisture to absorb? Having unraveled this conundrum, the solution became apparent. A mere splash of water was all that was required. But where could he find such water? Fang Xun'an's gaze fell upon the jug of clear liquor beside Jifeng. After all, liquor could be considered a form of water. Thus, he firmly grasped the wine cup with his flower root, crouched down, and began to shuffle across the table, gradually maneuvering both the flower and the cup closer to the jug. Upon reaching the jug, he seized it and poured the liquor into his cup. Soon, The beef paste transformed into a more palatable beef slurry. Fang Xun'an was immensely pleased. After days of deprivation, he could finally savor the taste of meat once more. Before long, a flavor mingled with the aroma of braised beef enveloped his senses. Fang Xun'an felt a profound sense of fulfillment, indulging in both braised beef and clear liquor, experiencing the delight of two flavors at once. Could there be anything more gratifying? Regrettably, the sole downside was that the combination of beef and liquor had him feeling quite tipsy. Before he had even taken a few bites, he found himself slightly intoxicated. How peculiar! In his previous life, he was a drunkard who would only blush after downing 4 bottles of beer, yet here he was, unable to handle even a single cup. Moreover, he noticed Jifeng had consumed several cups without issue. If Gu Xintong and the others were to discover that Fang Xun'an dared to compare his drinking prowess with Jifeng's, they would surely laugh until they could hardly stand. It is worth noting that Jifeng possessed an innate attribute of being a heavy drinker. He vividly recalled the Seven Clans festival a decade ago, where Jifeng alone outdrank countless self-proclaimed heavyweights. Even the formidable sect leader Feng Busheng had to be carried back by his disciples. Since then, aside for the obstinate Feng Busheng, no one within the 7 clans dared to challenge Jifeng in drinking. Yet here was Fang Xun'an, who blushed after just a few beers, audaciously competing with her. What folly! At this moment, Fang Xun'an struggled to maintain his balance, swaying precariously as he muttered, "How can they braise beef with white liquor?" Jifeng could no longer bear to watch. Should Fang Xun'an falter and shatter his cup, she would be held liable for the damages. Thus, she set down her chopsticks and swiftly extricated him from his cup. Observing the beef paste smeared on his flower root, she disdainfully moved him aside, shaking off the remnants. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gentle breeze whisked away the remaining remnants clinging to the flower root. After confirming that Fang Xun'an's flower root was free of any further stains, she felt reassured enough to place him back upon her shoulder. Initially, Jifeng intended to enjoy her meal while explaining the plans of their group to Fang Xun'an. Yet this fellow's antics had left her somewhat inebriated. It seemed she would have to wait for Xintong's return to convey the details. Meanwhile, the group that had procured the red fish dragon had arrived at the outskirts of Xingyue City. The 10 or so individuals did not enter the city immediately. Instead, they sought a concealed location to convene. Their leader inquired, "Has the contact with the other party been established?" "It has," one replied. "Excellent," the leader nodded. "In a moment, we shall enter the city in batches. Do not go in together to avoid arousing suspicion. Once inside, each of you should find an inn to settle in and refrain from contacting one another to maintain discretion. When the time comes, be sure to arrive punctually at the designated location and remember not to be detected." "Understood?" "Understood." The group of robust men responded loudly, their boisterous voices nearly shaking the leaves from the trees. The leader promptly slapped each of them on the forehead, scolding them in a hushed yet furious tone. "Keep your voices down. Do you not understand? With such volume, do you think those of higher cultivation cannot hear you? Remember, our identities have changed. We can no longer afford to be so careless that I will reiterate. We must operate covertly." "Understood." The group of burly men huddled together, clutching their foreheads, and muttered, "Understood." The leader nodded once more, fixing his gaze on the distant Xingyue city as he declared, "This time, I shall not allow the big fish to slip away." Jifeng continued to sip from her cup, nearly finishing the jug of liquor. Yet Gu Xintong and the others had still not returned. Where on earth are those two? Surely they haven't forgotten about me. As Jifeng pondered their prolonged absence, memories of their previous mission surfaced. She recalled the last time they were tasked with delivering a letter to the Lord of Jigue City. After completing the mission, they lingered in the city for several days. One morning, they mentioned going out for breakfast and promised to bring back a portion for her. However, after filling their stomachs, they simply patted their bellies and left her alone in the inn, fretting over their whereabouts. Had she not located the noodle shop and inquired about their whereabouts, she would still be waiting in the inn. Even now, the recollection filled her with ire. Those two were often far too unreliable. After returning from the last expedition, she had made them bedridden for 3 days, their behinds thoroughly sore from her discipline. If they arrived late again this time, Jifeng believed they might as well reserve a bed at D or Lis in advance to tea that moment. Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua were seated in a private room, indulging in a delectable piece of roasted meat on the table. As they savored their meal, an inexplicable chill coursed through them. Lin Lihua, with a mouthful of meat, mumbled indistinctly, "Munch munch, Xintong Jia. Do you think we've forgotten something?" "Munch munch, perhaps we have?" Gu Xintong pondered aloud, lost in thought. For a moment, the room was filled only with the sounds of their chewing. They exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison. Hastily, they swallowed the food in their mouths and began to frantically gather their belongings. Gu Xintong rummaged through the table, instructing Lihua, "Go cancel our room reservation. Then wait for me downstairs. I'll pack up the leftover food to bring back for Jifeng Jia." "Okay." Lin Lihua nodded and promptly dashed downstairs to inform the innkeeper. Gu Xintong surveyed the mess on the table, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She picked up a chicken leg bone that had been gnawed on and grimaced. What else left to eat? With no other option, Gu Xintong could only cut away the untouched portions to take with her. Upon reaching downstairs, she found Lin Lihua already waiting at the entrance. Spotting Gu Xintong, she waved eagerly. "Xintong Jia, hurry!" Gu Xintong grasped her hand, and they raced out the door, realizing they had already delayed far too long, that if they didn't hurry back, the consequences could be dire. Jifeng, meanwhile, had already started on her second jug of liquor at the inn. She silently resolved that if Gu Xintong and the others had not returned before she finished this cup, they would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an lay dazed upon her shoulder, oblivious to the unfolding events. Just then, the door to the inn swung open, and Gu Xintong's voice rang out, "Jifeng Jia, are you here?" Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua rushed in, standing beside Jifeng with sheepish smiles. "Jifeng Jia, why are you hiding here? We've been searching high and low for you." Gu Xintong feigned annoyance. This tactic was a preemptive strike, seizing the initiative by speaking first, thus gaining the upper hand. Jifeng twirled her wineglass, casting a cold glance at them as she replied flatly, "Oh, is that so? I specifically chose a prominent position in a nearby tavern, and yet you claim I was hiding? To be honest, did you forget about me again?" As the demeanor and tone of Jifeng grew increasingly unkind, Gu Xintong, already aware of her shortcomings, immediately lost her assertiveness. She hastily retrieved her packed belongings, plastering a smile upon her face as she exclaimed, "Not at all. We simply brought you some food." Lin Lihua, standing nearby, arranged the dishes and nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, how could my sister Xintong and I possibly forget you? Come, don't just drink. Let us eat something first." Jifeng, picking out a small piece of chicken leg from their offerings, frowned and asked, "Why is this chicken leg reduced to such a meager portion?" Gu Xintong, her mind racing, quickly retorted, "This chicken leg is only half." "It's a specialty dish." Yes, a specialty dish," Lin Lihua eagerly chimed. I asked that so." Jifeng set down the chicken leg and retrieved a piece of pig's trotters, pointing at a bite mark on it. "Is this bite mark also part of their specialty?" The evidence lay glaringly before Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua, forcing them to lower their heads in acknowledgement of their transgressions. "That I am truly sorry." "Jifeng, I did forget you for a moment," Gu Xintong admitted, casting a furtive glance at Jifeng's reaction. Surprisingly, Jifeng displayed little emotion in response. She merely cast a cold glance at the two and stated, "There is still a task at hand, so I will temporarily overlook this." Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua exchanged surprised glances, exclaiming, "Thank you, Jifeng, thank you." At that moment, Jifeng raised her hand to interrupt their gratitude. "However, my leniency now does not imply that you are off the hook in the future, that I kindly advise you to reserve a sleeping place. Otherwise, when we return to the sect, do not blame me for your lack of accommodations." Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua's expressions froze, their faces falling. "Jifeng, please don't." "Humph." Jifeng responded with a disdainful snort. It seemed evident that she would not easily forgive them. Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua could only sigh in resignation. Accepting the consequences of their own misdeeds, that moment, Fang Xun'an groggily stirred from Jifeng's shoulder. "My head hurts," he exclaimed, patting his own forehead. Fang Xun'an vowed never to touch alcohol again, for the aftereffects were most unpleasant, and he had no desire to endure such an experience a second time. Moreover, had it not been for his cultivation, he would not have been able to rise at all. "Where am I?" Fang Xun'an rubbed his forehead as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon recognizing familiar faces, he relaxed slightly, hoping he had not behaved in an odd manner while intoxicated. After all, he had never been drunk before and lacked experience in such matters. If he were to discover that he had indeed behaved poorly, it would become an embarrassing chapter in his life. He could already imagine a future gathering where someone might taunt him about his drunken antics when he was merely a novice. As he contemplated this, a shiver ran down his spine. Surely my drinking habits are not that bad. After discreetly observing the expressions of those around him, he noted that no one was looking at him with peculiar eyes, which alleviated his worries. It seemed nothing untoward had occurred. However, he soon noticed that the demeanor of the three around him was rather peculiar. Jifeng sat on a stool, drinking alone, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua, who stood meekly by her sides, their heads bowed in a manner indicative of guilt. Fang Xun'an scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that while I remained unscathed, these two have gotten themselves into some trouble? He sensed that in their current state, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua would be too intimidated to speak. Thus he extended a leaf and poked Jifeng's neck gently, whispering, "Sister Jifeng, what is going on?" Jifeng, feeling the tickle of his leaf, picked him up and placed him on the table. "What are you saying? I can't understand that. If you have questions, ask Xintong." Fang Xun'an scoffed at her dismissal. "You, woman, is it truly entertaining to keep up this charade?" At that moment, he noticed a plethora of delectable dishes laid out on the table. Gazing at the mouth-watering spread he had longed for, he momentarily believed he was still dreaming. After delivering a firm slap to his forehead, he realized that this was indeed reality. Could it be that the heavens had sent this feast to him? Knowing his appetite, he quickly dipped a leaf into some red oil and wrote, "Sister Jifeng, may I eat these?" Upon reading his words, Jifeng chuckled and turned to Gu Xintong, saying, "You must ask your companion spirit." These dishes were all brought by her. Fang Xun'an looked eagerly at the reticent Gu Xintong. "Sister Xintong, can I eat these?" Gu Xintong glanced at Jifeng, who showed no reaction, and after a moment, nodded in affirmation. "Woo!" Fang Xun'an cheered, ecstatic at her approval, and began searching for his favorite dishes among the spread. "Half a pig's trotter, delicious, a meatball missing a piece. I like that. Oh, stir-fried green peppers with fatty meat. This one is mine too." He selected just these few items, mindful not to waste food, and after mashing them together, placed them in separate dishes, his roots extended, dividing into 3 paths, each rooting in a different dish. 3 flavors, all at once. Although the combination might yield an odd taste, he was just relieved to finally have something to eat. As Jifeng sipped her drink, she instructed Gu Xintong, "Go explain our plan to Xun'an. He was too drunk earlier for me to clarify things." "All right," Gu Xintong replied, pulling up a chair to sit across from Fang Xun'an. "Our plan is as follows. In a few days, there will be an important auction in Xingyue City. According to intel from senior embedded within the Jinshi Society, there's an item at this auction that the Jinshi Society is determined to obtain. Therefore, we only need to pay attention to who acquires that item, and we will naturally uncover clues about the Jinshi Society." Upon hearing this, Fang Xun'an understood why they had not seemed anxious to tackle their tasks in recent days. They had been preparing all along. "So what should we do now?" he inquired, considering the imminent auction. "What to do? Obviously, we must rest and recuperate," Gu Xintong replied matter-of-factly. "Besides, it's just a small branch of the Jinshi Society. I've already reached the 3rd realm, so why should I fear them?" It appeared that Gu Xintong was quite confident in her abilities. Seeing her self-assured demeanor eased Fang Xun'an's worries somewhat. "All right then, since you all are prepared, I shall not fret and will simply enjoy my meal." After relaying their plan, Gu Xintong fell silent, obediently sitting on her stool. "What are you two dawdling for?" Jifeng directed at Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua. "Hurry up and order me some dishes. You may have eaten your fill, but I haven't had a single bite." Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua were momentarily taken aback, then excitedly exclaimed, Okay, we are on it." They rushed off to find the waiter, Jifeng speaking to him directly. What could that possibly signify? This signifies that she is temporarily let go. As for what comes next, it will be addressed upon returning to the clan. After their return, they tidied up everything on the table. When Fang Xun'an witnessed this, he protested with discontent, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I still have plenty left to eat." However, the table soon filled once more with an array of dishes, silencing him instantly. Observing what he had been eating, he realized it consisted of meager remnants, while the feast before others starkly highlighted the disparity between them and the flowers. Although Gu Xintong and her companions had already dined well prior, the sight of the bountiful spread made them feel ravenous once more. Jiu Xintong, unfazed, turned away, choosing not to dwell on it. In contrast, Lin Lihua, fully aware of her limitations, stubbornly leaned over the table to watch Jifeng eat, drooling uncontrollably. Fang Xun'an could no longer resist. He pointed at the dishes and then at himself, silently inquiring if he could partake. Jifeng smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, help yourself." Upon receiving her consent, Fang Xun'an eagerly began selecting his favorite dishes, adhering to his customary approach to dining. Seeing Fang Xun'an indulge, Lin Lihua thought she could do the same. She set her sights on a succulent piece of braised pork, extending her guilty little hand towards it. Smack! Just as she believed she could seize it, a pair of chopsticks struck her hand with vigor. "Ouch!" Lin Lihua cried out in pain, retracting her hand immediately. Jifeng showed no mercy this time, delivering a sharp blow that left her hand reddened. Lin Lihua blew on her little piggy hoof, cradling it as she complained. "Sister Jifeng, I want to eat too. You want to eat?" Jifeng asked. "Ahem." Lin Lihua nodded vigorously. Jifeng chuckled, picking up a piece of fish to savor. "Then just keep dreaming." At that moment, another heartbroken soul joined the ranks. However, little did they know that they were not the only ones eyeing this auction. "Diaozhong, have the delivery details been finalized?" The leader of the sellers inquired, munching on sunflower seeds. "Not yet, but the other party mentioned they will provide specific information at the auction in 2 days." Diaozhong replied. The leader's forehead twitched in frustration as he forcefully dropped his seeds onto the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, why are these little bastards so cautious? I've been fishing for so long, and this is the first time encountering such a wary character." One of his subordinates, noticing the leader's fury, quickly stepped forward to calm him. "Boss, please remain calm. After all, the fish we've caught this time is a big one. Compared to past catches, this one is on a whole different level. So it's only natural for them to be more cautious that if we land this big fish, our team will be renowned. Just imagine presenting this prize for a reward." Haha. The leader pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. "It does seem that way." Seeing his boss calm down, the subordinate continued, "So boss, don't be angry. Let's be patient, rest up these few days, and prepare thoroughly. This big fish will surely be within our grasp." "Mitchum, you're absolutely right. Good." The leader clapped the subordinate on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Diaozhong, have we found a contact for the auction?" The leader inquired. "Not yet, I'm still selecting from the team," Diaozhong replied. The leader waved his hand, stating, "No need for selection. I'll personally meet with him this time, that I want to see what kind of big fish this is." "Lihua, the big fish you bought is rather unsightly." In the room, Gu Xintong pointed at the fish before Lin Lihua, exclaiming that it must be said the fish was indeed ugly. Its body was oval-shaped, devoid of scales, covered entirely in uneven muscle lumps, and coated in mucus. Its eyes resembled green beans, squished onto its forehead, and a large overbite protruded from its mouth, with tiny fins on its sides twitching sporadically. Lin Lihua produced a basin filled with an unknown liquid and tossed the hideous fish inside, saying, "Oh, Sister Xintong, you don't understand. This kind of glutinous fish is a delicacy. I went to great lengths to snatch it from the buyer." Jifeng couldn't bear the sight of the fish, remarking, "All right, Lihua, put that glutinous fish away. We still need to sleep tonight." "Fine." Lin Lihua reluctantly packed both the basin and the fish into her spatial pouch. After the fish was stored away, Gu Xintong felt safe enough to approach Lin Lihua. This girl is wonderful in every way, but when it comes to delicious food, she tends to lose her aesthetic judgment, focusing solely on its taste. Jiu Xintong pulled Lin Lihua and Jifeng toward the room, saying, "Let us go wash up. The hot water is ready." Lin Lihua obediently followed, while Jifeng struggled, protesting, "Xintong, what are you doing? We're grown-ups. We shouldn't bathe together." "Oh, we used to bathe together every day as kids." "What is there to fear?" Gu Xintong insisted, dragging her inside. "This is different." Jifeng adamantly refused, resisting her advance. However, Gu Xintong's cultivation was somewhat higher, allowing her to draw closer to the abyss. Just as she was about to be pulled in, Jifeng braced herself against the doorframe, halting Gu Xintong's progression. With her hands on her hips, Gu Xintong looked at Jifeng clinging to the doorframe helplessly, saying, "Sister Jifeng, what are you shy about? Don't think I don't know you're trying to pull me in for some mischievous reason. I want to bathe with you." Jifeng shouted back. Gu Xintong felt somewhat distressed, realizing her intentions had seemingly been uncovered by Jifeng. Was I that obvious? She gazed at Jifeng, who was gripping the doorframe with a defiant expression. Ultimately deciding to resort to forceful measures, Gu Xintong rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Jifeng's waist, straining to pull her into the room. Yet this time, Jifeng's resolve was unwavering. She clung to the doorframe, almost transforming into it, making it exceedingly difficult for Gu Xintong to budge her. Meanwhile, Lin Lihua stood by, utterly confused. She couldn't understand why her sister Xintong was so intent on dragging sister Jifeng to bathe with them. Nor could she grasp why Jifeng was so adamantly opposed. Her mind felt overwhelmed, realizing she might need to consume more fish heads to boost her intellect. Although she had eaten many fish heads, it seemed to have little effect. Nonetheless, she still believed that the purple-hued fish was the most delectable, with its tender and elastic flesh. Though the moon goldfish was also quite good, seeing her reliable assistant Lin Lihua lost in thought. Gu Xintong called out urgently, "Lihua, what are you doing? Hurry and help." Startled by her shout, Lin Lihua snapped back to reality. "Oh." She rushed over and hugged Gu Xintong's waist, trying to pull her into the room. "Gu Xintong, give it up. I want to go in with you." Jifeng stubbornly clung to the doorframe, shouting back, "That is not up to you." Gu Xintong exerted all her strength, determined to drag Jifeng into the bath. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, while Fang Xun'an quietly observed the spectacle. Watching the tug-of-war unfold, he even contemplated placing a bet, but alas, there was no one around to join him. "Sister Xintong, why do we insist on dragging Sister Jifeng to bathe with us?" Lin Lihua curiously inquired. Gu Xintong, straining to pull Jifeng, gritted her teeth and replied, "You silly pig, if we bathe together, Sister Jifeng will have to undress. In the tub, she won't be able to escape, and we can do as we please." "Do as we please." Lin Lihua furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before a spark of realization illuminated her expression. "Of course, I can do as I please with Sister Jifeng." Upon understanding the intent behind this operation, Lin Lihua ceased to dawdle. One must remember, she was a person who wielded a towering sword of nearly 1.8 meters as her weapon. How could she possibly possess only a modicum of strength? She firmly grasped Gu Xintong's waist, exerting all her might to drag her toward the room. Lin Lihua's sudden burst of strength nearly suffocated Gu Xintong. "Lihua, be gentle." However, Lin Lihua's mind was consumed with the thought, "I can do as I please with Sister Jifeng," and she could hardly hear Gu Xintong's plea. Suddenly, the doorframe could no longer withstand the pressure, emitting a cracking sound. Jifeng immediately sensed the dire situation. Glancing at her grip, she noticed fine cracks beginning to form in the doorframe. Gu Xintong also recognized the predicament and promptly intensified her grip. "Lihua, keep going. We're almost there." With their relentless efforts, the doorframe continued to emit cracking noises, resembling the final lament of a structure on the brink of destruction as the doorframe appeared ready to give way. Jifeng let out a desperate wail. "No!" With a sudden exertion, Gu Xintong shouted, "Come here! Crack!" The doorframe finally succumbed to the strain, splintering in Jifeng's hands. The two were unexpectedly sent crashing to the ground. Lin Lihua, pinned beneath them, patted Gu Xintong's backside, lamenting, "Sister Xintong, please get up. You're crushing me." Before Gu Xintong could move, Jifeng hastily discarded the remnants of the doorframe and prepared to escape their clutches. Yet Gu Xintong was quick to react. As Jifeng attempted to rise, she swiftly wrapped her arms around her waist. "Sister Jifeng, where do you think you're going? Let go of me." Jifeng protested, repeatedly striking the hands that clung to her. Gu Xintong pressed her cheek against Jifeng's, playfully saying, "Sister Jifeng, why not just surrender to us?" "Impossible." Jifeng vehemently rejected. Seeing her resistant to both persuasion and coercion, Gu Xintong let out a scoff. She rolled Jifeng aside. Freeing herself from Lin Lihua's grasp, like an octopus, Gu Xintong ensnared Jifeng, her arms wrapped tightly around Jifeng's waist, while her legs entwined with Jifeng's, Rendering her immobile, Jiu Shintong called out to Lin Lihua. Lihua, I got her secured. Hurry and drag us inside. Right away. Lin Lihua rolled up her sleeves and pulled Jifeng's legs, dragging him into the room. Lihua, let go of me. Jifeng struggled momentarily before being pulled inside. Bang! Once they entered, a large wooden board replaced the door at the entrance. Subsequently, the tips of two weapons, the sword of the Black Abyss and a dagger, emerged from either side of the walls, firmly binding the wooden board to the structure. Inside the room, Gu Xintong's voice rang out. Xiao Anan, remember to guard the door. After the three women entered, Fang Xun'an heard Jifeng's furious voice from within. Gu Xintong, try to strip my clothes again, I dare you. Followed by her piercing scream, Sister Jifeng, don't thrash about. If your clothes get torn, you'll have nothing to wear. This sounded like Gu Xintong's voice. You can strip all you want, but why are you groping my chest? Jifeng exclaimed in indignation. That wasn't me. It was Lihua. Gu Xintong began to defend herself, yet her words were swiftly countered by Lin Lihua. You're lying. Sister Xintong, I was clearly helping Sister Jifeng with her trousers. How can my hands possibly be wandering on her chest? Gu Xintong, Sister Jifeng, don't be angry. I'll finish up soon. Everyone let go. I can manage on my own. OH.AS they struggled inside. Fang Xun'an, merely listening, had already conjured an elaborate scene in his mind. He desperately wished to sneak a peek, yet his instinct for self-preservation outweighed his curiosity. Thus, Fang Xun'an remained seated obediently. After a while, a loud splash echoed from within, indicating they had finally commenced the main event. Fang Xun'an could hear the sounds of water being disturbed and the playful laughter of the three women. Sister Jifeng, your touch is impeccable. Xintong, yours is quite commendable as well. What about me? I suppose it's passable. Fang Xun'an harbored a rather audacious thought, but for the sake of his own safety, he refrained from acting on it. Bathing typically takes time, and with three women sharing the experience, it would undoubtedly take even longer. Fang Xun'an waited outside for quite some time before the blades on the wall were finally retracted. The large wooden board at the entrance was gradually moved aside, releasing a wave of steam from the room, through which Gu Xintong and her companions emerged. Among them, Jifeng stood the tallest, her ethereal white dress clinging to her form, yet failing to conceal her exquisite physique. With damp hair and beads of water adorning her face, coupled with a hint of blush, she exuded an alluring charm. She appeared somewhat irate, turning her head away from Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua. In contrast, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua donned similar white garments, chatting and laughing as they exited. Unlike Jifeng, Gu Xintong managed to fill her flowing attire slightly, while Lin Lihua resembled a white canvas, utterly flat. Nevertheless, the vivacity in Gu Xintong's demeanor and the innocence reflected on Lin Lihua's face were qualities absent in Jifeng. Fang Xun'an found himself momentarily entranced by the distinct beauty of the three women before him. My goodness, when did these three girls become so stunning? Am I truly oblivious to the blessings I possess? At that moment, Lin Lihua and Jifeng summoned their respective spirit companions. Upon emerging, Adai yawned, sauntering to the door to take a nap. In stark contrast, Jifeng, being a creature of the midnight shadows, was particularly energetic during the night, bounding out and displaying remarkable vitality. Lin Lihua approached Adai, patting its head with a hint of exasperation. Adai, why are you always so lethargic? Gu Xintong joined her, stroking Adai's coarse fur. I wish my Xiao Anan could be as tranquil as your Adai. He is a constant source of annoyance, driving me up the wall. After a few affectionate strokes, Jifeng's mood visibly lightened. Upon spotting Fang Xun'an, Jifeng leaped from Jifeng's lap, scampering over to him and meowing. Fang Xun'an could only respond with resignation. All right, I'll transform something for you. After receiving a satisfying treat, Jifeng leaped through the open window, vanishing into the night. Jiu Xintong and her companions, having exhausted themselves from their antics, decided to retire for the night. As they settled down, Jifeng specifically instructed Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua not to engage in any peculiar activities that night. Both Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua nodded vigorously, assuring her they were not the type to do such things. Thus, the room gradually fell into a serene silence. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an remained wide awake, Seizing the opportunity to cultivate while Gu Xintong rested, he understood that if she was not training while he was, the gap between their abilities would only widen, ultimately allowing him to surpass her. As the saying goes, cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. To Fang Xun'an, his progress, and Gu Xintong's stagnation equated to him cultivating at double speed. As long as he persevered, his dreams would soon become a reality. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Fang Xun'an's mind, invigorating his resolve to cultivate further. Not long after Gu Xintong and her companions had drifted into slumber, a shadow stealthily leapt through the window. It scanned the room, ensuring that Gu Xintong and the others remained undisturbed before advancing towards Fang Xun'an. Nestled comfortably within the soft fur of Dai, Fang Xun'an suddenly sensed the presence of something before him. He opened his eyes to behold a pair of golden eyes staring back at him, with nothing else in sight. Unable to engage in photosynthesis during the night, Fang Xun'an could only draw in a sharp breath. He turned to rouse his steed, exclaiming, "Brother, aren't you supposed to be on guard? How can you sleep so soundly when intruders have entered our home?" However, the owner of those golden eyes promptly seized Fang Xun'an in its jaws. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. That familiar grip, those familiar teeth. This was Zifeng. Indeed, this unexpected visitor, visible only by the glimmer of its golden eyes in the night, was none other than Zifeng. It was no wonder that Gu Xintong and the others remained undisturbed. They were all too familiar with Zifeng's presence. Only Fang Xun'an, the timid little creature, failed to recognize it immediately. Upon realizing that it was Zifeng carrying him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked up and inquired, "Zifeng, what brings you to me at this late hour?" "Meow," Zifeng replied ambiguously, signaling its intention to take him out. With that, it leapt out of the window, taking Fang Xun'an along for the ride. Gu Xintong and her companions had chosen a lavish inn in Xingyue City, and their room was situated quite high up. Thus, as Zifeng carried Fang Xun'an through the air, he couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Zifeng cast a weary glance at him with its golden eyes before descending silently onto a rooftop like a falling leaf. With Fang Xun'an in its grasp, Zifeng traversed the roof with ease, making not a sound upon the tiles. In the dead of night, Xingyue City had shed its daytime clamor, aside from a few lanterns outside some shops. Light was scarce. Zifeng's fur blended seamlessly into the darkness, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Of course, Fang Xun'an's vibrant green form did little to aid in the stealth, as he watched Zifeng leap about on the rooftop. He wondered what its purpose was. Was he summoned in the middle of the night merely to behold the nightscape of Xingyue City? Surely not. Fang Xun'an longed to question Zifeng, but given its nature, he knew it would likely remain silent. His instincts proved correct. Had he dared to ask, Zifeng would not have responded. The reason Zifeng had brought Fang Xun'an out in the dead of night was that it had discovered something intriguing during its earlier escapades. However, acquiring this object would require more than just its own strength. It needed an accomplice. Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua were out of the question, as they were decidedly unreliable. As for Zifeng, she typically abstained from such underhanded dealings. Dai was not a viable option either, as its size would easily betray them. After much contemplation, Zifeng concluded that Fang Xun'an, the petite flower, was the most suitable choice, small and easily transportable, with a sharp mind and mastery over control techniques. He would make a perfect partner. Should things go awry, Zifeng could simply whisk him away, ensuring that it would not be hindered. An ideal companion for both domestic escapades and covert operations. Truth be told, had Fang Xun'an been asked to enumerate his own virtues, he would have been at a loss, utterly bewildered by Zifeng's keen observations in this midnight hour within Xingyue City, while most had succumbed to slumber. A few rooms still glimmered with light, including the stronghold of the True Cultivation Society. A few members indulged in food and drink, their voices mingling with laughter. One burly man drained his cup and exclaimed, "Refreshing." Turning to the individual beside him, who was munching on peanuts, he inquired, "Jiawuxi, any news on that crimson fish dragon's inner elixir?" Jiawuxi, chewing leisurely, responded, "What the rush? Our sources Haven Tea reported back yet." The burly man furrowed his brow. It's been quite a while without any solid information. Surely, They aren't just stringing us along. At this, a flamboyant woman nearby tossed a peanut at him. Li Mao. Can you say anything positive? Li Mao caught the peanut in his mouth and retorted, What's wrong? You don't believe me? Jiawuxi interjected. If they were fishing for information, at least one side should be the fish. Right? As long as one of those two groups has a fish, we stand to gain. Besides, the trade for the Crimson Fish Dragon's inner elixir is merely a supplementary feast for us. Let us not forget our true objective. Li Mao patted his chest. Rest assured, I won't forget our purpose. Jiawuxi turned to the woman. Whereas Hong Chung, make sure he keeps track of the goods. We can't afford to lose anything. The woman sighed. How would I know? Hong Chung spends all his time in a hidden state. No one can locate him. Jiawuxi replied, Well, despite his eccentricities, his talent for concealment is formidable, that if not for that, I wouldn't have entrusted him with the storage pouch. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a shadow had silently landed atop their roof. Indeed, it was Zifeng, accompanied by Fang Xun'an, their arrival unnoticed by anyone within. Zifeng cautiously nudged a tile, creating a small gap. Through this opening, Fang Xun'an glimpsed three individuals engaged in conversation and feasting inside. Zifeng, why have you brought me to someone else's home? Fang Xun'an whispered. Zifeng extended a paw, pointing to a spot on the beam. Following its gesture, Fang Xun'an peered in that direction, only to find nothing there. He scratched his head in confusion. Zifeng, what are you looking at? There's nothing there. Just because Fang Xun'an could not see it did not mean Zifeng was blind. In its keen eyes, a person lay fast asleep atop the beam. Zifeng had come here specifically because of that individual. During its earlier stroll, Zifeng had noticed someone lingering in a concealed state while wandering the night market. Such a state of invisibility is difficult for cultivators to detect without careful observation or the use of spirit stone. Fortunately, spirit stones are not rare, and many cultivators possess them, rendering many audacious schemes unfeasible. Otherwise, this art of concealment would have become a staple among all cultivators. However, Zifeng required no spirit stones. Its innate racial abilities allowed it to effortlessly pierce through such veils of invisibility. Driven by curiosity, it stealthily followed the individual. Along the way, Zifeng discerned that this person was no upstanding character. Whenever they passed a stall without spirit stones, the individual would deftly swipe items without detection, amassing quite the haul. This dubious figure ultimately led Zifeng to this very house, where Zifeng had intended to teach him a lesson. However, the room was rather crowded at that moment, making it difficult to take action. So he decided to retreat and seek assistance first. Now, Zifeng was determined to teach him a lesson. Yet, Fang Xun'an surprisingly could not see that fellow, leaving Zifeng with no choice but to lend a helping hand. Zifeng's originally golden eyes had transformed into a deep, pure black. At this point, the entirety of Zifeng's being seemed to merge seamlessly into the darkness, embodying the essence of night itself. The pure blackness of Zifeng's eyes began to emanate a dark aura, which flowed towards Fang Xun'an and was absorbed by him. After absorbing this dark energy, Fang Xun'an found that his presence had nearly vanished entirely, and he realized that the world around him had become strikingly clearer. He could see everything distinctly in the night. Excitedly, Fang Xun'an glanced around, thrilled by his newfound night vision abilities. He then turned his gaze back towards the direction Zifeng had indicated earlier, only to discover a person lying on the beam. Fang Xun'an was startled by the sudden appearance of this individual. Just a moment ago, there had been nothing on the beam, and now this person had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was actually asleep on the beam. What a peculiar position. If one sought to demonstrate their prowess, why not simply sleep on a rope instead? Upon seeing that Fang Xun'an could see the individual, Zifeng gently set him down. Fang Xun'an crouched at the edge of the gap and peered inside, then quietly asked Zifeng, What exactly are we here for? Zifeng extended his paw and pointed at the person on the beam. You mean for me to go over there? Fang Xun'an inquired. Zifeng nodded and then gestured a few times at the side of his own thigh that is at the waist. Fang Xun'an managed to decipher its meaning and looked towards the individual's waist. There, he noticed a purple spatial pouch hanging from it. Fang Xun'an scratched his head and turned to ask, Are you suggesting that I steal his spatial pouch? Zifeng nodded affirmatively. Fang Xun'an quickly objected. Absolutely not. If I go, I will surely be discovered, and besides, I, Fang Xun'an, am an upstanding person who never engages in such petty thievery. Zifeng squinted his eyes, flashing a dangerous glare, and then extended his claws towards Fang Xun'an. Fang Xun'an extended his leaf-like hand and touched Zifeng's sharp black claws. Upon feeling the sharpness, he patted his chest and declared earnestly, Zifeng, you can rest assured that I will handle this matter. I guarantee to bring that item back to you. With that, he crawled through the gap, gripping the edges as he wriggled in. Once he released his grip, he landed steadily on the beam. Fang Xun'an lay flat on the beam, glancing down to see that the three individuals were still eating and chatting, that he then cautiously made his way towards the person that as he moved, he secretly listened in on the conversation below. From their chatter, he faintly caught phrases like Crimson Fish Dragon's inner core and auction. Fang Xun'an was aware of the Crimson Fish Dragon. A few days prior, after assisting Gu Xintong in defeating several red monkeys, he had selected a few strands of the dragon's whiskers from their spoils. Having heard they were quite rare as for the auction, it appeared to be the one Gu Xintong had mentioned. Scheduled for a few days later. Connecting these two pieces of information, Fang Xun'an couldn't help but entertain a rather bold notion. Could it be that these individuals were secretly hunting the Crimson Fish Dragon? Preparing to sell its inner core at the auction, Fang Xun'an felt as though he had uncovered the truth behind the matter. Since these individuals were not of good character, he felt no moral qualms. He was not merely stealing. He was ridding society of a menace, punishing wrongdoers. However, the risks had indeed heightened, as these were no ordinary cultivators but a band of poachers. If he were caught, he could very well face a brutal beating, or worse, a threat to his life. Yet, as a model citizen and passionate youth, Fang Xun'an felt more excitement than fear. After all, he was currently pilfering from wrongdoers in their own den. What a thrilling endeavor. Besides, even if he were discovered, he possessed life-saving techniques, and with Zifeng providing support on the roof, it would be quite challenging for them to capture him. Thanks to Zifeng's enhancement of his abilities and his naturally small frame, Fang Xun'an's movements went unnoticed by the individuals below. As he approached the person on the beam, he stealthily made his way to the side of their waist. He eyed the storage pouch tied to the belt, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Grasping the pouch's string, he carefully untied it from the belt. Throughout the process, Fang Xun'an was filled with trepidation, frequently glancing up at the sleeping figure, fearful of waking them. Just as he was about to loosen the final knot, his hands trembled with anxiety. He hurriedly halted his actions to calm himself. Once his mind settled, he resumed the delicate task. This final step took Fang Xun'an several minutes. At last, he successfully removed the storage pouch. However, before he could revel in his success, the sleeping figure suddenly awoke, shouting, "There's a thief!" The three individuals below were instantly alerted, quickly looking up to see a peculiar little flower clutching a storage pouch. Standing frozen beside Hong Cheng. "Hong Cheng, catch him!" Zhu Wuxi shouted, drawing his sword and lunging at Fang Xun'an. Hong Cheng also drew a small knife from behind, slashing at Fang Xun'an. Yet just as the blade was about to make contact, Fang Xun'an transformed into a dark shadow and vanished from sight. Seeing the curious little flower disappear into thin air, Hong Cheng immediately began searching frantically. "Behind you!" Li Mu shouted, joining the pursuit. As Hong Cheng turned, he spotted Fang Xun'an holding the storage pouch, preparing to leap through a gap in the roof. "You little rascal, you think you can escape?" Hong Cheng cursed, chasing after him, ready to strike once more. Fang Xun'an glanced back at the menacing group behind him and shouted toward the rooftop, "Zifeng, I got it! Hurry and catch me!" Zifeng had been closely watching the situation below and was poised to spring into action the moment Fang Xun'an was discovered. However, it was unexpected for Fang Xun'an to suddenly become a shadow, evading the knife while simultaneously maneuvering behind that person. As Fang Xun'an continued his escape, Zifeng swiftly extended a claw through the roof's gap, pulling Fang Xun'an from midair. It then clutched him gently and dashed away. "There's even a helper!" Zhu Wuxi exclaimed, rushing out onto the roof and immediately pursuing Zifeng's trail. The others followed closely behind. Although Zifeng was only at the initial stage of the second realm, its speed was impressive, and with the cover of night and the enhancement of its technique, Zhu Wuxi and the others found it difficult to keep pace. Nevertheless, Fang Xun'an realized that continuing to flee was not a viable strategy. He needed to shake them off to avoid danger. The only way to do so was to deploy his mesmerizing floral scent. As he caught sight of the relentless pursuers behind him, he prepared to unleash his floral charm. Just as he was about to activate his technique, he abruptly halted. Fang Xun'an recalled that if he activated the floral scent now, the luminous mint state would automatically be triggered. Given that he was currently being carried by Zifeng, should he unexpectedly transform into mint at this moment, based on Zifeng's previous reactions after absorbing mint, he might very well meet an unfortunate end. Thus, Fang Xun'an quickly reached out to tap Zifeng's jaw, calling out, "Zifeng, please don't carry me like this anymore. Let me ride on your back. I have a plan to hold them off." Zifeng continued to sprint with great vigor, seemingly oblivious to Fang Xun'an's words. Fang Xun'an initially presumed that Zifeng was unwilling to respond, but he soon noticed a slight relaxation in the tension of Zifeng's mouth. It appeared that Zifeng's true intent was, "I cannot spare my hands at the moment. You must handle it yourself. If you must, then so be it." Fang Xun'an grasped Zifeng's fur and began to climb upwards, perching himself upon Zifeng's neck as he commenced to channel his own cultivation technique. Jiawuxi and the others dared only to pursue from the rear, refraining from casting any spells. Not to mention the risk of attracting the attention of the city's law enforcement. At this hour, most cultivators would either be asleep or engaged in their own training, with some possibly involved in life-sustaining endeavors. Were they to unleash a spell, it could easily alarm those cultivators, who would be more than capable of overwhelming Fang Xun'an's group without the intervention of the law enforcement. Damn it, those two little creatures are remarkably swift. Li Mao muttered under his breath as he observed the shadow ahead. However, Jiawuxi soon noticed a green luminescence emerging from the shadow ahead. This faint glow was dazzling against the backdrop of the night, serving as a beacon to guide their way. This little creature seems to desire an even swifter demise, daring to lead us astray. Jiawuxi chuckled and instantly quickened his pace in pursuit. Due to Zifeng's technique and the cover of the night, Jiawuxi and his companions were forced to split their attention in search of its trail, thus failing to exert their full strength. With the appearance of this guiding glow, they could unleash their full power, making it a matter of moments before they would catch up to the thief. Hong Cheng, having been negligent, found his spatial pouch stolen and now urgently needed to recover the items to redeem himself. Thus, he charged ahead, determined to capture that wretched thief. When the time comes, I shall carve his flesh piece by piece and roast it for my meal. Fang Xun'an, glancing back at the increasingly close pursuers, shouted, "Young ones, behold my move." He summoned floral scents to waft behind him, causing them to spread throughout the area. The relentless pursuers, as they traversed this region, unwittingly inhaled Fang Xun'an's mesmerizing floral fragrance. Suddenly, Hong Cheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily shook his head, and when he opened his eyes again, he found an inexplicable divine herb before him, a substance every cultivator dared not even dream of. Consuming it could allow a cultivator below the 7th realm to break through an entire major realm. Hong Cheng's face flushed with excitement as he reached out towards it, trembling. With this herb, do I still need to consider Jiawuxi's whims? That dog of a man only knows how to give me disdainful looks, treating himself like a vault. When the time comes, I shall kick him to the ground and spit in his face. However, this moment of elation lasted only a few seconds before it all vanished. Hong Cheng abruptly snapped out of his daze, looking around to find the area still cloaked in darkness, devoid of that divine herb. It dawned on him that he had fallen victim to an illusion. Moreover, he was not alone. Jiawuxi and the others had all succumbed to Fang Xun'an's floral fragrance, each witnessing their deepest desires in those fleeting moments. Meanwhile, Zifeng and Fang Xun'an seized the opportunity to swiftly vanish into the night. Now, Jiawuxi and his companions had no hope of catching up. Hovering in the air upon their magical artifacts, they fell into a profound silence. It's gone. The most crucial item from their expedition has vanished. The spatial pouch held tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, all painstakingly accumulated for the auction in just a few days. And now, it's all gone. Years of effort squandered, and to think it was pilfered by 2 second-realm spirit beasts. Jiawuxi approached Hong Cheng and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, berating him furiously, "You useless waste. A fourth realm individual, yet you let a second realm scoundrel rob you blind. What good are you to me?" Hong Chung spat out blood. Sent sprawling backward, he wiped the blood from his lips, bowing his head in silence. "How dare you blame me? Your cultivation level is higher, yet you failed to detect that rogue. I shall have my revenge on you one day." Li Mao glared at Hong Chung, his eyes burning with the desire to strike. That a woman approached Jiao Wuxi and reassured him. "All right, since the items are already lost, let us not dwell on our anger. Besides, we do have a means of remedying this." Upon hearing this, Jiao Wuxi turned to inquire, "What remedy?" "Of course, the trade for that Qi Yulong's inner alchemy." The woman replied that a whole box of Qi Yulong's inner alchemy is worth no less than our spirit stones. If we can manage to acquire both the inner alchemy and the spirit stones from the seller and buyer respectively, we not only recover our losses, but could even turn a profit. Jiao Wuxi initially anticipated a more substantial plan, only to be met with this, leading to profound disappointment. The auction occurs before that trade. So even if we recover our spirit stones, what good does it do if we still cannot obtain that item? Yet at least it mitigates our losses, the woman asserted. Jiao Wuxi pondered for a moment. Realizing he had no other choice. Having something is better than nothing, he cast a final glance at Hong Chung and said, "I hope you can perform well this time and redeem yourself. Otherwise, you're of no use to me. As for those flowers, I better not see them again, or I swear I will make them wish they were never born." With that, Jiao Wuxi cast a harsh remark into the air and declared, "Let us depart." Li Mao and the woman followed closely behind, while Hong Chung, casting a resentful glance at Jiao Wuxi, finally trailed after them. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an and Zi Feng, seizing the moment while the group was still dazed, swiftly descended from the rooftops and concealed themselves in a hidden corner. Fang Xun'an understood that this group would not dare to search for him openly. Thus, under the protection of Zi Feng's technique, he successfully evaded their pursuit. After a brief period of concealment, he deemed it safe and emerged from the shadows alongside Zi Feng. Be cautious. He instructed Zi Feng to avoid the rooftops and instead traverse through secluded streets. Zi Feng complied obediently, opting for dark corners, aware that while Fang Xun'an might be feeble, his intellect was quite sharp. The two stealthily made their way back, with Fang Xun'an clutching the storage pouch, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any sudden threats. What have I done to deserve this? The thought of what should have been a peaceful and fulfilling night filled Fang Xun'an with a tinge of sadness. He had been diligently cultivating at home when Zi Feng had come along and whisked him away without a word. Moreover, it was not for anything noble, but to commit theft, nearly costing him his life. Fang Xun'an felt a strong urge to slap Zi Feng, but hesitated, fearing that if he retaliated, he might end up in a precarious situation himself, as for the group that had been pursuing him. He found himself curious. Zi Feng did not seem like a creature that would casually steal from others. Therefore, there had to be a reason for its actions in leading him to that thief. Though the specifics eluded Fang Xun'an, however, it was undoubtedly due to Zi Feng discovering something untoward that he was preparing to teach him a lesson. Fang Xun'an had his own suspicions regarding the identities of that group of individuals. He believed they were likely poachers from the mainland, and that the contents of this spatial bag were probably their ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, they would not have appeared so anxious. Upon returning home, Fang Xun'an intended to share this incident with Gu Xintong and the others, as they seemed quite intrigued by such poachers. Throughout their journey, both of them were on edge, yet they eventually arrived home unscathed. When Fang Xun'an got home, Gu Xintong and the others were still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. Adai merely lifted his head for a glance, and upon recognizing Fang Xun'an and Zi Feng, promptly resumed his slumber. Fang Xun'an chose not to disturb them. After jumping down from Zi Feng's back, he dashed over to Adai's side. "I wonder what treasures lie within," Fang Xun'an muttered to himself as he opened the spatial bag. Zi Feng, uninterested in its contents, simply wished to impart a lesson to that individual. Thus, upon returning, it sought a place to rest. Upon discerning the contents of the spatial bag, Fang Xun'an was instantly rendered speechless. Spirit stones. The entire bag was brimming with spirit stones. Having accompanied Gu Xintong for so long, he had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones, and all of them were of the highest quality. Fang Xun'an roughly estimated that this must amount to several tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. This sudden windfall left him utterly bewildered. His first reaction was to return the items to their rightful owner. After all, the sum was so considerable that it instilled a sense of fear within him. However, he recalled the time when that group had pursued him. Judging by the aura they exuded, all of them were at the fourth realm. Thus, a question arose. How could an ordinary cultivator at the fourth realm possess such a wealth of top-grade spirit stones? This was evidently unusual, further solidifying Fang Xun'an's suspicions. Those individuals were undoubtedly poachers, and this substantial amount of spirit stones was surely exchanged for the spoils of their illicit activities, thus unraveling the entire mystery. Fang Xun'an considered himself quite clever for connecting the dots so effortlessly. Since this fortune was not acquired through legitimate means, he felt no guilt in accepting it. Zifeng clearly showed no interest in the spirit stones, leaving only Gu Xintong and the others as potential partners in sharing this newfound wealth. Fang Xun'an understood that attempting to compete with them for a larger share would be futile, as they had countless reasons to claim the spirit stones from him. The storage bag provided no hiding place for him. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, a substantial portion of these spirit stones would inevitably be distributed. The thought of parting with the fruits of his hard work pained him deeply, rendering him nearly breathless. Although he had no immediate need for spirit stones, it was difficult to relinquish such valuable items. Fang Xun'an could only hope that Gu Xintong and the others would show some compassion and leave him a little more. Early the next morning, Gu Xintong groggily opened her eyes, after yawning and shifting Lin Lihua's thigh, which was pressing against her waist. She finally managed to rise from Jifeng's chest. Upon turning her head, she discovered Fang Xun'an sitting on a chair by the bedside, clutching a storage bag. "Xiao Anan, what are you doing with that storage bag?" Gu Xintong inquired, rubbing her eyes. Fang Xun'an had not slept the entire night, waiting for them so he could promptly inform them of the matter. This could be seen as a confession, potentially leaving a good impression that might result in a larger share of the spirit stones. Clearing his throat, Fang Xun'an slowly began. "What I am about to disclose may frighten you." Seeing his serious demeanor, Gu Xintong couldn't help but chuckle. "Go ahead. I'm a cultivator at the third realm. I won't be scared." Fang Xun'an raised the storage bag and whispered, "Inside this storage bag, there are tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones." "Really?" Gu Xintong gazed at him with a blank expression and asked, "Where did you acquire these spirit stones?" "I stole them from a cultivator along with Zifeng." Fang Xun'an replied. Gu Xintong pinched her own cheeks tightly and asked, "Was he the city lord?" "No." "Was he a great cultivator?" "Neither." "Then was the cultivator you mentioned powerful?" Gu Xintong asked seriously. Fang Xun'an pondered for a moment before responding. "His cultivation isn't high. He's merely at the fourth realm. But he possesses excellent concealment techniques, which I discovered with Zifeng's help." Ultimately, Gu Xintong could not contain her laughter, bursting into a fit of giggles. "Haha, Xiao Anan, you're just too amusing." Fang Xun'an looked on in confusion at Gu Xintong, who was doubled over in laughter, and asked, "Sister Xintong, what are you laughing at? What you said is utterly implausible. How could a cultivator at the fourth realm possess tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones?" Gu Xintong laughed so hard it nearly caused her stomach to ache. Her raucous laughter woke Jifeng, who frowned and opened her eyes, complaining to Gu Xintong. "Gu Xintong, what on earth are you laughing about so early in the morning?" "It's unbearable." Seeing Jifeng awake, Gu Xintong took the opportunity to pull her out of bed. "Sister Jifeng, you won't believe it. Xiao Anan just told me a joke this morning." Suppressing her morning irritability, Jifeng eyed Gu Xintong with a mischievous glare. "If that joke doesn't make me laugh, just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart." Confident in the absurdity of her joke, Gu Xintong enthusiastically exclaimed, "Let me tell you, Xiao Anan said he and Zifeng stole tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones from a cultivator at the fourth realm last night." After finishing, she erupted in a laughter once more. "I swear it's true." Fang Xun'an defended himself. Looking at her, Gu Xintong ignored his explanation, leaning against Jifeng as she laughed. "Sister Jifeng, Xiao Anan insists it's all true." "Ha!" Jifeng, sensing that Fang Xun'an likely wouldn't joke about such matters, especially with Zifeng's involvement, said, "Let me see your storage bag." "Okay." Fang Xun'an eagerly handed over the storage bag, slightly miffed at Gu Xintong for laughing at him after he was the first to share the news. Yet, It was Jifeng, who had previously threatened to harm him, who chose to believe him. "Can I request a different companion spirit?" Jifeng asked as she examined the contents of the storage bag, her expression turning into a blank stare. Gu Xintong leaned against her, laughing heartily, but upon noticing Jifeng's lack of response, she leaned in closer. Jifeng appeared dazed, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. Gu Xintong waved her hand in front of Jifeng's face, but she remained unblinking, as if her soul had departed. Frowning, Gu Xintong realized the situation was far from simple. Further test whether Jifeng had truly zoned out. She mischievously poked Jifeng's chest with her finger. Jifeng showed no reaction. Undeterred, Gu Xintong pressed harder, her finger nearly sinking in, yet Jifeng remained unresponsive. This was quite peculiar. In the past, if Gu Xintong had dared to do such a thing, Jifeng would have slapped her without hesitation. Now, however, she was able to hold Jifeng's two assets without any reaction from her. Gu Xintong felt a sense of unreality at the sight of Jifeng allowing her to act as she pleased. Something was amiss, very amiss, at that moment. She glanced at the purple storage bag in Jifeng's hands. It seemed that the moment Jifeng laid eyes on the contents of the bag, she had transformed into this state. Could it be that there really is something extraordinary inside? In her quest to uncover the truth behind the incident, Gu Xintong reached out with her mischievous little hand towards the purple storage bag, eager to examine its contents. However, before her hand could even brush against the bag, Jifeng, with remarkable swiftness, struck her hand away and exclaimed, "If anyone dares to touch that storage bag right now, I will be furious." With that, Jifeng placed the storage bag beneath the pillow and sat down upon it, glaring at Gu Xintong with an intensity that suggested she would pounce if Gu Xintong dared to reach for it. Seeing Jifeng's vehement reaction only heightened Gu Xintong's curiosity about the contents of the bag. "Sister Jifeng, what exactly is inside that storage bag?" Jifeng quickly scanned the room to ensure there were no eavesdropping devices and then meticulously set up a soundproofing array. Once she had completed these preparations, Jifeng cautiously informed Gu Xintong. Xun'an was not joking. "The storage bag is brimming with high-grade spirit stones." "What?" Gu Xintong gasped in astonishment. "Shh!" Jifeng, noticing her loud exclamation, hurriedly covered her mouth. Not only was it Xun'an's first encounter with such a substantial amount of spirit stones, but Jifeng herself had never seen such a fortune before. Hey, as the saying goes, one does not realize the value of oil and salt until they manage their own household. Since Lin Lihua, this girl, had little understanding of spirit stones and contribution points, coupled with her not-so-bright intellect, she was easily swayed by others into purchasing their wares. Furthermore, the various necessities for cultivation left the household perpetually short of contribution points and spirit stones, forcing Jifeng to live a frugal life. Thus, having managed the family finances, Jifeng was particularly sensitive to matters concerning spirit stones and contribution points. The sight of spirit stones piled within the storage bag deeply shook her soul, marking her first realization of what it was like to witness such a mountain of high-grade spirit stones. Jifeng thought that with this fortune, she need not worry about her livelihood for at least several hundred years. At this moment, Jifeng longed to abandon her task of hunting down the true cultivation society. All she wished for was to return to the sects swiftly and find a safe place to hide this cache of spirit stones. Gu Xintong removed Jifeng's hand and stared at Xun'an in disbelief, exclaiming, "Xun'an, I can't believe what you said is actually true." Xun'an turned his head away, unwilling to engage with her. Realizing he was upset, Gu Xintong quickly took his hand in hers and gently soothed. "I'm sorry, Xun'an. I was wrong just now." Xun'an turned back to her, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. "Tell me, where did I go wrong?" "I shouldn't have doubted you," Gu Xintong replied. "And I shouldn't have canceled you," she hesitated. "And I shouldn't have dragged Sister Jifeng into mocking you. And..." Gu Xintong, staring at the fiercely determined Xun'an, fell silent for a moment before playfully thumping him on the head. "Am I giving you face, or what? What else is there?" "Ah, stop hitting me," Xun'an protested as he contorted in various positions to evade her playful strikes. Deep down, he felt a sense of helplessness. Wasn't he the idea to walk the path of women, so they would have no path to walk? This was not how he imagined it would be. "Where did you get this storage bag?" Gu Xintong inquired, not believing that Xun'an and Zifeng could acquire such a wealth of spirit stones from a fourth-tier cultivator. I'm telling the truth. Xun'an retorted, feeling indignant that Gu Xintong still didn't believe him, even with the spirit stones clearly before her. He began to feel a pressing need to find a new companion spirit. Zifeng, too, was curious about the origins of the spirit stones. Xun'an, did the fourth-tier cultivator hold some esteemed status? If these spirit stones were someone else's rightful property, Zifeng, despite her love for wealth, would not dare to accept them. I believe those individuals were poachers, Xun'an mused, feeling increasingly wronged for having unwittingly joined Zifeng's dubious venture the previous night and subsequently being pursued by a group of villains. He had benevolently brought the spoils to share, only to be met with suspicion or greed from them, with no one caring about his predicament. Feeling fatigued, Xun'an suddenly envied the simplicity of a Dai's life. No worries, just fighting or sleeping all day long. Poachers, neither Gu Xintong nor Zifeng noticed Xun'an's despondency. How do you know they were poachers? Gu Xintong questioned with wide eyes. Despite his less than cheerful mood, Xun'an explained, I overheard their conversation mentioning things like redfish, dragon, and didn't trade. Plus, Sister Zifeng had previously analyzed that your redfish dragon whiskers were likely left by poachers, which led me to this conclusion that Gu Xintong and Zifeng, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. It all made sense. The reason the storage bag was filled with spirit stones was that its previous owner had been a poacher. Poachers, being pursued by both humans and spirit beasts, face certain death if discovered. Yet many still took the risk, drawn by the high rewards of poaching. Without sufficient benefits, few would be willing to risk their lives. Did anything happen to you last night? Gu Xintong asked with concern. Now that she had confirmed the individuals were poachers, her worry for Xun'an's safety grew. After all, those ruffians were not to be trifled with. And Xun'an, being a spirit plant, could be in grave danger if captured. Stupid woman, you actually care about me. Xun'an thought to himself as he replied. I was with Zifeng. How could anything happen? Though still a bit uneasy, Gu Xintong carefully examined him, relieved to find he was indeed unharmed before she felt reassured. Xun'an, Star Moon City is so vast. How did you find those poachers? Gu Xintong inquired curiously. Xun'an pointed to Zifeng, who was still sleeping on the windowsill. You'll have to ask Zifeng about that. That moment. Zifeng sighed. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? Gu Xintong asked, perplexed. Given their newfound wealth of spirit stones, what could possibly be regrettable? Zifeng approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling buildings. It's a pity we missed out on contribution points. You see, capturing poachers and turning them into the sect would yield a substantial amount of contribution points. But now, they have certainly fled. Even if we return, we won't be able to find them. Gu Xintong. She had always known that Zifeng had a penchant for money, but she hadn't anticipated it to be this severe, to the point of lamenting over contribution points. Xun'an found it somewhat absurd. They had taken his possessions and still weren't satisfied. They even wanted to extort him further, which was utterly terrifying. He thought that if Zifeng were in his past life, she would undoubtedly be a ruthless capitalist. After all this commotion, Xun'an suddenly recalled that his purpose in revealing this matter to them was not to split the spoils. He nearly fell into despair. Thus, he leaped onto the bed and retrieved the storage bag hidden beneath the pillow by Zifeng. Just as Xun'an laid his hands on the storage bag, Zifeng, who had just been at the window, instantly materialized before him, forcefully pressing down on the pillow and glaring at Xun'an. What do you think you're doing? Zifeng's speed had been so remarkable that Xun'an barely had time to react, leaving half of his body pinned beneath the pillow, after struggling for what felt like ages. He finally extricated himself. The commotion had even disheveled the bud atop his head. Once he straightened it, he naturally proclaimed, What else would I be doing but dividing the spoils? Monsoon furrowed her brow at him and turned to Gu Xintong, inquiring, What did he say? Dividing the money. Gu Xintong replied earnestly, acting as the intermediary between the two. Dividing the money. Monsoon was immediately ensnared in a dilemma regarding Fang Xun'an's request. This stash of spirit stones was originally brought back by Fang Xun'an and Zifeng, and logically speaking, it was not hers to manage. Fang Xun'an's suggestion to divide it was quite reasonable, yet she felt an inexplicable reluctance. Well, let it be. She would heed Xun'an's wishes and distribute the spirit stones. With a reluctant expression, Monsoon retrieved the pouch from beneath her pillow and commenced the allocation of the spirit stones. There were 3 of us and 3 spirit beasts, so the stones would be evenly divided. Each person would thus receive 1/3. This seemed fair enough. This was the distribution plan put forth by Monsoon. However, within this scheme, she harbored a subtle cunning. Lin Lihua's share of spirit stones had always been entrusted to her for safekeeping. Consequently, Monsoon effectively appropriated 2/3 of the total to In Truth. Both Fang Xun'an and Gu Xintong had already anticipated this point, yet neither seemed particularly concerned. Jiu Xintong, after all, was the one who frequently expended the most contribution points. As certain items within the sect could only be traded with them as for spirit stones, she had her father, the sect leader, although she had to maintain parity with the other disciples regarding contribution points. Spirit stones were a different matter. Her father, a formidable practitioner of the 9th realm, had no shortage of such resources. Moreover, these spirit stones were personally his, not belonging to the sect. Thus, Gu Xintong merely needed to charm her father. Gu Yintian, and the spirit stones would effortlessly flow into her possession without her worrying about them. In contrast to Gu Xintong, Fang Xun'an did not lack spirit stones. Rather, he found them entirely unnecessary. He could sustain himself through photosynthesis alone, and he spent his days in a state of nudity, incurring no expenses for clothing, food, or shelter. As for cultivation, he had no need for weapons, pills, or any other expenditures. Thus, spirit stones were merely superfluous to him. His desire to claim a larger share stemmed solely from the notion that, much like money, no one would ever refuse an abundance of it, from many affluent merchants. Money was merely a figure, yet they still pursued wealth with fervor. Since neither Gu Xintong nor Fang Xun'an objected to the distribution plan, the spirit stones were seamlessly divided. Throughout this process, Lin Lihua remained blissfully asleep. Resembling a little pig, showing no signs of awakening, the Monsoon's pouch swelled with several tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, which she promptly regarded with the utmost importance, safeguarding them in the most secure location. Once Gu Xintong stored her portion in her pouch, Fang Xun'an immediately protested. "Sister Xintong, please keep my share separate. I went to great lengths to obtain that. How can you simply appropriate it?" Gu Xintong squatted down, gently patting his flower bud, and spoke soothingly. "Little Linen, let me hold on to these spirit stones for you for now. When you need them later, I will return them to you, all right?" Fang Xun'an retorted, swatting her hand away in anger. "Are you treating me like a child? Hurry up and give me my share." Gu Xintong retracted her hand, casting him an annoyed glance, muttering, "Why are you so upset about dividing them?" As she spoke, she produced another pouch and placed Fang Xun'an's share inside, adding, "Why are you so clever? It makes it difficult for me to deceive you." Once Fang Xun'an supervised her completion of this task, he nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." Monsoon silently observed the exchange, previously wishing her Zifeng could be as astute as Xun'an. After all, while Zifeng was aloof, he could be somewhat naive. However, she now felt grateful for Zifeng's simple-mindedness, as it spared her from the worry of him claiming a share of their assets. This was the first time she felt a sense of relief regarding her companion spirit's lack of cunning. With the spirit stones now divided, Gu Xintong and the others resumed their delightful day. Thanks to the unexpected windfall, Monsoon's spirits were exceptionally high, prompting her to treat Fang Xun'an to some food. As for Lin Lihua, who had always shown little interest in finances, upon learning of her newfound wealth in high-grade spirit stones, she displayed no particular reaction. The group indulged in food, drink, and merriment while awaiting the upcoming auction. Of course, they were not the only ones anticipating the event. The leader of the buyers for the Redfish Dragon's Inner Dan received word from the sellers today. They indicated that after the auction concluded, someone would meet him in the guest lounge to finalize the transaction details. However, they had not provided a description of the contact's appearance, only stating that the individual would be highly conspicuous and easily recognizable upon arrival. To prevent any mishaps, the sellers also provided a secret signal to ensure the meeting's accuracy. After reading the note, the leader crushed it into powder, sneering, "I shall ensure you have no way of returning." He intended to personally oversee the meeting to guarantee everything proceeded flawlessly, lest he let this lucrative opportunity slip away. He could see this moment. Gu Xintong and her companions were still meandering through the streets. Despite their newfound wealth, they remained cautious with their expenditures, striving to minimize their spending wherever possible. Yu Xintong held a cup of rice wine, while Fang Xun'an lay within, wearing a look of utter contentment. As they strolled, they suddenly noticed a commotion ahead, where a throng of cultivators had gathered. Fang Xun'an observed that even as cultivators, people could not shed their innate inclination to revel in the spectacle. Before Gu Xintong could enter the fray, she heard a loud argument erupting from within. That I told you. I only had one bowl of wontons. I should only pay for one bowl. You're talking nonsense. You clearly had two bowls. Are you trying to shirk your debt? I'll say it once more. I only had one bowl. Fang Xun'an found the dialogue oddly familiar. Excuse me. Could you make way? I know the person inside. Yu Xintong anxiously addressed the surrounding cultivators. At this point, Monsoon couldn't help but admire Gu Xintong's acting skills. Her words flowed effortlessly, as if entirely genuine, the cultivators around them. Recognizing that Gu Xintong knew the person inside, gradually parted to allow them entry. Once inside, they discovered a small wonton stall, with the proprietor standing nervously beside his counter. The two arguing individuals consisted of a bare-chested bald man and a seemingly upright cultivator. The bald man pointed at a bowl on the table, bellowing at the upright cultivator. I'll say it again. I only had one bowl of wontons. The upright cultivator retorted defiantly. You clearly saw yourself eat two bowls. Why don't you ask the proprietor how many bowls you truly had? The bald brute strode 2 steps toward the proprietor, glaring at him and demanding, You tell me, how many bowls did I have? The proprietor, trembling before the fierce bald man, hesitantly raised a finger. One bowl. Did you hear that? The proprietor said, I only had one bowl. The bald man turned to shout at the cultivator. The proprietor, merely a novice cultivator in the first realm, was understandably intimidated by the fourth realm cultivator's potential wrath, hence his cautious response. The cultivator's retort resonated with the onlookers, who began to see reason, coupled with the bald man's fearsome appearance. They perceived him as the villain, while the upright cultivator came across as the virtuous one. Thus, the uninformed spectators began to believe that the bald man was indeed attempting to cheat. How could a fourth realm cultivator not afford the price of a bowl of wontons? This is what a fourth realm expert amounts to. Hardly impressive. The hushed whispers of those around permeated the ears of the bald giant. At that moment, the seemingly righteous cultivator was being aggressive, and the onlookers were beginning to comprehend their own positions. The bald man's neck flushed with rage, appearing as though he might explode at any moment. Just then, the upright cultivator produced a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and slammed it onto the bald man's table, declaring, You can't afford it, can you? Allow me to assist you. Gazing at the low-grade spirit stone before him, the bald man's breathing intensified, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. His trembling hands indicated that he was on the verge of losing control. The righteous cultivator, noticing the bald man's reaction, was not intimidated. Instead, a barely perceptible smirk crept upon his lips. Among the crowd, Gu Xintong, who was quietly enjoying the spectacle, refrained from joining in the uproar. As a disciple of the demonic sect, she had encountered both fierce-looking good people and well-dressed villains. Without understanding the context, Gu Xintong typically withheld her opinions, since witnessing the quarrel between the two. Jifeng had not relaxed her furrowed brow and finally spoke up. That seemingly righteous cultivator is lying. Jifeng, how do you know? Lin Lihua inquired, perceiving that neither side had appeared to be dishonest. Intuition, Jifeng offered a response that left others speechless. This seemed utterly unreliable. Fang Xun'an silently scoffed at this assertion. However, upon hearing Jifeng's words, Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua both chose to trust her. Since Jifeng has said it, that righteous cultivator must indeed be lying. Gu Xintong asserted emphatically. Indeed, Lin Lihua nodded in agreement. Their reaction bewildered Fang Xun'an. Could intuition truly be trusted? They so readily believed Jifeng's words. Yet, even if they discerned the righteous cultivator's deceit, proving it was another matter entirely. The onlookers had already been swayed by him, and should the bald man speak now, he would surely be deemed a pawn. To that point, their intervention would not only be futile, but might also yield adverse consequences. Currently, Jifeng was troubled by this situation. She disdained the righteous cultivator's demeanor and wished to aid the bald man. Yet in the present circumstances, she felt powerless. Yu Xintong also wished to help, but could think of no viable solution. She glanced at Fang Xun'an, who was still immersed in her rice wine, and asked, "Xun'an, do you have any ideas to vindicate the bald man?" Gu Xintong had indeed asked the right person. Earlier, when Fang Xun'an witnessed this scene in the flying carriage, she had been infuriated. Imagine a bandit being driven to death by mere words, ostensibly for the sake of fairness. Fang Xun'an felt that if she had been in that situation, she would have shot the aggressive individual without hesitation, dismissing all such nonsense. After all, as a bandit, what was there to fear? Now, witnessing the same scenario unfold, Fang Xun'an maintained her previous mindset. Just act. She leaned over the edge of her cup, gesturing for Gu Xintong to raise her up a little to foster a sense of strategic collaboration. "Tell me, what is your current identity?" Fang Xun'an asked. "A disciple of the Yaishan demon sect on a mission," Gu Xintong replied, perplexed about how her identity related to helping. "What kind of sect is the Yaishan demon sect?" Fang Xun'an continued. Gu Xintong began to explain, but suddenly halted, realizing Fang Xun'an's intention. "Xun'an, I understand." Fang Xun'an nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Gu Xintong's cleverness. A subtle hint was all it took for her to grasp the meaning. "You mean for me to leverage the identity of the sect leader's daughter to pressure him into confessing, right?" Gu Xintong felt quite astute for understanding so quickly. However, she hesitated, considering whether using her identity to intimidate others was appropriate. Upon hearing her words, Fang Xun'an nearly spat out the rice wine she had just swallowed. She slapped Gu Xintong's hand, which held the cup, and exclaimed, "What do you mean you understand?" "Understand what?" Gu Xintong, taken aback by Fang Xun'an's exasperation, replied, "What's wrong, Xun'an? Wasn't that what you meant?" "I never said that." Fang Xun'an felt her earlier pride was in vain. The girl still lacked insight. "I wasn't asking you about the Yaishan demon sect's affiliation, but rather what kind of sect it is." Fang Xun'an genuinely believed Gu Xintong's thought process was rather peculiar. If she were to participate in a writing competition, she might very well produce an essay titled "My Sect Leader Father." What kind of sect is the Yaishan demon sect? Isn't that a redundant question? "Of course it's a demonic sect," Gu Xintong retorted, somewhat irked. "Exactly. Because it's a demonic sect, haven't you stated that as a disciple of the demonic sect, the pursuit is one of boundless freedom? Why then must we insist on seeking peaceful resolutions? Now that we've established that this fellow is problematic, let us confront him directly. Why should we care about the opinions of those around us?" Fang Xun'an's words struck Gu Xintong like a revelation, instantly awakening her from her previous thoughts. "Indeed, I am a disciple of the demonic sect. Now that I've determined what I wish to do, why should I concern myself with the gaze of others? A disciple of the demonic sect bound by worldly judgment. What sort of disciple is that? As long as I do not kill, rob, or commit evil deeds, I will act according to my own principles, and the outcome will reveal itself in due course." Gu Xintong had not realized that, despite being the daughter of a sect leader and having lived in the demonic sect her entire life, her understanding of demonic disciples was still not as profound as Fang Xun'an's. She gently caressed Fang Xun'an's flower bud and sincerely said, "Thank you, Xun'an." Fang Xun'an assumed Gu Xintong was expressing gratitude for her idea and humbly waved her hand. "Oh, what's there to thank? We're all friends here. Just remember to buy me a few cups of rice wine later. It's quite delightful." Gu Xintong nodded. "No problem. I'll buy a barrel for you to enjoy." Fang Xun'an's earlier remark rendered a barrel of rice wine an inadequate measure. Its emergence shattered Gu Xintong's long-standing mental block, alleviating a future inner demon, due to the merger of the righteous and demonic paths 1,000 years prior. The exchange between disciples of both sects had become exceedingly close, inadvertently influencing one another. This resulted in disciples from the righteous path occasionally acting like those from the demonic path, and vice versa. Consequently, the hearts of both sects were no longer pure and clear, and many disciples remained oblivious to this, leading to potential inner demons that questioned their identities and existence in their subsequent cultivation. The higher the realm, the more severe the inner demons could become, ultimately threatening to consume them during breakthroughs, leading them to oblivion. Fang Xun'an's words helped Gu Xintong dispel this inner demon, solidifying her heart's resolve and purity. Thus, Gu Xintong found herself increasingly fond of Fang Xun'an. Now that their plan was set, Gu Xintong wasted no time, pulling Lin Lihua and Jifeng along. Jifeng halted her, asking, "Xintong, have you thought of a solution?" "No," Gu Xintong replied candidly. "Then why are you rushing in without a plan?" Jifeng questioned, puzzled. Lin Lihua, however, had no such reservations. She simply followed along that Gu Xintong pulled Jifeng's hand, echoing Fang Xun'an's earlier words. "Jifeng, we are disciples of the demonic sect. If we have our own ideas, let us act on them. Why bother with others' opinions?" Before Jifeng could respond, Gu Xintong had already dragged them forward. I could see that moment. The seemingly righteous cultivator was still slamming his hand on the table, shouting, "You're just bullying the honest." Upon seeing Gu Xintong suddenly appear before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Never had he seen a woman so exquisitely beautiful. Gu Xintong regarded the man, whose face was marred with a foolish grin, with palpable disdain. Without uttering a word, she drew forth the black abyss specter and, in an instant, gouged out his eyeballs with remarkable swiftness. The speed of her actions was so astonishing that the man experienced no immediate sensation of pain. He merely observed as his vision was abruptly engulfed in a void. By the time the realization struck him, he was already clutching his bleeding eye sockets, collapsing backward onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom that this exquisitely beautiful maiden had so suddenly plucked out another's eyes. As for the bald giant, he stood in stunned disbelief, bewildered as to why the girl had acted so decisively without any provocation. Surely, she must be an enemy of that man. Lin Lihua maintained her usual composure, resolutely supporting Gu Xintong in whatever actions she chose to undertake. Meanwhile, Jifeng remained preoccupied with contemplating Gu Xintong's recent utterances, showing little concern for the unfolding chaos. With a flick of her wrist, Gu Xintong sent the two still bleeding eyeballs soaring toward the bald giant behind her. The giant, taken aback, instinctively reached out to catch them, though he remained puzzled as to why this young woman would present him with such a grisly gift. Was she suggesting they use them as marbles? At that moment, Gu Xintong turned to him, raising an eyebrow and provocatively stating, "Did you not wish to prove that you consumed only a single bowl of chaos? Why not allow him to enter your belly and reveal just how many bowls you truly possess?" The bald giant, momentarily stunned, slapped his thigh in realization. "Right? How could I have overlooked that?" He then tossed the bloodied eyeballs into his mouth, swallowing them whole without even a moment's hesitation. Fearing they would spoil and impair his vision, Gu Xintong nonchalantly pulled a nearby stool closer, inviting Jifeng and Lin Lihua to sit with her. With an innocent smile, she gazed at the fallen cultivator and inquired, "So, can you discern how many bowls of chaos lie within?" The cultivator, clutching his eyes and trembling, remained silent. Gu Xintong prodded him with the tip of her sword. "What? Gone mute? You were quite vocal just moments ago." Suddenly, the fallen cultivator erupted in fury, launching a flurry of black needles towards Gu Xintong and her companions. "Watch out!" the bald giant shouted, rushing forward with his blade drawn. He could not allow his allies to suffer harm because of him. It would be more honorable to cleave himself in two. Gu Xintong merely chuckled. The needles disintegrated into wisps of black smoke long before they could approach her. The giant skidded to a halt beside her, genuinely impressed. "Little sister, you're remarkable." Gu Xintong, uninterested in conversing with the giant who persistently referred to her as little sister, plunged her sword into the fallen man's calf. Grinning as she taunted, "What's this? Resorting to petty tricks because you know you can't compete?" The cultivator let out a pained cry, seething as he retorted, "What? You think you can commit evil and deny me the right to retaliate?" "Oh, is that so?" Gu Xintong mocked. "Are we truly the ones who instigated this? Isn't it obvious?" The man bellowed. "You are even more malicious than that bald giant. He merely ate without paying, while you are intent on murder. Here I am, seeking to uphold justice for the shopkeeper, and instead of assisting, you resort to violence. You are nothing but disciples of the demonic sect." To this, Gu Xintong responded with a smile. "You are correct. We indeed belong to the demonic sect." With newfound confidence, the man shouted to the surrounding crowd, "Did you hear that? She herself acknowledges her affiliation with the demonic sect. That bald man is also one of them. Hence his desperate actions. The demonic sect remains as it always has. How could they ever be like us righteous cultivators? We stand above them, while they are but rats scurrying in the shadows. I say we ought to exterminate every last one of them. The crowd furrowed their brows. Although they were merely bystanders, they were not devoid of critical thought. It was implausible that they could be so easily swayed. The divide between righteous and demonic sects had persisted for millennia, and the chasms had long been bridged. This man's words undoubtedly sought to incite sectarian discrimination. Among the crowd, some disciples of the demonic sect slowly drew their weapons. We demonic cultivators cannot be sullied by the likes of you. Even if Gu Xintong spared him now, the man likely would not survive. Gu Xintong, amused by his frenzied demeanor, found herself questioning who truly resembled a member of the demonic sect. Just as she prepared to strike again, Jifeng interposed her hand. With confusion in her gaze, Gu Xintong wondered why they should show leniency to one who had lost all reason. Jifeng regarded her. Speaking slowly, "Allow me." During this time, she had come to understand the implications of Gu Xintong's earlier remarks. Previously, while cultivating within her sect, she had felt a profound dissonance, even clashing with her own heart. All of this stemmed from the inner demons that had taken root. In her daily endeavors, she found herself constrained, overly concerned with others' opinions, fearful of their judgments. Reflecting back, she realized she had not embodied the essence of a demonic disciple, but had instead lived as a righteous individual. Now, Jifeng resolved to act without regard for others' perceptions that as a member of the demonic sect, what did she care for the disdain of others? She raised her hand slightly, and the man was ensnared by an invisible force. Brought before her, with a swift slap, she rendered him unconscious, then extended her delicate fingers to his forehead, a soul-searching technique. The onlookers understood her intentions, yet none dared to intervene. Provoking animosity between righteous and demonic sects was a death sentence. A corpse subjected to soul-searching would elicit no sympathy. Once she completed the search, Jifeng scoffed. As expected, nothing but filth. She produced a soul crystal, storing the revelation she had gleaned, before tossing it to the crowd. "See for yourselves. We shall take our leave." She discarded the now unconscious cultivator onto the ground and departed, leading Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua away from the throng. The bald giant followed, closely behind, exclaiming, "Little sister, wait for me." Gu Xintong could no longer tolerate the moniker. She spun around, hands on her hips, and shouted at the giant, "You are the little sister. Your entire family are little sisters." The giant, momentarily confused by her sudden fury, stammered, "Then shall I call you little miss?" Gu Xintong begrudgingly accepted the title. The giant chuckled, trailing behind them. "By the way, thanks for your help earlier. I truly had no idea how to deal with that man." "There's no need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it at him," Gu Xintong replied, lifting Fang Xun'an, who was still immersed in the rice wine. Fang Xun'an exclaimed, "What does this have to do with me? I was merely a spectator." Upon seeing Fang Xun'an, the giant paused for a moment, then beamed at him. "Thank you, flower maiden." Jifeng and Gu Xintong exchanged glances, bewildered. Fang Xun'an, furious, shouted, "You can go to hell with your flower maiden. Do you believe I won't kill you? I am a man, a male, a masculine being. Have you not noticed my numerous long and thick appendages?" Fang Xun'an's rage was palpable as he stood within the wine cup. Gesticulating wildly at the giant, he lamented that he should have let this oaf perish by his own hand. The giant, oblivious to Fang Xun'an's tirade, misinterpreted his words as a unique form of expression. He adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Flower maiden, do not refuse my gratitude. Your assistance was invaluable. I know of an inn renowned for its delectable cuisine. Today, I shall treat you as a token of my appreciation." Fang Xun'an could no longer contain himself. He leapt from the wine cup in a single bound, vowing to teach the bald man a lesson, ensuring he understood why his flower bud was so vividly red. Gu Xintong and the others could no longer hold back. Bursting into laughter, Gu Xintong swiftly retrieved the leaping Fang Xun'an, finding his appearance utterly amusing. "Hello, flower girl." "Huh. Gu Xintong, you heartless wretch. I just helped you. And now you're laughing at me." Fang Xun'an glared at her, fuming. "Indeed, little Lennon has just assisted us in dispelling our inner demons. How could we laugh at him now? Gu Xintong instantly stifled her laughter, adopting a serious expression. Rest assured, little Inin, we are professional cultivators, capable of controlling our expressions. We seldom laugh. Although Gu Xintong had managed to suppress her giggles, the sight of Fang Xun'an made her lips twitch uncontrollably. Ultimately, she succumbed, erupting into laughter. Unless I can't hold it in. Gu Xintong. Fang Xun'an was thoroughly exasperated by her antics. He promptly wriggled free from her grasp, hopping on her head and playfully flicking her forehead. However, Gu Xintong was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, having no time to entertain his antics. Thus, Fang Xun'an's efforts went unacknowledged, plunging him into deep self-doubt. Was Gu Xintong secretly progressing in her cultivation again? At this moment, Jifeng, having laughed enough, lifted Fang Xun'an from Gu Xintong's head and playfully smacked her on the back of the head. That's enough. This is the companion spirit who just aided you. Don't hurt his feelings. She then bent down to console Fang Xun'an. Little Xun'an, don't be sad. We merely found the title amusing at first. Please don't take it to heart. Look, I've already grown accustomed to it. So I no longer find it funny. As Jifeng observed Fang Xun'an gazing up at her with a bewildered expression, she fell silent. She silently passed Fang Xun'an to Lin Lihua, then joined Gu Xintong in laughter. I am sorry, little Xun'an. I simply couldn't help it. Fang Xun'an regarded the two with a tangle of emotions. Forget it. I'm tired. Let it be. Lin Lihua, stroking Fang Xun'an's flower bud, inquired curiously. Jifeng, why are you two laughing so heartily? Flower girl, Lihua, don't you find that title amusing? Lin Lihua scratched her head in confusion. What's so funny about it? Fang Xun'an chimed in. Exactly. What's so humorous? Inin is a girl. What's wrong with calling her flower girl? Lin Lihua stated earnestly. Fang Xun'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, Inin is truly a girl that she. He gazed incredulously at Lin Lihua. What did you just say? Gu Xintong and Jifeng immediately halted their laughter, staring at her in disbelief. Lihua, what did you just say? Lin Lihua, believing they hadn't heard her clearly, reiterated. I said, Inin is a girl. What's wrong with calling her flower girl? This statement struck Fang Xun'an like a shovel. Uprooting the flicker of hope he had just begun to nurture, he slumped softly onto Lin Lihua's hand, bereft of any hope for existence. This moment. Gu Xintong was also at a loss for words, exclaiming in exasperation, Lihua, you still don't realize that little Inin is a boy? Little Inin is a boy. Lin Lihua appeared utterly shaken, her worldview seemingly shattered. Such a beautiful little flower is actually a boy. So, all this time, you thought little Inin was a girl? Jifeng inquired with curiosity, and no wonder she didn't find it strange when the bald man referred to Fang Xun'an as a flower girl earlier. Exactly, Lin Lihua nodded, stroking Fang Xun'an's flower bud. Inin is so adorable. Of course she's a girl, Fang Xun'an bellowed. You're the one who's adorable. Realizing the absurdity of his outburst, he felt a pang of confusion. Lin Lihua was indeed quite cute, so in essence, he had just complimented her. Fang Xun'an instantly withdrew into himself. After listening for a while, the bald man finally grasped the situation. Realizing his blunder, he quickly apologized. My apologies. Young flower, I truly couldn't discern your gender earlier. Fang Xun'an weakly waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That no longer matters. Compared to you, this fellow before me is the one who has truly saddened me. At this point, Gu Xintong pondered an amusing possibility. If today's misunderstanding hadn't been clarified, would Lin Lihua continue to perceive Fang Xun'an as a girl? This thought struck her as quite entertaining. Interacting with a boy as if he were a girl. Who knew what peculiarities might unfold? After the bald man apologized, he led Gu Xintong and the others to the inn he had mentioned, encouraging them to order freely. Perhaps in the past, they might have been considerate about ordering too much, fearing to burden him. But now, with their minds clear, they ordered without hesitation, selecting their favorite dishes without reservation. The bald man, being magnanimous, allowed them to order at will. And as they dined, casual conversation ensued. Gu Xintong suddenly recalled that, despite enjoying the food he had provided, she had yet to learn his name. Bald brother, I haven't yet had the pleasure of knowing your name. The bald man, holding a large bowl, devoured his meal heartily. I'm Li Gangdan. May I ask for the names of the young ladies? The three of them introduced themselves and turned. I am Gu Xintong. Jifeng, Lin Lihua. Lin Lihua, with a mouthful of food, nearly choked. Jifeng helplessly handed her a cup of water. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Why the rush? Fortunately, Fang Xun'an was not eating with his mouth. Otherwise, he too would have been in danger of choking. Li Gangdan. What a peculiar name. Why not call yourself Li Gooden instead? Gu Xintong and the others seemed unfazed by the name, even asking with a serious demeanor, Big Brother Gangdan, how did you get involved with that person? Li Gangdan, recalling the recent events, felt his appetite vanish. He set down his bowl and tore into a duck leg. Don't even mention it. That fellow was like a rabid dog. After I finished my wontons, he inexplicably attacked me. I had no idea how I had offended him. Really? You didn't know him prior to this? Gu Xintong queried. Li Gangdan shook his head. I didn't even know him before this. Just as Gu Xintong was about to inquire further, Jifeng interrupted. No need to ask. That person is simply a mad dog. Gu Xintong then recalled that Jifeng had just performed a soul search on that guy, so she must know the reason. Jifeng, since you know, why not share? Li Gangdan eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes, Jifeng, please enlighten me about that fellow's issues. After downing her drink, Jifeng began. That person harbors extreme biases against Taoism. He initially aspired to join the Four Great Orthodoxy, but was rejected due to insufficient strength, forcing him to settle for a lesser sect. Though his strength is lacking, he has honed his verbal skills exceptionally well. With that mouth of his, he has managed to incite many to share his disdain for the demonic sect, secretly forming an organization to eradicate demons. His extreme hatred for the demonic sect leads him to create chaos whenever he encounters its members. Aware that he cannot overpower others, he typically relies on the fact that they won't easily retaliate, employing his words to annoy them. As a result, many disciples of the demonic sect have begun to harbor resentment towards the orthodox disciples. I have documented all these matters in that soul crystal. After the surrounding individuals review it, that fellow will likely find it difficult to survive. Li Gangdan, upon hearing this, suddenly realized it must have been someone who saw my waist token, which revealed my identity as a disciple of the demon sect, prompting them to target me. With that, he produced a jade token from his waist, inscribed with the character Gu Xintong, and her companions instantly recognized the token. Is this not the identity token of the rebellious demon sect? Li Gangdan chuckled and nodded. Indeed, I am a disciple of the rebellious demon sect, and I have come to Xingyue City primarily for business. Business? Gu Xintong inquired curiously. What kind of business are you engaged in? Gangdan, just some simple goods. Nothing of great significance. So what brings you here? Li Gangdan smiled and deftly shifted the topic. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Gu Xintong refrained from pressing further as for the mission of her group. It was not of great consequence, so she simply informed him. We are here to carry out a sect mission, primarily to eliminate a few members of the True Cultivation Society. Upon hearing that they were here to eradicate the True Cultivation Society, Li Gangdan immediately gave a thumbs up. You ladies possess remarkable courage. Those from the True Cultivation Society are indeed a cancer in our cultivation world, and you are performing a public service. His praise made Gu Xintong feel a bit embarrassed. We did not consider it so deeply. We simply accepted this mission because the rewards are quite generous. Moreover, everyone rationally seeks to eliminate members of the True Cultivation Society. So we are merely doing our part. One should not underestimate the situation, Li Gangdan remarked. Discarding the bone he had been gnawing onto, it is essential to understand that the current cultivation environment is exceedingly peaceful. Consequently, some cultivators have lost their competitive spirit and are rather reluctant to risk their lives. Furthermore, the members of the True Cultivation Society are all ruthless individuals. Although many claim everyone should eradicate the True Cultivation Society, in reality, when faced with them, many would merely spar a bit and would not dare to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Gu Xintong countered. The type of cultivators you describe is akin to those who harbor biases. They are merely a minority. Most cultivators with ambition and determination are still willing to charge forth. Li Gangdan sighed. Let us hope. So I could that moment. No one noticed that Lin Lihua's movements while eating seemed to have slowed down somewhat. After finishing their meal, Gu Xintong and her companions bid farewell to Li Gangdan. Unusually, upon returning, they did not engage in their usual playful antics, but instead opted for a quiet rest. As for the reason, Fang Xun'an could guess it was likely because the auction was about to commence, and the group was preparing to conserve their energy to better deal with the members of the True Cultivation Society. Days later, "Is this the auction house you spoke of?" Fang Xun'an exclaimed in front of an exceptionally opulent building. "Yes, this is the place. Let us hurry inside," Gu Xintong replied, pulling Ji Feng and the others along with her. As they stepped through the entrance, a welcoming girl with a radiant smile approached, bowing and inquiring, "Hello, will you be seated in the common area or in a private room?" Gu Xintong handed over a golden card, saying, "A private room, please." Fang Xun'an couldn't shake the feeling that the welcoming girl's smile became even more radiant upon seeing the card. The girl accepted the card and then traced it across a massive jade stone nearby, causing the words to appear instantly. She returned the golden card to Gu Xintong and gestured for them to follow, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Gu Xintong and her companions followed her through a series of twists and turns until they finally stopped in front of a door. The door was pristine white, devoid of any sign or plaque, seemingly designed to protect the occupant's privacy. "This is your private room. As long as your spirit companions are not large spiritual beasts, they may be released inside. If you require attendance, I can summon them for you right now." The welcoming girl stated at the door. Gu Xintong waved her hand, saying, "No need, you may leave." The welcoming girl nodded with a smile and departed. As soon as Ji Feng and the others entered, they released their spirit companions. Lin Lihua reclined on a soft cushion, squinting her eyes as she remarked, "Private rooms are indeed better. Not only are they comfortable, but they also allow Dai and the others to stretch their legs." However, upon entering, Fang Xun'an continuously shook his head, exclaiming, "This will not do." Gu Xintong, intrigued, asked, "What, do you find this room unsatisfactory?" Fang Xun'an shook his head. "I am not saying the room is inadequate. I mean that the girl earlier was not up to par. That little girl did not even compare to you all in attractiveness. How could she stir desire in others to purchase?" Gu Xintong frowned, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. "Oh, then what do you suggest would make that little girl more appealing?" Fang Xun'an immediately adopted the demeanor of an expert, stating without hesitation, "It's simple. Since she cannot compare to you all in looks, she should wear less. Shorten the sleeves to reveal her shoulders. Make the bodice tighter to show a bit of skin, ideally cinched to create an enticing silhouette. Perhaps even a slit on the thigh, and the higher, the better, so that with every step, there is a tantalizing hint of allure. Coupled with that girl's sweet smile, I guarantee the number of auction attendees would double." "Oh, it seems you know quite a bit," Gu Xintong replied with a smile. Fang Xun'an pointed at himself, boasting, "Of course, I am well versed in these matters. And what do you think of me?" Gu Xintong inquired with a grin. Fang Xun'an jumped down and scrutinized her from head to toe, saying, "You should," yet before he could finish, he abruptly halted. "Oh no, what on earth did I just say?" Reflecting on his previous words, Fang Xun'an began to tremble uncontrollably. He had unwittingly voiced all his unfiltered thoughts. Ji Xintong crouched in front of him, her smile unwavering as she prompted, "Continue. Tell me how I should improve." Fang Xun'an took a few steps back, awkwardly chuckling. "It's nothing. You need do nothing but be the most beautiful." "Oh, really?" Gu Xintong leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them. Fang Xun'an hurriedly nodded. "Indeed. I speak only the truth. So, those suggestions you made earlier were genuine, then?" Gu Xintong countered. Fang Xun'an, "Forget it. I will not argue. Just end me already." Since Fang Xun'an had already voiced such thoughts, Gu Xintong naturally would not let him off the hook. She launched into a barrage of playful attacks, all the while questioning, "Why do you little rascal enjoy learning such peculiar things?" At that moment, Fang Xun'an truly wished to retort, "This is not something I learned. It is an innate skill of every male." However, to preserve his dignity, he dared not utter the words. Meanwhile, Ji Feng and Lin Lihua had grown accustomed to this scene. Fang Xun'an often found himself enduring a lesson from Gu Xintong for various foolish reasons. Yet, in recent days, due to Fang Xun'an's prior assistance in dispelling Gu Xintong's inner demons, she had refrained from reprimanding him. This had resulted in Fang Xun'an's increasingly audacious behavior, leading him to boldly voice such sentiments in front of Gu Xintong today. Gu Xintong had been patient for so long. He was practically inviting trouble. Ji Feng mused as she observed Gu Xintong's techniques, contemplating that Gu Xintong could author a book titled 1,000 Methods of Teaching Spirit Companion the Lesson. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an could pen a volume entitled 1001 Ways to Embarrass Oneself in Front of Spirit Companions. Ji Feng was certain that if these two contrasting books were ever published, they would undoubtedly become bestsellers among humans and spirit beasts alike. She envisioned herself as a middleman, eager to profit handsomely. In recent days, Fang Xun'an has been courting disaster, and Gu Xintong has been enduring it without erupting, though she has harbored her frustrations for quite some time. Thus, this time, Gu Xintong unleashed all her pent-up grievances in one go, delivering a gratifying lesson. What's more, Fang Xun'an, that rascal, seemed impervious to injury, which emboldened Gu Xintong to strike with abandon. After administering her corrections to Fang Xun'an, she tossed him onto the mat and harshly declared, "Let us see if you dare to indulge in such vices again." Now nestled within the mat, Fang Xun'an felt utterly disinclined to move. Although he was aware that he would not sustain any injuries from the beating, the pain was certainly no less real. Moreover, he had the distinct impression that his sensitivity to pain had been heightened. Back in school, when he received a meager score in a math exam, his mother had chastised him with a clothes hanger, and he had only let out a few pitiful cries. Yet now, after being struck, he felt as though the aftereffects were far more pronounced. Fang Xun'an mused that it would be ideal if he could acquire a technique that could harden his entire body. That way, if Gu Xintong were to strike him again, she would be the one to feel the pain, not him. Unfortunately, such matters were beyond Fang Xun'an's control. Techniques were purely a matter of fate for him. The kind of technique he could attain depended entirely on what the tome in his mind would provide at that moment. The auction had officially commenced. Lin Li and her companions each grabbed a small cushion and sat side by side in front of the one-way glass. Fang Xun'an wished to join in the excitement, but Gu Xintong, his usual steed, was temporarily out of commission, so he had to seek out his secondary mount, a die. Although a die, as fur, did not offer the same comfort as Zifeng's, Fang Xun'an found it acceptable to as for Zifeng. He dared not imagine climbing onto its back. It would surely tear him to shreds. Gu Xintong and her companions were situated in an elegant room upstairs, providing them with a clear view of the auction venue below. A tall, slender, middle-aged man stood upon the stage, bypassing any pleasantries and directly retrieving a black garment from the tray of a nearby maidservant. The garment was unremarkable in style, appearing exceedingly plain, and even bore a gray patch. Fang Xun'an was perplexed as to why such an item would be considered an auction piece. The middle-aged auctioneer proclaimed loudly, "The first item up for bid is the outer garment of the leader of the Qitian demon sect, Shun Yanwei." This garment was lost by Shun Yanwei, who was merely at the 5th realm at the time, during a bet, and it possesses considerable collectible value. The starting bid is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xun'an exclaimed internally, "What on earth is this? This first auction item is utterly bizarre. It's just someone else's tattered clothing." Beside him, Gu Xintong stifled a laugh. "Uncle Shin's belongings are being auctioned off again," Ji Feng remarked. "Isn't this quite normal?" Fang Xun'an was taken aback. "Are you implying that such items are frequently auctioned off and that people actually bid on them? 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Excellent. A guest from an elegant room has offered 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? For 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For 1,500. At this point, the bidding had escalated to 4,500 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xun'an was utterly astonished by the fierce competition. Surely, even if the owner of the garment is the leader of one of the 7 sects, this shouldn't incite such frenzy, especially considering how shabby this clothing is. Fang Xun'an's habitual inquisitiveness led him to ask Gu Xintong about his confusion. With a smile, she explained, "Little Inen, you may not know, but among the 7 sect leaders, only Uncle Shun's belongings are deemed worthy of auction." Fang Xun'an was filled with curiosity. Why is that? Does Uncle Shun's property possess some special significance? Gu Xintong gestured toward the garment. "This piece of clothing may seem ordinary, But once it became the item of a bet made by Uncle Shun, it gained collectible value. Fang Xun'an retorted, "It's not like it's a famous painting or porcelain. How can it have any collectible value?" Gu Xintong continued, "You don't understand. Uncle Shun is a notorious gambler, often betting with others, and he hardly ever wins." Fang Xun'an interjected, "So he is essentially a charitable gambling king." Gu Xintong playfully smacked him. "Let me finish." "Oh," Fang Xun'an murmured as he nestled deeper into audacious fur. Uncle Shun was known for his whimsical bets, often appearing unexpectedly to challenge passers-by. Initially, the stakes were relatively reasonable. But due to his frequent losses, Uncle Shun eventually had little spirit stones left to wager. Consequently, he began offering whatever he had on him, leading to the circulation of many peculiar items, such as half a tooth or a lock of hair. These oddities proved so intriguing that a number of collectors emerged, attempting to piece together a complete set of Uncle Shun's lost items. Upon hearing of this, Uncle Shun challenged these collectors, betting that they could not assemble him within 10 years, with the stakes being all the spirit stones they possessed. This news only served to attract more collectors. Upon hearing this backstory, Fang Xun'an found Uncle Shun to be a legendary figure, and he resolved to befriend him and perhaps engage in a wager someday. However, he was now quite curious whether those collectors had ever succeeded in reassembling Shun Yinwei. Gu Xintong shook her head. To date, no one has accomplished that feat. Most only possess a few scattered items. However, I've heard that a wealthy individual is just one item short of completing the collection. Ultimately, that tattered garment sold for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, equating to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xun'an couldn't help but marvel. Wealthy people truly know how to indulge. The second auction item was at last a more conventional offering, a rare spiritual herb. The pastoral flower. The starting bid was 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 500 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this item, Gu Xintong nudged Ji Feng, Sister Ji Feng. "This is something you would adore." Ji Feng nodded and promptly pressed the button marked with a 1, indicating the minimum bid. There were a total of 10 buttons, allowing for bids to escalate up to 10 times the base amount. "All right, we have a guest bidding 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. Is anyone else willing to raise the stakes?" After a brief pause, someone began to place bids, though each subsequent bid was not particularly high. "New Tong, isn't this a rare spiritual herb? Why are there so few bidders?" Fang Xun'an inquired. The answer was simple. Although it was indeed a rare spiritual herb, it lacked significant efficacy, making its collectible value surpass its practical value. Gu Xintong elucidated. This only deepened Fang Xun'an's confusion. If its practical value is minimal, why does Sister Ji Feng want to bid on it? Fang Xun'an distinctly remembered Ji Feng being quite frugal, often haggling with merchants over even a few low-grade spirit stones. Why would she spend so much on a decorative item that served little purpose? "Oh, the reason is quite straightforward," Gu Xintong replied while wrapping an arm around Ji Feng. "Aside from tending to her flowers and plants, Sister Ji Feng's greatest passion is collecting rare spiritual herbs." Fang Xun'an was taken aback. He had no idea Ji Feng had such an unusual hobby. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does he count as a rare spiritual herb? Upon reflection, he concluded that he should indeed be categorized as such. After all, he could think, consume food, utilize techniques, and be resistant to damage. Moreover, even the wild grasses by the roadside had their own species and names. While he had neither, what did that signify? It implied that he was so rare that no one recognized him. Marking his debut in the eyes of the world, wasn't he that rare enough? Fang Xun'an finally understood. He should no longer be referred to as an unnamed weed, but rather as a rare spiritual herb. He had also come to realize that Ji Feng's willingness to assist him stemmed from his status as a rare spiritual herb. In order to enhance one's favorability, it is essential to ingratiate oneself with her. Fang Xun'an could not help but exclaim, "What a cunning woman!" At that moment, the pastoral flower had already been bid up to 7,000 inferior spirit stones. The current season paused momentarily. For this was indeed a staggering sum of 7,000 inferior spirit stones, enough to sustain both herself and Lin Lihua for a month or two. Yet, She was reluctant to relinquish the pastoral flower. After all, although it may seem useless, it was exceedingly rare. There no one else willing to raise the bid. The middle-aged auctioneer waited a few seconds, and seeing no response, he began to count down. 7,000 inferior spirit stones. Once, 7,000 inferior spirit stones. Twice. The auctioneer's countdown struck like a tiny hammer upon Ji Feng's heart. On one side lay her cherished small fortune, while on the other, her beloved rare spiritual plant. To choose between the two felt akin to deciding whether to save a girlfriend or a mother from drowning. An impossible dilemma. However, as the saying goes, he who hesitates is lost, even if she lost the small fortune. She could easily capture a few poachers to make up for it. But if she lost the pastoral flower, who knows when she would encounter another? Ultimately, Ji Feng chose the pastoral flower, sacrificing some of her small fortune. And with trembling hands, she pressed the button in front of her. 10,000 inferior spirit stones. The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly below. He could hardly believe that a wealthy collector of spiritual plants had directly raised the bid by 3,000 inferior spirit stones. His original expectation had been that the flower would sell for 7,000 inferior spirit stones at best. This moment, Gu Xintong was also astonished. Sister Ji Feng, I didn't realize you desired that pastoral flower so much that you would spend such a sum. As she spoke, she turned to Ji Feng, only to find her frozen in place. As if her soul had departed, Ji Xintong waved her hand in front of Ji Feng's face, tentatively asking, Sister Ji Feng? Ji Feng stiffly turned her neck and slowly asked Gu Xintong, that guy down there, what did he just say the bid was? Gu Xintong instantly understood that Sister Ji Feng must have mistakenly pressed the button when raising the bid. However, since the mistake had already occurred, there was no way to reverse it. Ji Xintong could only pat her shoulder in consolation, saying, take heart. Ji Feng's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, producing an unintelligible sound. 10,000 inferior spirit stones. A full 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Ji Feng had never spent such a sum in one go. She had only intended to raise the bid by 1,000. Now, she felt that the pastoral flower paled in comparison to the 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Ji Feng could only pray that some wealthy patron would outbid her, sparing her from further contention. 10,000 inferior spirit stones once, 10,000 inferior spirit stones twice, 10,000 inferior spirit stones thrice, sold. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as she had hoped. The pastoral flower was ultimately secured by Ji Feng for the price of 10,000 inferior spirit stones. It's over, all over, Ji Feng murmured, collapsing backward in despair. 2,000 inferior spirit stones had simply vanished, drifting away from her grasp. Ji Xintong could not fathom Ji Feng's mindset. She had several tens of thousands of superior spirit stones, yet lamented the loss of 2,000 inferior ones so dramatically. If it were her, she would have spent that sum without a second thought. Lin Lihua pulled Ji Feng up from the ground, offering words of comfort. Sister Ji Feng, don't be like this. It's just a few spirit stones. That thing isn't even edible. Why not spend them? Ji Feng stared blankly at her and replied, do you know what 10,000 inferior spirit stones could buy? You could purchase over 300 of your beloved meat fish. You could fill your entire room with running bull eggs. And your favorite clear heart flower could sustain you until next year. Upon hearing this, Lin Lihua trembled and asked, Sister Ji Feng, are you implying that? Ji Feng, her expression unchanging, nodded. Yes, you are correct. All of those things are gone, completely gone. At this revelation, Lin Lihua's eyes dimmed, resembling a marionette without strings as she slumped to the ground. Muttering, gone, all gone. Ji Xintong, witnessing this, could not help but facepalm. Great, another one has succumbed to despair. This what they call a poor start. Before long, the pastoral flower Ji Feng had one was brought to her by the previously enchanting attendant. Ji Feng feigned composure as she accepted the flower from the attendant. The beautiful attendant then asked with a smile, will you be paying in cash or by card? Ji Feng stiffened for a moment, forcing a strained smile as she replied, cash. The attendant promptly produced a spatial pouch. Please place your cash in here. Ji Feng, reluctantly taking out her storage bag, transferred the 10,000 inferior spirit stones with great reluctance. Thank you for participating in our auction. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. I shall take my leave now. the attendant said before exiting the room, after watching her leave with a forced smile. Ji Feng's expression immediately fell. She gazed at the pastoral flower in her pot, tears welling in her eyes as she seethed. "You wretched thing, you just cost me 10,000 inferior spirit stones." Lin Lihua brandished her 1.8-meter-large cleaver, swinging it towards the flower. Ji Yuxintong hurriedly intervened. "Lihua, what are you doing?" With a mournful face, Lin Lihua replied, "It's because of this that I lost so many delicious treats. I must chop it up." Gu Xintong pressed the blade back down. "Lihua, you must think clearly. This pastoral flower was won by Sister Ji Feng for 10,000 inferior spirit stones. If you destroy it, I guarantee Sister Ji Feng will come after you." Lin Lihua contemplated the consequences before reluctantly retracting her weapon. She then buried her face in Gu Xintong's embrace, sobbing, "Wu, Xintong, all the good food is gone." Gu Xintong comforted her while patting her back. There, it's just a little food. When we return to the sect, I'll cook for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Lihua dashed out of her embrace, forcing a smile as she said, I think it's better not to trouble you, Xintong, let's continue watching the auction." With that, she scampered back to her original seat. Jiu Xintong protested. "What's this? I cook deliciously. You know." Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, who had silently observed the entire scene, jotted down a note in her little book: "Avoid consuming food prepared by Gu Xintong." It seemed that even Lin Lihua, who adored food, displayed a look of trepidation at the thought of it. Fang Xun'an decided it was best to keep her distance. As the auction progressed, the items being bid on failed to pique the interest of Gu Xintong and her companions. Weapons of the 5th tier, they were utterly unimpressive. Ji Xintong could tell at a glance that these artifacts had already reached their peak and would not advance further. It was worth noting that her Black Abyss demonic shadow had been crafted by her father from rare materials gathered long before her birth. Forged by the most renowned blacksmith on the continent, an artifact of the highest caliber. Despite its current ranking, AS for Ji Feng, she had no interest in weapons whatsoever. In her eyes, none could match her prowess. However, Lin Lihua's formidable 1.8-meter cleaver was somewhat peculiar. After Gulian Tian defeated the Despair Nightmare, the blade had transformed into black smoke and vanished, leaving only the massive cleaver behind. That time, Gulian Tian had intended to take the blade while holding Lin Lihua, but as he grasped it, an overwhelming wave of negative emotions flooded his mind, prompting him to hastily return it to his storage pouch. He felt that if he held on to it for any longer, he might succumb to inner demons. Curiously, Lin Lihua wielded the cleaver without experiencing any adverse effects. Instead, it felt natural in her hands. Furthermore, she could inflict wounds that were impossible to heal unless the surrounding flesh was entirely removed. Thus, the cleaver became Lin Lihua's exclusive weapon. In light of these two weapons, one must ponder, which was not superior to the so-called 5th-tier artifacts. In the midst of the remaining auction items, Gu Xintong and her companions exhibited no interest whatsoever, nearly drifting into slumber. However, Fang Xun'an was thoroughly engrossed, fascinated by the peculiar objects that were entirely new to him. Occasionally, he would pose questions to Gu Xintong, who initially indulged him with explanations, but soon grew weary. Fang Xun'an's incessant inquiries made her feel as though she had assumed the role of his mother. After enduring this period of tedium, the final highlight of the auction finally emerged. The middle-aged auctioneer retrieved an irregular gray stone from a tray held by an attendant and proclaimed to the audience, "One of the final auction items today. The gateway stone of the Earthfall Medicine Garden from the 6 Divine Medicine Gardens. The starting bid is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones." As soon as this stone was presented, the atmosphere in the room shifted, with participants beginning to place bids. 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 17,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The price of this stone soared at an astonishing pace, leading Fang Xun'an to believe that the final prices of all preceding items could scarcely rival that of this stone. He was aware of the Divine Medicine Gardens, having accompanied Gu Xintong to the Red Dragon Medicine Garden within the 6 Divine Medicine Gardens a few months prior, and he was compelled to admit the efficacy of its contents. However, he had never heard of the Gateway Stone before. Before he could inquire further, Gu Xintong began to explain. The Gateway Stone is essentially the key to entering the Earthfall Medicine Garden. Each of the 6 divine medicine gardens is protected by its own barrier, and one can only enter with the corresponding gateway stone. Isn't that akin to a ticket for entry? Fang Xun'an mused. Yet he was puzzled by one aspect. If this object serves as a ticket to the divine medicine gardens, why is it starting at merely a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones? Shouldn't it begin at several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Indeed, the price of the gateway stone had already risen to over 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which appeared substantial. But, as Gu Xintong noted, even Jifeng could afford to win the bid with a determined attitude, given that she possessed several tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Upon reflection, the price seemed rather incongruous with the status of the Divine Medicine Garden's gateway stone. What Gu Xintong had not disclosed to Fang Xun'an was that the gateway stone was merely an auxiliary tool for accessing the Divine Medicine Garden. The spatial barrier surrounding the garden functioned like a sieve, filtering out those incapable of passing its trials. The gateway stone merely increased the chances of passage. Possessing it did not guarantee entry, and it could be utilized by multiple individuals. Thus, the price of the gateway stone did not reach an exorbitant level. As the bidding for the gateway stone climbed to 340,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the number of bidders dwindled significantly. Ji Yuxintong and her companions believed their own abilities sufficed for entry into the Divine Medicine Garden, rendering the gateway stone unnecessary, and thus refrained from participating in the auction. Ultimately, amidst a fierce contest between 2 wealthy bidders, the gateway stone was sold for 480,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In a room within the auction house, Jiu Wuxi slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. So close. We were just a hair's breadth away from securing that gateway stone. They had been evading the pursuit of Xijinghao, resorting to ruthless means to acquire the stone. With it, they would gain entry to the Earthfall Medicine Garden, enabling them to select a valuable herb and achieve a significant leap in their cultivation. Yet, due to a mere flower, all their efforts had come to naught. Jiu Wuxi watched helplessly as what was rightfully his slipped away, leaving with a cold snort before hastily exiting the room. The other 3 exchanged glances and followed suit. With their original objective lost, Jiu Wuxi felt no inclination to continue observing the auction, consumed by anger and frustration. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, he led his companions away from the auction. With the gateway stone gone, their hopes now rested on the transaction involving the red fish dragon's inner pill. Should they manage to procure that, they might just recover from their previous losses. For now, Jiu Wuxi and his companions could only wait, anticipating the return of their informant soon after the auction concluded. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, the second-to-last item was brought forth, a 5th-grade pill known as the Dingdao pill. The ingredients for this pill were not only rare, but also incredibly complex to refine. Even 5th-grade alchemists hesitated to attempt its creation. However, its effects were formidable, capable of solidifying one's resolve and suppressing inner demons during the breakthrough to the 5th realm. Many cultivators today struggled with inner demons, making their ascent to the 5th realm exceedingly difficult. A moment of carelessness could lead to their downfall. The consequences of failure were relatively mild if one merely regressed in cultivation. But if one's Dao heart were to be eroded by inner demons, the path of cultivation could be irreparably severed. In this context, the Dingdao pill became exceedingly coveted among mid-tier cultivators. The starting price for the Dingdao pill was also 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, amidst the fervent competition among various factions, the price rapidly escalated to over 300,000. Had this been just a few days prior, Gu Xintong and her companions would likely have felt compelled to bid after seeing this pill, becoming participants in the bidding frenzy. Yet, circumstances had changed. Gu Xintong and Jifeng had already dispelled their inner demons. Absent any significant disturbances, inner demons were unlikely to resurface before their breakthrough to the 5th realm. In contrast, Lin Lihua was different. She possessed no inner demons, or rather, her struggles were not classified as such. Therefore, the Dingdao pill held little allure for the 3 of them. Ultimately, the Dingdao pill was sold for 420,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With the gateway stone and the Dingdao pill having dramatically invigorated the atmosphere of the auction, the stage was set for the grand finale. The auctioneer raised a fractured jade tablet high above his head, declaring loudly, a fragment of the map to Eternal Island. Starting bid of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this announcement, the audience gasped in astonishment. Eternal Island, a legendary place hidden within the boundless seas. Fang Xun'an was taken aback by the exorbitant price. Just moments ago, the starting bid had been 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and now it had leaped to 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. That equated to 3 million mid-grade spirit stones, or 30 million low-grade spirit stones. At this price point, only the most affluent sects and factions could participate in the bidding, leaving the scattered audience to merely observe and gain insight into the world of the wealthy. Fang Xun'an approached the auction with a mindset of mere observation, curious about which affluent individual would ultimately acquire the map fragment. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. A bidder declared, raising the stakes for the map fragment. This round of bidding left the surrounding spectators dumbfounded. The bidder had raised the price by an astonishing 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. Who had ever seen such audacity? It was akin to playing cards and laying down 4 twos right from the start. Unthinkable. Fang Xun'an stared dazedly at Gu Xintong, who had just withdrawn her hand, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. He was not alone. Jifeng and Lin Lihua also gazed at her in disbelief. Sensing their scrutiny, Gu Xintong tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Jifeng pointed at her, stammering, "Xingxintong, was it you who just raised a bid?" Gu Xintong nodded, affirming yes. "Did you perhaps press the button incorrectly?" Jifeng swallowed hard, convinced that Gu Xintong had made the same mistake she had, for how else could she have bid 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Gu Xintong leaned in to inspect the button closely, then replied earnestly, "I didn't press it incorrectly. I raised it by 70,000 high-grade spirit stones." Jifeng and Lin Lihua gasped in disbelief, while Fang Xun'an inhaled sharply. 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Is that amount so trivial in your eyes?" Jifeng seized Gu Xintong's shoulders, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Xingxintong, I think we can take our relationship to the next level." Lin Lihua hurriedly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Me too." Gu Xintong wriggled a few times and managed to break free from Jifeng's grasp, saying, "Oh dear Jifeng, what are you all thinking? This spirit stone isn't mine. It's something my father entrusted me with to purchase this fragment of the map." Upon learning the truth, Jifeng could only let out a long sigh. "Ah, I had already imagined where you and I would be buried in the future, only for you to tell me that all of this is a fabrication." Alas, however, Jifeng then conceived a way to leverage the situation for financial gain. "Xintong, is this spirit stone belonging to the sect leader or the sect itself?" "Of course, it belongs to the sect. This fragment of the map is part of our 7 sects cooperation plan, and each sect must acquire one that once the map is pieced together, all sects can take their disciples to the Eternal Island together." Gu Xintong explained with certainty that, I was hoping this spirit stone belonged to the sect leader, that if he could spend a little less at the auction, we could save a bit of spirit stones." Jifeng lamented, her hopes dashed. Gu Xintong chuckled, "Don't worry, the budget from the sect is quite ample, which is why I dare to bid a neat 1 million that once we secure the map fragment, we can sneak off for a grand feast. And the sect won't say a word." Upon realizing that the sect actually permitted them to indulge at the public's expense, Jifeng's signature smile returned. "How wonderful. This way, I can save some spirit stones." Gu Xintong's starting bid of 1 million high-grade spirit stones left the audience in stunned silence, with many who had initially planned to bid reconsidering their intentions. After all, her opening offer had already exceeded their prepared sums. Nevertheless, a few factions tentatively added a few thousand high-grade spirit stones, for dreams must be pursued. Who knows, that 1 million high-grade spirit stones might indeed be all the opponent had. In response, Gu Xintong unceremoniously rounded up their bids to the nearest whole number. Realizing that she was a formidable contender with abundant spirit stones, the factions quickly withdrew from the bidding war. Ultimately, the auction concluded with Gu Xintong acquiring the map fragment for 120,000 high-grade spirit stones. When the map fragment was delivered, Fang Xun'an leaned in to inspect it closely, well aware that this little item was worth over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Gu Xintong allowed him a few glimpses before putting it away, saying, "Let's go, there's nothing more to see, we need to find the informant now." With that, Gu Xintong led her companions out of the room and into the auction hall. She handed Fang Xun'an over to Lin Lihua, instructing the bewildered boy, Jifeng and I will go find that person. You and Lihua wait here for us, and make sure to keep an eye on her. Then she took Jifeng and left without a backward glance, leaving Fang Xun'an and Lin Lihua staring at each other in confusion. Hee. Lin Lihua smiled cheerfully at Fang Xun'an before playfully tugging at his flower bud. Fang Xun'an could only helplessly endure her antics. He suspected that Gu Xintong had intentionally left him behind, knowing that Lin Lihua enjoyed teasing his flower bud. Lin Lihua sat in the auction hall, idly playing with Fang Xun'an's flower bud while waiting for Gu Xintong to return. Among the bustling crowd, a bald man suddenly emerged. Fang Xun'an recognized him instantly without needing to see his face. Li Gangdan spotted Lin Lihua and hurried over with a goofy grin. Miss Lin, you're attending the auction too. He glanced around, inquiring, where are the other two girls? Didn't they come with you? Well, they had something to attend to, leaving little Xun'an here to wait for them, Lin Lihua explained. Lifting Fang Xun'an to Li Gangdan's eye level, Fang Xun'an raised his hand, greeting him without concern for whether he understood. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello there, flower hero, Li Gangdan replied, pulling a stool to sit beside Lin Lihua and engaging her in casual conversation. As Lin Lihua chatted, she began to feel hungry, so she reached for an apple from the platter and pulled out her imposing knife, beginning to peel it. This display left both Fang Xun'an and Li Gangdan momentarily dumbfounded. Her actions were rather bold. Fang Xun'an quickly shrank closer to Lin Lihua, pressing down his flower bud, fearful that her knife might inadvertently sever it. Li Gangdan scratched his bald head, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Lihua continued peeling the apple as if it were an ordinary task, casually asking, Uncle Gangdan, are you waiting for someone? Yes, Li Gangdan nodded, snapping back to reality. He too found it strange that the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet, after quite some time. At that moment, an unremarkable cultivator was hiding in the crowd. Scanning the area, he was the leader of the buyers for the Qi Yulong, dispatched to make contact. However, he was somewhat perplexed, as he had expected the contact person to be exceedingly conspicuous. Yet he saw no one particularly remarkable. Just then, he noticed that many passers-by couldn't help but glance toward one spot. Instantly, he realized that whatever was drawing all that attention must be something extraordinary. Likely the very contact person he sought. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and arrived to find two individuals seated there. One was a muscular bald man, his upper body exposed, wielding a large circular blade at his side, very eye-catching. Yet, the person next to him drew even more attention. She was an exceptionally beautiful young girl, a pink flower blooming on her lap, presumably her spirit companion. However, the imposing knife in her hand starkly contrasted with the scene. Goodness, using that thing to peel an apple? This is the first time I've seen such a sight, the buyer mused. After some deliberation, he concluded that while the bald man was somewhat conspicuous, he paled in comparison to the girl. She was undeniably the contact person. Confirming this, he hurried over and tapped Lin Lihua on the shoulder, whispering, Could you please come with me for a moment? Lin Lihua looked at him with confusion, asking, Who are you, and what do you want with me? The man glanced at Li Gangdan before lowering his voice. It's crowded here. It's not convenient to talk. Please follow me. Lin Lihua scrutinized his eyes for a moment, and upon detecting no malice, she set down the apple and informed Li Gangdan, Uncle Gangdan, I'm stepping out for a moment. She then took her knife and followed him. Li Gangdan smiled and nodded, signaling her not to worry about him. Fang Xun'an immediately jumped onto Lin Lihua's shoulder, watching the man warily. Although he sensed no hostility from him, it was always wise to be cautious. The man led Lin Lihua to a corner outside the auction hall. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, he asked, Do you have any goods related to the Qi Yulong? Qi Yulong goods? Do we have any? Lin Lihua scratched her head in confusion before recalling. Doesn't Gu Xintong have the Qi Yulong's tentacles? That should count as Qi Yulong goods. She nodded at the man, affirming, Yes, we do have something related to Qi Yulong. The man thought to himself. That is promising. However, to be safe, he stated the secret code for their meeting. Do you prefer Qi Yulong or Jinyan fish? Without hesitation, Lin Lihua replied, Of course, Jinyan fish is the better choice. The code matched. Now the man was completely convinced that Lin Lihua was the designated contact. He proceeded to relay the information he carried. Tonight, at the hour of the pig, bring your goods to meet at the Millennium Dragon Blood Tree in the eastern suburbs of Xingyue City. The individual spoke briefly before departing, leaving Lin Lihua in a state of bewilderment, not affording her the slightest opportunity to inquire further. It was not only Lin Lihua who was confused. Fang Xun'an wore a similarly perplexed expression. Was that all? After all the air of mystery, she had anticipated something of greater significance, only to be met with a few fleeting words before he vanished. Fang Xun'an had approached with a sense of foreboding, yet was now left with nothing more than inconclusive remark. The departing operative, meanwhile, exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. The task of relaying information had finally reached its conclusion, and fortunately, no unforeseen complications had arisen along the way. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled into disaster. Reflecting on the striking young woman he had just met, he felt a tinge of regret. Such a beautiful girl, yet she was embroiled in poaching and smuggling activities. Moreover, he sensed that the spirit accompanying Lin Lihua was rather formidable. Throughout their exchange, it seemed to be scrutinizing him closely, as if poised to react violently at the slightest misstep. What a remarkable spirit it was. He couldn't help but lament, especially when considering his own spirit, which was quite the opposite, always unruly, causing chaos and leaving him to apologize and compensate others daily, making it feel as though he were housing a lord at home. How he yearned for a well-behaved spirit. Lin Lihua and Fang Xun'an returned to the auction hall's lounge, their minds swirling with questions. However, Lin Lihua soon resolved to disregard the matter. After all, her mind was not particularly suited for pondering such complexities. She decided to leave it to Sister Jifeng and the others to sort out. Thus, she resumed peeling the apple she had previously set aside. Gangdan noticed Lin Lihua's confusion. Although he recognized the impoliteness of prying, he felt compelled to voice his curiosity. Miss Lin, what did that person want from you? You appeared quite troubled upon your return at that person. I don't even know him, Lin Lihua replied, nonchalantly. He dragged me out and inexplicably asked whether I preferred eating the flesh of a mussel fish or a red fish dragon. Isn't that absurd? The mussel fish is far superior. She casually recounted the encounter, considering it of little consequence, especially since she did not recognize the individual. Gangdan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the red fish dragon pales in comparison to the mussel fish. Although the latter may not look appealing, its flesh is exquisitely fresh. I could devour 3 in one sitting. Upon discovering that he shared her fondness for mussel fish, Lin Lihua felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Exactly! I knew mussel fish was delicious, especially as sashimi. It's simply divine." Gu Xintong and Sister Jifeng had never dared to try mussel fish, leaving Lin Lihua without a confidant on the subject. Gangdan, too, was thrilled, having thought he was the only one who appreciated the delicacy, and now found a kindred spirit. Thus, the two engaged in a lively discussion about the myriad ways to enjoy mussel fish. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, Gangdan sensed he had overlooked something important. Suddenly, he slapped his bald head, realizing, wasn't that question my covert signal? How could the contact be so foolish as to mistake me? Was my attire not conspicuous enough? At that moment, Lin Lihua had finished peeling her apple and set down her knife. Relishing her snack, Gangdan thought to himself that had he been in her place, he too might have misidentified someone, considering his outfit was relatively normal for using a large cleaver to peel an apple. He figured only an unusual person would do such a thing. Lin Lihua, noticing Gangdan's gaze fixed on her apple, assumed he desired a taste. She bit into her apple, then picked up another to peel. Miss Lin, why are you peeling another apple? Gangdan inquired. Puzzled, Lin Lihua, with her mouth full, mumbled, Nibu sai yaozima. Aren't you going to eat too? Gangdan quickly waved his hands. No, I was pondering a question. Seeing he had no intention of eating, Lin Lihua offered the half-peeled apple to Fang Xun'an and then asked, "What question? Did that person say anything else besides asking whether mussel fish or red fish dragon was better?" Gangdan asked eagerly. "Yes," Lin Lihua responded without hesitation. "That fellow also told me to bring the goods at the hour of the dog today, to meet them beneath the 1,000-year dragon blood tree in the eastern suburbs of Xingyue City." This revelation, Lin Lihua scratched her head in confusion. This is quite strange. I had never met him before. Yet he suddenly makes such an inexplicable request. Upon hearing this, Li Gangdan felt a weight lift from his chest. Fortunately, the intelligence had been successfully acquired. Had he botched the meeting, his reputation as a leader would have suffered greatly. With the necessary information in hand, he saw no reason to linger any longer. Rising, he addressed Lin Lihua. It has been quite some time, and the person I am waiting for has yet to arrive. It seems I will not be seeing them today. So, Miss Lin, I shall take my leave. Lin Lihua felt a pang of reluctance at his departure. After finally finding someone who shared her passion for muscle fish, they had barely scratched the surface of conversation. Yet she understood that everyone had their own affairs to attend to, so she waved goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Gangdan. Miss Lin, remember not to go to the place that person mentioned. Li Gangdan cautioned before swiftly departing. After all, the formal meeting was set for that evening, and he needed to ensure his associates were adequately prepared to secure their prize. This catch was the largest they had pursued in a long time, and they could not afford to let it slip away. Left in a daze, Lin Lihua sat in place, feeling as though her mind was about to burst. That unfamiliar individual had left her with a cryptic remark before vanishing. And now Li Gangdan had uttered a similarly perplexing statement upon leaving. The two messages were entirely contradictory, one urging her to go, the other advising against it. What was going on? Lin Lihua felt that everyone she encountered today had been rather peculiar, speaking in circles without clear conclusions. For now, she could only sit quietly with Fang Xun'an, consuming apples while awaiting Gu Xintong and the others' return. Meanwhile, Gu Xintong and Sister Jifeng, after parting ways with Lin Lihua, hurried to a secluded alley. The previous days had seemed like mere shopping excursions, but they had been discreetly marking specific locations. This mark indicated a campaign to eradicate local members of the True Cultivation Society. Those lurking within the society would, upon seeing the mark, leave corresponding messages. From the information left by their contacts, Gu Xintong and her companions learned that the True Cultivation Society's informant would share crucial information following the auction's conclusion. Now, all they needed to do was wait at the agreed-upon location. Sister Jifeng, do you think the other party will come in person? Gu Xintong asked curiously. She was eager to meet the senior who had been undercover in the True Cultivation Society. Wishing to know more about those who operated in the shadows, Sister Jifeng did not even glance at her, responding coolly, if you want them dead, just say so, and no need to be so roundabout. I was merely pondering. I know they cannot reveal their true identity, Gu Xintong retorted, slightly annoyed that in truth, being an undercover agent was fraught with peril. The members of the True Cultivation Society were ruthless, and once an undercover agent was discovered, death was almost guaranteed. Even if one had merely been an undercover agent in the past, their identity would put not only themselves, but also their loved ones in jeopardy if the True Cultivation Society learned of it. Thus, no undercover agent would recklessly expose their true identity. After all, although their task is concluded, their journey of cultivation is far from over. Gu Xintong harbors great admiration for these individuals who are willing to make such significant sacrifices to eradicate organizations like the True Cultivation Society. The two of them had not waited long when they noticed a piece of blue stone brick before them quivering incessantly. Driven by curiosity, Gu Xintong approached and reached out to remove the stone, eager to discover what lay beneath. Just as her hand was about to make contact, the stone appeared to be nudged upward slightly by some unseen force. In that gap, a small head emerged, locking eyes with Gu Xintong the moment it appeared. Blinking her large eyes, Gu Xintong gazed at the pointed head before her. Is that a rat? More accurately, it is known as a ground mouse, a type of spiritual beast. The knowledgeable Jifeng merely glanced at the head and accurately identified its species. Upon seeing Gu Xintong and Jifeng, the ground mouse promptly scurried out from beneath the stone. It appeared smaller than an ordinary rat, roughly the size of a palm. Its earthy-colored fur was speckled with dirt, and its claws looked exceedingly sharp. Gu Xintong also noticed that the ground mouse's tail seemed to be wrapped around something. She extended a finger and gently tapped the mouse's head a few times, asking, "Are you here to convey a message to us?" The ground mouse humanely nodded and then lowered the object it had been holding with its tail. Gu Xintong picked it up and placed it in her palm. This seems to be a spirit-swallowing stone. Jifeng approached, examined it closely, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, this is a spirit-swallowing stone. It is quite a unique stone that usually stores a small amount of spiritual energy. Once this energy dissipates, it rapidly shrinks. That a spirit-swallowing stone the size of a human head can shrink to the size of a fingernail. When it becomes small, if you infuse it with spiritual energy again, it will return to its original size. Some individuals utilize this characteristic to carve messages onto the stone, subsequently absorbing the energy within to make it smaller, thus allowing for discrete communication." Upon seeing that Gu Xintong and Jifeng had received the spirit-swallowing stone, the ground mouse immediately turned and darted back under the stone. Its speed was so swift that Gu Xintong barely had time to utter a word of thanks. "Why the rush? I wouldn't eat you." Gu Xintong mumbled, then began to channel spiritual energy into the spirit-swallowing stone. The stone expanded rapidly before her eyes, and after just a small infusion of energy, it was already full. The spirit-swallowing stone is not used as a portable spiritual energy charger by cultivators simply because it can store so little energy. Otherwise, it would be in high demand. Once the spirit-swallowing stone in Gu Xintong's hand returned to its original form, it was about the size of a soccer ball. They also discerned the message it conveyed. Tonight, at the Cho hour, the True Cultivation Society will appear near the Dragon Blood Tree in the eastern suburbs. Exercise utmost caution, as other forces will also be present. After reading this message, Gu Xintong couldn't help but wonder. What could the True Cultivation Society possibly want at the Dragon Blood Tree during the Cho hour? It certainly can't be anything good. Exactly, Jifeng replied. Gu Xintong then stowed the spirit-swallowing stone in her storage bag and prepared to return. "Let us go. Li Hua must be anxiously waiting for us." Jifeng responded, and together they made their way back to the auction house. By the time Gu Xintong and her companions returned, the apples on the table had been completely devoured by Lin Li Hua, while Fang Xun'an was still munching on the last remaining apple. Upon seeing Gu Xintong and Jifeng, Lin Li Hua immediately rushed over and buried her head in Jifeng's chest, exclaiming, "Sister Jifeng, why did you take so long to come back?" "I'm starving." Jifeng, while stroking her hair, chuckled, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you have a hearty meal." Gu Xintong, standing nearby, was instantly displeased. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Lin Li Hua, saying, "Li Hua, what about me? Why are you only hugging Sister Jifeng and not coming to hug me?" Lin Li Hua turned to glance at Gu Xintong's chest, expressing mild disdain. "Too bumpy." Gu Xintong. She gave Lin Li Hua's little head a firm tap, gritting her teeth as she said, "Li Hua, I at least qualify as an apple, while you little pebble have no right to comment on me." Lin Li Hua cried out in pain, clutching her head and looking up at Gu Xintong with discontent. "Sister Xintong, it's because you always hit my head that I'm not very smart." Gu Xintong poked Lin Li Hua's forehead firmly. "Come on, if it weren't for me often enlightening your silly head, would you be this clever now?" Woo-woo. Since Fang Xun'an became her companion spirit, Gu Xintong's strength had noticeably increased. Lin Li Hua whimpered, hugging her head and crouching beside Jifeng's legs. Seeing this, Gu Xintong decided to cease her scolding. She turned and yanked Fang Xun'an from the table where he was still eating an apple. "Why are you still eating? The apple has changed color." "What do you know? I'm not eating the flesh. I'm just savoring the juice," Fang Xun'an retorted, clearly displeased. After giving him a gentle flick, Gu Xintong placed it back on her shoulder. "Let us go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Upon hearing the promise of a tasty treat, Fang Xun'an immediately sat up obediently, reminding her, "Don't forget the rice wine you promised me." All right, not at the dining table, Jifeng addressed the ravenous group. "Now that we have obtained specific information about the True Cultivation Society, we know there are 4 individuals in total, all at the 4th realm of cultivation, with their leader at the mid-4th realm. In terms of both numbers and cultivation, we are at a disadvantage. So this will be a tough battle. Gu Xintong, holding half a roasted duck, nonchalantly replied, "So what if their cultivation is slightly higher? What is there to fear? Don't forget that the True Cultivation Society members lack companion spirits, while we all have one, which means it will be a 6 against 4 situation." At this point, her gaze shifted to Lin Li Hua, who was engrossed in her meal. "And besides, we have Li Hua, this combat monster." Indeed, among the 3 of them, the most formidable fighter was not the eldest, Jifeng, nor the sect leader's daughter, Gu Xintong, but rather the seemingly harmless Lin Li Hua. This girl's battle talent is exceedingly terrifying, wielding the reversal blade. She transforms in combat into a veritable war deity, essentially rendering her invincible among her peers. Coupled with the reversal blade's peculiar ability to inflict wounds that do not heal, even if her opponent is at a significantly higher cultivation level, they could still fall before her blade. Even more bizarrely, once she enters a combat state, Lin Lihua seems to become a different person entirely, morphing from an innocent girl into a bloodthirsty, ferocious demoness. Engaging her in battle often results in dismemberment, but if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, she fights with unbridled ferocity, leaving countless members of the true cultivation society dead at her hands due to their underestimation of her prowess. At that moment, immersed in her gastronomic delight, Lin Lihua sensed someone watching her and lifted her head to inquire, "What's the matter?" Observing her, Gu Xintong gently wiped the food from her face while smiling. "Nothing, Lihua. Eat more. We'll be fighting tonight." The fish here is incredibly delicious." Lin Lihua nodded, then prepared to dive back in her culinary endeavors. However, the fish suddenly reminded her of a peculiar incident that had occurred earlier. She set down her food, wiped her mouth, and said, "Sister Xintong, while you were out, I encountered something quite strange." Jiu Xintong glanced at her, urging her to continue. "After you all left, I ran into Uncle Gangdan, who mentioned he was waiting for someone as well. But while we were chatting, someone suddenly came and took me away, leaving a message for me to bring goods to the Dragon Blood Tree in the eastern suburbs at the Cho hour. What's more, Uncle Gangdan, upon learning this, left in a hurry, telling me not to go to that place." After listening to the revelations, Gu Xintong nearly choked on meat, while Ji Feng came close to being suffocated by her drink. They immediately rose from their seats, rushing to Lin Lihua's side, seizing her shoulders with urgency, their eyes wide as they simultaneously inquired, "Is everything you just said true?" The sight of their anxious demeanor startled Lin Lihua, causing her to withdraw slightly, nodding timidly as she murmured a soft yes. How could this be possible? Gu Xintong and Ji Feng released their grip, muttering in disbelief. The location Lin Lihua had just mentioned matched precisely with the information they had received from their undercover source. Yet, this was inconceivable. Having already made contact with the other party's familiar spirit, it was impossible for them to approach Lin Lihua again to repeat the same information. This bizarre situation left both Gu Xintong and Ji Feng ensnared in profound confusion. Observing their bewilderment, Lin Lihua scratched her head in puzzlement, thinking, "Is this matter truly so strange? Even Xintong and the others are at a loss. No wonder I can't make sense of it." However, having already conveyed the information to them, it was no longer her concern to ponder the matter. Seizing the opportunity while they were engrossed in contemplation, Lin Lihua stealthily eyed their respective dishes. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an had divided his flower roots into 5 small portions, each nestled in its own bowl. Delightful, Fang Xun'an exclaimed, reveling in the experience. Regardless of the peculiar taste of the mixed foods, the sheer enjoyment was all that mattered. At that moment, he noticed Gu Xintong, who stood beside Lin Lihua, lost in thought. In high spirits, Fang Xun'an decided to lend a hand to his somewhat daft familiar spirit. "Xintong, what are you thinking about? Do share," he called out, tapping the edge of a bowl. Jiu Xintong glanced up at Fang Xun'an. Upon seeing his goofy expression, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, preparing to decline his request. However, she suddenly recalled that this fellow might actually possess a sharp mind. Thus, she relayed the peculiar circumstances to him. After hearing her account, Fang Xun'an felt a twinge of confusion. He had accompanied Lin Lihua the entire time, keeping a close watch on that individual, yet the information she provided was identical to what Gu Xintong and the others had received. Moreover, from Gu Xintong's words, it seemed that the location in question would not host only the Xingzui, but also 2 other factions. This situation had become intriguing. Fang Xun'an chuckled. If his group were to attend, there would be 4 factions converging beneath that dragon's blood tree. Were they planning to play mahjong in the dead of night? Another curious detail was that Li Gangdan had advised Lin Lihua against venturing to that place, suggesting he must have some knowledge of the matter. From the previous exchange with Lin Lihua, it appeared they were seeking goods related to the Qi Yu Long. Coincidentally, just days prior, Fang Xun'an and Zifeng encountered poachers of the Qi Yu Long and managed to steal their spirit stones. Consequently, Fang Xun'an boldly speculated that the information obtained by Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua likely pertained to a clandestine transaction involving the Qi Yulong. Moreover, Li Gangdan had mentioned he was in Xingyue City for business. Yet he had consistently refrained from disclosing the nature of that business. If it were legitimate commerce, he would not need to be so tight-lipped. Thus, Fang Xun'an concluded that Li Gangdan was likely involved in this smuggling operation, though whether he was a seller or a buyer remained uncertain. As for the Zhengzui, based on the information from Gu Xintong and her companions, it was evident that this faction was aware of the presence of two other forces. These two factions would presumably be the buyers and sellers in the smuggling operation. It seemed the Zhengzui had acquired information regarding their dealings and aimed to profit from both sides. Upon considering this, Fang Xun'an couldn't help but nod. He felt he was nearing the truth. Gu Xintong, upon hearing Fang Xun'an's explanation, was utterly astonished. She knew he was intelligent, but she had not anticipated such brilliance. His deductions were remarkably expansive. Furthermore, Fang Xun'an's reasoning was well-founded, leaving Gu Xintong unable to find a single flaw. "Xiaonan, you are truly remarkable," Gu Xintong exclaimed in awe. Fang Xun'an, with a smug expression, adjusted his flower bud and replied, "Please call me Fang, Sherlock Xun'an." "Who is Sherlock?" Gu Xintong tilted her head in inquiry, curious about this notable figure she had never heard of. Fang Xun'an scratched his flower bud, hastily concocting an explanation. This fellow is quite renowned among my spirit plant kin for his exceptional intellect." Gu Xintong's eyes widened in understanding. "Oh, so he belongs to your spirit plant clan. No wonder I've never heard of him." Ji Feng, observing the lengthy discussion between her and Fang Xun'an, interjected, "So, what conclusions have you drawn?" Gu Xintong promptly pulled Ji Feng down into a seat, exclaiming, "Sister Feng, let me tell you, Xiaonan has deduced everything." As she spoke, she reached for the half-eaten roast duck she had left untouched, intending to eat while she elaborated. However, when she grasped for it, her hand landed not on the tender duck meat, but on the hard, unyielding bones. Gu Xintong quickly glanced down, realizing that her plate contained no more roast duck. Even the bones had dwindled to just a few. As for the instigator of this culinary catastrophe, Gu Xintong needed no deliberation to identify the culprit. "Lin Lihua, do you think I didn't hit you hard enough?" Gu Xintong bellowed, preparing to deliver a few more taps to Lin Lihua's head. "Wah!" Lin Lihua, caught off guard, failed to spit out the piece of fish she was chewing and instinctively curled up on her chair, cradling her head. That moment, Ji Feng swiftly intervened. "Forget about her for now. Tell me what your Xun'an has figured out." After Ji Feng finished speaking, she poured herself a drink to quench her thirst. However, as she observed the droplet of liquor trickling from the spout, she fell silent. "Shall we join forces?" Gu Xintong tentatively suggested. Ji Feng replied coolly, rolling up her sleeves. Lin Lihua, crouched on her stool, waited for several seconds, anticipating the inevitable blow to her head. When it didn't come, she gradually relaxed her grip and raised her head. To her surprise, Gu Xintong and Ji Feng stood before her, their gazes filled with mischief. Gulp! Lin Lihua swallowed the morsel of fish in her mouth and nervously stated, "Please be gentle." A few minutes later, with a large bump adorning her head, Lin Lihua resumed her voracious eating as if nothing had transpired. Gu Xintong and Ji Feng ordered another round of food before resuming their conversation. After hearing Gu Xintong's retelling, Ji Feng cast a surprised glance at Fang Xun'an, who was now rooted in 8 large bowls. Indeed, during their discussion, Fang Xun'an had added 3 more bowls, now indulging in a feast of 8 different dishes. As for the flavors, they were rather indescribable, perhaps a consequence of Fang Xun'an's taste buds having returned after a prolonged absence. Now, he always feared rediscovering the taste of food. Therefore, the desire to sample everything at once has led to his rather peculiar eating habits. Ji Feng has increasingly become curious about Fang Xun'an, as the wisdom he displays does not align with the level of cultivation he currently possesses. In all the literature concerning spirit beasts, Ji Feng has never encountered one that exhibits such intelligence at merely the second realm. It is worth noting that even her own Ji Feng possesses intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary 5- or 6-year-old child, and even that is considered relatively high. Furthermore, take a look at Lin Lihua's Dai. who is utterly dim-witted, only capable of expressing very simplistic notions, truly wasting its potential at the late stage of the second realm. Generally speaking, normal spirit beasts only unlock their full intelligence around the late fourth realm. Yet Fang Xun'an defies this norm. According to Gu Xiantong, this individual likely reached a level of intelligence indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person even in the first realm. During Ji Feng's everyday interactions with him, she hardly perceives Fang Xun'an as a spirit beast. His words and actions are nearly indistinguishable from those of a normal human, and he frequently articulates profound insights. Ji Feng feels as if a person's soul resides within the body of a flower. Moreover, the species of Fang Xun'an remains a mystery even to the esteemed Qi Long and the sect leaders of the seven sects. Adding an air of intrigue that at this moment, Gu Xiantong interrupted Ji Feng's musings. "Sister Ji Feng, do you think what Xiaoan said is true?" Ji Feng snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Oh, I believe it is highly likely that it is so." This indeed reflects Ji Feng's genuine thoughts, as she finds no flaws in her speculation. If that is the case, we must revise our battle strategy. We cannot simply charge in recklessly as before, Gu Xiantong remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Ji Feng nodded. "I believe it would be best to wait until their three factions have concluded their conflict before we make our move. Furthermore, under the cover of Zi Feng's innate techniques, we can remain hidden in the darkness, catching them off guard. This outlines the general plan, although specific countermeasures must be arranged according to the circumstances at that time." The only surprise for Gu Xiantong is that Li Gangdan, who appears so honest and simple, is actually involved in smuggling. One cannot judge a book by its cover, Gu Xiantong sighed. Previously, she had thought quite highly of Li Gangdan, yet she wondered how he had ventured down the path of poaching and smuggling. Ji Feng quickly discerned her inner turmoil and cautioned, "Be sure not to show mercy. Those engaged in this line of work are typically desperate individuals. Hesitation could cost you your life. I am well aware of that. I was merely expressing my sentiments." Gu Xiantong replied. Presently, Xingyue City appeared as unremarkable as ever. Yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue were swirling. Numerous individuals lurking in various corners had already received relevant news and began making preparations for action. No one noticed that the butcher, who had been buying snow pigs, had closed shop unusually early today. Nor did anyone observe that several street vendors had disappeared, much to the delight of the remaining merchants, who realized that with fewer competitors, they might earn a little more. Unbeknownst to many, it seemed that numerous individuals had quietly vanished from various locations throughout Xingyue City. However, their absence did not raise any alarms. As the surroundings remained as they always were, within an inconspicuous dwelling, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Dozens of individuals sat in silence, afraid to speak, as their leader was in a foul mood. Damn it, the contact on the other side is utterly incompetent. How could they have mistaken the person? He pointed to his own bald head and asked the assembly, "Do you think my appearance is not conspicuous enough?" The group hastily nodded, exclaiming, "It's more than enough." Then how could they still have made a mistake? Li Gangdan was now incredibly furious. Upon returning, his mood had been relatively good until an utter fool approached him, showering him with insincere flattery. The imbecile had said, "Boss, your look is definitely the highlight of the crowd. With you leading the charge, the mission will be accomplished in a flash. No one else can compare." Li Gangdan despised sycophancy, and this newcomer, oblivious to decorum, not only fawned over him, but also misjudged the situation entirely. Having nearly botched a mission earlier, Li Gangdan was already in a bad mood, and this foolishness only served to aggravate his irritation. I admit that young lady's expression may have been more eye-catching than mine. But could that oaf not discern the difference? That young lady looks completely harmless. Does that fit the profile of a poacher? Li Gangdan questioned his subordinates. Yes, the subordinates nodded in agreement. What are you saying? Seeing them nod, Li Gangdan, in a fit of rage, slammed his palm down on the table, shattering it. Only then did his subordinates realize their mistake and hastily shook their heads. No. The speed of their head shaking was so frantic that it could have stirred the air. This group of subordinates only wished to drag out the one who had flattered their boss and take him to pick some berries, allowing the brothers to experience his warmth as for the one who had misjudged the situation. He had long since been strung up by Li Gangdan at the tree outside. After venting his frustration, Li Gangdan finally calmed down somewhat, and a dozen or so individuals below let out a sigh of relief. Li Gangdan pointed at one person below and asked, "Diao Zhong, have the brothers lurking in the city been notified?" Diao Zhong immediately stood and replied, "Report, boss. The information has been successfully disseminated." Li Gangdan nodded in satisfaction. "Good, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. This big fish is ours for the taking." With everything in place, they simply needed to await the appointed time in silence. As night gradually enveloped Xingyue City. The evening's grand performance was just beginning after most of the city's inhabitants had drifted into slumber. Amidst the darkness, a figure with a black beak clutched a small flower and raced towards the outskirts of the city. Fang Xun'an gazed at the small piece of jade in his hand, reflecting on the task that Gu Xiantong had assigned him, and let out a sigh. He had initially intended to take a restful nap on Gu Xiantong's shoulder, and upon waking, to spring into action. However, Gu Xiantong and the others were concerned that if they all went together, Zifeng would be unable to conceal their presence entirely. Thus, they ultimately decided to send the least likely candidate to be discovered. After some deliberation, it was decided that Zifeng and Fang Xun'an would go first. Once the time was right, Fang Xun'an would crush the piece of jade, prompting Gu Xiantong and the others to arrive immediately. The rationale behind selecting these two was clear. First, Zifeng was a must, as its innate techniques allowed it to blend seamlessly into the darkness. The second candidate had to be astute enough to accurately gauge the timing of their strike. Consequently, Lin Lihua and A Dai were quickly ruled out, and due to their inability to conceal their presence, Ji Feng and Gu Xiantong were also eliminated after careful consideration. Ultimately, only Fang Xun'an remained. It must be said, he was remarkably suited for this task. With his lower cultivation level and small stature, Zifeng could easily hide him from detection. Additionally, Fang Xun'an possessed keen intellect, alleviating concerns that he might make a grave misjudgment regarding the situation. Moreover, this fellow had an entire repertoire of life-preserving techniques, enabling him to escape if discovered. The combination of these three factors made him the most fitting choice for such an endeavor. Yet it was still only midnight. With nearly an hour until the appointed time, what was the rush to go so early? Fang Xun'an complained. Zifeng moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the eastern outskirts of Xingyue City. Upon reaching this location, Fang Xun'an immediately spotted the millennial dragon blood tree. This extraordinary tree resembled a mushroom, with a thick, straight trunk. The canopy spread above the trunk like a circular mushroom, its branches resembling stout, twisted veins extending outward in all directions. Fang Xun'an glanced around, realizing that there were no suitable hiding spots nearby. Venturing too far would obscure his view. After a brief contemplation, he decided to conceal himself atop the dragon blood tree. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can also be the safest. Those individuals would never suspect that someone was spying on them from above. As a cat, Zifeng was adept at climbing trees, swiftly ascending and finding a decent spot to hide. Now, their task was simply to wait patiently for their target to approach. Fang Xun'an patted Zifeng and instructed, "Zifeng, keep watch. If anyone comes, alert me. I shall take a brief rest." With that, he nestled among the thick foliage and drifted off to sleep. Fang Xun'an recalled that he used to be able to game for 3 consecutive nights without rest. However, ever since his transformation into a flower, his ability to stay awake had significantly diminished. Unless he was continuously practicing, he would succumb to slumber before midnight, after casting a cold glance at him. Zifeng settled on a branch and closed its eyes. Yet, not long after, individuals stealthily appeared near the dragon blood tree. With keen senses, Zifeng opened its eyes and, upon spotting the group not far off, promptly slapped Fang Xun'an awake. Groggily emerging from the leaves, Fang Xun'an inquired, "Zifeng, are there people coming?" "Meow. Over there," Zifeng gently called in a specific direction. Following Zifeng's indication, Fang Xun'an gazed and saw 4 figures sneaking away toward a distant grove. The sight of these individuals struck him as oddly familiar, and he strained to recognize them under the moonlight. Aren't these the same people who we stole a bag of spirit stones from last time? Fang Xun'an exclaimed. Indeed, it was them again. Fang Xun'an had previously suspected they were involved in smuggling activities, yet he couldn't distinctly ascertain whether they were sellers or buyers. Regardless of their affiliations, their presence at this hour was puzzling, as the agreed-upon transaction time was still a while away. Moreover, these four seemed to have no intention of approaching the dragon blood tree. Instead, they had concealed themselves in the distant grove. This left Fang Xun'an perplexed. Was their early arrival a ruse, waiting to ambush their counterparts at the moment of trade? The situation suddenly appeared intriguing to Fang Xun'an. It seemed they were preparing for a black market deal. Such plots were typically seen only on television, and now he found himself witnessing a live performance, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. The four individuals hiding in the grove were covertly observing the direction of the dragon blood tree. However, due to the distance, they could barely discern anything beyond the solitary tree. Mu scratched his head and turned to Jiu Qianbei, asking, "How can we see anything from this far away?" "Umph," Jiu Wuxi scoffed. Too disdainful to even glance at him. Mu felt a tad embarrassed, but fortunately, a woman nearby interjected, "We don't need to know how they conduct their transaction. We just have to wait until they start fighting." According to their latest intelligence, this transaction appeared far from peaceful, with both parties eager to devour the other due to the substantial sum involved. Thus, they planned to reap the benefits as bystanders. After thanking the woman, Mu resumed his watch over the dragon blood tree. Since losing the bag of top-grade spirit stones, Jiu Wuxi and the others had harbored grievances against Hong Cheng, subtly distancing themselves from him. During this operation, they deliberately maintained a certain distance from Hong Cheng. Concealed in the shadows, Hong Cheng cast a resentful glance at Jiu Wuxi. He was inherently a rather petty individual, and ever since Jiu Wuxi had kicked him harshly in front of others, Hong Cheng had harbored resentment. The four of them were inherently selfish, only forced to form a team due to the arrangements of the True Cultivation Society's headquarters. Otherwise, they would likely have fought fiercely over each other's cultivation resources. Presently, Hong Cheng was solely fixated on how to take revenge on Jiu Wuxi. Entirely indifferent to the current operation, it had been less than half an hour since Jiu Wuxi's group had arrived when another batch of individuals emerged on the outskirts of the eastern city. Upon sighting the dragon blood tree, they confirmed they were in the right place and headed straight toward the grove where Jiu Wuxi and his companions were concealed. Startled, Jiu Wuxi's group initially feared they had been discovered and hurried deeper into the grove. However, upon entering, the newcomers each found a hiding spot, intently watching the direction of the dragon blood tree. The four of Jiu Wuxi, hiding behind them, were momentarily stunned upon witnessing this. What was going on? If they were going to hide, why encroach upon their territory? However, outnumbered, Jiu Wuxi and his companions begrudgingly yielded their space. Jiu Wuxi surmised that this group was likely one of the parties involved in the transaction. Preparing their personnel in secret, it seemed the information they received was exceptionally accurate. He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an and Zifeng atop the dragon blood tree observed everything unfold. When the group first appeared, Fang Xun'an was genuinely taken aback. Hadn't a group just arrived? How could another one be following? Were both sides preparing to blackmail each other? Fang Xun'an's understanding of the situation deepened. It turned out both sides harbored ill intentions. However, the newcomers numbered at least a dozen, clearly better prepared than the earlier four. Fang Xun'an watched these dozens of individuals head straight toward Jiu Wuxi and his companion's hiding spot. He thought a confrontation was imminent. The transaction hadn't even commenced, yet both sides were already encountering each other's backup. How intriguing! Yet upon entering, the group fell silent, as if no one were present within. This was amusing. Both groups were hiding in the same grove. Fang Xun'an found it delightful. This was like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow oriole waiting in the wings. The transaction was becoming increasingly entertaining, and Fang Xun'an lamented that Gu Xintong and the others were not present. They would have loved to witness such events. He envisioned recounting this to Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua, who would undoubtedly be envious. Zifeng, upon hearing his laughter, shot him a disdainful look. How did I end up knowing such a fool? However, Fang Xun'an could not have anticipated that the unfolding events were still far from the most outrageous. With merely half an hour remaining until the transaction, yet another group appeared. Whether they had coordinated their arrival was uncertain, but they dashed straight into the grove. Fang Xun'an was left utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly possible for so many people to fit into such a small grove? Were they preparing for a massive game of cards? They might as well invite him along for a round of mahjong. The 10 or so individuals concealed in the grove, upon noticing the new arrivals, hurriedly attempted to retreat deeper into the foliage. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals hiding in the depths of the grove, upon realizing the approaching group was headed their way, also scrambled backward. Damn it! What madness is this? Jiao Wuxi silently cursed. Don't they know that running like this makes them the most conspicuous? With such skills, how do they expect to ambush anyone? The other 3 shared his ire, feeling aggrieved that they had already yielded ground once, only for these newcomers to encroach upon their territory again. Did they think the true Cultivation Society members were easy to bully? The group of 10, equally bewildered, wondered for where the earlier group had appeared. However, they are not fools. It didn't take long for them to realize that the only individuals privy to the details of today's transaction time and location were their adversaries. It seems that the other party also intends to engage in a game of mutual deceit. Unfortunately for them, they failed to consider that lurking in the shadows were their own allies. Well prepared and waiting. When they believe they have the upper hand, our group will suddenly emerge from the thicket, and their expressions will surely be quite a sight to behold. Yet this group failed to anticipate that behind the unsuspecting yellow sparrow lies a vigilant hawk. The true Cultivation Society, patiently waiting for the 2 sides to weaken each other before swooping in to reap the benefits. Fang Xun'an and his companions are akin to hunters, unaware that they too are targets of the hunter's gaze. This is where the advantage of Gu Xintong and her companions in bringing Fang Xun'an and Zifeng comes to light. These 2 diminutive figures can easily conceal themselves amidst the dragon's blood tree. Had Gu Xintong and her group also arrived, they too would have to hide within that small grove, turning the area into a veritable mahjong table before the transaction has even commenced. Such a rich prelude. Fang Xun'an mused, increasingly eager for the formal commencement of this transaction. When the confrontation begins, their group will emerge from the thicket, and the spectacle of mutual astonishment will undoubtedly be entertaining. Li Gangdan, wielding his blade, turned to Jiao Zhong and inquired, "Have the brothers I instructed to lay an ambush already taken their positions?" Jiao Zhong nodded in affirmation. "They have long since departed." Li Gangdan spat out a piece of grass root. Chuckling, "Excellent, the time has nearly come. Let us proceed." With that, he strode ahead, trailed by a mere trio of cultivators. This moment, the hour of the ugly is drawing near, concealed amongst the dragon's blood tree. Zifeng was the first to notice several individuals approaching. The foremost figure cast a glance, either intentionally or inadvertently, towards the thicket. However, they did not divert their course, but instead continued directly toward the dragon's blood tree. Observing the 3 individuals below, Fang Xun'an surmised, it appears that these individuals are the primary players in this smuggling transaction. As the quartet arrived beneath the dragon's blood tree, Fang Xun'an quickly moved closer to Zifeng. "Meow, what are you doing?" Zifeng inquired, perplexed. Fang Xun'an met its gaze and, stroking the back of its head, replied, I merely wish to conceal my presence more effectively by leaning against you." Zifeng, resigned, averted its gaze and then curled its small paws, curiously fixating on one individual among the 4 below. More accurately, it was the companion spirit of that individual. This companion spirit resembled a lion, standing beside its master, its tail swaying intermittently. The tuft of fur at the end of the lion's tail served as a natural plaything. Though Zifeng is a spirit beast, it retains the nature of a cat, and the allure of a plaything is immense. Observing Zifeng's demeanor, Fang Xun'an sensed something amiss. It appeared as if Zifeng was on the verge of pouncing. Had it spotted something intriguing? Fang Xun'an pondered. Quickly following Zifeng's line of sight, he beheld the tail, swaying enticingly, as if teasing Zifeng. From the eager glint in Zifeng's eyes, it was evident that it was thoroughly captivated. Fang Xun'an was struck with alarm. This won't do. If Zifeng leaps down, I too will be exposed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he began to contemplate how to curb Zifeng's instincts. After all, should Zifeng succumb to temptation and make a leap of faith, it would spell disaster for both of them. However, could a cat's intrinsic nature be so easily subdued? Clearly not in Fang Xun'an's past experiences. A saying circulated that encapsulated their nature. This creature, unlike a dog, holds disdain for both the impoverished and the affluent. The inherent pride of cats is unmistakable, and Zifeng, the noble feline, exhibits even greater arrogance. Direct persuasion would undoubtedly fall on deaf ears. Zifeng might even swat him aside. After much contemplation, Fang Xun'an struggled to devise a viable plan, while Zifeng seemed increasingly unable to suppress its instincts. Preparing to spring after that tantalizing plaything. Suddenly, he recalled his other role, Zifeng's personal mint. Indeed, if gentle persuasion fails, perhaps a firmer approach would suffice. Zifeng had developed quite an appetite for mint lately, requiring its daily fix, making Fang Xun'an an essential part of its life. Thus, Fang Xun'an leaned closer to Zifeng's ear and whispered, "Zifeng, should you dare to leap down, you shall never again have mint to enjoy." Upon hearing this, Zifeng immediately reacted. It broke free from its instinctual response, staring blankly at Fang Xun'an, seemingly weighing the merits of mint against the allure of the plaything. Fang Xun'an watched with bated breath, anxious that it might suddenly jump. After a protracted internal struggle, Zifeng ultimately chose Fang Xun'an's body over the lion's tail. After all, the pleasure derived from that plaything was fleeting, while the mint was a lasting delight. The distinction between a momentary thrill and a daily joy was clear to Zifeng. Seeing that Zifeng had lost the urge to leap down, Fang Xun'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous moment had been exceedingly perilous. Without his trump card, Zifeng might have indeed leaped, leading to their downfall. Following this incident, Fang Xun'an could confidently declare, in the contest between playthings and mint, mint reigned supreme. Those hidden in the nearby grove were now growing tense as well. One party of the transaction had arrived. Only the other remained at that moment. A gruff voice echoed through the air. "Ah, you all arrived quite early." Fang Xun'an thought the voice sounded familiar. The group looked up to see a bald man wielding a large broadsword, accompanied by 3 cultivators, descending from above. Gangdan. Fang Xun'an instantly recognized the bald man. He had suspected Li Gangdan was involved in this enterprise, but judging by the demeanor, he seemed to be the leader. "Your side has arrived punctually," the buyer's leader remarked. Gangdan let out a hearty laugh. "Let's not beat around the bush. I've brought my goods. Have you prepared sufficient spirit stones?" With that, he produced a large chest from his storage bag and tossed it to the ground. "Since your side has already demonstrated sincerity, I shall not hold back either." The buyer's leader, in turn, removed a storage bag from his waist and waved it at Li Gangdan. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Not a single one less." Li Gangdan laughed heartily and plunged his sword into the ground. "Splendid. I, old Li, relish doing business with those who are straightforward. Let us inspect the goods." He patted the chest before kicking it towards the 2 parties. The leader waved his hand lightly over the chest, causing it to open, and a series of neatly arranged red fish dragon inner elixirs were revealed to the astonished gaze of all present. This specially crafted box, designed to perfectly contain the essence and effects of the red fish dragon inner elixirs, ensured that their potent aroma remained contained. The allure of the red fish dragon inner elixir lies in its potent fire attribute energy and its ability to filter and concentrate fire attribute spiritual power over a wide area, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of fire-based cultivators. As the box was opened, the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy surged, coalescing above the chest into a swirling vortex. Fang Xun'an observed this spectacle with awe, exclaiming, "The efficacy of the red fish dragon inner elixir is astonishing. No wonder fire cultivators covet it." The leader, witnessing the scene, nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand to close the box. "Not bad." Li Gangdan raised an eyebrow at him and inquired, "So, what do you think? Is this fellow reliable?" "No issues," the leader nodded in affirmation. "Very well, let us conduct a direct exchange of goods for payment." As Li Gangdan extended his hand, the leader, holding a storage bag, replied, "The spirit stones are right here. You may retrieve them yourself. I can't be bothered to move. Simply toss the storage bag over." Li Gangdan waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. However, the leader remained unfazed by Li Gangdan's words, slowly reiterating, "I said, you come and get it." At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew palpably tense. "Are we about to fight?" Fang Xun'an, sensing the shift, felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had never witnessed a real-life confrontation between the leaders of two underworld factions. Previously, while in the sect, he had seen disciples of the demonic sect sparring on the arena. But those were merely mundane practice matches, lacking in thrill. This, however, was different. Both parties were at least mid-stage of the third realm, with Li Gangdan having reached the late stage of the fourth realm. And the opposing leader surely would not be lacking in strength. Should a brawl ensue, it would undoubtedly be a fierce clash, filled with an array of dazzling techniques and skills. The group hiding at the edge of the small grove, upon noticing the two leaders frozen in a standoff, immediately recognized a shift in the situation. They quickly prepared to spring into action. Meanwhile, those concealed deeper within the grove, noticing the sudden readiness for battle of the group ahead, instinctively began to arm themselves as well. The four members of the Jinxiu Association followed suit, bracing themselves for combat. The current scenario resembled a powder keg, poised to explode at the slightest spark. Who would ignite this spark? Li Gangdan looked at the opposing leader, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked, "Brother, what do you mean by this? Literally speaking, you have legs. Why can't you come and get it?" The leader replied, his face impassive. Li Gangdan shrugged. "Apologies, but my feet are stuck in mud. I'm unable to move. It would be much appreciated if you could toss it over dough. Is that so?" The leader sneered. "My hands just went numb. I'm unable to move them either. I must insist you come and retrieve it yourself." Upon hearing this, Li Gangdan's previously jovial demeanor darkened. "If you're unwilling to throw it over, then I shall have my brothers assist you." And no sooner had he spoken than a dozen individuals surged forth from the distant grove, each accompanied by their own spirit companions, encircling the entire dragon blood tree. With arms crossed, Li Gangdan cast a disdainful glance at the opposing leader. "So, brother, do you still wish for me to come over?" The leader surveyed his surroundings and declared, "Very well, goods for payment." Li Gangdan shook his head. "This transaction cannot be settled so simply. Now that my brothers are involved, you ought to provide some compensation." "How much?" the leader inquired. Li Gangdan brandished a large circular blade, pointing it at him. "Not a penny more or less. Exactly 200,000 superior spirit stones." "Ah, I see you intend to engage in a bit of underhandedness," the leader replied. Sternly, Li Gangdan rested the blade on his shoulder, exuding arrogance. "Indeed, I do plan to engage in such tactics. Do you have a problem with that?" Yet, the leader remained unfazed by Li Gangdan's threat. Chuckling, "Baldy, do you truly believe that for such a significant transaction, I would come with only a handful of men?" "What do you mean?" Li Gangdan sensed something amiss. The leader smirked, and then shattered a jade talisman in his hand. The group that had been hiding in the grove became increasingly anxious after the first wave had left. However, without the leader's command, none dared to act impulsively. Now that the leader had given the signal, they charged forth with ferocity, each wielding their weapons and spirit companions, surrounding Li Gangdan's group. The leader fixed his gaze on Li Gangdan, spreading his arms in a mockingly playful manner. "Apologies, but I too had intentions of engaging in a bit of underhandedness." Li Gangdan glanced around, scoffed, and spat at the leader. "Pah, you shameless scoundrel, attempting to play dirty." The leader, incredulous, stared at Li Gangdan. "You dare accuse me of such? Was it not you who initiated this altercation? In this line of work, do we even need to maintain a sense of honor? Moreover, had you simply handed over the spirit stones, I would not have summoned my brothers, and you would not owe this labor fee," Li Gangdan retorted, hands on his hips, brimming with righteous indignation. The leader, nearly choking with rage, clutched his chest and pointed an accusing finger at Li Gangdan, shouting, "Do you truly believe your own words?" Li Gangdan placed a hand over his heart, glaring defiantly. "Of course I believe my own words." The leader, witnessing this display, felt his mouth twitch, his voice trembling. "I have truly never encountered anyone as brazenly shameless as you." Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, hidden among the dragon blood trees, listened intently to their exchange, his eyes wide with disbelief at Li Gangdan's bald head. He found it hard to reconcile the image of the honest, hearty smile Li Gangdan had shown when inviting them to dinner with the shameless smuggler before him. Suddenly, Fang Xun'an recalled a moment. "Wait, since you're so audacious, why didn't you exhibit such prowess when arguing about how many bowls of wontons you had eaten?" Fang Xun'an now understood a profound truth. in the realm of cultivation. One must never easily trust the facade presented by another to prevent himself from succumbing to the rage incited by Li Gangdan's shamelessness. The leader chose not to grant him further opportunity to speak and directly commanded his men to engage. Charged with that command, the leader dashed toward Li Gangdan, and his subordinates followed suit. Damn it, I'm not one to be bullied. Li Gangdan, recognizing the irrevocable breach of peace, brandished his blade and fearlessly met the leader head-on. The powder keg was finally ignited by Li Gangdan's audacity, and the battle commenced in earnest. This confrontation involved not only humans, but also various spirit beasts, each combatant paired with their own spirit companion. Working in concert, Li Gangdan's spirit companion was an ancestral dust bull, typically a docile breed. Yet this one was different. If it was in a foul mood, it would charge at anyone in sight. Making for a pair of reckless warriors alongside Li Gangdan. As for the opposing leader, his spirit companion was a snow eagle, not meant for one-on-one duels, but rather suited for larger-scale confrontations. The snow eagle, endowed with remarkable speed and keen eyesight, soared high above, surveying the battlefield. Should it detect an ally in peril, it would swoop down to assist, utilizing its fourth realm power to swiftly turn the tide before returning to the skies to seek the next target. Due to the nature of their spirit companions, the leader found himself at a disadvantage in his duel against Li Gangdan. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why do you hesitate to retaliate? Li Gangdan jeered, then leaped high, swinging his blade down upon the leader. The ancestral dust bull charged upward as well, targeting the leader in the face of the dual assault. The leader quickly performed a hand sign, enveloping his body in a golden light, barely evading the attacks from Li Gangdan and his companion. Tisich, merely dodging like a coward, Li Gangdan scoffed, then patted his ancestral dust bowl. Iron Egg, show him your prowess. Moo, no problem. The ancestral dust bowl, affectionately named by Li Gangdan, prepared to unleash its might. After a low call, the front hooves were raised high, and then they came crashing down on the ground. The earth visibly trembled, and cracks rapidly spread outward from Li Gangdan, affecting an area of several hundred meters. Yet, this was not the end. Black dust began to emerge from the fissures, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. The cultivators caught in this black dust could distinctly feel the slowing of their internal spiritual energy. The leader, sensing the sluggish flow of his energy akin to a tortoise's crawl, furrowed his brow and muttered, "This is troublesome." All the leader's side was caught off guard by Li Gangdan's maneuver, leading to numerous blunders during the fierce combat. In contrast, Li Gangdan's followers, accustomed to training under Li Gangdan's methods, remained largely unaffected by the black dust. Aside from a brief initial sluggishness, their movements soon returned to normal combat efficiency. They seized upon the mistakes made by the opposing leaders and capitalized on them to inflict severe damage. Consequently, both the leader's men and their spiritual beasts sustained varying degrees of injuries, and the situation rapidly turned unfavorable. Hiding in the dragon's blood tree, Fang Xun'an watched with bated breath. The ferocity of the battle was truly astonishing. With an array of skills and techniques flying in all directions, Fang Xun'an found himself nearly caught in the crossfire several times. The tide of battle clearly favored Li Gangdan, as the opposing side suffered significant casualties. TSK, this Li Gangdan is not only shameless but also reckless in battle, Fang Xun'an remarked. It must be said that this was indeed a spectacle, though Fang Xun'an lamented the absence of popcorn and sugary drinks, as such an immersive viewing experience was exceedingly rare. However, he sensed that it would not be long before he, as a mere spectator, would be drawn into the fray. Given the current momentum, it would not be long before Li Gangdan's side would annihilate the opposition. Meanwhile, the true cultivation society, which had been lurking in the thicket, would likely seize the opportunity to emerge and reap the benefits. It would then be Fang Xun'an's moment to make his entrance. "Little brat, let's see where you can run now," Li Gangdan declared, raising his hand to deliver a strike. In an instant, a black blade of energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at the leader's vital point. The leader reacted swiftly, throwing a punch to counter the blade. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves reverberating outward and creating a temporary void in the area shrouded in black dust. Although the leader managed to block the attack, the sluggish flow of his internal energy left him slightly injured, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he staggered back a few steps. Li Gangdan, observing the leader's disheveled state, chuckled. Well, you seem to be a person of some dignity. Why not concede with your subordinates and save your energy? The leader wiped the blood from his mouth and replied with a light laugh. How could I possibly surrender to a bunch of shameless smugglers like you? He bit into his own fingertip, beginning to inscribe a seal in the air. Blood trickled from his finger, floating before him. And when he finished, a blood seal materialized in front of him. Li Gangdan realized something was amiss the moment the leader drew the first stroke and rushed forward to intervene, but alas, it was too late. Once the seal was complete, the leader let out a deafening roar. Form a formation. His subordinates, upon hearing his command, unleashed their full strength to drive back their opponents, retreating to gather around their leader in a formation resembling a cluster of stars surrounding the moon. Seeing this, Li Gangdan urgently shouted to his companions, "Quick, stop them!" Upon hearing his words, everyone brandished their weapons and charged at the leader's side. However, it appeared as though a protective barrier enveloped the leader's group, deflecting all their attacks. It's too late. The leader bellowed at Li Gangdan, and then he and his followers began to form the seal. Throughout the process, their bodies gradually became enveloped in a golden glow, and the blood seal began to transform into a golden seal. Li Gangdan and his companions could only watch helplessly as the formation was completed, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this formation. Once the blood seal had fully transformed into gold, the leader commanded, "Fall!" With a downward thrust of his hands, the golden seal erupted, scattering countless beams of light that surged into the bodies of their accompanying spiritual beasts. The beasts roared, and massive, ethereal figures began to materialize from within them, hovering above the battlefield. Li Gangdan gazed in disbelief at the assorted golden phantoms in the sky. This is the ascending spirit formation of the Xizheng Hall. Meanwhile, Fang Xun'an, concealed among the trees, marveled at the golden phantoms, exclaiming, "This is the true cultivation world I wish to see." The spectacle was far more impressive than the meager effects he had witnessed in his previous life, and he genuinely hoped to one day exhibit such charisma himself. After all, strength is fleeting, but charm lasts a lifetime. However, the meticulous Fang Xun'an also noted some discrepancies. The hovering golden phantoms bore resemblances to their accompanying spiritual beasts but appeared altered. For instance, there was a creature adorned with antlers, yet its true form had none, and a feathered serpent whose body was entirely scaled. Fang Xun'an found this puzzling. Logically, these phantoms should have been enhanced versions of their true forms. Why had they transformed instead? The 4 members of the True Cultivation Society, who had cautiously positioned themselves at the front after the previous 2 groups departed, initially relished the chaos, thinking, "Fight, give it your all. The more fiercely you battle, the easier it will be for us when we step in." However, as they witnessed the leader's side faltering, they felt a twinge of regret, knowing that if the leader's faction fell completely, they would inevitably have to face a fierce battle themselves after emerging. Jiu Wuxi had initially held confidence, but after observing Li Gangdan's performance, doubt crept in. They were outnumbered, and the ferocity of the opposing side's combat style was akin to exchanging injuries for injuries. If they charged in, not only would they risk failing to secure any spoils, but they might also lose their lives in the process. Who delivered this information? How could such formidable strength go unreported? Jiu Wuxi muttered under his breath. The other 3 remained silent, apprehensive. Just as they prepared to discreetly withdraw, circumstances seemed to shift. The leader, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly conjured a formation with his subordinates, summoning numerous ethereal figures of spiritual beasts. This reignited hope within the 4 members of the True Cultivation Society. These spiritual beast phantoms appeared incredibly powerful and might even turn the tide of battle, leading to a mutually destructive outcome on the battlefield. Upon realizing that Li Gangdan recognized his formation, the leader sneered, "You bald-headed fellow have quite the insight, recognizing the ascending spirit formation of the Xizheng Hall. Since you know this, you must also be aware of what we do." The leader shouted, pointing at Li Gangdan, "Go and eliminate them." Upon receiving the command, the ethereal figures of the spiritual beast transformed into golden beams of light. Hurtling toward the seemingly stunned Li Gangdan, as Li Gangdan beheld these phantoms charging toward him and his group, he shouted, "Misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding." Yet the leader paid no heed to his pleas and commanded the ethereal figures to continue their assault on Li Gangdan and his companions. While Li Gangdan desperately dodged the onslaught of the spiritual beast phantoms, he continued to plead, "It's truly a misunderstanding. We are not smugglers. We are your brothers from the Sejong Hall." The Sanamo sect, upon hearing the words, the leader slightly furrowed his brow and gestured for the ethereal beast to cease their actions. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals hidden within the grove were caught up in a fervor, only to be bewildered when the fighting abruptly halted. Due to their considerable distance from the battlefield and their reluctance to employ spiritual power for fear of revealing their presence, they remained oblivious to the events transpiring between the two sides. "What is happening? Why did they suddenly stop fighting?" Jia Wuxi queried in confusion. As they observed Li Gangdan and his companions halt their assault, a sense of urgency overtook them. "Come on, continue the fight. If we can engage, why are we simply standing here talking? Just take action." The 4 of them, separated by a vast distance from Li Gangdan's group, could only vaguely discern that the two sides seemed to be communicating. But beyond that, they were entirely in the dark. Yet, they could not simply rush over and say, "Keep fighting. I'll just watch from the sidelines." Thus, Jia Wuxi and his companions could only stew in their frustration. Not only the 4 members of the True Cultivation Society, but even Fang Xun'an, who was witnessing the entire scene, found himself at a loss. Zhengding. San Mo Men. What kind of organizations are these? He pondered. From Li Gangdan's words, it appeared that these 2 factions were quite familiar with one another. Otherwise, the leader would not have ordered the cessation of the ethereal beast attacks upon hearing the name of San Mo Men. In reality, the 2 organizations were indeed well acquainted from one perspective, but from another, they were not. After the ethereal beasts paused their assault, Li Gangdan patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the leader had commanded a temporary halt to the attacks, he did not summon the ethereal beasts back, leaving them poised and glaring at Li Gangdan and his group. The leader's command. These ethereal beings could swiftly descend upon Li Gangdan and his companions, tearing them apart without hesitation. Glancing at the ethereal beasts, Li Gangdan swallowed hard and cautiously suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should first remove these dazzling creatures. They are excessively bright at this hour. It's rather blinding." The leader disregarded his request and instead asked solemnly, "You claim to be from San Mo Men. What proof do you have?" Li Gangdan tossed a jade tablet towards him, saying, "Take a look at this. It will reveal whether my words hold truth." The leader accepted the jade tablet and felt the aura emanating from it, which matched precisely with the insignia he had sensed at headquarters from San Mo Men. "See, I told you it was true." Li Gangdan chuckled. The leader nodded, returned the jade tablet, and prepared to disperse the ethereal beasts surrounding Li Gangdan and his companions. However, upon noticing the leader's action, Li Gangdan quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Hold on, brother. Although we need not continue fighting, there are still a few little rats we need to deal with." As he spoke, he gestured toward the nearby grove. The leader smiled slightly, realizing that the other party had indeed noticed the 4 individuals hiding within the thicket. These members of the True Cultivation Society had concealed themselves remarkably well, so much so that both Li Gangdan and the leader had failed to detect them. However, after the leader engaged with his subordinates in the ascending spirit array, Jia Wuxi and his companions inadvertently leaked their presence due to their excitement for just a fleeting moment. Even though it was but a brief instant, Li Gangdan and his companion were acutely aware of it. Thus, Jia Wuxi and his group were officially exposed. Anyone present at this moment could not be perceived as benign. Upon discovering the presence of Jia Wuxi and his companions, both Li Gangdan and his ally tacitly refrained from revealing their awareness, each intending to eliminate the other before addressing the little mice. However, the circumstances had changed. Despite having ceased hostilities, both sides were brimming with pent-up frustration. Although no lives had been lost, many bore grievous injuries. Those with severed limbs could still be salvaged and reattached with some effort. but others have been reduced to mere blood mist, their remnants perhaps having undergone a cycle within someone else's lungs. How could one possibly recover such remnants? Furthermore, everyone had sustained injuries to some degree, leaving both factions with a reservoir of ire seeking an outlet, and the four members of the True Cultivation Society became the ideal targets for their frustration. Nevertheless, four individuals alone would hardly suffice to satiate the collective anger of both parties at this juncture. The only individuals who remained undetected were Fang Xun'an and Zifeng, the two scouts. As the situation unfolded, it had vastly exceeded Fang Xun'an's expectations. He had merely witnessed Li Gangdan throw a token, after which the opposing side genuinely ceased their assault. Was San and Mo Min truly this influential? Fang Xun'an found himself utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, they were locked in a life-and-death struggle, and in the next, they were shaking hands in a truce. Was this the realm of cultivators? Confusion reigned. He could not comprehend, nor could he engage further. And thus he considered withdrawing. In this world, many assumptions one might hold are fundamentally flawed. For instance, Fang Xun'an believed that Li Gangdan and the leader would not resume hostilities, yet they inexplicably clashed once more. The leader, who had seemingly called for a halt, suddenly formed a magical seal, prompting the ethereal beasts to launch another assault, each strike imbued with a golden afterglow. Li Gangdan and his companions, already wounded from their previous skirmish, could only retreat in a state of disarray against these enhanced ethereal beings. Damn it! You have no integrity. Do we not agree to cease hostilities? Li Gangdan feigned indignation, shouting at the leader, with a shameless individual like you. Do I even need to maintain integrity? The leader retorted disdainfully, intensifying the assault of the ethereal beasts. Li Gangdan found himself without any viable solutions, forced to engage in a tactical retreat. At first glance, the battle appeared exceedingly fierce, with Li Gangdan's side being overwhelmed by the ethereal beings. However, Fang Xun'an sensed something amiss compared to the previous encounter. Indeed, the combat was intense, and there were cries of pain as injuries were sustained. Yet no one seemed to suffer any fatal wounds. When the identities of both parties remained unknown, the fighting had been truly brutal, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered about. Yet many who had lost limbs merely consumed a healing pill to staunch the bleeding and rejoin the fray. Now, while blood continued to flow, the expressions on their faces displayed less determination and more ease. Thus, the entire battle exuded an air of dissonance. While Fang Xun'an had not identified this particular issue, he did recognize another. How was it that they were moving further away? As Li Gangdan and his companions evaded the assaults of the ethereal beasts, they were inadvertently drawing the battlefield away from the vicinity of the dragon blood tree, gradually approaching the grove where Jiu Wuxi and his companions lay hidden. After observing for a while, Fang Xun'an caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Li Gangdan's face, coupled with the presence of the individuals concealed in the grove. He suddenly realized, so, all this time, you were merely putting on a show for me. Indeed, Li Gangdan and his allies were acting, given that the grove where Jiu Wuxi and his companions were hiding was situated at a considerable distance from the dragon blood tree, and that the four of them were all at the fourth realm of cultivation. If Li Gangdan were charged directly from such a distance, Jiu Wuxi and his companions would surely escape. To prevent this scenario, Li Gangdan and the leader devised a performance, using the battle as a fade to lower Jiu Wuxi's guard, all the while secretly closing the distance to ultimately annihilate them. It must be said that Li Gangdan and his allies' acting was quite commendable, as Jiu Wuxi and his companions had not noticed any flaws in their ruse. When Li Gangdan and the leader clashed once more, the four of them were still caught up in excitement, believing their opportunity was at hand. Jiu Wuxi and his companions fancied themselves as the unsuspecting prey. Unbeknownst to them, they had already become the cicadas in Li Gangdan and the leader's trap. The hunters had transformed into the hunted, yet they remained blissfully unaware, still caught in the thrill of their anticipated success. Li Gangdan and the leader continued to engage in their feigned conflict. Only Fang Xun'an and Zifeng remained in the vicinity of the dragon blood tree. Fang Xun'an watched the distant spectacle of the two groups passionately performing their ruse, momentarily torn in thought. Given the current situation, it seemed they were indeed heading towards trouble with the members of the True Cultivation Society. Thus, he pondered whether he should summon Gu Xintong and the others to join them. Call them over, but it seems unnecessary, for their intention is to eliminate the members of the True Cultivation Society, and if all goes as expected, this group ought to be dealt with by Li Gangdan and his associates. Yet, refraining from summoning them feels equally untenable. Should the members of the True Cultivation Society escape, it would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions for oneself. Nevertheless, Fang Xun'an harbors another concern, namely the ambiguity surrounding the identities of Li Gangdan and the leader. If Gu Xintong and her companions were to arrive, it could potentially incite a conflict between the two factions. However, upon glancing at Li Gangdan and recognizing that they were merely a few hundred meters away from the grove, she ultimately resolved to call Gu Xintong and her group over. After all, Li Gangdan and his crew are currently fixated on the few members of the True Cultivation Society within the grove. Even if Gu Xintong and her companions were to arrive now, this group would be too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Moreover, Gu Xintong and her allies could simply observe from a distance. Should Li Gangdan and his crew decide to take action, Gu Xintong's group could assist in their escape. Once Fang Xun'an confirmed that her plan bore no significant flaws, she crushed the jade piece in her hand, signaling Gu Xintong and her companions to come over at this very moment. Gu Xintong, Ji Feng, and Lin Lihua were seated around a table, fixated on a piece of jade at its center. Lin Lihua yawned, lethargically raising a hand to point at the jade, inquiring, "Sister Xintong, is this thing broken? Why hasn't it reacted yet?" Gu Xintong, equally drowsy, slumped over the table, having waited for so long that she was nearly bored to death. "I have no idea. Logically, it shouldn't be broken. Uncle Zhao mentioned this jade has a shelf life of several decades. Yet now, with over half an hour past the designated trading time, why was there still no sign of response?" Lin Lihua gently prodded the jade, hoping for some reaction. "Who are you asking? Who should I ask?" Gu Xintong lamented, recalling her earlier decision to forego becoming a scout, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. People often only learn to cherish something once it is lost. Gu Xintong thought that had she gone, at least she could witness the combat unfolding, rather than languishing in this small room, waiting for news, unable to sleep or cultivate, rendered utterly helpless. Yet this was the path she had chosen. Even if she wept, she must see it through to the end. Gu Xintong and Lin Lihua, one slumped over the table and the other reclining in her chair. Both appeared drowsy. Only Ji Feng remained vibrant and alert, showing no signs of fatigue. Gu Xintong observed Ji Feng's lively demeanor with curiosity, asking, "Sister Ji Feng, how come you aren't tired at all?" Gu Xintong recalled that Ji Feng's lifestyle was quite regular, devoid of late-night habits. Why, then, did she seem so alert? Ji Feng cheerfully produced a blue pill, waving it in front of them. "Because I have the spirit-refreshing pill." "Ah, Sister Ji Feng, that's rather cunning of you. How could you possess such a marvelous thing and not share it with us?" Gu Xintong leaned forward, attempting to snatch the spirit-refreshing pill from Ji Feng. Not a chance. Ji Feng swiftly reclaimed the pill, popping it into her mouth and nodding in approval. Quite delightful. This one is strawberry-flavored." Ji Feng's antics infuriated Gu Xintong, who kicked her chair aside and lunged at Ji Feng. Unfazed, Ji Feng extended a hand, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, gently placing Gu Xintong aside. Gu Xintong landed on the floor with a thud, glaring at Ji Feng in discontent. Ji Feng, grinning, remarked, "Don't give me that look. Think carefully about it. You're not feeling tired at all now." Gu Xintong paused, stroking her head, and replied, "It does seem that way." Just then, a faint cracking sound echoed through the room. The three of them quickly turned their gaze to the table, where the once intact piece of jade had shattered into fragments. Xiao Anin sent the signal. "Let us hurry," Gu Xintong exclaimed, swiftly rising from the ground and leaping through the window. Riding upon the shadow of the abyss at the fastest pace towards Fang Xun'an's location, Ji Feng and Lin Lihua followed closely behind. After such a long wait, they were finally ready to set off. Fang Xun'an concealed himself amidst a cluster of foliage, occasionally peeking out. It had only been a minute since he shattered the jade when Gu Xintong and her companions arrived at the scene. From a distance, they noticed numerous golden specks flickering about. As Gu Xintong and her friend cautiously approached, they discerned that the golden dots were likely ethereal manifestations of spirit beasts engaged in battle with a group of individuals. Additionally, a cadre of golden-clad figures stood not far from the phantoms, seemingly forming some sort of formation. This formation seems familiar, Gu Xintong mused. While she was eager to investigate further, her primary objective remained to locate Fang Xun'an and Zifeng. Following the unique resonance among the accompanying spirits, Gu Xintong swiftly pinpointed Fang Xun'an's location. Upon seeing Gu Xintong and her companions approach, Fang Xun'an and Zifeng immediately leaped from the trees. Returning to their respective spirit companions, Gu Xintong caught Fang Xun'an, gently patting his bud, and inquired, Xiaonin, what's the situation? The entire sequence of events is rather intricate. Let me explain the current situation. Fang Xun'an began, gesturing towards the distant group of performers. One faction is the buyers, while the other is the sellers, and they are currently preparing to join forces to eliminate the remaining members of the True Cultivation Society. What? Are you saying that the sellers and buyers are collaborating to eradicate the True Cultivation Society? Gu Xintong responded incredulously. Fang Xun'an nodded. Exactly. They were previously engaged in fierce combat, but after exchanging names, they suddenly ceased hostilities. Ceased hostilities after exchanging names? What could that mean? Are they disciples of the same sect, selling to their own? Gu Xintong speculated. That is unlikely. Fang Xun'an shook his head. They claim to be from the Xizheng Hall and the Sanmo sect. These two factions do not appear to belong to the same sect. Xizheng Hall, Sanmo sect. Why do those names sound so familiar? Lin Lihua pondered, tapping her head in contrast to Lin Lihua. Gu Xintong and Ji Feng's eyes widened upon hearing the names, exclaiming, Are you saying these two forces are the Xizheng Hall and the Sanmo sect? Fang Xun'an glanced back and forth between them, scratching his head. Yes. What of it? Is there an issue with these two factions? Gu Xintong stared at the distant group, murmuring, I never expected to encounter members of the Sanmo sect here. Fang Xun'an, perplexed by her cryptic remarks, felt an itch to know. Sister Xintong, what is the significance of these two factions? Please enlighten me. Gu Xintong did not respond directly, instead placing him back on her shoulder. This matter is too complicated to explain right now. We'll discuss it once we've dealt with the situation at hand. Meanwhile, Li Gangdan and his group had already noticed Gu Xintong's arrival. Even while performing, he took a moment to glance in their direction. Upon confirming their identity, he felt a sense of relief that this incident was merely a misunderstanding. Otherwise, they are highly likely to find themselves in peril. Yet he was simultaneously filled with curiosity as to why Gu Xintong and her companions had come to this place, considering they were supposed to be in pursuit of that group from the True Cultivation Society. Unfortunately, Li Gangdan could not afford to ponder such thoughts any longer, for they were now perilously close to the group hidden in the grove. Li Gangdan exchanged a brief glance with the leader, and both imperceptibly nodded. In an instant, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Numerous phantoms of spirit beasts ceased their assault on Li Gangdan and his team, redirecting their charge towards the grove. Li Gangdan, along with his comrades, surged forward, intent on confronting the individuals concealed within the thicket. Meanwhile, the four members of Jiuwuxi were blissfully enjoying their leisure time within the grove, savoring the spectacle unfolding before them. Although they had sensed that Li Gangdan and his companions were drawing nearer to their hiding place, they remained unperturbed. After all, they believed their concealment was impeccable, and it was only natural for Li Gangdan to be overwhelmed by the spirit phantoms. Jiuwuxi and his companions felt that their moment to shine was imminent, only to be taken aback when they witnessed Li Gangdan and the spirit phantoms, previously locked in a fierce struggle, suddenly redirecting their focus towards the very location they were hiding in. Initially stunned, Jiuwuxi could not comprehend what had transpired. It was only when Li Gangdan's group was nearly upon them that he realized their cover had been blown. Disregarding his teammates, Jiuwuxi instinctively turned to flee at the utmost speed, his sole desire being to escape this precarious situation. The notion of resistance did not even flicker in his mind. Even against a single faction, it was uncertain whether they could prevail, let alone when two forces joined forces. Charging in would be akin to delivering themselves as a feast to the enemy. It was entirely possible that the four of them were not even regarded as a morsel by the opposing side. As Jiu Wuxi hastily retreated, his three companions quickly grasped the situation, each summoning their full spiritual energy and desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. However, the elaborate ruse orchestrated by Li Gangdan had been designed precisely to close the distance to these individuals, preventing their escape. Thus, all their frantic efforts proved futile, as Li Gangdan swiftly caught up with them. Seeing this, Gu Xintong and her companions rushed forward to provide assistance. To Fang Xun'an's astonishment, Gu Xintong, merely at the initial stage of the third realm, exhibited a speed that was hardly inferior to that of Li Gangdan, a practitioner at the later stage of the fourth realm. Upon noticing Gu Xintong's approach, the leader initially adopted a wary stance. Suspecting she and her companions to be allies of the group in the grove, Gu Xintong, anticipating the suspicion, threw a jade token towards him, exclaiming, "Disciples of the Yatian demon sect are on a mission to pursue those individuals from the True Cultivation Society whom you seek." Without waiting for his response, she, along with Jifeng and Lin Lihua, pressed ahead. The aura emanating from the jade token confirmed Gu Xintong's affiliation with the Yatian demon sect, prompting the leader to refrain from obstructing their advance. Though Gu Xintong and her companions moved with remarkable swiftness, Li Gangdan and his group were even quicker. They were the first to catch up with Li Mao, who, following a path of bold and unrestrained cultivation, had not honed any particularly adept movement techniques. Consequently, his speed lagged considerably behind that of his teammates. Nevertheless, Li Mao was no coward. Upon realizing that escape was futile,